After an exhaustive 20-hour gaming marathon, Tao Zhi found herself transformed. She had become the protagonist of a tragic tale, one who was imprisoned, tormented, betrayed, and subjected to the most harrowing of fates. Gazing upon the sprawling estate, complete with a dedicated chef, physician, bodyguard, florist, pastry chef, and masseuse, Tao Zhi mused that with a stable internet connection and a decent computer, she might not even desire to venture outside. Her husband, neglecting their marital bond for another? Splendid! She could revel in the lavishness of the mansion all on her own. When confronted by a scheming rival, Tao Zhi remained perplexed by the logic of their taunts, but was well versed in the art of physical confrontation. If the deceitful man sought to defend his illicit partner, she merely scoffed. So preoccupied with her, that you've forgotten to defend yourself, have you? When faced with a malicious mother-in-law imposing her will, Tao Zhi ensured that the woman entered upright but exited in disarray. The man's dubious brothers criticized her for being petty and lacking grace, to which she responded by playfully pinching one of them and feigning ignorance about their complaints. The pretentious flower of purity wept and mocked her. Tao Zhi, undeterred, contemplated having someone sample the droppings of her pet dog to gauge their flavor. Whispers circulated that Tao Zhi had succumbed to madness, but she clarified that her demeanor was merely a reflection of her inherently wicked nature. Eventually, the deceitful husband implored her to step outside, ultimately clinging to her in desperation, begging her not to file for divorce, and weeping to be treated as a loyal pet. The conniving mother-in-law, upon encountering her, would change course, fearful of receiving a hefty dose of retribution from Tao Zhi. The rival treated her with deference, while the man with the ample backside blushed at the mere sight of her. Those who once tormented her now trembled, and those who disapproved began to fawn. Even the good friends of the male lead found themselves drawn to her. Chapter 1. As she became the protagonist of a tragic tale, the heroine, strong in adversity, possesses an unpredictable temperament and a notable prowess in combat, capable of inflicting harm. Her personality is mercurial. One moment she is smiling, and the next, she is delivering a resounding slap. She is an unconfined beauty, unrestrained and outspoken, relishing every moment without allowing the heroine any semblance of distress. A captivating enchantress, the finest men are drawn to her. She engages in romance with fervor, yet her greatest passion remains the indulgence of her own desires. Her ex-husband is not present at the table, and she has never been betrayed. The heroine is a paragon of beauty, exquisite enough to evoke both admiration and envy, a stunning presence that captivates all genders, capable of causing the very earth to tremble. As for the conclusion, it is likely to be ambiguous or all-encompassing. All premises are the author's private interpretations and should not be compared to reality. For those who find it unappealing, feel free to withdraw. The main narrative begins. Since the passing of her mother, Tao Zhi was sent abroad for her studies. Upon learning that her father intended to remarry his mistress, she penned an anonymous accusation that landed both of them in prison. With her newfound wealth, she indulged in a lavish lifestyle of feasting, drinking, and revelry. Eventually, she became a reclusive homebody, spending her days gaming and flirting with streamers. After an exhilarating 20-hour gaming session with a handsome streamer, Tao Zhi's irregular yet joyful existence took an unexpected turn. Uncertain of how it transpired, she had just secured a 5-kill streak when darkness enveloped her, and her consciousness slipped away. When she regained her senses, she found herself lying in bed, surrounded by a cadre of doctors clad in white coats, gazing at her with concern. "She's awake. Madam has awakened, sir. Madam has regained consciousness." Before Tao Zhi could comprehend her surroundings, why she was in a hospital, and why these individuals were addressing her as Madam, a man rose from the sofa and approached her. Her eyes first landed on his polished black shoes, and she inwardly exclaimed, "What massive vessels!" Next, she noticed his long, slender legs clad in tailored trousers that accentuated his athletic build. Resisting the urge to whistle, she continued her gaze upward. At his waist, a trim figure was encased in a crisp white shirt, and she imagined the view beneath it must be equally enticing. As her gaze ascended further, she caught sight of well-defined pectorals, and then her eyes drifted to his abdomen, where his hands rested casually in his pockets, the veins on the back of his hands subtly visible, and his muscular arms exhibited a graceful, sculpted form. Following the line of his arms, she observed a strikingly attractive Adam's apple, a slightly pointed chin, a superb jawline, sensuously thin lips, a pronounced nose, and deep-set, alluring eyes. What was it about his gaze that exuded such anger and disdain? Upon locking eyes with him, she discerned a tempest of fury and disgust. Tao Zhi reconsidered her earlier thoughts. Those lifeless eyes, the pale lips, the sharp chin. He was the epitome of a man destined to bring misfortune. Before she could react further, the man furrowed his brow and stepped closer, gripping her chin with a firm hand. Did you think I would let you off the hook for your silence? Tao Zhi, how many times must I remind you? Stop playing these games. It appears you haven't taken my words to heart, ha. Did you think that by dying, you could escape me? Let me assure you, even in death, I will not release you. Confused, Tao Zhi raised her hand and slapped his away, retorting, Are you out of your mind? Stop biting indiscriminately. The man paused, taken aback by her unexpected defiance, but after a moment, his eyes brimmed with even more hostility. Releasing her chin, he nonchalantly wiped his hand and stated haughtily, the investment I promised to the Tao family? I'm retracting it. Tao Zhi was genuinely bewildered. What investment? The Tao family? What could her family possibly want? Hadn't she always been the one investing in others, especially in those handsome streamers? Looking back at the man before her, she realized she did not recognize him at all. Why was he unleashing such domineering rhetoric upon her? Was she the one unwell? Or was he? At that moment, a doctor stepped forward, saying, Madam has sustained a head injury. Her memories may be somewhat muddled. Mr. O, it would be best not to agitate her. The man snorted coldly, She's merely feigning it. I was busy attending Niao Niao's birthday. She's orchestrated this entire charade. Tao Zhi, perplexed, suddenly caught snippets of conversation mentioning Mr. O and Niao Niao. Wait. Mr. O? Niao Niao? Could it be that they were referring to her, Tao Zhi? Were they truly addressing her as Madam? It couldn't be. A daring notion flickered in her mind. Surely she hadn't. Transmigrated? 3 days prior, she had watched a critique video lambasting a novel where the male and female leads were utterly deranged, claiming they endured torment only to achieve a happily ever after, with one being a violent maniac and the other a Stockholm Syndrome victim. She had felt a surge of indignation watching the video, particularly when the female protagonist bore her name. It was as if she had been personally insulted. Driven by curiosity to unearth the mind of the author behind such drivel, she opened the novel, only to find herself increasingly infuriated by its absurdity. The more her ire grew, the more she read, until she reached the conclusion where the leads had twins and lived blissfully together. In a fit of rage, she reported the book and spent money to have it removed from the platform. And now it seemed to be telling her that she had entered this very narrative. With a final sense of trepidation, Tao Zhi quietly inquired, OMO, upon hearing her utterance. The man raised an eyebrow, his tone dripping with disdain. What? Are you planning to play the amnesia card now? Tao Zhi, I have made it abundantly clear that no matter what stratagems you employ, my affections will never be yours. Your sole obligation is to remain at home, dutifully embodying the role of Madame O, and to refrain from causing me or the O family any distress. What the Tao family desires, I shall naturally fulfill. However, your repeated attempts to flee and your incessant self-destructive behavior, which have sparked a plethora of scandals, lead me to question whether my tolerance for you has been excessively lenient, Tao Zhi. Have you forgotten your own standing time and again? At this moment, Tao Zhi was certain she had indeed transmigrated. The repeated acts of escaping and the multiple suicide attempts were actions characteristic of the protagonist in a novel. In that story, the female lead harbored a deep affection for the male lead since her middle school days, yet his heart was steadfastly devoted to his adoptive sister, O Niao. As her family teetered on the brink of bankruptcy, the O family found themselves in dire need of someone to quell the burgeoning scandal surrounding their son and his adoptive sister. Thus, the female lead became the sacrificial pawn, finding herself in the male lead's bed. There was no ceremony, no wedding. The O family swiftly whisked her away to Omo's villa, even arranging for their marriage certificate to be procured through proxies. OMO and O Niao could not openly unite due to their respective statuses, and the female lead's presence irrevocably extinguished any possibility of their union. The male lead despised the female lead, tormenting and humiliating her, allowing himself and others to abuse her, yet refusing to let her go. Meanwhile, the female antagonist loathed the female lead for obstructing her romance with the male lead, resulting in repeated provocations and schemes. She sent compromising photographs of the female lead with the male lead to sow discord and ensnared the male lead in her web, preventing his visits to the female lead. Even when the male lead returned, she would devise means to lure him away. Thus, the three of them played out a tragic drama of unrequited love, where she loved him, he loved her, and she suffered in silence. Even more appalling was the revelation that upon discovering the female lead's pregnancy resulting from her liaison with the male lead, the female antagonist orchestrated a miscarriage, manipulating the male lead into believing the female lead had chosen to terminate the pregnancy, withholding medical assistance, and nearly resulting in her demise from excessive bleeding. Subsequently, due to the female antagonist's relentless machinations, the female lead endured 300 chapters of torment. And the final 10 chapters. 2 chapters depicted the male lead's suffering, awakening him to his love for the female lead. 2 chapters focused on his pursuit to win back her heart. 1 chapter unveiled the true nature of the female antagonist, exiling her abroad in style. The concluding chapters celebrated the couple's tender moments, culminating in the female lead's pregnancy and the birth of twins, a happy ending. As for the Tao family, who had sold out the female lead, she extended her complete forgiveness, even ensuring that the couple enjoyed a life of power and influence. Tao Zhi found herself at a loss for words. This was truly, given the circumstances, it was best to eat first. Is there anything to eat? I am famished. Chapter 2. One should never strike a dog without first considering its master. Mo was taken aback at such a moment. The woman before him was not offering an explanation nor crying in remorse, but rather demanding sustenance. He was at a loss for words. You. Tao Zhi lifted her gaze to meet his. Ever since she discovered that he was the male protagonist of a tragic romance, she found him utterly disagreeable. Did she, Tao Zhi, truly commit any grave misdeeds? On the contrary, she had even rid the populace of corrupt officials and had no shortage of admirable suitors. Yet, inexplicably, she had transformed into a love-stricken masochist. However, given her current presence, masochism was out of the question. Inflicting torment was something she excelled at. What? The illustrious Mr. O will not even provide his wife with a meal? Is the O family on the brink of bankruptcy? Mo was astonished by her audacity. After regaining his composure, he felt a wave of disdain wash over him, perceiving her words as a new tactic. Even in death, the O family would not face bankruptcy. So hurry up and get me something to eat. Before the multitude of doctors, Mo refrained from making things difficult for her, as she was still a patient. With a scowl, he dialed the housekeeper to arrange for food. Turning to the bed where Tao Zhi lay, her head still bandaged, he warned, "Listen well. Stay obedient and refrain from any tricks. There are bodyguards stationed both inside and outside the estate. If you cause any more trouble, I won't hesitate to assign a guard to your room as well." Tao Zhi did not even lift her eyes, preoccupied with untangling the memories of the original owner and the plot of the novel. At this juncture, the narrative had reached the point where the female lead was provoked by the antagonist, having seen compromising photos of the couple sent by the rival. In an act of desperation, she feigned illness to summon the male lead home, only for him to declare his intention to celebrate the antagonist's birthday, even sharing photos of them on social media. During this tumultuous time, the female lead's family contacted her, urging her to placate the male lead and extract benefits for the family, lest they disown her. In her despair, she felt life was no longer worth living and attempted suicide once more. Initially, her antics were a cry for the male lead's attention, a plea for him to care for her, but he only grew more repulsed, leading her into a spiral of depression. Her repeated attempts to flee or end her life stemmed from the relentless pain she endured. Tao Zhi's sentiments towards the original owner were complex. She harbored resentment for her lack of backbone while simultaneously feeling pity for her. The original owner had been treated as an object by both her family and the male lead, never having the opportunity to live for herself. Yet, now that Tao Zhi had taken her place, she was determined to break free from these shackles and lead a life of her own design. She was uncertain whether she had swapped places with the original owner or if the original owner had ceased to exist. Regardless, she resolved that her life as Tao Zhi would not be dictated by anyone else. As Mo observed Tao Zhi with her eyes closed, seemingly indifferent to his presence, he assumed she was sulking and decided to give her the cold shoulder. With a disdainful snort, he grabbed a coat from the sofa and left. Following his departure, the doctors exited as well, leaving the expansive hospital room empty, save for Tao Zhi. Before long, 2 maids wheeled in a food cart, their disdain for the original owner palpable, believing her to be merely a pawn sold to Mo by her family, holding only the title of madam while everyone knew that Mr. O's true affections lay elsewhere. As a result, they often treated her with contempt, casting sidelong glances and making sarcastic remarks, leaving the original owner to fend for herself in the kitchen. "Madam, do you wish to eat all of this?" inquired one maid, who appeared to be in her 30s. Tao Zhi lifted her eyes to regard her, recognizing her as the maid who frequently gossiped about the female lead in the garden, near the walls and even in the restrooms. Though she did not know her name, she was dark-skinned. For now, she would refer to her as Big Black. "What? If I don't eat, should I give it to you? Who do you think you are?" Upon hearing Tao Zhi's retort, the maid's face contorted with anger. and she stepped forward, only to be restrained by her companion. "Then we'll serve it all to the madam," the older maid declared, raising the hospital bed and setting the table with an array of dishes. 10 exquisite and nutritious dishes were presented, portions small enough for Tao Zhi to consume. As she dined, the two maids stood silently nearby, with Big Black continuing to glare at her. Once Tao Zhi had eaten her fill, she raised a bowl of soup to her lips and waved at Big Black. Though Big Black was uncertain of her intentions, she approached nonetheless. Tao Zhi extended the bowl with the remaining soup, indicating for her to take it. Big Black hesitated, her eyes narrowing with suspicion. "Is the madam offering this to me?" Tao Zhi shook the bowl. "I saw you wanted some earlier. Consider it a reward. Why do you hesitate?" Big Black's expression darkened further, her anger boiling over. "Who wants to eat from your bowl? Have you lost your mind? Do you truly think yourself a madam?" Unfazed by her words, Tao Zhi raised her hand and splashed the soup towards her. The liquid was not scalding, but it contained oil, making it unpleasantly greasy, especially as Tao Zhi aimed for her face. "Ah!" Before Big Black could react, Tao Zhi hurled the bowl at her. The older maid attempted to intervene, but Tao Zhi seized bowls from the table and began throwing them at the two maids one after another. When the last bowl shattered, both maids were left in disarray, with Big Black bearing numerous splatters on her face and hands. "A mere dog dares to bark at its master? I see you have never been disciplined." The older maid stared at Tao Zhi, disbelief etched across her features, only to find Tao Zhi coldly fixated on Big Black. As Big Black regained her composure and shrieked in fury, preparing to lunge at Tao Zhi, the older maid stepped in to restrain her. "Do you dare strike me?" Hearing the commotion, bodyguards swiftly entered the room. Upon witnessing the chaos, they turned their gaze to Tao Zhi, who lay calmly in her bed, receiving an drip. "What transpired here?" one bodyguard inquired, eyeing the two maids. "Nothing at all," the older maid hastily replied. With a cold snort, Tao Zhi interjected, "What? Do you think they are blind? This one," she gestured towards Big Black, "attempted to assault me. You should detain her and inquire with OMO whether all his maids are so ill-mannered as to insult and attack their mistress without consequence. I demand an explanation." The bodyguards exchanged glances before scrutinizing the two maids. Big Black, seething with rage, protested, "I did not. How dare you slander me?" Seeing the bodyguards remain motionless, Tao Zhi turned to them, her face adorned with a smile that failed to reach her cold eyes. "Why the hesitation? Are you fond of her?" The bodyguards' expressions darkened, but they stepped forward to apprehend the two maids. Once they had been taken away, Tao Zhi rose, removed the drip, and walked out of the room. The two bodyguards stationed at the door made no attempt to stop her. "Send someone to clean this up." Chapter 3. Did Omo's eyes become covered by his pants? Exiting the medical building, the sprawling estate came into view. The villa, where Omo and the original owner resided, boasted a swimming pool, a garden, a study, a music room, and a leisure area. Nearby, a larger mansion served as the residence for the servants, while another small building housed the bodyguards and drivers. Additionally, there were massage and sauna rooms, along with a dedicated kitchen for catering to banquets and events. The garden was expansive. In May, the grass had turned lush and green, and the flowers bloomed resplendently. In the distance, gardeners tended to the lawns, pruning branches and sculpting trees. Numerous valuable pines stood majestically throughout the estate, giving it an air of opulence and refinement. The Ouyang family has been a prestigious lineage in the northern city for a century, with profound heritage and vast enterprises, arguably serving as one of the pillars of commerce in Huagua. It is inconceivable that such a prominent family could be managed by a single individual. However, Ouyang Mo stands out as the most exceptional member of his generation and is the heir apparent to the Ouyang estate, thus rendering his status unparalleled among his kin. This explains why the Ouyang family would go to great lengths to acquire the daughter of a humble merchant rather than allow any scandal to tarnish Ouyang Mo's reputation. Ouyang Mo does not require an advantageous marriage, and they dare not arrange a union with a family of equal standing, knowing that such matters would not be easily settled. And such women are not as manageable as the original owner of this body. The Ouyang family's financial power has reached levels that ordinary people can scarcely imagine. Thus it is evident that Ouyang Mo's residence is nothing short of luxurious. Tao Zhi, in her previous life, was not lacking in wealth. Yet she had never resided in a manner as grand, opulent, and exquisite as this one. In her former life, her father, in an attempt to maintain appearances, had the family living in a modest villa with a tiny garden of less than 80 square meters. However, behind the scenes, her father had arranged for his mistress's family to occupy a villa that was only marginally inferior to this one, and most infuriatingly, It had been purchased with her mother's money. Dressed in a hospital gown, the moment Tao Zhi stepped out of the small building, she felt the air around her become invigorating, if one were to overlook the 4 bodyguards who shadowed her closely. After walking a few paces, Tao Zhi found the distance between the medical building and the main house to be excessively far and tiresome, so she assertively instructed her bodyguards, "I'm fatigued. Go fetch a car to pick me up." One bodyguard quietly retreated to retrieve a tour vehicle. Upon boarding, she enjoyed the gentle breeze and arrived at the main house in just 10 minutes. The villa's grand door stood open, with several maids busily attending to their tasks, some mopping the floors, others arranging flowers, and a few tidying up the sofa decorations. Upon her entrance, the maids glanced up momentarily before resuming their duties without further acknowledgement. Tao Zhi paid them no heed and took the elevator upstairs. On the 3rd floor, she overheard the chatter of several maids below. "She seems fine to me. Why all the fuss? What do you know? If there wasn't a commotion, would President Ouyang have been lured back? You think her antics are just a few tricks? It's tiresome. She pretends to be on the brink of death, lacking self-awareness. Isn't she occupying the position of President Ouyang's wife while still feeling discontent? Enough. She's still the mistress, our employer." A derisive scoff followed. "Mistress? Just her? Everyone knows she's merely a decoration. I actually feel a bit sorry for her. Are you out of your mind? She's a wealthy lady, and you, a maid. Pitying her? Perhaps you should pity your own 2,000 a month salary first." Listening to their conversation, a smile slowly crept across Tao Zhi's lips. Upon returning to her room, her first action was to approach the mirror. She needed to see what Tao Zhi looked like, to determine if she bore any resemblance to her, and to ponder whether her transmigration was guided by some fateful connection. In the mirror, the woman's delicate face appeared pale, a bandage wrapped around her forehead, yet her beauty was unmistakable. Her skin was fair and smooth, reminiscent of a freshly shelled egg. With bright, watery eyes, the most striking feature was the slight upward curve at the corners of her eyes, which radiated allure. However, the original owner would never exhibit such expressions, always wearing a woeful demeanor, thus squandering this advantage. Her nose was small and well-defined, with a subtly upturned tip, and her lips were full and smiling, with a rosy hue enhancing their charm. Most satisfying to Tao Zhi was the original owner's luscious mane of hair, voluminous, silky, and soft. Nearly impossible to grasp with one hand, the hairline perfectly sculpted. As she caressed her face, she mused, "Alas, the only difference lies in the eyes and hair. Otherwise, I might truly believe I was gazing upon myself." The original owner's eyes bore a hint of seduction, unlike her own. As for the hair, whether due to the shampoo she used or the late nights, hers had thinned considerably, and she lacked the volume of the original owner. Moreover, her hairline was further back, necessitating makeup to enhance it, which vexed her greatly. Yet now, witnessing this exquisite visage, Tao Zhi felt quite pleased. Not to mention, the original owner was born to be a captivating heartthrob. It was a pity she had been ensnared by romantic foolishness. Equally perplexing was Ouyang Mo. How could such a stunning countenance fail to stir his heart? What could Ouyang Miao possibly look like to eclipse such beauty? After admiring her reflection, Tao Zhi changed into a loose, comfortable nightgown and began searching for her phone. After a thorough search, she finally discovered a shattered phone beneath the bed. She pressed it, and while it lit up, the screen was indecipherable. Rising, she opened the door, startling the 2 bodyguards outside. "Madam, is there something you need? Where is my computer?" The bodyguards exchanged glances and shook their heads. Tao Zhi recalled that there was a butler in the villa, yet he had not shown his face since her return. Thus, she began tapping the broken phone against the staircase railing. A few maids, hearing the noise, looked up to see the strikingly beautiful woman illuminated by the grand chandelier. Visibly vexed as she rapped against the railing. Noticing their attention, Tao Zhi coldly declared, "In 3 minutes, have the butler come to see me. Inform him that if he is late, I shall not be courteous." After issuing her command, she turned and returned to her bedroom. In 2.5 minutes, there was a knock at the door. "Madam, you summoned me?" The man at the door appeared to be in his 40s, wearing a smile, yet standing rigidly, exuding an air as if he were looking down upon Tao Zhi. This individual, named Ouyang Cheng, was the nephew of the original butler of the Ouyang family, a term that in ancient times would refer to a legitimate son. Thus he held the original owner in contempt. Tao Zhi paid him no mind. She would have ample opportunities to deal with him. Chapter 4. Cheng Yuan. "I ask you, do I possess a computer?" Ouyang Cheng looked at her in confusion and replied with a smile, Madam has never used such items, so we have not prepared any. Tao Zhi nodded. Then you may go prepare them now. Computers, iPads, gaming consoles, all must be acquired. Additionally, procure a new phone for me, the largest memory in white. Mine is broken.
Oh.
And I want one laptop and one desktop. The desktop is for gaming, with top specifications, and the laptop as well. That's all. You may leave. Upon hearing her requests, the butler's expression grew increasingly perplexed, his gaze scrutinizing her. Noticing he remained motionless, she inquired, "What is the matter? Is there a problem? Or is it that I cannot command you?" The butler shook his head, forcing a smile. "Of course not. It's just that Madam has never used these before." I am a bit taken aback. Not merely surprised, he felt as if his jaw might drop. Tao Zhi's transformation was astounding. Previously, due to her insecurities and desire to please Ouyang Mo, she had treated him and the Ouyang family servants with utmost kindness, bordering on servility. Yet, it was unfortunate that everyone looked down upon her, resulting in their unfriendliness. Suddenly, Tao Zhi's demeanor had shifted, and he found himself unaccustomed to this new attitude, sensing that this was not the behavior one would expect from her. However, he soon reconsidered, pondering whether her previous tactics had proven ineffective, prompting her to adopt a more astute approach to capture President Ouyang's attention. "Do not be alarmed just yet. There will be plenty more to astonish you in the future. Quickly now, I cannot bear to be without my new phone for even half an hour. The consequences of such a delay are surely not to your liking." Ocheng maintained his smile as he replied, "Madam, the items you require are not difficult to prepare. However, I must first inform the master. Only with his consent can I proceed with your requests." Tao Zhi cast a glance at him, saying, "Mo knows how to raise a dog. Why are you not hastening?" Being scolded by Tao Zhi with such words caused a momentary stiffening of Ocheng's smile, but he nodded and withdrew. Tao Zhi reclined back onto the bed, contemplating her next course of action. The butler descended the stairs, his expression dark as he dialed Mo's number. Upon learning of the items Tao Zhi desired, Mo let out a cold chuckle. "Let her have them. I am curious to see what tricks she may attempt." "Very well, sir. I shall prepare them for the madam at once." Mo did not continue the conversation, hanging up the phone and extinguishing his cigarette in the ashtray. Observing the furrow in his brow, the man seated across the sofa inquired, "What troubles you? Whose call was that to provoke such ire?" The man speaking possessed an extraordinarily handsome visage, with a prominent nose and a faintly colored mole upon its tip, almost undetectable upon closer inspection. His deep-set eyes and well-defined jawline lent him an air of charm, and when he gazed at others, it was as if he held the stars within his gaze, evoking an inexplicable sense of affection. This individual was Cheng Yuan, Mo's childhood friend. His family was deeply entrenched in the pharmaceutical industry. A leader in the sector within China and even abroad, their influence was formidable. Cheng Yuan himself was the heir apparent of Pengcheng Pharmaceuticals, currently serving as the general manager. In their circles, the likes of Cheng Yuan, Mo, Zhao Jingli, and Su Su were regarded as the elite of Beijing. Naturally, the four families engaged in both competition and collaboration in business affairs, maintaining a close-knit relationship. Among those who stood alongside them was the Sheng family, known for their political connections, represented by Sheng Jichuan, and the Yu family, who navigated the gray areas of commerce, epitomized by Yu Yunggui. Sheng Jichuan had little interaction with the group, while Yu Yunggui, a native of Gangcheng, rarely appeared in Beijing and shunned association with these affluent individuals, finding them beneath his notice. Presently, Cheng Yuan was in town to celebrate his grandfather's 80th birthday, having coincidentally stopped by to discuss matters with Mo. Upon hearing Cheng Yuan's question, Mo snapped back into focus, his tone laced with annoyance. Who else could it be? Cheng Yuan raised an eyebrow. Is it your beloved wife hidden away in a gilded cage?
He teased.
The mention of this woman was met with mixed feelings. They had only heard of her existence, knowing Mo's affections lay with the adopted daughter of the O family. To them, she was merely a facade. Yet she often stirred up trouble in her attempts to garner Mo's attention, causing their disdain to grow. At Cheng Yuan's jest, Mo frowned. "Spare me your jests. I have never acknowledged her as my wife." Cheng Yuan remained noncommittal. They all understood that although Tao Zhi held the title, she was merely a plaything Mo had acquired from the Tao family. What has she done this time? Ran away again? Or attempted to take her own life? Mo rubbed his temples and replied, "No, it was a failed suicide, but the butler called to say she requested a computer, claiming she wanted to play games."
Cheng Yuan laughed. Well then.
A little distraction will keep her from pestering you all day, won't it? They were all aware that Omo's reasons for keeping Tao Zhi confined within the estate were twofold. He wished to maintain control over her and also to prevent her from causing chaos if granted freedom. Thus, in their 3 years of marriage, Tao Zhi had never stepped foot outside the manor. Being the daughter of a third-rate merchant, she had never mingled with their circle. And apart from Omo and Onyao, none had laid eyes on her. However, they had seen her photograph through Onyao, finding her to be an utterly ordinary woman. As Chung Yuan's words echoed in Omo's mind, he recalled the butler's report of Tao Zhi having struck 2 maids, noting that she seemed transformed, as if shaken by some revelation. What am I thinking? He mused, realizing he had again been distracted by thoughts of Tao Zhi. A bitter smile formed on his lips. She was indeed becoming quite adept at her schemes. Nothing, merely that I sense she is plotting something anew. Chung Yuan chuckled. Let her scheme all she wishes. Do you truly believe you would fall for it? If you do, perhaps in a couple of months, I shall find myself an unexpected nephew to claim as my own, and you will have to recognize me as a godfather.
Ha ha ha.
Omo shot him a cold glance. Your humor is becoming increasingly tiresome. Chung Yuan chose not to dispute further, finishing the last sip of his coffee, then rising to grab the car keys from the table. Well then, I have matters to attend to at home. Do remember to arrive early. My grandfather is eagerly awaiting a game of chess with you. Omo glanced at his watch, shutting down his computer as he stood. Let us descend together. I shall fetch Niao Niao. Chung Yuan had no objections, and they entered the elevator side by side. Chapter 5, Midnight Snack. Within the villa, the butler, having received Omo's approval, swiftly gathered the items Tao Zhi had requested. As he observed the workers transporting the equipment to the entertainment room, Tao Zhi promptly called out, Hey, where do you think you're taking that? The butler replied with a smile, Madam, you wished for a computer, did you not? I instructed them to set it up in the entertainment room. Additionally, I have arranged for the other items you requested to be delivered to your room. Have you received them? Tao Zhi nodded. The phone, tablet, and gaming console have arrived. But who said the computer was to be set up in the entertainment room? The butler was taken aback. Then where shall it be installed? Tao Zhi pointed to the 3rd floor, in my room. The butler hesitated, and Tao Zhi noticed, crossing her arms defiantly. What? Is my word not sufficient? Of course it is not that, it is just, does the master not prefer a designated entertainment space? Why would you want it in your room? Simply because I am too lazy to walk and prefer not to share with anyone, do you understand? Or must this also be put to your master for approval? What? Is he to share a room with me? The butler nearly rolled his eyes at her words, chuckling, Madam, you jest. Who does not know that you and the master occupy different floors? Tao Zhi raised an eyebrow. Then what is the problem? With no other option. The butler instructed the workers to install the equipment in Tao Zhi's room, also moving in furniture from the entertainment room. Fortunately, her bedroom was spacious enough that the new setup did not feel crowded. By the time the workers finished, it was already evening, and Tao Zhi eagerly powered on the computer to test it out. Not bad at all. It's just a pity my friends aren't here. She mused. Let me see what games I can play. That night, Tao Zhi registered a new account on her new phone and began gaming, losing track of time in her immersion. When she finally glanced at the clock, it was already midnight, and her stomach grumbled, reminding her that she had yet to have dinner. She rose and headed downstairs, only to find the living room devoid of life, not a single light on. Sitting on the sofa, she pulled out her phone to order takeout. She had noticed earlier that her original phone contained several tens of thousands of dollars, a meager sum for someone like Tao Zhi, who had never known financial hardship. Nevertheless, it was not entirely devoid of funds. Scrolling through the app, she thought, how could one indulge in a late-night gaming session without a delectable barbecue and a few beers? Evidently, Tao Zhi had forgotten that she was still a patient. Yet, even if she had remembered, it mattered little to her. She had always lived indulgently and believed in fulfilling her desires without restraint. In a fit of enthusiasm, Tao Zhi placed an order for barbecue, only to discover that due to the villa's remote location, no delivery rider was willing to accept the order, exceeding even the merchant's delivery radius. With a swift phone call to the vendor, Tao Zhi succinctly demanded, increase the fee. The merchant, overjoyed, patted his chest in assurance, promising that her cravings would be personally attended to by the owner himself, even dispensing with the need for a rider. Satisfied, Tao Zhi hung up and rummaged through the refrigerator, finding beer, the most commonplace variety. Clearly, Omo would not be dining here, as the provisions were rather lackluster. Nonetheless, Tao Zhi was indifferent. She yearned for a sip, contemplating the whimsical notion that perhaps, upon awakening, she might find that her foray into this narrative was merely a dream. and she would revert to being the affluent, parentless she. Reclining on the sofa, she scrolled through her phone, grateful for the existence of short videos in this world. Otherwise, she feared the tedium might consume her. An hour slipped by before the writer's call arrived, informing her that he was barred from entering the estate, with security refusing him entry. Springing to her feet, Tao Zhi cursed under her breath. After all, it would take half an hour to walk from the manoress gate. Not one to exhaust herself, she entered the villa's kitchen, seized a rolling pin and a bowl, and began to strike them together. The ear-splitting clamor resonated throughout the entire villa. 2 rooms in the villa were designated for the staff, who rotated shifts, with the butler also residing on the first floor. When several bewildered servants emerged, they beheld Tao Zhi seated on the coffee table, banging away, the cacophony emanating from her hands. The butler, clutching his ears, struggled to address her. "Madam, is there something you require?" Noticing the collective attention, Tao Zhi ceased her drumming. The world fell silent, and the servants, along with the butler, rubbed their ears, having been jolted from their slumber. The butler, nearly choking on his disbelief, could not fathom why Tao Zhi was creating such a ruckus at this hour. After her previous brush with death, she seemed to have emerged with a newfound eccentricity. Ignoring their expressions, Tao Zhi turned to the butler and stated plainly, "I am hungry." The butler's lips twitched. They hadn't inquired whether she wished for dinner, and now the consequences had arrived. "What would you like to eat, madam?" "I shall have someone prepare it immediately." Tao Zhi's gaze flickered to one of the servants. The one who had mocked her most harshly earlier, a woman in her late 20s, whom she recalled was named Fen. Pointing her finger at Xiaofan, she commanded, "You, go to the front gate and fetch my takeout. You have 15 minutes. If I do not receive my order, you shall find yourself dismissed tomorrow." Xiaofan's expression darkened. 15 minutes was hardly sufficient. Moreover, at this late hour, she would need assistance to reach the gate. Yet, Tao Zhi was unfazed. Seeing her hesitation, she approached Xiaofan. Towering over her, the original owner stood at 173 centimeters, while Xiaofan was merely 163 centimeters. "What? Are you unwilling to go?" Xiaofan raised her eyes, brimming with resentment and defiance. "Madam, 15 minutes is simply impossible, and you lack the authority to dismiss me." With a smile, Tao Zhi raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap to Xiaofan's face. The others stood in shock. Xiaofan, taken aback, covered her face in disbelief as tears streamed down her cheeks. "No need to wait until tomorrow. You are dismissed as of now. If you doubt my authority, I could easily call Omo's parents to inquire whether I lack the power to dismiss a servant. What say you, butler?" "Oh." Turning her gaze to the butler, she noted the tremor in his heart at her icy stare. If she were to make that call, it could result in nearly all the servants being replaced for the sake of the O family's reputation. "You speak the truth, madam. You certainly possess the authority to dismiss her." With that, he cast a glance at Xiaofan, urging, "Hurry and pack your belongings and leave." Tao Zhi, pleased with his compliance, turned to the remaining 3 servants and declared, "Who among you will fetch my takeout? I shall double your salary next month." At that moment, Xiaofan, still nursing her face, defiantly raised her head.
"I will."
"Madam, I will go." Tao Zhi regarded her with amusement. "Oh, I no longer wish for you to go." Xiaofan, bewildered, inquired, "Why not?" Tao Zhi replied, "Because I do not wish for you to benefit from this, and more importantly, I fear you may spin my takeout." Xiaofan faltered. Indeed, if she were to go, such a spiteful act was not beyond her. Just then, a round-faced girl stepped forward. "Madam, I will go get it." Tao Zhi smiled at her. "Good child, off you go. You have 20 minutes. The girl departed with a cheerful demeanor, conversing with the bodyguard stationed at the entrance. After a brief exchange, the bodyguard, driving a shuttle, took her toward the gate. Watching the girl's retreating figure, Tao Zhi chuckled softly. She need not worry about paying her, having deemed her kindness sufficient without the promise of a tenfold reward. Turning her attention back to Xiaofan, she stated,
"You may leave now."
"Butler, I expect to see her belongings packed and her gone within 10 minutes. Although Oh Chung was astonished by Tao Zhi's assertiveness and transformation, he refrained from opposing her. After all, she bore the title of Madame O, and any misstep on his part could tarnish the family's reputation. With Xiaofan departed, the remaining servants dared not rest, keeping their heads down and awaiting further instruction. Among them were 2 who had previously spoken ill of Tao Zhi, now wishing they could vanish into thin air. Meanwhile, Tao Zhi contemplated the original owner's lowly status, realizing that no one regarded her with respect. Even the dismissal of a servant required the butler's approval. This realization left her discontent, and it became evident that she must take measures to elevate her standing. Chapter 6. As for money, one simply has to ask for it. On the first night of her literary escapade, her scoundrel of a husband failed to return home. After a satisfying meal, Tao Zhi drifted into a peaceful slumber, only to be jolted awake by a barrage of notifications in the middle of the night. When she finally checked her phone the following afternoon, the once pristine messaging interface was now cluttered. A contact saved as Onyao had sent her several messages at 3 in the morning. Sister Tao Zhi, did my brother not take you to Grandpa Cheng's birthday banquet? I thought he would have brought you along. I forgot. My brother forbids you from going out. He being too unreasonable. But don't worry, Sister Tao Zhi. I'll keep an eye on him for you. Today was so much fun. Everyone gathered together. It's a pity you weren't there. However, I saw your favorite chestnut pastry at the banquet. Shall I pack some for you? Sister Tao Zhi, it's too late now. My brother said he would drive me home, and he wanted to return tonight. I'll bring you the chestnut pastry tomorrow. Good night, Sister Tao Zhi. A photo of the chestnut pastry revealed Omo's legs alongside those of a woman, her leg nearly draped over his. If this were not intentional, Tao Zhi would change her surname to O. Tossing her phone onto the bed in exasperation, she chose to ignore it. She had always loathed female rivalries, particularly those revolving around men. She had no patience for White Lotus types or green tea bitches and had never engaged with such individuals, as they dared not provoke her. She was quite capable of defending herself. After all, she had once assaulted her stepmother, leaving her hospitalized for 2 weeks. This was no jest. Tao Zhi had trained in various self-defense techniques abroad, including Sanda, Muay Thai, and Judo. Taking on more than a dozen ordinary bodyguards would pose little challenge for her, barring encounters with professional soldiers or mercenaries. During her studies in M country, she encountered undeniable advancements. However, the ever-looming threat of robbery and gun violence was a constant reality. As a single young woman living alone, Tao Zhi found little solace without equipping herself with self-defense skills. Consequently, she not only amassed an arsenal of protective tools, but also mastered various self-defense techniques. Dismissing Onyao as seemingly concerned yet provocatively veiled remarks, she remained indifferent, for she had no desire for the scoundrel Omo. While she would bide her time to resolve her grievances with Onyao through gentle means, should Onyao dare to assert her presence before her, Tao Zhi would not hesitate to retaliate. Setting aside her thoughts, Tao Zhi began to tinker at her computer. Her current position was far too precarious, and being beholden to others was untenable. Thus, she resolved to secure some bargaining chips for herself. She accessed the surveillance system of the manor and retrieved footage of the original owner being provoked by Onyao, suffering a slap from her mother-in-law, enduring mistreatment, and subsequently being apprehended while attempting to flee, confronted by several bodyguards under Omo's command. She preserved the footage intact and compiled it into a video. Following that, she registered accounts on various social media platforms, intending to purchase followers. However, as she gazed at her dwindling balance, a silence enveloped her. Soon, she approached her bedside, picked up her phone, and attempted to dial Omo's number, only to discover it was absent from her contacts. Descending the stairs, she called out to the busy maid in the living room. Dressed in a flowing red silk nightgown, layered with a bathrobe-style outer garment, her long, lustrous hair cascaded in voluminous waves over one shoulder. Though devoid of makeup, her beauty was breathtaking. The maid had never seen such a transformation in her mistress. Aside from the hairstyle, everything appeared unchanged, yet she radiated an entirely different aura. Today, Tao Zhi looked exceptionally captivating, exuding a relaxed and languid charm, with the upturned corners of her eyes resembling those of a languorous, yet alluring feline. The maid, lost in admiration for a fleeting moment, quickly regained her composure. The residents of the villa had begun to regard Tao Zhi with newfound respect following her actions the previous day. "Madam, please summon the steward to see me," she commanded. "Of course, madam," the maid replied, retreating, while the other maids exchanged curious glances, eager to understand the reason behind this striking change. Simply standing there drew attention. The previous mistress had been beautiful, yet she seemed devoid of spirit, perpetually downcast and melancholy. Now, however, it was an entirely different story. The steward hurried in, perspiration glistening on his forehead, clearly having been elsewhere. Upon seeing Tao Zhi, he immediately donned a smile. "Madam, what can I do for you?" Tao Zhi regarded him with a steady gaze. "Call Omo. I need to speak with him." The stewardess' smile faltered momentarily, realizing she was about to stir trouble again, having expected her to last longer this time. "Madam, I believe the gentleman is quite busy at the moment. Perhaps you could wait until he returns home this evening? With a sidelong glance, Tao Zhi retorted. He is coming home to look for you? The steward stammered. Ah, madam.
You yesed.
Surely, the gentleman would not return seeking you. Then it's settled. I know better than you whether he will return. Do not waste my time, call him. Reluctantly, the steward retrieved his phone and began dialing. After a prolonged ring, the call was finally answered. What is it? Came OMO's voice. Before the steward could respond, Tao Zhi snatched the phone from him. It's me. There was a brief pause on the other end, as if he hadn't anticipated her call, and his tone grew frigid.
What do you want?
Do you realize I am busy? Unfazed, Tao Zhi replied. Who cares if you're busy? I'm calling to inform you that within half an hour, I expect to see an additional 10 million in my account, or I will bring this place to ruin. You dare. Omo's voice seethed with anger. Tao Zhi scoffed. You can see for yourself whether I dare. Half an hour. I cannot wait even a minute longer. With that, she hung up. The steward and the maid were left in shock, astonished that Tao Zhi's call was not a plea for OMO's return home or a cry for help, but rather a demand for money. She handed the phone back to the steward, who, taken aback, hesitated before accepting it. Just then, Tao Zhi picked up her own phone and dialed another number, leaving the steward in suspense about whom she was contacting. The call was answered swiftly, and she set her phone to speaker mode. You finally remembered to call me? Do you even regard me as your father anymore? I instructed you to ask for the investment. After enduring the tirade on the other end, Tao Zhi interjected. Why are you shouting? Am I in debt to you, you old fool? The voice on the other end was stunned into silence, and Tao Qiangchuan, incredulous, checked the caller ID again, confirming it was indeed Tao Zhi. He was about to question her sanity when her voice cut through again. Listen closely, in half an hour. I want 20 million. If not, I will divorce OMO tomorrow and demand he recover the investment he made in you, leaving me with nothing. Tao Qiangchuan could hardly believe his ears. What did you say? Don't make me repeat myself. Half an hour, 20 million, or prepare for a scene, she declared before hanging up. Chapter 7. 3 million in hand. After ending the call, Tao Zhi blocked Tao Qiangchuan, along with her mother and brother, disregarding the astonished looks from those around her as she hummed her way upstairs. The onlookers exchanged glances until her figure vanished from sight. From upstairs, Tao Zhi's voice rang out, by the way, who will fetch my takeout? This month's salary will be doubled. With that, a door slammed shut behind her. The steward, his lips twitching, called OMO once more. Meanwhile, Tao Qiangchuan, after several failed attempts to reach Tao Zhi, enlisted his wife and son to call her, with equally fruitless results. His wife, Sonia, inquired anxiously, What's wrong, Qiangchuan? Has something happened? With a furious shout, Tao Qiangchuan replied, What's wrong? I think Tao Zhi has lost her mind. She dared to threaten me for 20 million. What? 20 million? What does she intend to do? Isn't she already the lady of the O family? Why is she still asking for money from home? Tao Qiangchuan's expression darkened as he responded. How would I know? I heard she attempted suicide the day before yesterday. She must have gone mad. Hearing this, Sonia didn't express concern for Tao Zhi, but rather worried about whether the O family might discard her if she truly was mentally unstable. Tao Qiangchuan, however, had more pressing thoughts. If Tao Zhi were to divorce OMO, he would likely have to relinquish the benefits he had garnered from the O family over the past 2 years. Moreover, if the O family sought revenge, his company would be in jeopardy. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he hung up, reluctant to transfer the money to Tao Zhi. Although he could manage the sum of 20 million, he doubted her resolve to sever ties with OMO. He knew all too well how deeply she cherished him, or she wouldn't have gone to such lengths to present herself at the O family banquet when they were selecting a daughter-in-law. Understanding that Tao Qiangchuan would not easily part with the money, Tao Zhi ascended the stairs and promptly drafted a divorce agreement online, signing her name at the designated spot. Then sending the sign page to Tao Qiangchuan with a message, 20 minutes remain. If I do not receive a bank notification, I will forward this to OMO. Upon receiving Tao Zhi's message, Tao Qiangchuan smashed his phone in frustration, then summoned his financial officer. At this moment, did he dare to gamble? He did not. Large transfers cannot be processed on the same day, but unfortunately for Tao Qiangchuan and OMO, as VVIP clients of the bank, they still enjoyed certain privileges. Upon seeing the 20 million credited to her account, Tao Zhi responded to Tao Qiangchuan with a simple message, Good father. Then, humming a tune, she descended the stairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, it was evident to everyone that her spirits were high. Even the bodyguard trailing behind her received no scorn. Observing her wandering in the courtyard, the butler approached and inquired, "Madam, what are you looking for? Do you need me to summon someone to assist you?" Tao Zhi lifted her gaze to him and replied, "Yes, indeed. I require a steel pipe measuring 1 meter in length and 3 centimeters in diameter. Have someone fetch it for me within 10 minutes. The butler scratched his head, perplexed about her intentions for the steel pipe, and ventured to ask, "Madam, what do you need a steel pipe for?" Tao Zhi shot him a look that conveyed her desire for compliance, without further questioning. As if recalling something, she strode towards the recreational room. Sure enough, she discovered baseball bats and golf clubs inside. Delighted, she seized both items and casually picked up a hat as she exited. Ascending from the basement, Tao Zhi donned the hat and stood in the center of the living room. First, she brandished the baseball bat, feeling it was somewhat unwieldy. Then she took up the golf club and swung it, revealing a satisfied expression.
"Ah, splendid," she remarked.
The butler hurriedly arrived, and upon witnessing such a sight, his face reflected sheer bewilderment. "Madam, what on earth are you planning to do?" Tao Zhi glanced at her phone. 2 minutes remaining. Hearing this, alarm bells rang in the butler's mind. He realized what she intended. He immediately exchanged glances with the bodyguards positioned outside and hastily tapped away on his phone.
Tao Zhi,
Noticing the guards gathering around, remained unfazed, continuing to mimic a golf swing with her club, her exquisite visage, akin to that of the goddess Nuwa, ornamented with a playful smile, showcasing her good mood. Meanwhile, the butler was in a state of panic, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He had just spoken with the master, who had firmly declared that it was impossible to transfer such a large sum of money, even suggesting that Tao Zhi lacked the audacity to act recklessly. Yet, observing her current demeanor, it seemed she was anything but timid. As he frantically messaged OMO, he attempted to placate Tao Zhi, but she merely smirked.
Countdown time. 10,
9.
8.
With her countdown, the bodyguard behind her lunged forward. Tao Zhi, seemingly unaware, swung the golf club backward, striking the bodyguard squarely in the face, causing him to see stars and bleed from his nose. Yet, Tao Zhi's smile only widened.
5, 4.
The bodyguard in front, still processing the injury of his comrade, charged at Tao Zhi. She swung the golf club again, but this time the prepared bodyguard dodged. However, before he could revel in his success, Tao Zhi raised her leg and sent the bodyguard flying out the door. Everyone gaped in astonishment. What tremendous strength! Was this the same lady who was typically quiet, gentle, and melancholic, often weeping in despair? Yet before they could ponder further, they heard Tao Zhi's melodious yet ominous voice declare, "Time's up." At that moment, her phone chimed with a notification, accompanied by the sound of the luxurious crystal coffee table shattering under the force of her swing, alongside the butler O Cheng's loud exclamation. He transferred it. The master has transferred the funds. However, his words were drowned out by the cacophony as shards of glass erupted everywhere, sending several maids scurrying for safety. Tao Zhi halted her actions, lifted her head, and asked, "What did you just say, Butler O?"
I didn't catch that.
In truth, she had heard him. The instant she raised the club, she had heard the notification and the butler's anxious shout, but she intentionally chose not to stop. "The master has transferred the funds. Why did you still break things?" Tao Zhi retracted the club and planted it on the ground. "Oh, it has been transferred? Let me take a look." Upon seeing the transfer notification, a smile blossomed on her face. "I didn't hear you earlier. It's not my fault. Why pretend to stall for time? Now look where we are. Please inform him that it is wise to act promptly, otherwise." Tao Zhi surveyed the chaos of debris around her. It could lead to a calamity. With that, she discarded the club and nonchalantly strolled to the dining table. "My takeout? Is it not here yet?" Upon hearing this, a trembling maid entered, carrying a bag, and respectfully handed it to Tao Zhi. The transformation in Tao Zhi these past few days had left the maids bewildered, questioning whether she had gone mad from stress. Tao Zhi regarded the maid, who appeared to be in her 20s, with a fair complexion and who had never mocked her in her memories. In fact, when Tao Zhi had been heartbroken over a cad, this maid had silently offered her tissues or even prepared small desserts. When Tao Zhi looked at her, the maid trembled, fearing she might be reprimanded, but instead heard Tao Zhi express gratitude. "Thank you." The maid, taken aback, stammered, "What?" Tao Zhi paused her unwrapping and asked, "Do you have your phone on you?" The maid nodded obediently, albeit confused. Tao Zhi instructed, "Open the payment code." The maid mechanically complied, feeling as though she were in a daze. Observing the girl's payment code, Tao Zhi generously scanned 2,000 yuan, deeming it a reward for the young woman on this fortuitous day. Bonus, Tao Zhi remarked before returning to unpack her takeout.
Ah,
"Spicy crawfish," she exclaimed, placing the vividly red and spicy dish on the table, then pulling out a chair to sit down and feast. Meanwhile, the maid stood frozen in place, staring at the 2,000 yuan notification on her phone, utterly bewildered. Tao Zhi lifted her head from her meal and inquired, "What? Is it insufficient?" Snapping back to reality, the maid quickly shook her head. "No, no. Thank you, madam. Thank you." She smiled and hurried away. Tao Zhi smiled back, her gaze drifting to the bodyguard who was just beginning to rise, raising an eyebrow in amusement. The butler, observing Tao Zhi's leisurely dining, directed the cleanup and contacted OMO. Upon reading the butler's message, furrowed his brow in concern. Internally he pondered, could it be that Tao Zhi has truly lost her mind? Chapter 8. When the price is low, there's no remedy. As Tao Zhi savored her crawfish, her spirits brightened, and she marveled at the delightful taste, planning to leave a glowing review. However, someone was determined to disrupt her bliss. A woman descended from the shuttle bus, carrying an exquisite box. Dressed in the latest seasonal dress from Chanel, adorned with a pearl necklace and dazzling double-C earrings. She wore a pair of Chanel stilettos and had glossy chestnut curls that bespoke meticulous care. Her face, strikingly beautiful, was lightly made up, radiating health and vitality. A clear indication of a pampered upbringing. As she stepped out of the vehicle, a faint smile graced her lips as she politely thanked the driver before entering the villa. The bodyguard at the entrance did not impede her passage, instead nodding slightly, "Miss Niao Niao." Upon hearing the voice, Tao Zhi furrowed her brow, casting a glance before returning to peel her crawfish. As the butler saw O Niao enter, he hurriedly approached her, exclaiming, "Miss, what brings you here? Please watch your step and avoid the broken glass." Observing the butler's eager demeanor, Tao Zhi rolled her eyes in disdain. O Niao, noticing the flurry of activity among the servants in the living room and the shards of glass scattered across the floor, furrowed her brow and inquired, "What has transpired? Why is it in such disarray here?" The butler, catching a furtive glance at Tao Zhi, awkwardly smiled and replied, "Oh, it's nothing. The coffee table broke, and I was just instructing them to replace it." O Niao chose not to press further. Her visit was not to probe into trivial matters. Scanning the surroundings, her gaze swiftly landed on Tao Zhi, who was seated at the dining table, enjoying a meal. Despite her bare face, she exuded an undeniable beauty, her skin luminous and radiant, making her appear like a living masterpiece. A pang of jealousy flickered in O Niao's eyes, but she quickly masked it with a smile and advanced towards Tao Zhi, only to be intercepted by the butler. "Miss, please, the madam has been feeling rather upset lately. Perhaps it is best if you do not approach her," he cautioned. O Niao turned to the butler, declaring, "How could that be, Mr. O? Sister Tao Zhi is a wonderful person. If she is feeling down, I ought to comfort her." Internally, she reveled in her own cleverness, certain that Tao Zhi's mood had soured due to the message she had sent the previous night. It was precisely the right moment to provoke her, was it not? Disregarding the butler, she strode towards Tao Zhi. "Sister Tao Zhi, there you are. Why did you not say anything upon my arrival?" she called out. Tao Zhi continued to ignore her, her gloved hands reaching for the crayfish. O Niao's brow furrowed slightly. In the past, Tao Zhi had either seethed with jealousy upon seeing her or lashed out in anger, but this blatant disregard was unprecedented. Quickly shaking off her surprise, O Niao noted Tao Zhi indulging in the crayfish and remarked, "Sister Tao Zhi, how can you eat such things? They are laden with oil, terribly unhealthy, and so spicy. You will surely break out. My brother detests girls with acne," she continued, "and consuming these will lead to weight gain. Do you not pay attention to your figure? You must know that my brother would not appreciate this." Tao Zhi, lifting her gaze to scrutinize O Niao, rolled her eyes and resumed eating. Almost unable to maintain her smile, O Niao quickly regained her composure. She opened the exquisite box she had been holding and pushed it towards Tao Zhi. "Try this instead. It's what I specially packed for you last night. There are chestnut pastries and green bean cakes. Oh, and several delicacies crafted by renowned chefs from abroad. You must indulge, Sister Tao Zhi. You rarely get to enjoy such treats." Tao Zhi now truly believed that O Niao was unwell, bringing her leftovers and insinuating that she was confined and pitiable. It was evident that she had previously taken delight in pricking the original host's wounds, provoking her into a frenzy that led to her own downfall, thus making the scoundrel despise her even more. Distracted by Own Yao's presence, Tao Zhi lost her appetite and removed her gloves, casually reaching for a wet wipe to clean her hands. Observing this, Own Yao's smile widened, relishing the thought that the pastries she had brought were indeed discarded refuse, retrieved from the trash and wrapped up by the servants for her to present to Tao Zhi. The notion of Tao Zhi consuming what others deemed waste brought her an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. She pulled out a chair and seated herself opposite Tao Zhi. By the way, my brother mentioned last night that you attempted to take your own life again. Sister Tao Zhi, how can you show such disregard for your own well-being? What would happen if you truly succeeded? You really ought to reconsider. Leaning in closer, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, she continued, Sister Tao Zhi, you are quite ineffectual. If you wish to die, you should do so decisively. This endless charade will only make my brother loathe you more. While Tao Zhi continued to wipe her hands, she remained unperturbed, listening to the girl before her. If Sister Tao Zhi were to die, I would undoubtedly grieve deeply, for we have at least shared an acquaintance. However, if that day were to come, rest assured, I would take good care of my brother, ensuring his well-being for the rest of my life. As she spoke, her smile grew wider, and she added, Oh, by the way, Sister Tao Zhi, you may not know, but my brother and I kissed last night. He is truly gentle, and he mentioned that in his heart, you have never been his wife. How pitiable, Sister Tao Zhi, that no one loves you, not your parents, nor your husband. Given such circumstances, do you still wish to carry on? As Tao Zhi listened to Own Yao's monologue, her expression shifted from indifference to chilling coldness. You should just go ahead and die, Tao Zhi. A venomous glint spread across Own Yao's eyes, yet her countenance remained innocent and benign. She swore she bore no intent to target or torment this seemingly fragile girl. She typically harbored an appreciation for young women. However, Own Yao had a history of instigating the original host, whose subsequent madness often led to self-destructive tendencies, primarily spurred by Own Yao's provocations. Tao Zhi was certain that had the original host been present today, she would likely have spiraled into a frenzy directed at her, only to later feign weakness and depart, leaving the original host in self-doubt. By nightfall, the scoundrel would return, berating and mocking her, causing the original host to succumb to despair, ultimately believing death to be the only escape. Own Yao was never innocent. Thus, any retaliation from Tao Zhi was well-deserved. With that thought in mind, Tao Zhi set down the wet wipe and beckoned Own Yao with a finger. Come here. Own Yao was taken aback, never anticipating that instead of erupting in rage, Tao Zhi would call her in such a manner, seemingly eager to convey something. Maintaining her distance, Own Yao instinctively kept her guard up. Tao Zhi chuckled softly, tilting her head before suddenly seizing a handful of Own Yao's hair.
Ah!
As Own Yao's scream escaped her lips, Tao Zhi pressed her face into the pastries she had brought. What are you screaming for? Do you not adore these pastries? Now, why not consume them all? In a fit of resistance, Own Yao pleaded, No, I don't want to eat. Let go of me. Sister Tao Zhi, why are you treating me like this? What have I done? Seeing her pretend at this moment only fueled Tao Zhi's ire. Gripping her hair tighter, she yanked Own Yao's head back, delivering 2 resounding slaps across her face. Slap.
Slap.
The sounds of the blows silenced Own Yao's cries. You, wretched Own Yao. She seethed through gritted teeth, her voice laced with venom. The butler and maids, alerted by the commotion, rushed in, shouting as they attempted to separate the two. But Tao Zhi dispatched them with swift kicks, sending them sprawling. Perfect, I can deal with all of you at once. No need to find time later. With several servants strewn on the ground, the butler clutched his side, bent over in pain. Own Yao, still at the mercy of Tao Zhi's grip, was spun around as Tao Zhi shut the villa's front door, blocking the guards outside who banged anxiously against the windows. Dragging Own Yao by her hair, Tao Zhi brought her to the dining table. Let go of me. If you harm me, my brother will never forgive you, you wretched girl. After a lengthy tirade of insults and threats, seeing that Tao Zhi remained unfazed, Own Yao's bravado began to falter. She started to sob. I'm sorry, Sister Tao Zhi. I was wrong. Please let me go. I want to do it again. Yet Tao Zhi paid no heed to her pleas. Some individuals possess an innate propensity for cruelty. If they are not subdued in one go, they will persist. Tao Zhi was convinced that Own Yao was among those. Besides, did Own Yao truly recognize her wrongs?
No.
She was merely frightened. Tao Zhi let out a cold laugh, gripping Onyao's head and forcefully slamming it against the dining table. This time, Tao Zhi moderated her strength to ensure no serious damage was done, but the pain caused Onyao's vision to blur with stars, blood immediately trickling down from her temple. Did I err? After all the times you provoked me, and I chose not to retaliate, did you truly believe I was the benevolent Guanyin?
Huh.
She yanked Onyao's hair, compelling her to meet her gaze. At that moment, Onyao was genuinely terrified. She never anticipated that Tao Zhi would dare to lay hands on her, nor did she foresee that so many would be unable to restrain this lunatic. You
Psychopath.
You've lost your mind, you lunatic. I'll have my brother send you to a mental institution. Tao Zhi smiled lightly. Oh, indeed, you're quite right. Did you all hear that? Miss O claims I'm insane. You must testify for me later. Upon hearing this, Onyao panicked. What? What do you intend to do? Tao Zhi smiled sweetly, still clutching her hair, and retrieved a knife from the kitchen counter, leaning in close to Onyao's face. You said I'm insane, didn't you? Don't you know that insane people are not accountable for murder? In that case, I'll first kill you. Then, OMO, and afterward, I'll pay a visit to your home to eliminate your dear parents. Then, I'll go to the mental institution to reflect on my actions. Wouldn't that be splendid? Ha ha ha, don't you agree? Upon hearing Tao Zhi's words, coupled with her maniacal expression, Onyao was so frightened that she lost control and wet herself. Observing the liquid streaming down Onyao's legs, Tao Zhi wrinkled her nose in disgust. How filthy. At your age, still wetting your pants? Little bird, weren't you quite proud of yourself? After all those futile attempts to provoke me, was it not your intention to drive me mad? Now you have your wish. How does it feel? Are you happy? Trembling? Onyao shook her head. I was wrong.
I'm sorry.
I swear I'll never do it again, Sister Tao Zhi. Please let me go. Tao Zhi narrowed her eyes and said, Let you go? That's possible. A flicker of hope crossed Onyao's eyes, only to hear Tao Zhi continue, Eat all the trash you brought with you, and I will let you leave. Onyao nodded eagerly, but the grip on her hair caused her to gasp in pain. I'll eat. I'll do it right now. With that, she hurriedly crawled to the table, grabbing pastries and shoving them into her mouth. There weren't many pastries, but Onyao was too frantic. And with no tea to wash it down, she choked. Nevertheless, she forced herself to swallow, rolling her eyes back, her face and mouth smeared with pastry crumbs. Bloodstains on her forehead, her once exquisite makeup ruined, hair in disarray from Tao Zhi's grip, and her legs bruised and bleeding from being pulled about. She appeared utterly disheveled. Tao Zhi found her state amusing and laughed as she slowly approached. Onyao attempted to retreat, but trembling, she dared not move. Satisfied with her submissiveness, Tao Zhi drew near, extending her hand to wipe the crumbs from Onyao's face and mouth. As she reached out, Onyao instinctively flinched, but Tao Zhi seized her face, gently wiping it clean once she complied. Look at you, truly a little glutton. You mustn't be so greedy in the future, understand? Onyao nodded frantically. A smile glimmered in Tao Zhi's eyes as she said, I have no concern for your relationship with OMO. But if you dare to seek attention in front of me again, I will kill you, do you understand? After all, you've witnessed my madness.
No.
I want to do it again. I promise I want to. Tao Zhi further adjusted Onyao's hair, smiling as she said, Good child, off you go. Upon hearing these words, Onyao felt as if a great weight had been lifted from her shoulders. Without even grabbing her bag, she scrambled towards the door. Upon opening it and seeing that Tao Zhi had not pursued her, standing there with a smile, while still holding the knife, she trembled and dashed outside. As the door swung open, a swarm of bodyguards rushed in, with Onyao hiding behind them, her gaze towards Tao Zhi filled with fear and hatred. Tao Zhi raised an eyebrow and smiled at her, lifting the knife slightly. Onyao shuddered and fled. Tao Zhi then turned her attention to the bodyguards. So? Who's going to step up first? The group exchanged glances before charging towards Tao Zhi. Today, she had injured Miss O right under their noses. If OMO returned to find them unscathed while Miss O was in such a state, they would undoubtedly be dismissed, or worse, forced to pay compensation. Thus, these bodyguards were determined to act, either by getting injured or subduing Tao Zhi. However, they underestimated her prowess. All 10 bodyguards were swiftly overpowered by her, and she seemed to have plenty of strength left. They could not fathom how, despite her being the same lady, she had suddenly become so formidable. A few of the bodyguards now regarded Tao Zhi with a hint of admiration. The The living room was a chaotic mess, and the butler closed his eyes, nearly fainting from the sight. Tao Zhi hadn't smashed anything in a fit of rage over the transfer issue, but now it seemed nearly as destructive. Gazing at the disarray and the injured individuals scattered about, she yawned, tossing the knife into the knife block, where it landed firmly. It's 3:30. Time for a break. With that, she picked up her phone and headed upstairs, leaving behind a striking silhouette. The butler, trembling, retrieved his phone and dialed OMO's number before collapsing onto the floor, despairingly closing his eyes. Chapter 10. The one who is disdained has returned with even more contempt. The green tea sister was dealt with during the day, while the scoundrel husband returned home at night. Tao Zhi was applying a facial mask, her fingers flying over the keyboard, her voice articulating beautiful Chinese phrases. Can you even play? If you can't, send your dog. Even a dog would play better than you. To the right. To the right. Are your eyes blinded by your pants? Can't you see someone on the right? Damn it. Are you delivering food? While Tao Zhi was engaged in a verbal sparring match while maneuvering her character, no amount of personal skill could counter the fact that all her teammates were spies on the opposing side. Watching her character's death flash across the screen, Tao Zhi ripped off her headset in frustration. She was nearly driven to madness. Even the most composed individual would lose their temper against such teammates. Okay? The opposing team continued to send private messages to Tao Zhi, and she promptly reported them. After successfully reporting, she smirked, feeling a little better. As her irritation subsided and her facial mask was nearly ready to be washed off, she prepared to rise. However, just as she was about to stand, the main door was kicked open with a loud bang. The sudden noise startled Tao Zhi, and she turned to see the man she had glimpsed upon waking that day. Her nominal husband was glaring at her with a dark expression. Tao Zhi pulled off the mask and looked at him, saying, "Are you sick? Practicing your frog skills at my place in the dead of night?" Mo was momentarily taken aback by Tao Zhi's appearance. Her small face was fair and clean, the remaining essence from the mask still glistening, making her look as if she could be squeezed for water. Her thick, fluffy curls cascaded down her back, and she wore a pink spaghetti-strap nightgown. Mo had never seen Tao Zhi like this before. In his mind, she was usually melancholic and listless, only causing trouble or threatening to sever ties with him and Onyao. He had always found her exasperating and had never taken the time to appreciate her beauty. Yet, he was momentarily captivated by her appearance. However, the moment he heard her speak, the anger he had just quelled flared back to life. He strode forward, grasped Tao Zhi's chin, and glared fiercely at her. "Tao Zhi, who gave you the audacity to strike Niao Niao?" Tao Zhi was thoroughly vexed by the sensation of being physically overpowered. Standing at 173 centimeters, she found herself dwarfed by Omoa, who stood at an imposing 188 centimeters. His immense strength caused her jaw to ache, prompting her to tilt her head back and audaciously spit at him. Instinctively, Omoa released his grip to wipe his face, allowing Tao Zhi to seize the moment, retreating a step before launching a kick. However, as the protagonist of the narrative, Omoa was no stranger to training. Swiftly evading the strike aimed at his knee, he stepped back, staring incredulously at the hand that had just brushed against her saliva, disbelief flooding his gaze as he regarded Tao Zhi. "You," he stammered, taken aback, struggling to articulate his astonishment. After all, for someone of his stature and privilege, such an act of spitting was grossly unbecoming, not to mention being on the receiving end of it. It was likely that he had never encountered such an affront before. Yet, what kind of person was Tao Zhi? Lacking decorum. She had hurled not only insults in games, but had also never shied away from using foul language. When she had reported her father and his mistress, the latter's family had come demanding money, and had not only spat at them, she had hurled curses at them and their ancestors with unrelenting fervor. Tao Zhi firmly believed in the adage that only by speaking obscenities could one cleanse the heart. Clearly, Wa's heart was tainted. "What do you mean by you? My willingness to spit on you signifies my regard for you. Don't be ungrateful," she retorted, flinging the damp face mask still clutched in her hand at Omoa, the moist fabric adhering to his expensive tailored suit. She glanced at it, then turned to him, declaring, "How filthy." Seething, Omoa clenched his teeth, astonished that this woman dared to defy him, who had given her the audacity and courage. As Tao Zhi prepared to turn away, he stepped forward, seizing her arm and forcefully throwing her onto the bed. She bounced twice on the soft, bouncy mattress before sitting up, only to be immediately pinned down by Omoa. "What trickery are you attempting, Zhi? Do you think that such antics will earn you my attention? Dream on. I returned today to warn you to behave yourself. Furthermore, The way you treated Now will not go unpunished. I shall hold you accountable for that. Upon learning the entirety of the events from the steward, he had rushed from the company to the hospital, only to be confronted with Nao's pitiful state, leaving him feeling both incredulous and somewhat guilty. After arranging everything, he intended to confront this woman, only to find her audaciously spitting at him. Accountability? Tao Zhi chuckled, her expression shifting to one of cunning allure. Then enlighten me. How do you plan to hold me accountable? Noticing her demeanor, Owo's gaze instinctively averted, suddenly aware of the implicit intimacy in their posture. He quickly released her and stood up, carelessly shedding his suit onto the floor. In a cold tone, he declared, I will cease all investments in the Al family and will return to the old residence until Al now recovers. Moreover, your character is unsuited for the role of Oja's future matriarch. I will expedite the drafting of a divorce agreement. Tao Zhi straightened, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Are you serious? Olmoa hesitated to nod, but seeing the lack of fear and the abundance of delight on her face, he was taken aback. How splendid! Olmoa! I take back my previous words, calling you a scoundrel and a jinx to women. You are truly a good person. Tao Zhi was so elated, she nearly leaped with joy. How could such fortune exist in the world? As she expressed her jubilation, Owo's expression grew increasingly grim. In the past, whenever he mentioned divorce, Tao Zhi would immediately plead, remaining submissive for a time. But now, not only did she speak of him in such terms, it became evident that she had been privately denigrating him. Scoundrel? Jinx? Morning face? He questioned, narrowing his eyes. Tao Zhi was on the verge of breaking into song. Ecstatic, absolutely ecstatic. What a day filled with blessings. Observing her silence, Owoa suddenly smiled. I've changed my mind. Tao Zhi snapped back from her daydream of luxurious vacations and foreign goods, her demeanor shifting to one of danger. What did you say? You've changed your mind? Finding her reaction amusing, Owoa leisurely began to unfasten his cufflinks. Yes, I suddenly realized that this alone may not suffice to punish you. Therefore, I will bring Now to our home, and you shall personally care for her. When she directs you east, you cannot go west. You will obey her every command, becoming her obedient servant until her injuries heal. Listening to his final decree, Tao Zhi couldn't help but chuckle. Is that all? Chapter 11, Rewards. Seeing her reaction, Olmoa recognized her discontent and continued, additionally, the items you damaged today will be deducted from your future expenses. Starting next month, you will receive only 3,000 yuan for your living expenses. Tao Zhi nodded. Is there more? Pleased with her compliance, Olmoa failed to notice her increasingly darkening expression as he continued. Moreover, your current room is no longer suitable for someone who is about to become a dog. Tomorrow, I will instruct the steward to move your belongings to the servants' quarters downstairs. That will be your room from now on. After delivering his ultimatum, Tao Zhi stepped forward, nodding as she approached. Well said. I am very satisfied. As Tao Zhi approached with a smile, her graceful and composed steps suggested genuine eagerness about the situation. However, Olmoa found himself instinctively retreating a couple of steps. He recalled the steward mentioning Tao Zhi's altercation with the bodyguards and believed it was merely because they dared not harm her, and she was simply acting out of madness. It was understandable that everyone found her uncontrollable. Having practiced taekwondo himself, he was not intimidated by Tao Zhi's potential aggression. Thus, he did not view her as particularly dangerous. As Tao Zhi continued to close the distance, he halted. She stopped 2 paces away, her smile still bright and enchanting. Yet, in an instant, her expression shifted from playful to one of intense disdain and indifference. It seems I was too busy slapping you to remember to hit you. What? Olmoa was taken aback by her sudden change in demeanor. Before he could react, her leg delivered a powerful sweep that struck him hard. By the time he realized he needed to retaliate, Tao Zhi was already upon him, delivering blows with precision. Knowing exactly where to inflict pain, her first punch struck him squarely, causing his complexion to pale and cold sweat to pour forth, rendering him defenseless. Tao Zhi unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon him. While she moderated her strength to avoid permanent damage, he would still feel the repercussions for days. Owoa had no time to consider anything else as Tao Zhi mercilessly battered him, her fists and feet landing blows all over his body, leaving him in a state of agony. Yet, the onslaught was far from over. Tao Zhi bent down, seizing his hands as he instinctively protected himself and executed 2 well-placed throws, sending him sliding across the floor and out of the room. Though battered and bruised, Owoa attempted to raise his hand in surrender, only for Tao Zhi to leisurely step outside, standing before him. Stop! Tao Zhi, you're asking for death, he shouted hoarsely. O Cheng, Someone. He called out, but Tao Zhi crouched down, delivering 2 sharp slaps to his face. Sho. Don't disturb the neighbors. They should be too intimidated to come up after I dealt with them earlier. With that, Tao Zhi erupted into laughter, her exquisite features illuminated by a radiant smile, her eyes glimmering with satisfaction. Yet, in his current state, Wu lacked the energy to appreciate the breathtaking scene before him. He now only wishes to admit his error, regretting not having brought a bodyguard with him. However, under the fierce intensity of his gaze, Tao Zhi extended a delicate finger, slender and fair, its nude circular manicure accentuating her fingertips' roundedness, as if a gentle bite would unleash a sweet, fragrant blood. In this moment, this dainty finger lightly touched the center of Omo's brow, causing him to abruptly halt. Astonishingly, he caught a whiff of the fragrance emanating from Tao Zhi's hand, reminiscent of roses, or perhaps that of the forgotten rosebush in his grandmother's yard, drenched by rain. It was sweet yet laced with an alluring scent, enticing him to draw closer, only to be pricked by her thorns, leaving him with bloodied hands yet smiling willingly. This scent momentarily dulled his pain, redirecting his gaze intently upon Tao Zhi. Tao Zhi smiled, her eyes tracing the contours of his features as her finger glided down from his brow to his nose, and then to his lips. Mo swallowed hard, yet her finger did not cease its movement.
What?
What are you doing? Despite his aversion to her, even a disdain for her presence at this moment, Mo found his thoughts consumed not by his dislike. Tao Zhi's gaze lingered on his lips, reddened from biting down in pain, her look deeply affectionate, making Mo feel as though she might kiss him at any moment. He couldn't help but wonder if all her schemes were merely to lure him back home, to impose herself upon him. Was she truly so eager, so in love with him? But why then strike him? To render him powerless? Yet, why strike him there? Did she not understand the vulnerability of a man in that regard? Cursing Tao Zhi's foolishness in his heart, he suddenly heard her say, I was quite pleased with your earlier words, so. Tao Zhi's finger traced down past his Adam's apple, along his neck, the cold sensation raising goosebumps on his skin, his Adam's apple rolling as he swallowed. The pain coursing through him, coupled with this inexplicable sensation, left him at a loss, forcing his body to tense as he allowed Tao Zhi to act with impunity. Her finger continued its descent over his chest, his abs, and finally ventured to more intimate regions. Omo's body tensed in response, his hands instinctively covering his most sensitive area. Gazing at Tao Zhi's enchanting demeanor, he could not suppress a low curse. Tao Zhi, have you no shame? This is the hallway. With a light laugh, Tao Zhi brushed his hands aside and placed her fingers upon his belt, the click of the buckle echoing in the air. Filled with anger and helplessness, Mo attempted to rise to prevent her, but Tao Zhi merely laughed lightly, declaring, I am quite pleased, so I shall reward you. With that, she yanked the belt, simultaneously hooking her foot to flip Mo over onto the ground. She then stepped onto his back, wielding the belt with force. The sound of it slicing through the air made the servants downstairs shrink back. Earlier, upon hearing the commotion and Mo's shouts, they had hesitated to intervene, knowing their meager wages hardly warranted such bravery. Chung contemplated ascending but feared Tao Zhi. He gingerly approached the elevator, only to witness Tao Zhi seemingly flirting with Mo, causing him to retreat hastily. Just as he reached his colleagues, the sound of the belt striking flesh and his boss's furious roar echoed. Tao Zhi. Yet alongside the outburst came the repeated thwacks of the belt landing on flesh. By now, Mo's backside had endured a dozen strikes, likely swollen and reddened, each blow delivered with full force. Yet, the ample flesh there would not sustain lasting harm. Filled with fury, humiliation, and indignation, Mo lamented that he had never before experienced such punishment. As the pain numbed him, Tao Zhi finally redirected her strikes from his thighs to his back. Mo was left without the strength to cry out, as Tao Zhi dragged him like a lifeless dog, then squatted down before him, gazing into his fierce, crimson eyes. With a smile, she raised the belt, tapping it against his sweat-drenched, furious face. How do you like your reward? Mo remained silent, the pain rendering him unable to respond. Noticing his silence, Tao Zhi frowned and remarked, not speaking? It seems you dislike it, but that's all right. I can offer a different kind of reward. As she prepared to stand, Mo suddenly interjected, You are not Tao Zhi. Who are you? Chapter 12. I am Su Junda. Upon hearing Mo's words, Tao Zhi halted her steps toward the room. She turned to him, her gaze fixed, and suddenly broke into a strange smile.
Discovered.
How clever. I am certainly not the original Tao Zhi. As for who I am your father, my son. Have you forgotten me? Wasn't I the one who raised you this way? Hushed, Mo felt a pang as he prepared to press on with his questions, only to be interrupted by a sharp glare directed at Tao Zhi. Be quiet. Stop your nonsense. Tell me, who exactly are you? You are not Tao Zhi. She would never act so violently, nor possess such skills. Where is Tao Zhi? At his words, Tao Zhi crouched down again, gripping Mo's chin in a manner akin to how he had previously seized her. Gazing into his eyes, ablaze with anger, she chuckled. I am indeed Tao Zhi. But you are correct. I am not the original Tao Zhi, for the original was long since driven to her demise by you. Though perhaps she is now enjoying herself elsewhere. Hearing this, Mo pondered if Tao Zhi had truly lost her mind, perhaps even developing a split personality. This woman, who could shift from laughter to striking him, was a manifestation of Tao Zhi's second self. Had his past treatment of her truly driven her to such madness? While Mo's reasoning seemed plausible and coherent, it was nonetheless utterly misguided. Yet, if Tao Zhi were aware of his thoughts, she would not clarify and might even embrace his conclusion. Noticing Mo's silence, Tao Zhi lost interest in continuing their exchange and stood to leave. In a moment of desperation, Mo reached out with his scarred hand to grasp her, his eyes conveying a complex mix of emotions. Help me back to my room. Tao Zhi smirked coldly. Very well. She picked up the belt discarded on the floor and swiftly bound his hands. What are you doing? I said help me back to my room. What do you intend? She perceived his inability to comprehend the gravity of their situation. Even now, he dared to command her. Thus, she secured him tightly, spun around in the narrow hallway, and without a word, lifted him and pushed him towards the railing. Mo, already drained of strength, was racked with pain. His backside throbbed painfully, and his trousers felt unbearably tight against his skin. He lacked the energy to resist as he was shoved toward the edge of the staircase. Tao Zhi, what are you doing? Pull me back. Do you wish to kill me, Tao Zhi? Dare you treat me this way? Try pushing me down and see what happens. Though they were on the third floor, a fall could still prove fatal if fortune were unkind. Mo now harbors profound regret. Why did he venture into her room to provoke her? Uttering those words to incite her ire? Throughout his life, he has enjoyed a smooth passage, always revered and adored. And who would dare to strike him in such a manner? He possesses his own pride, unable to lower himself to offer an apology, thus he reprimands her coldly. Tao Zhi scoffs derisively and, with a swift motion, kicks him down.
Ah, sir, boss.
Fearing it might escalate to a life-threatening situation, several servants and the butler rushed to the scene, anxiously gazing up from below. However, Mo merely tumbles a short distance before halting. After all, the belt is of limited length, and Tao Zhi would not truly allow him to fall to his death. Although being a widow has its appeal, she primarily does not wish to transform into a legal liability just yet. Observing Mo's pallor, Tao Zhi smirks, then deftly wraps the belt around the railing a few times, causing it to tremble ominously. Having calculated the time it would take for the servants to ascend, she gazes at Mo with a gleaming smile and declares, "It is time to test your luck. This is another reward I bestow upon you. I hope you find it satisfactory." 3, 2, 1. Just as Tao Zhi is about to release her grip, Cheng rushes upstairs and grabs one end of the belt, followed closely by 2 other male servants. Tao Zhi relinquishes her hold and claps her hands. It seems fortune favors you. Good night.
With that,
She yawns and returns to her room. Mo is pulled back up, but the moment he is, the railing gives way, sending a chill down his spine. Unfortunately, he is left lying there, and only after this brush with death does he truly comprehend Tao Zhi's formidable nature. "Sir, are you all right?" Cheng inquires. But upon seeing Mo's bruised and battered visage, he swallows his words. At that moment, the bodyguards and doctors he summoned arrive. A suit jacket flies in from the room, landing squarely on Cheng's head. Tao Zhi's voice rings out, "I'm going to sleep now. Please be quiet, all right?" She speaks with a cheerful tone, yet the others present dare not utter a word. The door slams shut, and Mo's gaze remains fixed on it, heavy with contemplation. Inside, Tao Zhi washes her hands and face, then reclines on her bed to play on her phone. She has no intention of seeking revenge for the original owner. After all, her life is her own now, and she must live for herself rather than for someone else. Moreover, much of what the original owner endured was of her own volition, so what grounds does she have for vengeance? However, Should the male lead or anyone else dare to cross her, she would certainly seek retribution for the original owner. After all, it is a simple matter to strike back. Compared to the convoluted narratives of some novels, where revenge is enacted through emotional torment rather than physical confrontation, Tao Zhi finds nothing more gratifying than delivering a good thrashing. If one round of punishment is not enough, then two shall suffice. If she cannot manage it herself, she would hire someone to do it. Physical pain is essential for mental anguish to take root. Upon reflection, do women not feel a sense of mental distress when they endure menstrual cramps? If not, it merely indicates that the physical discomfort is insufficient. Thus, rather than resorting to intricate and roundabout methods that allow the other party to savor sweet moments, Tao Zhi would simply opt for direct action. After tonight's episode, it is clear that no one in the estate will dare to defy her commands. Of course, she must also be wary of Omo's underhanded tactics. With this thought in mind, Tao Zhi ponders whether she should prevent Omo from recovering too swiftly. Chapter 13: Departure. Unaware of Tao Zhi's dangerous intentions, Omo lies on the medical building's bed, his body smeared with ointment, painfully enduring discomfort while awaiting the medication to take effect. Every inch of him aches, his face, hands, chest, abdomen, and even his limbs all seem to throb with pain. Yet, the doctor has confirmed that not a single bone is broken. These injuries merely require 3 to 5 days of bed rest to heal. As for the bruises, they will take at least a week to fade. Consequently, the usually diligent and responsible Omo has taken to working from home for the first time. When his assistant, Lu, observes the pitiful state of his boss, he is incredulous. "Boss, did your wife truly do this to you?" Omo remains silent. Lu's jaw drops in disbelief. Is she out of her mind? Omo lifts his gaze to meet his assistant's. Perhaps. Why don't you go ask her? Lu, upon hearing this, makes a zipping motion across his mouth, closing it. Omo flips through documents, the pain in his rear burning intensely, tempting him to lie down, but with others present, he must maintain decorum. The room falls into silence aside from Lu's reporting, and when he inadvertently notices Omo discreetly shifting positions, he assumes it is due to discomfort from sitting too long. At that moment, a bodyguard enters and Omo looks up, frowning at the sight of the guard assigned to protect Tao Zhi. What is it? Seeing Omo's disheveled appearance, the bodyguard struggles to suppress a smile, recalling the gossip among the maids. Sir, Madam wishes to go out. At the mention of Tao Zhi, Omo instinctively feels a surge of pain in his backside, but then recalls her recent antics, igniting a mix of irritation and embarrassment within him. What is she up to now? What does she need to go out for? Had he not expressly forbidden her from leaving the house? Scratching his head, the bodyguard replies. If she insists on going, we cannot stop her. However, she merely asked me to inquire about your permission. Omo sets down the report and inquires. What does she wish to do? Madam says she has no clothes to wear and wishes to buy some. Omo rubs his temples. He has never denied Tao Zhi material comforts. Every new collection from luxury brands is presented to her for selection, and if memory serves, just 2 weeks ago, 2 brands offered her choices. How can she claim to have nothing to wear? The bodyguard clarifies. Madam stated she dislikes those clothes and has already disposed of most of them, arranging for someone to collect them. Considering the possibility of refusing her request, knowing she might retaliate with another bout of violence, Omo sighs deeply, gritting his teeth. Tell her she can go out, but you must accompany her closely, lest she concoct another scheme to escape. The bodyguard nods, but then remains still. Why are you still standing there? The bodyguard chuckles and informs Omo. Madam said she has no money to buy clothes and wishes to ask you for some. Omo is incensed. No money? What about the 10 million he transferred to her just yesterday? The bodyguard continues. Madam said that is her personal savings. Daily expenses should come from her husband's funds. Hearing this, Omo is inexplicably calmed. After a moment's thought, he gestures for Assistant Lu to retrieve his wallet, extracting a gold card and handing it to the bodyguard. Tell her not to cause any trouble and to return early. Otherwise, as he trails off, he realizes he lacks a plausible threat to impose upon her. Nevertheless, he feigns authority. Otherwise, I shall make her regret it. The bodyguard nods. Rest assured, sir, I will convey your message. Omo waves his hand dismissively, and the bodyguard departs with the card. Meanwhile, in the main building, Tao Zhi grows increasingly impatient. She genuinely intends to venture out to purchase some clothing, as the original owner's wardrobe is not to her taste. Too plain, too muted. She favors vibrant colors and bold styles. She has always believed that a woman should adorn herself while she is young and beautiful, bursting with collagen. If one neglects to adorn themselves in their teenage 20s, or 30s, should they then wait until their 50s or 60s to begin? It is not that they cannot beautify themselves at that age, but rather that they would have missed the prime years of their youth. Thus, Tao Zhi has always been adept at pleasing herself, engaging in beauty rituals, skincare. Donning elegant attire and applying exquisite makeup elevates her spirits. The white dresses in her wardrobe, which she occasionally wears when the occasion calls for such a style, are seldom touched otherwise. Now that the body is hers, she holds dominion over it. She decided to sell all those garments secondhand, contacting a luxury goods recycling service, and managed to sell many items, some of which were still in their original packaging, for several million. She retained 2 pieces that suited her taste and contemplated a shopping excursion. Ideally, she would find a designer to create bespoke clothing for her, though she had yet to encounter a designer she admired. Dressed in a fitted white asymmetrical gown, the skirt flaring elegantly at the hem, she moved with a grace reminiscent of blooming lotus flowers. One delicate shoulder was exposed while the other sleeve was adorned with a flowing silk scarf. Tao Zhi's figure was enviable. The dress accentuated her waist perfectly, enveloping it in a gentle embrace. Her hair cascaded in large waves, and her subtle makeup highlighted her already ethereal beauty, rendering her akin to an enchanting fairy. The pristine white of her attire, enhanced by her presence, took on a hint of allure. Around her neck lay a golden necklace, while her exposed wrist bore a slightly extravagant Cartier bracelet, and her ears were adorned with similarly ostentatious golden earrings. Despite the striking jewelry, it paled in comparison to Tao Zhi's captivating visage, making it easy for onlookers to overlook her accessories upon gazing at her face. Noticing Tao Zhi's growing impatience, the several servants in the room dared not breathe, while the 2 bodyguards stationed by the door stood rigidly, fearing her displeasure might be directed at them. Among the bodyguards in the state, few did not hold Tao Zhi in high regard, their attitudes having undergone a dramatic transformation. Upon spotting the returning bodyguard who had been dispatched for errands, they all silently exhaled in relief. The returning bodyguard stood in the living room, and before he could speak, Tao Zhi rose from her seat. Why so slow? Did Omo forbid me from going out? Or is he withholding funds? It seems he has healed sufficiently and is feeling restless. I shall inquire personally. The bodyguard, sensing the tension, promptly stepped forward. Madam, the sir has permitted you to go out and provided you with a gold card. As he spoke, he presented the card. Tao Zhi pinched the card between 2 fingers to inspect it, feeling somewhat satisfied. Then, why the delay? Perceiving the dangerous glint in her gaze, the bodyguard quickly replied, I went to summon the car, which took a bit of time. Just then, a white Bentley arrived at the main entrance, driven by one of the bodyguards who was already seated inside, while a discreet Range Rover followed closely behind, belonging to the bodyguards. Tao Zhi arched an eyebrow at the dispatched bodyguard and remarked, Well done. What is your name? I am Lu Jia. Upon hearing this, Tao Zhi chuckled softly. Lu Jia, like passerby, a splendid name.
Thank you, madam.
I feel the same, he replied. Tao Zhi stepped outside, and Lu Jia opened the car door for her. As she settled into the car, she lowered the window and instructed Lu Jia, You may sit in the front. With that, she closed the window. Lu Jia adjusted his impeccably smooth bodyguard suit amidst the envious gazes of his companions before entering the Bentley's passenger seat. Observing this, a fellow bodyguard scoffed. Pfft, who cares?
Just look at him.
Another companion echoed his disdain. What a show-off. Yet, internally, they gnawed their teeth in frustration, realizing that had they known running errands would garner such favor from Madame, they would have done so without hesitation. Little did they anticipate that Lu Jia would be the one to catch Tao Zhi's attention. It's worth noting that, in the minds of these bodyguards, gaining her notice was far more gratifying than impressing Omo. The Bentley glided out of the estate's gates, with the black Range Rover closely tailing behind. Inside the medical building, Omo, aware of Tao Zhi's departure, struggled to rise from his bed, inching toward the small garden outside. Shall I assist you, boss?
His aide,
Lu inquired. Omo shot him a glare. No need. He merely wished to walk a few steps after sitting for so long, but soon found his legs protesting painfully, and he was escorted back. Just then, the doctor arrived to change his bandages, and once Lu was dismissed, Omo collapsed back onto the bed. As he felt ointment being applied, his expression darkened. Chapter 14, Shopping. Once Tao Zhi stepped out, she made her way to the most upscale and luxurious shopping mall in North City, the Xinghao Mall. Spending Omo's money, she intended to indulge extravagantly. She fantasized about shouting from the mall's entrance that all expenses today were on Omo. However, she remained sensible, although it wasn't her money. It might very well be hers in the event of a divorce, so she resolved to spend wisely. After all, isn't a man's earnings meant to be spent on a woman? What else would he do with his wealth but hoard it? Upon entering the mall, Tao Zhi attracted considerable attention, followed by 4 bodyguards. However, such sights were not uncommon in this high-end shopping venue. Even if it were, Tao Zhi was unfazed. People tend to bully the meek, and in this elite environment, there were plenty who reveled in elevating themselves by stepping on others. Moreover, Tao Zhi believed that life devoid of ostentation would hold no significance. She roamed from store to store, unhesitatingly acquiring anything that caught her eye, while the sales associates greeted her warmly from afar. Be it jewelry, clothing, shoes, or bags, she purchased indiscriminately. Her bodyguards, who had begun their day empty-handed, were soon burdened, their arms and necks overflowing with her acquisitions. After a glance at the mountain of items, she instructed them to return the goods to the car, contemplating the next step of having these items delivered to her. Ascending to the next floor, which featured higher-end clothing and luggage, she perused the offerings. Here, brands like Chanel and others paled in comparison to bespoke luxury. As she browsed, she noted that much of the current season styles from Chanel and Dior did not align with her preferences. She then explored L'Europeana and Saint Laurent, purchasing 2 garments from each, providing the staff with her address for delivery. Upon exiting, she entered the next boutique. This shop, simply named S, instantly caught her attention with its vibrant color palette and unique designs that incorporated traditional Chinese elements. The store offered a variety of long dresses and trousers, showcasing an array of styles that resonated with her taste. It was devoid of the usual bustling sales staff, save for a woman perched at the checkout, casually crossing her legs, wearing a distinctive brown suit and gold-rimmed glasses. Her sleek black bob fell to her chin, and she merely glanced up at Tao Zhi's entrance before returning to whatever task had captured her attention. As Tao Zhi wandered through the store, her admiration for the garments only deepened. She found a purple satin dress, an azure-embroidered wide-sleeved gown, a silver backless mermaid dress, a modern qipao adorned with gold-threaded peonies, a fitted green pencil skirt, and a dark green jumpsuit with wide sleeves and a cinched waist, each piece more delightful than the last. In merely 10 minutes, 4 bodyguards behind Tao Zhi were laden with an array of garments. Approaching the cashier, Tao Zhi gently tapped the counter and inquired, "Excuse me, where is the fitting room?" The woman looked up, revealing that she was engrossed in sketching a design, which appeared remarkably unique, hinting at the distinctiveness of the garments that would emerge from her creativity. Noticing the multitude of clothes being carried by the bodyguards, the woman's expression betrayed no joy as she replied, "Every piece in the store is singular. If it doesn't fit, there are no alternatives." Unfazed, Tao Zhi responded, "That's perfectly fine. I simply won't take what doesn't suit me." The woman seemed poised to say more, yet ultimately gestured towards the fitting room tucked in a corner. The bodyguards arranged 2 racks to hang the clothes and then ushered them inside. Fortunately, the fitting room was spacious enough to accommodate the numerous garments. Seizing the moment while the bodyguards prepared, Tao Zhi leaned casually against the counter and asked the woman, "Are all the clothes in your store designed by you?" The woman lifted her gaze, but offered no response. Tao Zhi, undeterred, smiled and remarked, "They are stunning. I truly admire your taste." At this, the woman set down her pen and turned her attention to Tao Zhi. "Do you genuinely think so?" Tao Zhi chuckled softly, "Absolutely," before making her way towards the fitting room. The woman rose and followed, saying, "You might find some pieces challenging to style. Allow me to assist you." Tao Zhi accepted her offer without hesitation. Inside the fitting room, she spent 2 hours trying on nearly every piece in the store. Ultimately, she decided to purchase all but a few that were either too loose or not to her liking, swiftly producing her card for payment. The woman appeared astonished. "Are you certain you want all of these? There must be at least 80 pieces." Tao Zhi quipped, "What's the matter? Not selling?" Her smile was enchanting and mesmerizing, causing the previously composed shop owner to momentarily lose her focus. Taking the card from Tao Zhi, the woman replied, "Of course, we are selling." Having opened her store for less than a year and with little business due to her audaciously unique designs and vibrant colors, she often faced rejection. Many preferred the understated tones of black, white, and gray, or the occasional yellow, pink, and blue, making her bold palette less appealing. Even those who appreciated her style found it difficult to pull off. Additionally, most customers frequented the store for renowned brands, believing that spending the same amount on her creations was less worthwhile than investing in a name that would confer status. Despite selling only 2 pieces in nearly a year, she remained undeterred. Coming from a fairly affluent background, she had the support to pursue her education in fashion design abroad and was determined to succeed despite her parents' skepticism. She had invested all her savings into this venture, contemplating a shift to online sales if business did not improve by the time her lease expired. Little did she expect to receive such a substantial order today. Moreover, the woman before her had showcased her designs beautifully, endearing her to Tao Zhi. Noticing that the clothes aligned perfectly with her taste and having never heard of the brand before, Tao Zhi casually inquired, "Do you accept custom orders?" The shop owner's hand paused mid-swipe as she turned, visibly pleased. Certainly. Tao Zhi's appreciation for her work and the notion of custom attire excited the owner, who saw Tao Zhi as her muse. "Let us exchange contact information so you can assist me at home in the future," Tao Zhi suggested. The owner, feeling no offense, after all, it was a business transaction, was more than happy to oblige. Both parties were content with their arrangements, and after Tao Zhi requested home delivery, the owner confirmed it would be no problem, as she needed to know Tao Zhi's address. Having secured her personal fashion designer and having spent nearly 5 million, Tao Zhi exited with a buoyant spirit, humming a tune. Realizing she had spent the entire day shopping for clothes and bags without purchasing shoes, she turned and headed to a shoe store. The sole boutique of Giuseppe Zanotti in Huagua was located on the 5th floor of the Sainhao Mall. Tao Zhi had previously bought a pair of shoes from this brand, which she adored for their wild, untamed, and sensual appeal. Upon entering the store, she was warmly approached by 2 sales associates, her attention fixated on the shoes, oblivious to the presence of 2 other figures seated within the shop. These 2 were Su, who was there to inspect the mall along with a budding model he had recently engaged in conversation, and the woman who was currently trying on shoes. Su, dressed in a light gray suit with a white shirt that was buttoned only to the second button, revealed his long and robust neck, accentuated by a notably attractive Adam's apple. His meticulously styled black hair formed a neat back, with 2 strands falling elegantly over his forehead. A pair of silver-framed glasses perched on his prominent nose, and his lips, naturally red and full, bore a subtle smile, even when at rest, rendering him both handsome and gentle. However, beneath his charming exterior lay the demeanor of a cunning predator. Sitting with his long legs crossed in a chair opposite the woman, he observed her from a distance as she was oblivious to the new arrivals. Yet, from his vantage point, he immediately noticed Tao Zhi the moment she entered. Although he did not recognize her, the striking beauty that aligned with his aesthetic sensibilities captured his attention. Su was not fond of overly innocent women nor those excessively sensual. He preferred the delicate balance of purity and allure found in women who embodied both youth and sensuality. Such women were rare, and even if they existed, few could rival the stunning visage of the woman before him, Tao Zhi, who perfectly encapsulated his ideal. Chapter 15. Su's gaze followed Tao Zhi as she pointed to a pair of black high heels adorned with a golden snakeskin embellishment, followed by another pair with a gold butterfly design. Tao Zhi indicated 7 or 8 pairs in succession, and her bodyguards dutifully retrieved each pair before leading her to a sofa to try them on. Su watched the procession of bodyguards trailing behind her and couldn't help but chuckle. Such an ostentatious display. What wealthy heiress was this? Having encountered nearly all the prominent socialites in North City, he was intrigued to find that he did not recognize her, only heightening his curiosity. The woman, noticing Su's amused expression, lifted her head to see him gazing at the striking woman not far behind her. The beautiful stranger was surrounded by several individuals, obscuring her features, yet an involuntary sense of apprehension washed over her. Known by her stage name, Lola, she was a fledgling model who had recently caught the attention of her boss due to her striking looks and figure, leading her to be introduced to the world of high society. Aware that the handsome man before her wielded significant influence over the fashion resources of the world, her boss had hinted at the necessity of winning his favor. Surprisingly, Su proved more approachable than she had anticipated. After a dinner, he took her shopping the very next day. Thrilled by his interest, she fantasized about winning the affections of such a remarkable man. Thus, when she noticed him observing another woman, her heart quickened with unease. "Mr. Su, do you think these shoes look good on me?" she asked, seeking his approval. Su cast a casual glance her way and responded dismissively, "They look nice," before rising to his feet. "Mr. Su cast a fleeting glance at her, causing Laura to refrain from further comment and silently take a seat. Su addressed the sales associate, instructing, "Wrap it up." Without looking back, he proceeded towards Tao Zhi. Standing at an impressive height of 188 centimeters, Su's long legs were elegantly encased in gray suit trousers, rendering him a figure of both grandeur and striking beauty, prompting the store employees to steal glances at him repeatedly. Tao Zhi, too, noticed the presence of others in the shop, yet paid them little mind until a man stood directly before her. Having tried on a pair of shoes, she disregarded the man subtly obstructed by bodyguards. Rising, she took a few steps, feeling no discomfort. Upon turning, she found the man, previously shielded by bodyguards, now standing behind her, while several guards were intercepted by another group of incoming bodyguards. The man's gaze fell upon her feet, and he chuckled softly. They suit you perfectly, quite exquisite. I must say. Tao Zhi raised an eyebrow, a smile gracing her lips as she responded, Thank you. Your taste is commendable as well. I share your sentiment. She graciously accepted the compliment from this unfamiliar yet handsome man. Su was taken aback by Tao Zhi's unreserved demeanor, his amusement deepening. He turned to the nearby sales associate, stating, Charge this young lady's bill to my account. Tao Zhi smiled, addressing the sales associate. Additionally, please wrap up that pair over there along with everything else, except for those few pairs I mentioned disliking. Su momentarily paused. While the sales associate struggled to suppress a smile, had it been possible, her face would surely have beamed with joy. Understood. As the sales associate departed, Su produced a business card from his pocket and offered it to Tao Zhi, asking, Shall we get acquainted? Tao Zhi accepted the card and glanced at it. Pausing slightly, Su? Raising an eyebrow, he inquired, Do you know me? Tao Zhi beamed a radiant smile. Indeed, you are one of the notorious playboys. Quite the handsome visage, yet who would have guessed your character is so disagreeable? In the original narrative, the female protagonist escapes, while the male protagonist searches for her in vain, declaring that such a restless woman would be better off sold to a foreign red-light district for reformation, ensuring her obedience thereafter. He spoke these words with a smirk. Had it not been for the playboy's twisted possessiveness, the original protagonist might have already been sold off. Tao Zhi remained silent, sitting down to change her shoes, then extending 2 fingers to hand the shoelaces to a bodyguard. The bodyguard understood and sent someone to pack them up. Rising under Su's scrutinizing gaze, she approached him with measured steps. In his intrigued and curious stare, she inspected the platinum business card before leaving an imprint of her crimson lips upon it. With an expression of surprise mingled with delight, Su watched as she playfully slid her finger beneath his shirt collar, tucking the card inside. As the card slipped, Tao Zhi narrowed her eyes. Exuding charm, she remarked, I am quite eager to know Mr. Su better, but alas, you are already married. With that, she playfully patted Su's chest before exiting the store. As she walked away, she instructed her companion, Wait here. Bring the shoes home once they are packed. Mr. Su is generous, but do count them to ensure the quantity is correct. Tao Zhi spoke cheerfully, yet her companion felt an involuntary chill run down his spine, promptly assuring her he would complete the task. Su, recalling the captivating fragrance that enveloped him as Tao Zhi approached, her every gesture imbued with allure, and the way she playfully claimed her marital status, found himself caught off guard by her parting words. He suddenly burst into laughter. How amusing! A nearby bodyguard inquired, Boss, should we pursue her? Su smiled at him, replying, Pursue her for what? The bodyguard hesitated, wanting to suggest bringing her back, but refrained. The sales associate approached cautiously with the invoice, and Su glanced at it. 26 pairs of shoes totaling 1.6 million. Without batting an eye, he signed, then asked, What was that lady's name? Does she frequent your store often? The sales associate shook her head. I don't know. I've never seen her before. This is her first visit. Su paused. Her first visit? Yes. As he spoke, his gaze drifted toward the entrance where Lu Jia stood, smiling back at him as he watched the sales associate carry out the bags. Su realized he was fortunate to have called a car beforehand. Otherwise, transporting so many items would have been quite the challenge. He instructed the bodyguard follow them. Yes, the bodyguard affirmed before departing. Meanwhile, Tao Zhi continued her exploration on the ground floor, acquiring an array of skincare and cosmetics before returning laden with purchases. Noticing she was being followed, the bodyguard adeptly evaded her pursuers. At the mansion, the recuperating OMO observed a stream of transaction alerts and the steady flow of servants transporting goods to the main building, feeling a pang in his chest. How had she managed to spend nearly 10 million in a single day? The housekeeper shook his head. I haven't seen the specifics, but most of the items appear to be clothing and bags. Mo closed his eyes momentarily, but this is rather excessive. It was not that he believed Tao Zhi was extravagantly wasteful. Rather, he was accustomed to her modest spending, and her sudden splurge was disconcerting. The housekeeper nervously chuckled. Sir, consider this. A single piece of jewelry at an auction can easily exceed 10 million. Madame S. restraint in not purchasing those items is already quite commendable. Reflecting on the housekeeper's words, Mo found merit in them. Could this suggest that the funds he provided to Tao Zhi were indeed insufficient? Lost in such thoughts, he felt a wave of madness wash over him. Why was he even contemplating this? What was Tao Zhi to him? Merely a possession he had acquired, deserving only of food and clothing, and yet she dared to spend his money? With that thought, Mo's irritation resurfaced. Is she not back yet? The housekeeper shook his head. Not yet. As they spoke, a servant rushed in to report. Sir, housekeeper, Madam has arrived. Which one? The lady from the old residence. Mo's expression turned serious, while the housekeeper cautiously gauged his reaction. The arrival of the lady at this time was clearly a prelude to trouble for Tao Zhi. After all, her daughter lay injured in the hospital and her son sought retribution without any resolution, leaving the matter to dangle unresolved. It was only natural for her to come looking for trouble. Mo rubbed his temples and instructed, tell her to return home and not to seek out Tao Zhi. I will handle this matter. He was well aware of his mother's temperament and her past treatment of Tao Zhi. Should they cross paths, his mother would undoubtedly unleash her wrath upon her. He could only hope she would leave before Tao Zhi returned home. Sir, she won't heed our words. Perhaps you should. Mo cast a fleeting glance at the speaking servant, knowing that his current demeanor would only exacerbate the situation before his mother. He had used the pretext of a business trip to avoid confronting her, yet here she was, unable to wait even a few days. He closed his eyes, contemplating his next steps, when he heard the housekeeper announce, Madam has returned. Mo's heart sank entirely. Chapter 16. The mother-in-law Madame O, named He Ting, belonged to a second-tier aristocratic family. Her marriage to Mo's father was a business arrangement, though in her youth, she had harbored a fondness for Zhen, Mo's father. Unfortunately, his affections did not mirror hers, yet she complied with the familial arrangements of their union. Over the years, He Ting had fared reasonably well in the household. Though her husband did not love her, he accorded her the respect befitting the lady of the house. And her family prospered by leveraging the family's influence. Due to the indifference of Father O, who seldom showed her any concern, He Ting devoted all her affection to Mo during his childhood. Later, for various reasons, she adopted Niao, which unexpectedly garnered more attention from Father O towards He Ting. Consequently, He Ting showered great affection on Niao, believing her to be a link between herself and her husband. Therefore, when Niao was injured by Tao Zhi, He Ting was filled with indignation and immediately summoned Mo to confront Tao Zhi. Convinced that a woman sold to her family as a bride could not possibly defy her, He Ting had always looked down upon Tao Zhi, considering her of humble origins, timid in nature and prone to crying and causing a ruckus, unable to grasp her own position. In her quest for her son's attention, she had made a fool of herself countless times. Had it not been to cover up a scandal, such a person would never have been deemed worthy to enter the family. Yet now, this woman had the audacity to strike her daughter? He Ting was determined to teach her a lesson. Initially, she had planned to wait for Mo to handle the situation, as she was reluctant to see that unfortunate face. However, upon learning that Mo had unexpectedly gone on a business trip, she could no longer contain her fury. Thus, she made her way to the manor herself, eager to see if Tao Zhi had truly grown bold. At that moment, He Ting, in her high heels and carrying a limited edition Hermes Himalayan bag adorned with diamonds, wore a rather understated yet exquisitely tailored outfit that belied its brand, showcasing rare fabric and design. Her earrings were a pair of lustrous pearls, their radiant sheen harmonizing beautifully with the necklace around her neck. Her shoulder-length hair, slightly curled, framed her face, which bore not a single wrinkle, clearly a testament to her meticulous self-care. With an air of authority, she sat down with a frown, and as the maid hurried to serve her tea, He Ting did not touch it but instead began to scrutinize her surroundings. Is there something different about the decor in this room? Who changed it? Does Mo not usually stay here? The maid, unsure of how to respond and feeling awkward, could not possibly divulge that it had been damaged by the lady herself. Summoning her courage, she replied, the coffee table was broken, so Mr. O had it replaced. He Ting nodded, pridefully lifting her cup to take a sip, then set it down, her brow furrowing as she glanced at her wristwatch, encrusted with diamonds and undoubtedly expensive. Why hasn't Tao Zhi come down yet? Am I to go up and fetch her? The maid, somewhat surprised, replied, Madam, are you looking for the mistress? But she is not home. Not home? Where could she possibly be? Isn't Tomo preventing her from going out? The maid realized she had spoken out of turn and lowered her head. I do not know, but the mistress left early this morning. He Ting was furious upon hearing this. What was the point of her visit if Tao Zhi was absent? Was she expected to wait here for her? She cursed herself for not having called Chen beforehand to clarify. But who could have anticipated that the woman who had previously never ventured beyond the main building would actually leave? He Ting pondered, her expression growing increasingly grim. The maid, keeping her head down, dared not speak further, fully aware that the lady's visit was not for pleasant reasons. In the past, every time the lady visited, the mistress would be punished, either forced to kneel in the living room or made to clean floors, or even to massage the lady's shoulders and legs. If the mistress did not perform satisfactorily, the lady would slap her. It remained uncertain whether the current mistress would resist such treatment. Tao Zhi, having gleaned these memories from the original owner's recollections, understood that the original owner had engaged in such behaviors merely to curry favor with He Ting, hoping she would speak on her behalf in front of Omo. However, He Ting regarded the original owner as nothing more than a purchased possession. After sitting on the sofa in the main building for a brief period, He Ting decided to leave, only to see individuals entering the living room, burdened with numerous bags. Frowning, she inquired of the foremost bodyguard, "What is this?" Upon recognizing He Ting, the bodyguard lowered his head and acknowledged her, then replied, "These are all purchases made by the mistress." He Ting's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Tao Zhi bought all this? Has she lost her mind spending so extravagantly? The bodyguard merely chuckled. This is only a small portion. There's more coming. True to his words, just as he finished speaking, 2 shuttle cars arrived at the entrance, and the bodyguard and maids began moving more items inside. Before long, the living room was close to overflowing. Gazing at the pile of belongings, He Ting felt her head nearly explode with rage. No longer inclined to leave, she plopped down on the sofa, resolved to wait for Tao Zhi's return to demand an explanation. She had noticed several brands of items that she herself used regularly. Where had Tao Zhi found the funds to purchase such luxuries? Wasn't it her son's money? Spending her son's money so lavishly while daring to strike her daughter? He Ting deemed Tao Zhi utterly insane. Fuming, she remained seated, and it was at this moment that Tao Zhi returned to the manor. The Bentley halted before the main building, and Tao Zhi, stepping out in high heels and carrying 2 shopping bags, was in a remarkably good mood. However, that joy turned to bewilderment upon noticing the maid's gazes upon her. Upon entering the house and seeing the room filled with items, she casually remarked, "Take all of this up to the 3rd floor." Without a glance in He Ting's direction, she ascended the stairs with her bags. He Ting, having been glaring at Tao Zhi since her entrance, felt a surge of anger when she saw that Tao Zhi had completely ignored her. "Tao Zhi, stop right there." He Ting's furious voice echoed, causing Tao Zhi to halt in her tracks. Turning her head, she finally acknowledged the woman seated on the sofa. A fleeting glance was all she gave before she turned back to press the elevator button. Seeing Tao Zhi disregard her, He Ting stood up and hurled a cup at her. "Did you not hear me telling you to stop?" Naturally, the cup missed Tao Zhi, as there was a considerable distance between the sofa and the elevator, but the noise instantly quelled Tao Zhi's previously buoyant mood. She clutched the bags hanging from her wrist, turned around, and smiled sweetly at He Ting. "What can I do for you?" Tao Zhi's demeanor only fueled He Ting's ire further. She pointed an accusatory finger at her, stepping forward while circumventing the bags on the floor. You, me? Tao Zhi tilted her head with a smile. "You dare to ignore me? Tao Zhi, have you forgotten your place? Do you believe I would have Omo divorce you?" At this, Tao Zhi could not suppress a laugh. Uffed. Seeing her laughter only intensified He Ting's rage. "What are you laughing at? Don't think I wouldn't dare." Tao Zhi waved at the maid behind He Ting, who stepped forward. "Madam." Tao Zhi asked, "What is today's date?" "May 12th. And the year?" 2023. After the maid answered, Tao Zhi handed her the bag she was holding. The maid accepted it and, glancing between the furious He Ting and Tao Zhi, gritted her teeth and nodded in agreement before quickly departing to summon others to carry the items. The reason for her compliance was clear. Tao Zhi could indeed inflict pain. As the maid left, He Ting trembled with rage, while Tao Zhi stepped forward with a beaming smile, glancing at her freshly done nails and addressing He Ting. Did you hear what I just said? It's not the Qing dynasty anymore, old lady. Divorce me? Ha ha ha, you're quite amusing. As she spoke, Tao Zhi exaggeratedly covered her mouth, her laughter causing her to tremble like a blossoming flower. He Ting's face flushed with anger, the grace and refinement fostered by wealth dissipating in an instant. How dare you insult me? In her recollection, Tao Zhi had always been careful around her, often reduced to tears when reprimanded, never daring to speak in such a manner. What could have prompted such a drastic change in her demeanor? Tao Zhi chuckled lightly. Insult you? Merely a casual remark. If you continue to point your claws at me, then striking you would be nothing more than an act of convenience. He Ting was momentarily taken aback, instinctively lowering her hand. Yet, her fury remained unabated as she observed the servants hauling bags upstairs, with bodyguards outside delivering more items. Her ire ignited anew as she glared at Tao Zhi. Who permitted you to go out? What do you intend to do with all these purchases? Tao Zhi flicked her hair and replied, I felt good and wanted to spend my husband's money. Surely your husband isn't denying you the means to indulge? Does he not love you? The implication of he does not love you struck He Ting deeply, her composure faltering as she appeared somewhat unsteady for a woman in her 40s. What nonsense are you spouting? Tao Zhi, unfazed, walked past her to sit on the sofa, watching the servants move the items. He Ting, striding in her high heels, approached Tao Zhi, looking down at her from a height. Did you strike Niao Niao? Without raising her gaze, Tao Zhi replied, You mean the little bird? Yes, I mentioned it was merely a casual act. Unable to contain her rage, He Ting pointed at her once more. Have you lost your mind? Do you realize what you are doing? Niao Niao is my daughter. How dare you strike her? Tao Zhi turned off her phone and raised her eyes, swatting away He Ting's accusatory finger. And what of it? He Ting was taken aback, not expecting such a bold admission. Gritting her teeth, she demanded, Now, I want you to kneel and apologize to Niao Niao until she forgives you. Tao Zhi nearly rolled her eyes in disbelief. You must be deranged. Observing her demeanor, He Ting felt her years of composure nearly evaporate, her frustration boiling over. You have no say in this. Leave. If you refuse, I shall have Xiao Emo divorce you and send you back to the Tao family. As He Ting reached for Tao Zhi, her well-manicured nails glinting dangerously, Tao Zhi swiftly deflected her hand. Apologize? Why should I? I struck her for a reason. Why do you all insist on provoking me? Do you deserve a beating as well? Tao Zhi's impatience was palpable. She had no desire to engage with this clearly menopausal woman. Standing to depart, He Ting insisted, Fine, if you don't want to go, then kneel here. You shall remain until I am satisfied. Tao Zhi turned to look at her, a perplexed expression in her eyes. Are you unwell? You should have OMO take you to see a doctor. I believe you have a mental issue. He Ting's anger surged once more as she pointed at Tao Zhi. You have truly overstepped. How dare you speak back to me? It seems a proper lesson is in order today so you can understand your place. With that, she raised her hand to strike Tao Zhi as she had before. However, before she could bring her hand down, she felt it firmly grasped, followed by the sharp sound of a slap ringing through the air as He Ting's left cheek felt the full force of the blow. Stunned, He Ting found herself momentarily deafened, stars dancing before her eyes in disbelief. Lifting her gaze, she saw Tao Zhi releasing her hand, casually rubbing her palm. Ugh. Slapping someone with such thick skin is a waste of effort. I initially had no desire to engage with you. Striking an elderly woman seems rather undignified. Yet, since you insist on provoking me, I shall oblige. With that, Tao Zhi raised her hand once more, delivering 2 more resounding slaps that sent He Ting crashing to the floor. It took He Ting a while to recover from the shock and pain, her eyes widening as she saw Tao Zhi walking toward the elevator, wiping her hands with a tissue. He Ting let out a piercing scream. Ah! How dare you strike me? I will kill you. Having been the pampered daughter of the family her entire life, even after marrying Ozhen, she had never faced such indignity. Today, she was struck by someone she had always looked down upon, her nominal daughter-in-law. Losing her composure, He Ting charged forward. But as Tao Zhi turned and raised her hand, He Ting froze in fear. Pointing at Tao Zhi with her eyes reddened by rage, she exclaimed, I am your mother-in-law. How dare you strike me? Tao Zhi, have you lost your mind? Tao Zhi remained indifferent. Did you not initiate this? Even if I strike you, it should not be a concern for you. You are nothing more than a dog bought by the O family, and you dare to hit me? Someone. Bodyguards. Quickly. Seize her. A group of individuals rushed in, and He Ting suppressed her hatred and anger, glaring at Tao Zhi. You dare to lay a hand on me? When I catch you, I will ensure your demise. Tao Zhi stood there with a smile, while the entering servants and bodyguards exchanged glances, remaining motionless.
He Ting,
regaining her composure from her fury, realized that none of these people were moving to apprehend Tao Zhi, and she coldly demanded, What are you doing? Hurry up and restrain her. The group exchanged looks, then took a step back. Tao Zhi chuckled softly, advancing step by step, causing He Ting to retreat under her imposing presence. They no longer heed your commands, mother-in-law. So, what do you propose we do now? Clad in a flowing white dress that exuded an ethereal grace, Tao Zhi appeared dangerously captivating to He Ting. Yet He Ting remained undaunted. This was her son's home, and she was determined to subdue Tao Zhi. Tao Zhi, I am your mother-in-law. You dare. Even as she spoke, a hint of fear crept into her voice. For the Tao Zhi before her was unrecognizable, and it was no wonder that O Niao had returned home in a state of shock. As Tao Zhi advanced, He Ting stepped back, and just when she believed another blow was imminent, the butler rushed in, breathless.
Madam, please stop.
Tao Zhi glanced at him, halting her advance with a discontented click of her tongue. The butler, relieved, turned to He Ting, noting her swollen cheeks and the distinct handprints marring her skin. His lips twitched. He had arrived too late, the damage already done. Madam, He Ting, upon seeing the butler, burst forth with agitation. Where have you been? Why are you so late? Do you not understand that Tao Zhi has gone mad and struck me? Have her apprehended immediately. She must be sent to a mental institution. Tao Zhi paused, turning to the butler, who was now sweating profusely. He hastily instructed the bodyguards, What are you waiting for? Do you not see the madam is injured? Quickly, take her to receive treatment. He Ting shouted, Oh Chung, you traitor! Why are you apprehending me? You should be capturing her. The butler, perspiring, realized he was merely trying to protect the lady and hoped she would not hold it against him. However, just as He Ting was about to be escorted out by the bodyguards, Tao Zhi called out to them, Wait. Upon hearing her voice, everyone froze in place, daring not to move. He Ting, having wrested herself from the grip of the bodyguard, lunged towards Tao Zhi, only to be swiftly intercepted by the butler. Madam, please do not go. Tao Zhi advanced step by step, addressing He Ting with a mocking tone. So, you wish to send me to a mental institution? Indeed. He Ting retorted vehemently. You dare strike me? You are clearly insane. You never would have behaved this way before. What else could you be if not mad? The butler, casting a doubtful glance at Tao Zhi, observed a fleeting glimmer in her eyes before she broke into a smile. He Ting felt momentarily dazzled. While she had always acknowledged that the daughter of the Tao family was strikingly beautiful, one of the primary reasons for her selection, she had never seen her radiate such allure as now. Otherwise, she would not have chosen her. Having such a seductive vixen near her son made her uneasy. Then, she heard Tao Zhi's enchanting voice declare, How unreasonable. You bully me and I must endure it. The moment I resist, I am deemed mad.
Ha ha ha.
Go ahead, bring your people to drag me off to the asylum. Once I step out of this estate, the entire northern city, nay, all of Huagua, will know about your sons and daughters' incestuous affair. Oh, it's not just their illicit relations. I possess evidence of how you have bullied me. I have surveillance footage, you see. Tell me, if it were to leak, wouldn't the O family suffer? Or do you not care? Are you unafraid? Do you perhaps consider incest to be normal? Or is it that OMO and Onyao's feelings for each other are simply hereditary? Have you ever engaged in incest with your brother? Or perhaps Omo's father with his sister? Is that how it is? Such a tangled web. Should this knowledge be shared with the public? He Ting was left speechless, and the bodyguard and butler exchanged horrified glances, realizing the implications of her words. If such revelations were to emerge, the O family would undoubtedly become the laughingstock of all Huagua. You speak nonsense. Tao Zhi straightened, a smile gracing her lips. Yes, I do speak nonsense. However, when I am frightened, I tend to ramble, often to others or in front of the media. So, dear mother-in-law, you must not do anything to instill fear in me. Otherwise, I might seek help online and from the media. He Ting, fully aware of the threat embedded in Tao Zhi's words, understood that should she dare to send her to a mental institution, Tao Zhi would not hesitate to tarnish the reputations of the O and He families. Pointing at Tao Zhi, she fumed, struggling to breathe, before ultimately fainting. Seeing this, Tao Zhi clapped her hands. How dull. She faints so easily. and turned to walk towards the elevator. Chapter 18, Dinner. The butler hurriedly instructed the bodyguards to carry He Ting to the medical building, while inside, Omo's countenance darkened with palpable distress. Tao Zhi's incessant references to incest troubled him deeply. He had indeed harbored feelings for Niao during his youth, but upon realizing the inappropriateness of such feelings, he had suppressed them. Eventually, he complied with his parents' wishes and married Tao Zhi. However, Niao was exceedingly dependent on him, and he could not fathom why. 3 years prior, at a banquet, he and Niao had been discovered in a compromising position by the daughter of a rival family. Despite swift measures taken to contain the incident, rumors had still circulated, causing public discontent towards the O family and leading to fluctuations in their stock prices. To quell the gossip and stabilize the family, his parents hastily arranged his marriage to Tao Zhi. Since he held no affection for Tao Zhi, he treated her coldly after their marriage. Tao Zhi was acutely aware of the true reasons for her marriage. Previously, she had never dared to voice her jealousy regarding his feelings for Niao. Instead, she had secretly pined for his attention, striving to win his affection. But now she boldly threatened his mother in front of so many witnesses, a feat she would not have dared attempt before. Omo's gaze darkened. It was in this moment that he comprehended the profound change in Tao Zhi. Upon regaining consciousness, He Ting insisted on returning to the old residence, clamoring to confront Tao Zhi. However, the butler dared not allow her that liberty, fearing that Tao Zhi might inflict harm. Thus, the bodyguards forcibly escorted her away. Once in the car, she called Mo Xiao Mo. When will you return? Do you have any idea what Tao Zhi has done? She not only assaulted Niao Niao, but also dared to strike me. Hurry back. I want a divorce. That madwoman must pay for her actions. Listening to his mother's accusations and fury over the phone, Mo lay on his side, rubbing his temples. Mother, Tao Zhi has changed significantly. Please do not provoke her. We will discuss everything upon my return. When will you be back? Probably in about a week. Why is your business trip taking so long? Mo hesitated before responding.
To England.
Please do not ask further. I have matters to attend to. Just remember, do not trouble her again. Wait for me to return. With that, he ended the call. At that moment, the butler entered the room. Sir. Mo shifted to sit up, albeit with difficulty. What news? The madam has been sent away. When I saw her, she bore several red marks on her face, likely from being slapped by the madam. The butler's lips twitched slightly as he reflected on how the madam had transformed into a fearless person after her near-death experience. Mo envisioned the scene and, recalling how he had been struck, felt that perhaps Tao Zhi had shown restraint. What else did she do today? The butler, reminded of the multitude of shopping bags, replied. The madam purchased quite a few items, an excessive amount. Mo, having already received bank notifications, knew that Tao Zhi's spending would be substantial. However, upon hearing that it took 5 trips for all the bodyguards and shuttle vehicles to transport the items, he could not help but facepalm. What did she buy? I do not know. When I arrived, the maids were still helping her organize everything. I did not see. Let it be, as long as she does not go mad. Spending a little money is inconsequential. Hesitant, the butler prepared to speak, but was encouraged by Mo's insistence. If you have something to say, please do. Sir, if the madam continues like this. Mo contemplated for a moment. He could not allow Tao Zhi to remain so unruly. Call the lawyer. Once I am ready, I will initiate divorce proceedings. He had never liked Tao Zhi, and divorce would be ideal, especially considering her current, unpredictable behavior. However, it was essential to negotiate terms to avoid any unfavorable outcomes. Although they had not signed a prenuptial agreement, his dedicated legal team would ensure that the divorce process would not be overly complicated. Meanwhile, Tao Zhi watched the servants meticulously organize her purchases, acknowledging their professionalism. Generously, she rewarded each maid with a red envelope of 1,000 yuan, feeling immensely satisfied with her newly arranged wardrobe. After removing her makeup and applying a face mask, Tao Zhi opened her computer and logged into a game. After playing a couple of rounds, she encountered a teammate who performed poorly, and after delivering a flurry of attacks, she logged off. Noticing that it was nearly time for dinner, she washed her face and descended the stairs. Dressed in an exquisite dark purple silk nightgown that shimmered under the lights, she appeared ethereal, her long, raven hair casually secured with a clip. As she made her way downstairs, she encountered a maid who greeted her with a smile. Madam, you are finally here. I was just about to go upstairs to call you for dinner. Tao Zhi stepped forward, pulled out a chair, and sat down, inhaling the aroma that wafted towards her, instantly igniting her appetite. Such a light meal? The maid, upon hearing her remark, replied, "Madam, your injury has not yet fully healed, so the kitchen has prepared a deliberately bland diet for you. Besides, you have always preferred light flavors." Tao Zhi fell into silence. If her memory served her correctly, the original owner of this body had a penchant for the bold and spicy flavors of Sichuan cuisine, much like herself. And her fondness for such dishes stemmed from her mother, who was from Sichuan. However, ever since the original owner married Omo and learned of his aversion to spicy food, she had made a deliberate change. Tao Zhi picked up her chopsticks and declared, "Inform the kitchen that I enjoy spicy food. Henceforth, I wish for more spicy dishes to be prepared." The maid was momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded, "As you wish, madam." The table was adorned with 10 exquisite and delectable dishes. Just as Tao Zhi began to eat, a voice echoed from the entrance. Looking up, she saw Omo, dressed in a hospital gown, being supported by the butler as he entered. Tao Zhi frowned, wondering what this unfortunate soul was doing here. Just as she intended to ignore him and continue her meal, Omo was seated right in front of her, with the butler placing 2 soft cushions on the chair beforehand. The servants swiftly brought another set of bowls and chopsticks. Tao Zhi set her chopsticks down and asked, "What are you doing?" If memory served her well, this scoundrel had dined with the original owner only a handful of times since their marriage. What was he doing here today? "To eat," he replied. Tao Zhi leaned back and chuckled. "Oh, is there no food for you over there? Have you come here to eat?" Although Omo had endured a beating, his inherent pride would not allow him to bow his head before Tao Zhi.
Tao Zhi.
"You should understand that this is my home. I will eat wherever I choose." At this, Tao Zhi slammed her hands on the table and stood up. Omo instinctively recoiled, genuinely fearing she might flip the table and exclaim, "Is that so? Then don't eat." Instead, Tao Zhi merely stood, a smile gracing her lips as she said, "I thought you were seeking a slap from me. Turns out I was mistaken." Omo's expression darkened, but he commanded, "Sit down and eat properly. After your meal, I have something to discuss with you." Tao Zhi scrutinized him for a moment before resuming her meal. Omo sighed inwardly, relieved. Chapter 19, Divorce. The two sat across from each other, Tao Zhi treating him as if he were invisible, while he remained silent, avoiding conversation until she placed her chopsticks down after finishing her meal. Omo continued eating. Tao Zhi elegantly pulled out a napkin to dab her mouth and casually tossed it into Omo's bowl. Omo's hand holding the soup spoon faltered as he raised his gaze to meet hers. With a mischievous smile, Tao Zhi said, "My apologies, my hand slipped. But haven't you finished yet? I lack patience and cannot wait too long, dear." Hearing her speak in such a coy manner made Omo feel quite uneasy, sending chills down his spine as memories of last night flooded back. He instinctively swallowed, forcing his thoughts to return to normal. He set down the spoon and wiped his mouth as the maid approached to clear the table, quickly tidying up. Once the dining room was left with just the two of them, he finally spoke. "I do not understand why you have suddenly changed, but I cannot deny my influence in this. From today onward, I will no longer restrict your freedom. You may leave whenever you wish." Tao Zhi leaned back with her arms crossed. "Conditions? Do not act recklessly, especially towards me." Tao Zhi scoffed. "That is subject to change, depending on my mood. After all, you wouldn't engage in a losing deal, would you?" Omo remained silent, aware she would not easily acquiesce, so he added, "You may use the card as you please."
Tao Zhi smiled. "All right."
"Anything else?" Omo straightened his demeanor, uncertain why he suddenly felt disinclined to state his next condition. "Nothing else?" Tao Zhi inquired, noticing his silence. Omo snapped back to reality, stating, "There is one more thing. When you are out, you must not reveal our relationship, nor act in my name." Tao Zhi let out a couple of soft laughs, her heart brimming with joy. Did he truly think she cherished him? He was merely a twisted scoundrel, if not for his modest wealth, who would give him the time of day. Thus, she cheerfully replied, "Rest assured, once I step out that door, we shall be complete strangers. This condition is free of charge. I rather enjoy it." If only she could secure a divorce and claim a substantial share of his fortune, though even if that did not happen, she had her ways to ensure he would have no choice but to comply. To her surprise, her thoughts manifested as Omo continued, "I will have a lawyer come to our home tomorrow. Once the agreement is drafted in a few days, we shall proceed with the divorce." "Really? Are you serious?" Tao Zhi exclaimed, rising to her feet in excitement. Omo was startled, fearing she might throw a fit like before, thinking she could no longer contain her true colors. Instead, he witnessed her nearly leap for joy. If circumstances allowed, she would have celebrated with firecrackers. You better be telling the truth. Seeing her elation, Mo felt a pang of frustration. Her joy made him reluctant to go through with the divorce. Moreover, he was merely testing the waters. He still did not believe she could so quickly stop loving him. He leaned towards thinking this was all part of her scheme. Yet, her evident happiness seemed genuine, leaving him feeling conflicted as he wore a solemn expression. Yes, but with conditions.
Speak.
External parties must not learn of this matter, and no rumors that could tarnish the O family's reputation must circulate. Tao Zhi promptly replied, "You need not worry. Outsiders may not even know we were married. And if anyone inquires, I shall claim I was unfaithful with 18 male models, and you, Mo, had nothing to do with it. The blame lies solely with me." Mo's lips twitched. This explanation was hardly better left unspoken. Yet he then heard Tao Zhi add, "Provided the terms of our divorce satisfy me." Mo frowned. "What are your demands?" Tao Zhi smiled. "Isn't it obvious? Money, compensation for lost youth, and damages for the torment I endured at your family's hands for 3 years. Mo furrowed his brow but replied, "I will ensure you are satisfied." He was not a stingy man, within reasonable bounds. He would grant her the most substantial material compensation possible. "Anything else?" Mo inquired. "For now, no." Tao Zhi nodded and then stood up. "Very well. I await your good news." With that, she took her phone and left with a spring in her step. At this moment, Tao Zhi pondered her next steps. In her past life, she had never worried about money. She was not cut out for business either, but perhaps her only asset was her keen eye for opportunity. She contemplated whether to invest in starting a company, perhaps a media firm, and hire someone to manage it, allowing her to make occasional appearances. Yet, she also worried about its reliability. After much deliberation, she decided to take it one step at a time. If that did not work, perhaps she could delve into investments, trusting that suitable opportunities or partners would present themselves in due time. She felt elated by the promising news Mo had brought her. So much so that she dreamt of cuddling with handsome young men and counting money, one on her left, one on her right, while another knelt at her feet, saying, "Sister, please take care of me." Tao Zhi almost laughed herself awake. Meanwhile, Mo downstairs found himself unable to sleep, reflecting on Tao Zhi's ecstatic expression when she heard the word divorce. He tossed and turned, unable to find rest. It was not until noon the next day, when the doctor came to change his bandages and the butler informed him that Tao Zhi had left, that he maintained a neutral expression, though he could not discern what was stirring in his heart. As for Tao Zhi, the first thing she did upon stepping outside was to head straight to the psychiatric department of a top-tier hospital. Although He Ting had temporarily intimidated her, she felt compelled to take certain precautions should the O family harbor any unhinged individuals. Throughout one afternoon, Tao Zhi traversed the mental health facilities across Beijing, completing over 100 psychological assessments. The results? The doctor suggested she exhibited a slight emotional detachment and a hint of narcissism, but otherwise there were no significant concerns. Tao Zhi was well aware of her own circumstances. Raised in affluence by her parents, both materially and emotionally, she had learned the art of self-love. However, when her parents' relationship faltered, she came to realize that the kindness of others could be a facade, and the only genuine love was the one she bestowed upon herself. Later, following her mother's passing, she was sent abroad, losing the only person who truly cared for her. The individuals she encountered overseas, whether benevolent or otherwise, only reinforced her understanding of the necessity to safeguard and cherish herself. Thus, she was acutely aware of her emotional indifference towards unnecessary feelings, whether branded as selfish or cruel. She relished this aspect of herself and had no intention of altering it for anyone. After all, she was undoubtedly the person who loved herself the most in this world. With the report in hand, a smile graced Tao Zhi's face, brimming with joy. How should she celebrate? It seemed she had yet to explore the local street food market or visit a bar. If time permitted, a little travel would be delightful. Speaking of which, she realized it had been 2 years since she last practiced many of her skills, and her hands itched to engage. Chapter 20. Love at First Sight. As night fell, the neon lights illuminated Beijing, revealing its opulent facade. Since her arrival, Tao Zhi had yet to immerse herself in the local lifestyle. Though she had only been there a few days, her activities had been confined to the mall and the estate. Now that she could roam freely, she was eager to indulge in all the intriguing experiences the city had to offer. Thus, on this particular evening, she chose not to rush home. Instead, she dismissed the bodyguard trailing her and ventured in a direction of her choosing. With a light step, she hummed a tune as she strolled leisurely. Clad in a form-fitting purple dress, featuring spaghetti straps and an asymmetrical hem that revealed one thigh, the fabric glimmered subtly with flecks of light reminiscent of stars. She wore black velvet high-heeled shoes adorned with two purple orchids, the straps elegantly wrapping around her slender ankles. Her long, wavy black hair cascaded down her back, its voluminous softness rendering her face seemingly no larger than a palm. Today's makeup was strikingly beautiful, with a hint of boldness that made her presence captivating, drawing gazes and leaving many men in awe of her striking beauty. Swinging her bag nonchalantly, she glanced at her phone, which was navigating her to a bar rumored to be the most enigmatic in Beijing. It was said to boast a bartender of extraordinary charm, eclipsing even the stars of the entertainment industry, though few had had the fortune to see him. Nonetheless, this allure drew countless patrons to the bar, where cocktails began at a staggering price. Tao Zhi, having stumbled upon the place while aimlessly browsing her phone, decided it was worth a visit, especially since it was conveniently nearby. After a short walk, she arrived at the entrance of the bar, where she noticed a few individuals waiting to enter. Her arrival prompted a chorus of whistles from the men outside. With a smile, she tossed her hair and cheekily raised her middle finger at them. Some of the men, eager to engage, attempted to approach her, but the bouncer at the door swiftly intervened, denying their entry. This only piqued Tao Zhi's interest in the bar further, leading her to believe the owner must be quite the character. Inside, the bar's dark, European-style decor evoked the ambience of an ancient castle. The soft lighting set a warm tone, while a performer on stage sang a soulful English ballad. Although it was not the weekend, the bar was bustling, with only a few seats available at the bar itself. Sensing that sitting at a table alone might feel lonely, Tao Zhi opted for a bar stool directly facing a young, handsome bartender adorned with a series of English tattoos on his arms and a tattoo that disappeared into the neckline of his shirt. Upon noticing Tao Zhi's presence, he looked up and pushed a menu toward her, his face flushing the moment he recognized her. "What would you like to drink?" Tao Zhi inquired, her fingers inadvertently brushing against his as she took the menu. He recoiled as if struck by electricity, prompting her to glance at him and notice his flustered demeanor. She chuckled, resting her chin on her hand as she gazed at him. "It's my first time here. Do you have any recommendations?" As their eyes locked, the bartender's face reddened further, though the dim light masked it from her view. I can make you something sweet with a lower alcohol content," he stammered. "Sounds good." "Thank you," she replied with a smile. In truth, her tolerance for alcohol was quite high, but she was uncertain of her current body's limits and thought tonight would be a perfect opportunity to test them. "No problem," he managed to say, his ears still burning as he turned to gather his tools, attempting to distract himself from the rapid beating of his heart. Throughout this process, Tao Zhi watched him intently, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, which nearly caused him to spill his concoction. Finally, after a struggle, he prepared a drink and placed it before her, only to retreat in a hurry. Observing his somewhat unsteady retreat, Tao Zhi chuckled before savoring the drink in front of her. The bartender hurriedly left the bar and leaned against the kitchen wall, one hand pressed against his heart as he gasped for breath. The music receded, allowing him to hear the thunderous rhythm of his own heartbeat. At that moment, a figure emerged from the kitchen carrying a tray, surprised to see the bartender in such a state.
"Hey,
"Yang, why aren't you at the bar? And why is your face so red?" The bartender looked up, recognizing Xiao Peng, a friend, and excitedly grabbed his hand. "Do you believe in love at first sight?" Xiao Peng, taken aback, shrugged off his hand. "Seriously? You meet dozens of beautiful women every day. When have you ever experienced love at first sight? You barely manage to keep a straight face when they ask for your WeChat." The bartender insisted. "This time it's different. I truly feel it, a love at first sight." Intrigued, Xiao Peng pressed, "Who is it? Someone here at the bar tonight?" The bartender nodded, and Xiao Peng further inquired, "Where is she sitting? What are you planning to do?" "I want to see who has captured your heart," he teased, attempting to peek outside. The bartender, however, couldn't restrain him. From behind the door, they watched as a man approached Tao Zhi, attempting to strike up a conversation before ultimately walking away, disappointed. "Wow, she's truly stunning. No wonder you fell for her at first sight," Xiao Peng remarked, noticing the bartender's bashful blush. After a playful exchange, the bartender declared, "I need to get back to work." "Is it work or flirting?" Xiao Peng chuckled, teasing him. Just then, as they spoke, they bumped into someone, turning to see the boss standing behind them. Chapter 21. A twist of fate. The man who appeared behind them exuded a dangerous aura. Dressed in a wine-red shirt with only the bottom buttons fastened, revealing a glimpse of his chest and some indistinct scars. His tailored black trousers complemented the ensemble, with half of his shirt tucked neatly into them. The man possessed an extraordinary beauty, his features so ambiguous that it was difficult to determine his gender. A striking amalgamation of handsomeness and delicacy, he sported long hair, which he had slicked back neatly, while the hair at his temples was trimmed short, complementing his flowing locks perfectly. His enchanting peach blossom eyes were captivating, with a prominent nose and deep-set eyes, and his upper lip was thin. At that moment, he pressed his lips together, a wicked smile playing upon his face. Yu Yun-gui had originally been engaged in discussions on the second floor, but when matters took an unfavorable turn, he decided to step out for some fresh air. Feeling a twinge of hunger, he made his way to the kitchen for a snack, only to stumble upon two individuals sharing laughter. He raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What is it that brings such joy?" Noticing his employer was not displeased, Xiao Peng, ever the chatterbox, replied with a grin, "Boss, you won't believe it. Our Yang has fallen in love at first sight today." Yu Yun-gui turned his gaze toward Qingyang, who was blushing profusely.
Oh,
Love at first sight? How intriguing, he mused. He had never believed in such notions. They seemed utterly out of reach for him. Indeed, the woman in question was strikingly beautiful, which explained why Qingyang was so smitten. Beautiful? Just how beautiful? Yu Yun-gui pondered, having seen countless beauties from the mainland, Hong Kong, and overseas, all of whom seemed rather similar to him. Xiao Peng, brimming with excitement, said, "Boss, do you want to see? I can show you." Qingyang felt a bit uncomfortable with this and said, "Xiao Peng, the boss has work to attend to." Yet Yu Yun-gui chuckled. "Oh, I'm quite curious to see what kind of great beauty has captivated our popular bartender." Seeing his boss's interest, Xiao Peng hurried to the door they had just been eavesdropping by and pointed out the woman to Yu Yun-gui. Following Xiao Peng's direction, Yu Yun-gui spotted the enchanting woman in the crowd. However, in an instant he withdrew his gaze and stepped back. Inside the bar, Tao Zhi felt a chill, as if a predatory gaze had settled upon her, causing her to instinctively search for its source, yet she found nothing. Ultimately, her eyes landed on a door behind the bar, the direction from which the bartender had departed. The gaze that had lingered on her had vanished just as swiftly, and she dismissed it, thinking it was only natural for someone as beautiful as herself to attract attention. Behind that door, Yu Yun-gui's smile broadened, marveling at the woman's keen perception.
so what do you think, boss?
"Is she beautiful?" Xiao Peng queried, noticing that his boss had merely glanced before looking away. Yu Yun-gui shrugged nonchalantly. "She is indeed quite lovely." Qingyang's face flushed at his boss's compliment. He rarely praised anyone's beauty, considering his own striking looks. Yet tonight, that woman could certainly rival him. "Indeed, I must say, she is among the most beautiful women I have ever encountered." Little Yang, you are quite fortunate." Qingyang shot a glare at Xiao Peng, displeased by his earlier antics that had embarrassed him. "Don't say such things. I don't even know her name," he retorted. Xiao Peng continued to tease, while Yu Yun-gui's gaze shifted. As Tao Zhi neared the end of her drink without the bartender's return, she pondered if her gaze had unnerved him. Shaking her head at the thought, she chastised herself for being so timid. After finishing the last sip, she barely noticed someone approaching. A long, elegant hand, adorned with prominent veins, reached out and took her glass. Following that hand, she found herself face to face with an exceptionally alluring man. Indeed, the moment Tao Zhi laid eyes upon him, the word enchanting sprang to her mind. The man was strikingly handsome, dressed in a wine-red shirt, the buttons loosely fastened, topped with a black vest that gave off an air of languid elegance, perfectly suited to the bar's ambience. Though his attire resembled that of a waiter, the quality of the fabric was far superior to anything one could purchase off the shelves. She couldn't help but feel intrigued, recognizing him as the bar's renowned yet rarely seen bartender. He appeared like a vampire dwelling in a castle, lurking in the shadows, seeking prey. His gaze was inquisitive, revealing an interest in finding a satisfactory quarry, and Tao Zhi was the one he had chosen. At that moment, the music swelled, and the lyrics resonated perfectly. "Darling, drink this glass and come away with me. In the future, kneel at my feet and become my sole devotee." Gazing at this man, a flicker of delight ignited within her, who said the identity of the hunter was fixed. Noticing her gaze, the man smiled and said, "I apologize. I thought you'd finished your drink and took the liberty of returning the glass, interrupting your enjoyment." Tao Zhi chuckled in response. Well, what shall we do about that? The man replied with a grin. How about I make it up to you with another drink? Propping her chin lazily, she responded, Sure. But I want to settle for anything less than satisfactory. As she spoke, she lifted her eyes, the remnants of alcohol glistening in her gaze, adding a beguiling allure. Yu Yun-gui smiled, tossing a glass into the air and catching it deftly. I guarantee your satisfaction. If you're not pleased, I will leave it to your discretion. Tao Zhi smirked, intrigued by him, and asked, What is your name? Continuing his graceful movements, Yu Yun-gui met her gaze, his eyes twinkling with mirth. Are you curious about me, dear guest? That could be quite a dangerous thought. Really? How dangerous could it be? Yu Yun-gui poured a crimson liquid, reminiscent of blood, into a beautiful glass and slowly pushed it toward her. With one hand behind his back and bending slightly, he spoke in a voice that was somewhat muffled by the music, yet she still understood him clearly. Once you finish this drink, I shall reveal my name. He expected her to raise the glass and drink eagerly, as most women tended to do, but instead, she retrieved a card from her bag and handed it over. I'd like to settle the bill. Yu Yun-gui was momentarily taken aback by her abrupt change in demeanor. Regaining his composure, he remarked, But you haven't even tasted it yet. Are you dissatisfied? Tao Zhi replied, this drink as her delicate fingers swirled through the red liquid. She looked up at Yu Yun-gui and said, I've changed my mind. Realizing he had inadvertently provoked her, Yu Yun-gui chuckled softly and leaned in a fraction closer. Yu Yun-gui. He then nudged the drink toward her again, his hand covering hers. Looking into her eyes with a smile. My name is Yu Yun-gui. Tao Zhi heard him clearly, but remained unmoved. Yu Yun-gui, a notorious figure. Known for his ruthless nature, a harbinger of the night, a lawless rogue. She had not anticipated encountering such a person in this place. Seeing her momentarily lost in thought, Yu Yun-gui assumed she did not wish to continue drinking and said, This one is on me. Give it a try. You might find it to your liking. Ultimately, Tao Zhi lifted the glass and took a sip, surprised by its delightful flavor that perfectly suited her palate. It was slightly tangy, yet sweet on the aftertaste, with a balanced alcohol content, a hint of fruitiness, and a touch of woodiness, refreshing on the tongue. She despised bitter drinks, unable to tolerate even the slightest bitterness. Initially, she had presumed that the cocktail crafted by this man would be pretentious and unpalatable, yet she was pleasantly surprised by the exquisite taste. Upon observing Tao Zhi squinting her eyes in appreciation of the wine, it was evident that she had taken a liking to the drink. Indeed, after savoring a sip, she earnestly continued to indulge. Within the span of 2 songs, Tao Zhi finished her glass and once again presented her card to Yu Yun-gui. This time, Yu Yun-gui did not decline. He accepted her payment for the drink and then produced a notepad, stating, Become a member, and in the future, your drinks will be at half price. Tao Zhi chuckled, recognizing his subtle request for her number, and generously inscribed her digits. With a wave, she bid farewell to Yu Yun-gui and exited, handbag in hand. Yu Yun-gui watched her retreating figure, and only then did he regain his composure to grasp the notepad bearing her number, turning to ascend to the 2nd floor of the bar. Meanwhile, in the courtyard behind the bar, Cheng Yang sat dejectedly, chain-smoking one cigarette after another. Beside him, Xiaopeng hesitated to speak, finally uttering, I'm sorry, brother. I never anticipated the boss would develop an interest in that woman, especially since he has never shown any attraction to women before. We all thought he was gay. Cheng Yang remained silent, rubbing his face before rising to leave. His first encounter with love at first sight had ended in vain. Chapter 22. A Favor.
Tao Zhi.
Having exited the bar with her handbag, strolled leisurely down the street and sent a message to Lu Jia, requesting him to pick her up. Upon receiving the message, Lu Jia was nearly in tears. After searching for an entire afternoon, he finally had news of this revered lady. Earlier, he had feared that Tao Zhi's recent behavior was merely a ruse to confound them, ultimately leading to her escape, but thankfully, that was not the case. Relieved that she had not fled, he pressed the accelerator towards her stated location. Feeling a chill from the evening breeze after drinking, Tao Zhi decided against walking further. She retrieved a lady's cigarette from her bag, lit it, and leaned against a nearby tree to smoke. Her slender fingers held the flickering ember, and the curling smoke rendered her features enigmatic and aloof under the lights. At that moment, she pondered whether she could ever return. She had yet to hear the news of her scoundrel father's execution, which she found somewhat regrettable. Her parents were akin to a real-life tale of a wealthy heiress enamored with a poor boy. Her father, Tao Jianchuan, shared just a single character in his name with the current scoundrel. Her mother, Shu Qing, was cherished as the family's jewel, doted upon by her grandparents, who had only this one daughter. Yet, this daughter fell for a local civil servant who had come from afar to take the entrance exam. At that time, Tao Zhi had only recently begun his career as a low-level civil servant, engaged in laborious and thankless tasks. The two met at a bidding banquet for a local enterprise. In a cliched twist, the woman twisted her ankle, and the man extended a helping hand. They flirted by the flower bed. Eventually, despite various circumstances, they fell in love. Back then, Tao Zhi was still youthful, upright, and ambitious, and her grandparents, who adored their granddaughter, did not object to their relationship. Subsequently, they married while expecting her, and with the backing of a father-in-law who held considerable local influence. Her father's career flourished. However, tragedy struck when her grandfather passed away, and her grandmother, overwhelmed with grief, succumbed to dementia not long after. The vast inheritance was bequeathed entirely to her mother, who, in her sorrow and lack of understanding of many matters, naturally sought assistance in managing the estate. Fortunately, her grandparents had not completely trusted Tao Zhi. They had made provisions that all assets could not be transferred or bequeathed unless to Tao Zhi,
who was only 10 at the time.
When Tao Zhi turned 15, she caught her father in the act of infidelity. The scenario was all too predictable. While dining out with classmates, she stumbled upon her father with his mistress, their intimacy glaringly evident. She immediately exposed them but chose not to inform her mother, fearing the emotional toll it might take. Yet, her mother eventually discovered the truth. From that point on, her mother's mental state deteriorated daily, while her father ascended in rank, nearly becoming a formidable power in the region. An unfortunate incident occurred when her mother learned that the mistress was pregnant. In a daze, she was involved in a fatal car accident. To prevent any further disturbances, Tao Zhi was sent abroad for her studies, and 4 years later, she learned of her father's impending marriage to the mistress. She had been biding her time for revenge. Allowing those two to enjoy a blissful life together was out of the question. Before her death, her mother had bequeathed all her assets to Tao Zhi, who was still a minor at the time. The funds remained untouched, preventing her father from accessing them, though he had managed to benefit from her mother's resources over the years. His rapid rise in position was largely due to financial dealings. He not only engaged in bribery but also accepted bribes, forming a closed loop with corrupt officials and local thugs. While Tao Zhi lacked the means to manage others, she secretly gathered substantial evidence of her father's corruption and reported him a month prior to the wedding. Having done her homework, she ensured that during an inspection, a copy of the evidence was sent to her father's sworn enemy, guaranteeing his downfall. As his biological daughter, her report held significant credibility. Tao Zhi could not forget the look in Tao Zhi's eyes upon discovering she was the one who had reported him: anger, regret, and hatred. Yet, she felt nothing but exhilaration, a sense of vengeance fulfilled. Tao Zhi was swiftly sentenced to death, with a 2-year reprieve. Meanwhile, the inheritance left by her mother remained intact and unsealed, allowing her to revel in a life of indulgence and extravagance. Never one to contemplate the morrow, she found herself caught off guard. Perhaps it was the wine that stirred such reflections within her. As she finished her cigarette, she estimated that Lu Jia's arrival was imminent. Snuffing out the embers and discarding the butt, she prepared to step away when she heard hurried footsteps approaching. Turning to glance, she saw a man stumbling out from an alley. Looking around, she noticed that the street had become deserted. Frowning at the unsettling atmosphere, she considered disregarding the situation and moving on. However, the man behind her, spotting her, lit up with hope and called out, "Help me, please." Tao Zhi quickened her pace. Assisting him was out of the question. Countless souls had perished for meddling in affairs that were not theirs. As she hastened away, the man anxiously shouted, "If you help me, I can offer you a reward. Anything you desire." Tao Zhi paused. Anything she desired? Would he assist her in dismantling the house of her scoundrel father? She turned back to assess the man, noticing he seemed unable to run any further, collapsing onto the ground beneath the street lamp. Yet, she observed his attire was anything but ordinary. A simple white shirt, slightly wrinkled from his exertion, paired with beige trousers, and his shoes appeared to be custom-made. A watch on his wrist, though understated in style, exuded an air of sophistication. Intriguingly, it seemed he was indeed capable of providing a reward. Just then, voices echoed from the other side of the alley. "Hurry! He can't have gone far, he's on drugs."
"Search!"
If this mess affects the boss, we're all in trouble. Tao Zhi furrowed her brow, hesitating between intervening or walking away. In that fleeting moment, she noticed the man lift his head, attempting to rise once more to escape. Upon seeing her standing nearby, he weakly raised his hand and implored, "Help me." In that instant, Tao Zhi finally discerned his face. Beneath the luminous glow, the visage before her was strikingly radiant, with tousled strands of hair framing a face that remained unobscured. His sharp brows and starry eyes, coupled with a countenance resembling jade, revealed slightly parted lips as a peculiar flush crept across his cheeks and a mistiness clouded his gaze. This face, which should have embodied solemnity and composure, now bore an expression that was, indeed, tantalizingly suggestive. Tao Zhi, however, paid little mind to the complexities of the moment, her sole focus resting upon the undeniable handsomeness of the man. In that fleeting instant, she stepped forward, apologizing silently for the distress she would inadvertently cause this dashing figure. Crouching before him, she extended a finger to lift his chin, declaring, "I can help you, but my price is quite substantial." The man's eyes, ablaze with intensity, locked onto Tao Zhi, momentarily dazzled by her beauty, as an odd sensation stirred within him, akin to a jolt to the heart. In an instant, he regained his composure, his voice rasping as he replied, "Whatever it may be, I can afford it." Tao Zhi chuckled softly, then assisted him to his feet, guiding him towards a nearby alley. Chapter 23. I implore you, assist me. Upon properly studying him, she realized the man was exceedingly tall, at least 187 centimeters, with a significant portion of his weight leaning against her. He had just sprinted vigorously, leaving him weak and feverish, and he found her presence both fragrant and refreshing, igniting an overwhelming desire to draw closer. Simultaneously, he chastised himself for such longing, struggling to remain composed. He was loath to let anyone witness his current state of disarray. Yet he felt there was no alternative. Without seeking help, he would soon find himself the subject of tomorrow's scandalous headlines. To his astonishment, he never anticipated that Yu Yunggui would stoop so low as to drug him when negotiations fell through. As Tao Zhi led him into the shadows of the alley, the man appeared increasingly anxious, nearly collapsing against her, his body radiating heat, while he gasped for breath, his warm exhalations brushing against Tao Zhi's ear, causing her to feel a twinge of unease. She turned to him, warning, "If you become any more unruly, I shall cast you out." His body stiffened at her words, and he quickly reined in his breath, apologizing, "I am sorry." The effects of the drug rendered him uncontrollable, and merely maintaining his dignity before her was a feat requiring all his willpower. They concealed themselves behind a slightly protruding wall, which obscured them from the streetlight's glow, enveloping them in darkness. Yet, from the shadows, Tao Zhi discerned the sound of approaching footsteps. "Someone is coming," she whispered, just as two figures engaged in conversation drew near. "This alley appears to be empty. Let us retreat." The other countered, "Retreat? Not a chance. Caution is never misplaced. I see darkness ahead. He could be hiding there. Let us investigate." The man, leaning against Tao Zhi, felt his anxiety heighten with each advancing step, contemplating that if they were discovered, he would distract the two and allow Tao Zhi to flee. However, he was taken aback when she gestured for silence, then propped him against the wall, placing her bag in his hands. Curiosity piqued, he watched as Tao Zhi sprang into action, her skirt tracing an elegant arc before him. One of the men was sent flying by her kick, the heel of her shoe embedding itself in his abdomen, leaving him momentarily stunned. As the dazed man regained his senses, he witnessed his companion receiving a punch to the nose, followed by a swift throw that sent him crashing to the ground. Before he could retaliate, Tao Zhi delivered a decisive kick, sending him sprawling aside, his eyes widening in disbelief as he succumbed to unconsciousness, captivated by her radiant smile. The man who had been kicked attempted to signal for help through his earpiece, but before he could utter a word, a blow rendered him unconscious, and he saw only a flurry of golden stars before darkness took him. Observing Tao Zhi dispatch the two intruders with such finesse, the man was left astonished, both by her prowess and her enigmatic aura. Yet, he soon found himself succumbing to weakness, sliding down the wall, prompting Tao Zhi to swiftly catch him, exclaiming, "This place is unsafe. We must relocate. Do you have any allies nearby?" Breathlessly, he replied, "Yes, but they likely cannot arrive promptly." Tao Zhi sighed in exasperation, then scanned their surroundings before guiding him into a small courtyard. This haven lay not far from their earlier refuge, Often, the most perilous places prove to be the safest. The courtyard, likely a quaint bakery by day, was now shuttered and devoid of life. A half-height wall bordered a European-style bench, where they settled, their figures completely concealed from view. Now that they were temporarily safe, the man exhaled a sigh of relief. Tao Zhi retrieved her phone, declaring, "We must call the authorities. We can't simply remain here." His expression turned complex as he replied, "We cannot alert the police."
Why not?
"Is your identity something to be hidden? Are you a fugitive?" As she spoke, she instinctively shifted away, preparing to restrain him if necessary. He chuckled softly and shook his head. "No, but my identity is sensitive, and involving the police could have dire repercussions. Reporting the incident would only enable certain individuals to exploit his predicament for scandalous purposes." With a resigned click of her tongue, Tao Zhi messaged Lu Jia, "Where are you? It's taking too long. Do you wish to be dismissed?" A prompt reply arrived, "I'm uncertain of the situation. The route ahead is blocked. Please hold on." Tao Zhi stowed her phone, suspecting this delay was linked to those pursuing the man beside her. Turning her attention back to him, she found him gasping, his hands mindlessly attempting to unfasten the buttons of his shirt. At that moment, she recognized his distress. Testing his temperature with her hand confirmed he was indeed burning hot. Just as she intended to withdraw, he seized her hand. In a daze, he found her scent intoxicatingly sweet, and he longed to draw nearer. With eyes closed, he pressed her hand against his face, and despite her attempts to pull away, she found her efforts futile. "What are you doing? Release me. Control yourself. This is someone's private property. I'm so hot, so uncomfortable. MMM." If Tao Zhi had any doubts about the effects of the drug, they vanished in that moment. Rising to leave, she was ensnared as he clung to her leg, his feverish face rubbing against her thigh, eliciting a soft, contented sigh from him. "How delightful," he murmured. Tao Zhi, teeth clenched, kicked out, "Let go. Beware, or I shall slap you." His gaze, clouded with desire, met hers as he replied, "Yes, slap me. I invite it." Speechless, Tao Zhi cursed inwardly. She truly wished to strike him, but it was evident he would derive some twisted pleasure from it. Just then, she noticed him drawing even closer. "I feel so unwell. I'm burning up." Tao Zhi, her patience wearing thin, snapped, "You're being insufferable. Of course you're hot. Please help me. I beg you." Frustration coursed through her. Did he think she was his savior? At that moment, she contemplated abandoning him to allow those pursuing him to discover him. Yet the sight of his pitiable state stayed her hand. In her 24 years of life, while she had never been without romantic entanglements, she had never truly crossed that threshold. It wasn't he that she was prudish. Rather, she simply hadn't found someone she felt deeply for, leading to breakups before reaching that point. Now, faced with this scenario, she found herself in an experience she had only witnessed in videos or read about in novels, yet had never personally encountered. As she pondered this, Tao Zhi suddenly felt a flicker of interest. She crouched down to gaze at the man, who, upon sensing her proximity, nearly pressed his lips against hers. "How may I assist you?" he asked, his eyes glazed, his grip on her unyielding. Instead of loosening his embrace, he withdrew one hand to tightly clasp hers, first caressing, then becoming increasingly suggestive. "Help me, I beg you," he murmured, his Adam's apple bobbing enticingly, exuding an allure that was both sensual and desperate. He tilted his head back, his eyes appearing feeble and pleading, as if beseeching Tao Zhi for her compassion. One must wonder which woman could withstand such temptation. The aphrodisiac that Yu Yun-gui had administered to the man was a potent concoction sourced from abroad. Knowing the man possessed remarkable self-control, she had deliberately used a hefty dosage. Ordinarily, he would not have succumbed to such a state. He had undergone training and had developed a resistance to common aphrodisiacs. Yet Yu Yun-gui was cunning, and the scent emanating from Tao Zhi seemed to possess an irresistible allure for him. Observing the man's vulnerable demeanor, Tao Zhi couldn't help but chuckle. How amusing. The man had lost all comprehension of her words, gradually pulling her hand downwards while his gaze remained fixed on her. "Will you help me, please?" he implored. Noticing her lack of resistance, he grew bolder. Burying his head in the crook of her neck, he wrapped one arm tightly around her waist, as if attempting to melt her into his very being. He inhaled greedily the fragrance of her neck, releasing a series of breaths that were a mixture of pleasure and anguish. As she toyed with him, she softly admonished, "Be quiet. If someone discovers us, I won't take responsibility. Or perhaps, do you wish for them to witness you in such a state?" The man's voice lowered, his head completely nestled in her neck. trembling intermittently. Time seemed to stretch, and at last, the man shuddered violently. Tao Zhi withdrew her hand, wiping it clean on his clothing before extending it towards him. Lick it clean. His eyes misty and his face flushed even more than before, he gazed at her with a glistening stare, and indeed, he extended his tongue to lick her fingertips. Tao Zhi found the scene utterly entertaining and inquired with a smile, "Is it tasty?" The man did not respond, diligently ensuring her hand was immaculate, yet Tao Zhi still found it necessary to wipe it again on his clothing, for his saliva was unclean. Just then her phone vibrated, and she answered it. "Madam, I've arrived, but I don't see you," came the voice of Lu Jia. "I just went to the restroom." "Please wait," she replied, rising to her feet. The man grasped her arms suddenly. "Are you leaving? What else? Stay here to accompany you in a wild encounter?" His face flushed crimson, and he quickly stammered, "I'm sorry, I haven't even caught your name yet. May I know it?" His tone was cautious, fearful of inciting her ire. Tao Zhi leaned closer. "I am Tao Zhi. I will arrange for your payment. Be prepared, understood?" The man mulled over her name, only to realize that she had already departed. He stared down at his disheveled attire, the earlier scene replaying in his mind, igniting his desires anew. He let his hand drift down from where he had embraced her, emitting another suppressed sound of longing. Chapter 24. Red marks. Tao Zhi exited the narrow alley and noticed that the searchers had vanished. Even the two unconscious figures on the ground were gone. Since Lu Jia had entered, it seemed those individuals had retreated. She glanced back at the nearby courtyard, then twirled her phone as she walked away with a smile. The screen displayed a recording that lasted over 40 minutes. Upon seeing her, Lu Jia hurriedly opened the car door for her. Once inside, Tao Zhi closed her eyes, reminiscing about the earlier events, and suddenly burst into laughter. How delightful! However, her hands felt dirty, and she couldn't bear it any longer. "Do you have any water?" she asked Lu Jia. "Madam, there is some in the refrigerator in front of your seat," he replied. Tao Zhi retrieved a bottle of water, twisted it open, and washed her hands out the car window before tossing the bottle into the trash bin inside the vehicle. Lu Jia observed his mistress's demeanor through the rearview mirror and noticed she seemed to be in good spirits. He cautiously asked, "Madam, what have you been up to this afternoon? I've been searching for you." Hearing Lu Jia's seemingly complaining yet inquisitive tone, Tao Zhi was not offended. She slipped off her high heels, placed her feet on the footrest, adjusted her seat back, and reclined. "I was just out for a stroll. It was inconvenient for you to follow me." Lu Jia's lips twitched as he added, "I saw that the place you just exited was not far from a bar." "Were you at a bar?" Tao Zhi raised an eyebrow, meeting his gaze in the mirror. "What? Am I not allowed to go? Or, do you have an objection? Or, is it someone else who has an objection?" Lu Jia felt a chill run down his spine and quickly replied, No, I was merely asking. Worried I might inadvertently let something slip when we return." Tao Zhi paid no mind to his concerns. She was free now, and they could no longer dictate her movements. Lu Jia began to sweat. After all, his boss had been inquiring about her all day, and since he accompanied her, he could only deflect. Now that he was aware of her whereabouts, he could formulate a proper report for when they returned. Tao Zhi rested with her eyes closed. And by the time they arrived at the estate, it was already past 1 in the morning. She had never returned home this late before. The household staff were astonished, but dared not ask questions. Upon her return, a maid hurried forward. "Madam, you're back. Are you hungry? Would you like the kitchen to prepare a midnight snack?" Hearing the maid's inquiry, Tao Zhi realized she was indeed hungry. Dinner had been spicy hot pot, which, while fragrant, was not something she could consume much of, and now she felt a genuine hunger. "I am a bit hungry. Please prepare a bowl of noodles, something light. I'll eat after I finish my shower." As the maid acknowledged her request and turned to leave, another voice interrupted. "Make it 2 bowls." Tao Zhi looked up to see Omo standing on the second floor. How is it that he is still awake at this hour? She thought, choosing to ignore him as she entered the elevator and pressed the button for the 3rd floor. However, the doors opened on the 2nd floor. Omo stood outside, his gaze fixed on Tao Zhi. He noticed her attire was markedly different from before. She appeared more alluring than ever, as if another persona had taken residence within her. Captivating and frigid, enchanting yet fierce, every movement stirring a complicated sensation within him. Tao Zhi raised her eyes coolly and swept her gaze over him. "Is there something you need?" Omo opened his mouth several times, swallowing his words until he finally asked, "Why are you returning so late?" Tao Zhi rolled her eyes and pressed the close button. "What does it concern you?" As the elevator ascended, Omo felt a surge of irritation. He couldn't quite fathom why he had been glancing at the clock intermittently since she left, even asking the butler to inquire about her whereabouts. Watching as dinner time passed with no sign of her return made him restless, regretting ever allowing her to go out. Time ticked away, and realizing his excessive concern for Tao Zhi, he retreated to his study to handle work. Yet, even at 10 o'clock, she had still not returned home. Summoning the butler for an update, he learned that she was still out. He couldn't comprehend what there was to enjoy outside at such a late hour. Annoyed, he returned to his room to sleep. The pain from his injuries seemed to diminish. Tossing and turning, sleep eluded him as thoughts of what Tao Zhi might be doing outside flooded his mind. He couldn't help but recall her defiance when she struck him, her arrogance, her indifference, and the joy she expressed when she spoke of divorce. The more he thought, the more frustrated he became, the more restless he grew. It wasn't until he heard commotion from downstairs that he realized it was already past 1. In principle, the villa should possess excellent sound insulation, rendering him oblivious to any disturbances. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, he had neglected to secure the door tightly. Previously, to thwart Tao Zhi from sneaking into his bed at night, he had always locked the door from the inside. Although he wasn't often present, he ensured that Tao Zhi had no opportunity to exploit the situation. However, today, he found himself yearning to hear even the slightest sound from her. A realization that struck him as madness. Upon hearing the servant inquire about Tao Zhi, he instinctively donned his pajamas and slipped on his shoes. Hastily exiting before the servant departed, uttering a few words and intercepting her in the elevator. Even after Tao Zhi had left, he remained perplexed as to why he had acted in such a manner. As Tao Zhi descended after freshening up, steaming bowls of noodles awaited her. She wore a wine-red, white-sleeved nightgown, her elongated neck and collarbone exposed, lending her an exceptionally fair appearance. Fresh from her bath, she exuded the fragrance of roses, unmistakably marking her as a beautiful yet perilous woman. Mo, clad in a black silk robe, sat at the table, engrossed in his phone. Upon noticing Tao Zhi's arrival, he set his phone aside, his gaze falling upon her, a fleeting shadow crossing his eyes, too swift to be discerned. He still sat atop 2 cushions, clearly indicating his injury had yet to mend. Tao Zhi paid him no mind, knowing their time together was limited. As long as he did not provoke her, she could easily disregard him. The dining table was adorned with 2 simple bowls of clear noodle soup, glistening with a hint of oil, accompanied by a perfectly fried egg with a golden crust, garnished with a sprinkle of green onions, which made Tao Zhi's appetite surge. The maid, smiling, remarked, "The kitchen is closed for the night, and I thought it best not to disturb you. I prepared this noodle soup, though I am unsure if it suits your tastes." "Sir and madam." Glancing at the maid's hopeful expression, Tao Zhi took a bite and gave her a thumbs up, declaring, "Not bad, quite delicious." The maid beamed with joy, and Tao Zhi generously added, "Your salary will double next month." Mo sampled the soup as well, remaining silent, clearly acquiescing to Tao Zhi's approval. As Tao Zhi's hair, freshly washed and dried, draped inconveniently along her sides, she casually swept it to one side, with one hand holding her hair and the other enjoying her noodles. Mo's gaze instinctively lifted, and he caught sight of a faint redness along her neck. Although he could not see clearly, the mark was unmistakably reminiscent of being gently bitten or sucked. Realizing this, Mo's hand paused mid-bite, his eyes fixated on the red mark on Tao Zhi's neck, his expression growing increasingly cold and fierce. It was only after Tao Zhi finished her last bite, lifting her bowl to sip the broth, that Mo suddenly rose, grasping her wrist and attempting to lift her garment. Startled by his abrupt action, Tao Zhi instinctively stepped back and slapped him. "What on earth is wrong with you?" Mo, caught off guard by the blow, turned his head, his eyes darkening as they fixed on her. The maid, witnessing the scene, was taken aback, bewildered by the sudden escalation. "Who did this?"
Who did you meet today?
"What do you mean, who did this? What kind of madness are you spouting at this hour? Like a rabid dog. Do you want me to tie you up at the door?" Tao Zhi retorted, turning to leave, only to have Mo seize her wrist. As she prepared to resist, he pressed his foot against her legs, surprising her with his strength. Mo brushed aside her hair, his gaze locked onto her neck. "Tao Zhi, are you really so eager? I just suggested a divorce, and you're already seeking another man? Or have you been entangled with someone else all along?" At this, Mo let out a short laugh. "No wonder you so readily agreed to the divorce. It turns out you have another wild dog outside." Tao Zhi was baffled by Mo's irrational behavior, but she was not one to remain subdued. She twisted her hand, forcing his grip backward, causing him to wince. In retaliation, she kicked him and executed a shoulder throw, sending him crashing to the ground. Mo gasped in pain but quickly scrambled to his feet, his eyes gleaming with malice and madness. Tao Zhi frowned at the sight of him. It seems you've forgotten your injury. Do you still want to be slapped? Even if I were with another man, what concern is it of yours? You think you can cavort with your sisters and confidants, yet I cannot find solace elsewhere? Besides, what right do you have to dictate my actions? Don't forget, we will soon have no ties to each other. It's perfectly normal for me to be with someone else, isn't it? Who do you think you are? What right do you have to be angry? Hearing her words ignited a greater fury within Mo. What right do I have to be angry? I am your husband. Do you not see that? Tao Zhi scoffed lightly. Don't be absurd. At most, you are my ex-husband. Upon hearing this, Mo clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. So you are so eager for a divorce? Tao Zhi furrowed her brow at the ominous premonition, and indeed, Mo continued, I will not grant you your wish. You are so enthusiastic to marry me, and now that you have a wild man, you wish to cast me aside?
Tao Zhi.
Let me make this clear. It is impossible. I have changed my mind. I will not divorce you. Tao Zhi felt a surge of irritation, her hands itching to strike him. Yet, this man's audacity clearly could not be resolved with a mere slap. Upon reflection, she merely smiled. Is that so? I hadn't realized you had a penchant for wearing a green hat. Not getting a divorce is fine. The identity of a married woman is even more stimulating. Wouldn't you agree? Without waiting for Mo's reaction, she turned and ascended the stairs. Behind her, Mo yelled, Tao Zhi, how dare you? From this day forth, you shall not step outside to meet that wild man. Tao Zhi halted her steps, glancing back with a cold snort. You can try. Let us see whose subordinates are more formidable, yours or mine. You. Mo, I advise you not to provoke me further. Or I won't hesitate to ensure we both suffer dire consequences, understand? After saying this, she flashed him a mischievous smile, her lips parting slightly. Be a good boy. As Mo watched her retreating figure and the ascending elevator, he suddenly felt deflated. He could not comprehend why he had been so furious moments ago. Shouldn't he be relieved to be rid of Tao Zhi? Feeling a sharp pain on his face, he touched it, recalling the intoxicating fragrance that lingered when her palm had struck him. Chapter 25. Badminton. After returning to her room, Tao Zhi felt a wave of irritation wash over her. She kicked off her shoes and lay on the bed, pondering Mo's earlier words, utterly confounded by his madness. Simultaneously, her thoughts drifted back to the mark on her neck, prompting her to sit at the vanity mirror. She brushed her fingers over the slightly backward red mark, cursing under her breath at the impertinent man who had left a mark on her. She felt a surge of fury at the thought of her plans for regaining her single status being thwarted. Just then, her phone chimed, drawing her attention. Returning to her bedside, she picked it up. Given that this number was relatively new, aside from Butler O and Gu Shi, she had no other acquaintances. Assuming it was Gu Shi sending her design drafts, she was surprised to find a friend request instead. Upon opening the green bubble, she was greeted with a profile picture showcasing a lavish night view of skyscrapers. Raising her brow, she speculated that this might be the bar's Yu Yun Gui. She accepted the request, and almost immediately, a message arrived. Still awake? A smile crept onto Tao Zhi's lips as her alabaster fingers danced across the screen in response. Is this considered misusing your position? The reply came swiftly. Doesn't matter, I'm the boss. Tao Zhi retorted, respect. After a few minutes, a message arrived from the other side asking, I wonder if I am fortunate enough to learn the name of this beautiful lady? Tao Zhi smiled as she typed back, a single mother, a married woman. No further comment. Upon sending the message, she noticed a pause in the conversation. Just as she thought he might give up, another message popped up. Married woman? I find that even more appealing. Tao Zhi chuckled softly, choosing not to respond further. After all, this person had yet to reveal his intentions in approaching her. And she doubted there was anything of value he sought. Setting aside her thoughts, Tao Zhi proceeded with her nightly routine, washing her face and brushing her teeth before heading to bed. Meanwhile, Yu Yun Gui, clutching his phone, sat in a dimly lit booth, a cigarette dangling from his lips. He stared at the unanswered message, his brow furrowing in contemplation. What could possibly trouble him? Yu Yun Gui tucked his phone away, twirling it between his fingers, his expression obscured by the shadows. Their purpose for this visit was to negotiate with the next conference representative regarding cooperation, hoping to advocate for the legalization of the inland gambling industry in the upcoming meeting. However, to their dismay, the individual proved unyielding, and the partnership collapsed. Yu Yun-gui had anticipated a backup plan, yet their target managed to elude them. "No matter, since he has fled, we shall not linger. Let us depart," he stated. "What about the matter at hand?"
came the inquiry.
Yu Yun-gui replied with a light chuckle. The conference does not hinge solely on his representation. Following closely was Xinyu, known as Colin in English, who had accompanied Yu Yun-gui from a harbor city. Yu Yun-gui's mother hailed from the mainland while his father was from the harbor city, and their family business thrived legally there but faced restrictions on the mainland. For the past 2 years, he had been striving to establish connections on the mainland to legalize industries such as gambling, enabling them to enter the inland market with transparency. Unfortunately, the stringent regulations posed significant barriers, which is why they had targeted the conference representative. Gaining support from influential figures would assure them of eventual success, even if initial attempts faltered, as the potential profits were immense. Regrettably, they had chosen a representative who was rather inflexible, resolute in the face of failure. Yu Yun-gui decided to change his approach. He stood up, retrieving his dark red velvet blazer from the sofa, and made his way outside. Exiting the booth, the melodic music of the bar enveloped him, and he glanced down to see that their previous spot had already been occupied by new patrons. Xinyu followed closely behind. But after a few steps, he noticed his superior had halted, gazing downwards. Before he could ascertain the reason for the pause, he heard, "Help me look up someone."
"Who?"
inquired Xinyu. "I'll send a photo shortly," Yu Yun-gui replied, striding away. Tao Zhi woke naturally the next morning and descended for breakfast. With Omo absent,
She felt a sense of relief.
after finishing her meal, she returned to her room to play games, but by evening, feeling restless, she summoned her bodyguard, bringing along 2 maids to the lawn for a game of badminton. The refreshing evening breeze tousled her hair as she donned a white sports skirt paired with a light blue polo shirt, her long hair tied up high, revealing her smooth, radiant forehead. This ensemble made her appear like an undergraduate, the epitome of campus beauty. Indeed, Tao Zhi had been the belle of both high school and university. Regrettably, she was sold to the O family immediately after graduation. With a racket in hand, she joyfully dashed across the lawn, her opponent shifting from a maid to the bodyguard. The bodyguard, strong and athletic, sent the shuttlecock flying far, often skimming the boundaries. Yet, Tao Zhi displayed remarkable explosive power, swiftly returning each shot with finesse. She played not only for exercise but also to strengthen her somewhat frail physique. Meanwhile, Omo, having just wrapped up work and seeking fresh air, caught sight of this scene as he crossed a small flower bed. He had never witnessed this side of Tao Zhi nor seen her in such attire. For a moment, he felt as though he had wandered onto a university campus, captivated by the youthful energy of the girl before him, prompting an urge to approach her, if not for the 2 maids in matching gray uniforms at her side. Today, Omo felt less pain from his injuries, which had turned a shade of purple. As long as he avoided direct contact, discomfort was minimal, although prolonged sitting or lying down still brought a dull ache. He had opted for a beige casual outfit instead of his usual hospital garb, and even his typically meticulously styled hair appeared slightly disheveled, suggesting a more relaxed demeanor. This change lent him an air of a leisurely affluent youth, provided one overlooked the bruising at the corner of his mouth. As he observed Tao Zhi laughing joyfully in the distance, her maids cheered her on with delight whenever she executed an impressive shot. In contrast, the bodyguard, panting and drenched in sweat, regretted underestimating her prowess during their game. Just then, Tao Zhi leaped, her arm outstretched, expertly intercepting the shuttlecock midair before delivering a powerful smash that struck the bodyguard squarely on the forehead. As she landed, her hair flowed gracefully in the air, and Omo felt an intoxicating fragrance wafting from her. Exhausted, the bodyguard collapsed onto the lawn, while Tao Zhi wiped her brow, and the observing maids eagerly handed her water. After taking a sip, she spotted Omo in the distance, retracting her gaze to announce, "I'm tired. The sun is setting. Let's head back." The bodyguard promptly rose, smiling as he retrieved the shuttlecock. Omo watched her retreating figure, a shadow passing over his eyes. Later that evening, as Tao Zhi dined, Omo reappeared, but she avoided looking at him, hastily finishing her meal before ascending the stairs. After her departure, Omo halted his actions, staring at the closed door, his emotions inscrutable. Soon after, the butler rushed in, flustered. "Sir, Madam has returned." Omo frowned. "What does she want this time?" The butler replied, "She has brought 2 cars full of people. It appears she intends to confront Madam." Rising to intercept his mother, Omo paused halfway, recalling his current state. He halted, instructing the butler, "Gather the bodyguards, ensure they protect Madame and prevent any harm from befalling her." The butler was taken aback by Omo's unexpected concern, expecting him to seize this opportunity to teach his wife a lesson. "What are you waiting for? Hurry." Omo urged. "Yes, yes." The butler responded, and Omo retreated to the restroom, torn between avoiding the confrontation and wanting to gauge the situation. Outside the estate, Heating arrived with 2 cars full of bodyguards, but was stopped at the entrance. "Madam, it is not that we wish to deny you entry, but these individuals are not permitted. The estate forbids strangers from entering. Please do not make this difficult for us," 2 security guards implored, bowing apologetically. Heating's expression soured. She retorted, "What do you mean strangers? They are my bodyguards, not strangers. This is my son's home, and I shall come and go as I please. Do you dare to block me?" "Madam, that is not the case." Heating had no desire to listen to their explanations. With a mere wave of her hand, 4 imposing figures descended from the vehicle behind her, all clad in tailored suits and dark sunglasses. They forcibly dragged the guards aside. As her words echoed, the 2 security guards were pulled apart, and Heating declared, "If you do not open the door, you shall not be returning to work tomorrow." Under the weight of her authority, the guards ultimately relented and swung open the grand gates of the estate, allowing 3 cars to glide smoothly inside. Heating occupied the foremost Rolls-Royce, her eyes shut, her mind consumed by the memory of that day when Tao Zhi had slapped her. She had pondered over it repeatedly, unable to swallow the indignity of being struck by a junior. Her son had remarked on her recent changes, advising her not to provoke Tao Zhi. Those who once dared not raise their voices against her now sought to impose their will upon her? How could she endure such humiliation? A bitter knot lodged in her throat, prompting her to decide to confront Tao Zhi with her bodyguards in tow. The previous bodyguards had been disobedient. This time, however, she commanded those who would heed her every command. She intended to bind that wretched girl and administer a thorough beating, subsequently marring her face and consigning her to a mental institution where she would remain for eternity, never to emerge again. With this thought, she grasped her bag and, accompanied by her entourage, marched boldly into the main building. At this juncture, the bodyguards summoned by the butler arrived, totaling 16 in number. Yet, none dared to impede Heating. With 10 imposing figures at her back, she felt undaunted against the assemblage. As the 2 factions faced off, the butler hastily approached. "Ah, madam, what brings you here again?" Heating shot him a disdainful glance, unable to forget Oh Chung's biased actions that day. With a contemptuous snort, she retorted, "This is my family. Am I not entitled to be here?" The butler, all smiles, replied, No, madam, you misinterpret my words." Heating dismissed him, knowing she had ample time to deal with a mere servant. She surveyed her surroundings before bellowing, "Where is Tao Zhi? Have her come to see me at once." She had deliberately chosen to arrive under the cover of darkness. Even if Tao Zhi could leave now, it was improbable that she would still be out at this hour. The butler, upon hearing her demand, quickly interjected, "Madam, if you wish to speak with the mistress, shall we wait for Mr. O to return?" Heating, uninterested in his idle chatter, shoved him aside and strode towards the elevator. Suddenly remembering something, she halted and turned to her bodyguards, commanding, "You 2, go upstairs and bring Tao Zhi down for me." The 2 lead bodyguards moved to comply, only to be obstructed by the estate's guards. Heating, witnessing this, glared at the butler, her eyes ablaze with fury. "Oh Chung, what is the meaning of this? Do not forget who pays your salary." The butler, still smiling and ever humble, replied, "Madam, it is Mr. O's express orders that you are not to cause a ruckus at home." Furious, Heating realized that in just a few days, that wretched Tao Zhi had managed to turn her son against her, and if allowed to continue this bravado, Tao Zhi would soon be standing over her, dictating terms. The more she thought about it, the more her expression soured. She barked at her bodyguards. "What are you waiting for? Go seize her." At her command, the bodyguards engaged in a scuffle with those blocking their path, the commotion escalating. Meanwhile, Tao Zhi had just lost a game and was passionately berating her opponent, oblivious to the tumult below. She assumed it was just Omo stirring trouble and continued her tirade. "Are you a fool? You have the conditions to see a doctor and treat your Parkinson's, and yet you still manage to miss me? That's truly impressive. Go home, kid. This is an adult game, and you, a mere elementary student, should not meddle in affairs beyond your grasp. Focus on your homework first." Just as she finished her sentence, a resounding crash echoed from downstairs. Removing her headphones, She was met with the unmistakable sound of a brawl. Furrowing her brow, she stood up, unaware that her opponent had reported her. Peering through the door, she grasped the scene unfolding below. Her formidable mother-in-law had arrived to stir trouble. Just when she had been searching for an outlet for her frustrations, it seemed trouble had come knocking. Returning to her computer, she glared at the game notifications, her anger reigniting. Grabbing a water cup, she stormed out, vowing, "Whoever reported me will pay dearly once I find out who they are." Exiting her room, she raised her arm and hurled the cup into the mass of people. The cup struck the chandelier above, producing a thunderous noise. "What's all this commotion?" With her words and the clatter of falling crystals, silence enveloped the room.
Ting,
Startled by the cascading chandelier pieces, shrieked, "Ah!" Lifting her gaze to find Tao Zhi before her, her fury escalated. Tao Zhi! Simultaneously, within the Chung family villa, a 20-something young man clutched his phone, his face twisted in anger. Dressed in a nondescript gray hoodie and loose jeans, with headphones draped around his neck and tousled light brown hair, he appeared youthful, yet somewhat naive. "She actually insulted me. She called me a child.
Arg.
And mocked me too. I'm furious. Furious. Cousin, I need you to help me find out who she is. I want to confront her in real life." Hearing this, a large hand snatched the phone from him, tapping a few buttons before returning it to the young man. "All done, I've reported her." Was it really worth getting this worked up over? The young man hesitated, contemplating whether reporting her was necessary. The man seated on the sofa, legs crossed and holding a file, glanced up at the commotion. A charming smile graced his face, one that would render countless stars envious. Who was just saying they wanted to meet this person in real life? The boy remained silent as the man playfully rapped his knuckles against the boy's head. Chapter 27. Confrontation with the mother-in-law. Inside the villa, Ting, still shaken by the chandelier's fall, pointed an accusatory finger at Tao Zhi, exclaiming, "You dare to strike me." Tao Zhi, unfazed, leisurely descended the elevator, crossing her arms as she exited. As the elevator doors opened, Ting stood menacingly in the hallway. Upon seeing Tao Zhi emerge, she raised her hand to point, only to hastily lower it. "I must inform you, I have brought company today. If you dare to lay a finger on me, I will have them strip you and throw you out." Tao Zhi burst into laughter. "Oh, splendid. Then I shall stand at the entrance and shout, 'I am Omo's wife. Come one, come all to see me. If we are to be humiliated, let us share the disgrace. I am indifferent. You are utterly shameless." Ting retorted. "What do you want?
To provoke me?"
Seeing the lack of fear on Tao Zhi's face, coupled with her evident impatience, Ting's anger flared. She turned to her bodyguards. "Haven't you eaten?" At her command, several bodyguards forcefully overturned those blocking their way and rushed to Ting's side, emboldening her stance. "Seize her. If she resists, do not hesitate." The bodyguards exchanged glances, contemplating how a girl with such a slender frame could possibly resist. Yet, they felt a twinge of sympathy for Tao Zhi, knowing Ting's reputation for ruthlessness. Nevertheless, they had to obey their employer and advance to apprehend her. Tao Zhi, locking eyes with Ting, smirked before delivering a swift kick towards the advancing bodyguard. The guard, caught off guard by her strength and apparent training, was sent flying backwards. The remaining 3 guards stood momentarily stunned, their gazes following their comrade's trajectory before shifting back to Tao Zhi, disbelief etched across their faces. Even Ting was witnessing Tao Zhi's violent outburst for the first time. Her mouth agape, she quickly retreated a couple of steps, hiding behind the bodyguard. "Quick, quick. Seize her. All of you, together, capture this madwoman." Upon hearing this, several bodyguards drew their weapons. 2 brandished their batons, flicking them open, while 1 brandished a stun baton, glaring menacingly at Tao Zhi. Upon seeing the items in their hands, a shadow of anger crossed Tao Zhi's face. She turned to Ting, realizing that her scheming mother-in-law truly intended to make her life difficult. With that in mind, she felt no further reservations. As a baton swung toward her, Tao Zhi sidestepped deftly, raising her elbow to strike the bodyguard squarely on the nose, eliciting a pained scream as he staggered backward. Seizing the opportunity, she snatched the baton from his grip and swung it at another bodyguard wielding a baton. Meanwhile, the bodyguard with the stun baton was waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Just as he prepared to launch his attack, Tao Zhi grabbed the bodyguard she was battling and hurled him in front of her as a shield. The bodyguard was hit by the electric shock, convulsing briefly before collapsing helplessly. The bodyguard with the stun baton attempted to retaliate, but Tao Zhi struck his wrist with the baton, causing him to drop the stun baton. As he reacted and bent to retrieve it, Tao Zhi unleashed a series of blows upon him, forcing him to retreat repeatedly until she finally kicked him over. All 4 bodyguards lay on the ground, incapacitated. Tao Zhi turned around, her demeanor intimidating. He Ting was already stunned by Tao Zhi's prowess. She had never anticipated that Tao Zhi would be so formidable. Previously, she had heard no mention of her having any combat training. At that moment, Tao Zhi's presence was overwhelming. Her slippers remained securely on her feet as she fixed her gaze on He Ting, advancing step by step. He Ting, too frightened to utter a word, stumbled backward, nearly falling over. Tao Zhi let out a light laugh, halting at a certain spot to bend down and pick up the stun baton. She raised it to her eyes, inspecting it with a smirk. "Ah, well prepared, mother-in-law. How should I repay you for this generous gift?" He Ting, retreating in a daze, only snapped back to reality upon hearing Tao Zhi's words and raised her hands to her ears, letting out a shriek. "Ah, ah, 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 ah." Then she turned and fled towards the exit. Tao Zhi was already in a foul mood that night. Not only had her son reneged on his promise of divorce, but her gaming endeavors had also taken a nosedive. To add insult to injury, He Ting had the audacity to come looking for trouble once more. It was her previous mistake, and she had promised that if someone dared to strike her, they would learn their lesson. The last time she had held back too much. This time, there was no way she would allow He Ting to escape. Kicking off her slipper, Tao Zhi caught it midair and hurled it at He Ting. The sole was not light, and the toe bore a large metallic logo. Tao Zhi's aim was impeccable, and the slipper landed squarely against He Ting's nape.
He Ting,
Already in a state of panic, lost her footing and fell face-first to the ground. The bodyguards, still engaged in the fray, were momentarily distracted by the commotion, halting their actions, only to witness the usually composed lady tumbling down without lifting her head. Mo had been hiding in the restroom, observing the situation through the crack in the door. Seeing that Tao Zhi had not been harmed and his mother was uninjured, he remained hidden. Just as he began to relax, he was taken aback by the sight of his mother falling. Contemplating whether to step out, he then saw Tao Zhi approaching He Ting. He Ting, hearing the noise, initially felt utterly humiliated and didn't want to lift her head. However, the sound of Tao Zhi's footsteps made her realize that fleeing was her priority. Otherwise, that crazed woman would surely kill her. Panicking, she scrambled to her feet to escape, only to be seized by the collar. A chill ran down her spine. "Tao Zhi, let go of me." Tao Zhi chuckled softly, leaning in close and brushing past He Ting's shoulder, her voice dripping with mock innocence. "Aren't you here to see me, mother-in-law? Why the hurry to leave? Is your daughter-in-law not being a gracious host?" He Ting, hearing Tao Zhi's faux demure tone, felt a shiver run through her. She was convinced that Tao Zhi had completely lost her mind. "I am your mother-in-law, Tao Zhi. How can you treat me this way?" Tao Zhi tilted her head, appearing to ponder the question seriously. "I'm not quite sure. You do know that since I married in, I've never ventured outside. I have no idea how others treat their mothers-in-law. But I do have my principles. Didn't I mention this to you before?" He Ting swallowed hard, forcing herself to maintain composure. "Let me go. Aren't you causing all this chaos just to make Xiao Mo like you? I have my ways." Tao Zhi laughed lightly, her tone filled with curiosity and delight. He Ting, unable to see her expression, assumed she was genuinely pleased, prompting her to hastily add, "As long as you let me go and don't harm me, and continue to listen to me like before, I guarantee Xiao Mo will fall in love with you." "Really?" Tao Zhi replied, her voice tinged with a quiver, "But he never even looked at me before. Are you truly capable of making him love me?" Chapter 28. Intimidation. He Ting internally cursed Tao Zhi for her foolishness, convinced that such a dimwit would never capture her son's affection, especially a lunatic like her. Once she safely exited this place, she would immediately arrange for her son to divorce this madwoman. However, she certainly could not voice such thoughts aloud. "Of course, he is my son. He has always listened to me since he was a child. If I tell him to treat you well, he will surely comply." With a hint of bitterness, Tao Zhi lamented, "But despite my efforts for so long, why does he still not love me?" Hearing Tao Zhi's words, He Ting realized that she still harbored feelings for her son, likely driven to desperation in her current state. "It's just that you haven't had enough time yet. You haven't truly influenced him. I know my son well. He prefers gentle, understanding, and filial girls. As long as you listen to me from now on, I can ensure he will obediently live with you. Tao Zhi nearly burst into laughter at He Ting's naivete. Twirling the stun baton in her hand, she kept a firm grip on He Ting's collar. He Ting attempted to break free multiple times, but to no avail. Oh, mother-in-law, you truly misunderstand your son. He doesn't fancy gentle and understanding types. He adores those who can smack him across the face like me. And you, mother-in-law, being his mother, should share similar interests, don't you think? Let's see how it goes today. Realizing that she had been played, He Ting's face flushed with anger. Tao Zhi, you've lost your mind. I am your mother-in-law. You cannot treat me this way. When Tao Zhi showed no intention of releasing her, He Ting shouted again, is everyone dead? Hurry, seize her, capture her. Tao Zhi let out a cold laugh, tugging at He Ting's collar and dragging her backward. He Ting was utterly helpless. Even as she flailed her legs in a desperate attempt to escape, she was still being pulled along by Tao Zhi. Tao Zhi dragged her to the spot where she had just battled the bodyguards and released her. He Ting immediately scrambled to get up and flee. But Tao Zhi picked up a nearby baton and struck her cleanly on the ankle. He Ting cried out in pain, collapsing to the ground. In that moment, she truly comprehended the extent of Tao Zhi's strength. The blow was so painful that tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Tao Zhi, you're insane. Tao Zhi swiftly struck another bodyguard who attempted to rise, then casually tossed the baton aside. Standing tall, she approached He Ting while holding the stun baton. He Ting, sitting on the ground and weeping, shook her head and crawled backward. Oh, don't come over, Tao Zhi, you can't. Tao Zhi ignored her pleas, stepping forward and stomping down on He Ting's ankle, causing her to cry out once more. At that moment, Omo could no longer stand idly by. He could not allow the situation to escalate, lest Tao Zhi truly knock his mother unconscious. That's enough, Tao Zhi. Upon hearing this, Tao Zhi turned her head and was met with the sight of the battered and limping Omo staring back at her. With arched brows, she realized he had been lurking in the living room all along. He Ting, upon spotting Omo, appeared as if she had found a savior and cried out, son,
Please save me.
Tao Zhi has gone mad. She wants to kill me. Omo understood the circumstances, but he could not passively witness his mother being treated in such a manner. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then opened them to address Tao Zhi. This time, my mother is in the wrong, and I apologize on her behalf. Could you please spare her? It was the first time He Ting had seen Omo so humble, but before she could express her astonishment, Tao Zhi, who had always been cautious in front of Omo, sneered and retorted. What do you think you are? Who are you to dictate terms regarding my affairs? Your mother previously demanded that I kneel and apologize. Last time, I let you off easy because of your age, but it seems you both are ungrateful and forgetful. With that, Tao Zhi crouched down, gazing at the tearful He Ting, and raised the electric baton in her hand, saying, this should be quite entertaining, don't you think? He Ting shook her head in panic. Tao Zhi, I was wrong. I won't trouble you again. But before she could finish her plea, a crackling sound erupted, and He Ting's body convulsed and stiffened before slowly collapsing backward.
Mom.
Omo rushed forward, but Tao Zhi did not grant him the chance to intervene. She seized He Ting by the collar and lifted her head. With He Ting's eyes shut and her body rigid, Tao Zhi delivered several resounding slaps across her face. The servants and bodyguards inside and outside the living room were utterly flabbergasted. They knew Tao Zhi was unstable, but they never expected her to go this far. That was her mother-in-law, the current matriarch of the O family. How could she treat her this way? Omo stepped forward to pull Tao Zhi away, but she retaliated with two swift slaps that sent him staggering backward, leaving him seeing stars and momentarily disoriented. The butler rushed over to support him and shouted, what are you doing standing there? Quickly, pull the madam away. The servants and bodyguards exchanged glances, hesitant to intervene. Tao Zhi held He Ting's collar in one hand while mercilessly slapping her with the other, a smile lingering at the corners of her mouth. My mother-in-law has come to visit. What better way for a daughter-in-law to welcome her than with a few hearty slaps? Seeing He Ting's face swell up, Tao Zhi finally ceased her assault and began dragging He Ting toward the kitchen. Omo attempted to follow, but limping could not keep up, and Tao Zhi had already reached the kitchen. Her intention was to splash some water on He Ting to awaken her and witness how she would treat her esteemed mother-in-law. But upon noticing a knife in the sink, she instinctively reached for it. The crowd gasped in horror and rushed toward her, calling out, Madam, Mrs. O.
Tao Zhi.
Omo, paralyzed by fear of what Tao Zhi might do, leaned against the table. At that moment, He Ting slowly opened her eyes. The instant she saw Tao Zhi brandishing the knife with a cold gaze directed at her, she was instantly terrified, her eyes rolling back as she fainted once more. Before Tao Zhi could react to He Ting's sudden fainting spell, she swayed a few times but to no avail. She casually returned the knife to its holder, and the onlookers collectively exhaled in relief as Tao Zhi filled a cup with water and splashed it onto He Ting's face. After dousing her with 2 cups of water without eliciting any response, Tao Zhi confirmed that He Ting would not awaken anytime soon. However, before she could express her regret, Mo snatched He Ting away. Only when Tao Zhi had set down the knife did Mo dare to approach. He was both fearful of provoking Tao Zhi into harming his mother further and uncertain of his own feelings toward her. He hurriedly handed his mother over to the butler, who instructed the bodyguards to take her to the medical wing. Mo regarded Tao Zhi with a complex expression.
Tao Zhi.
You promised me you wouldn't resort to violence so easily. Tao Zhi shrugged. You forgot that you were the one who went back on your word first? Moreover, she sought me out to cause trouble. Is it wrong for me to retaliate? But she is my mother. And so what? Tao Zhi asked in bewilderment. Mo took a deep breath. Regardless of her faults, she is still an elder. What will it look like if word of this spreads? Tao Zhi scoffed. What will it look like? It will only bring shame to your family, the family. Besides, she is your mother. What does that have to do with me? I will say this. Whoever from your family, be it your mother, father, sister, grandmother, grandfather, or any distant relatives, dares to trouble me or upset me will be met with the same fate, including you. Of course, if it becomes unbearable, divorce is simple. I will take my money and leave, and you will have peace. Mo was utterly exasperated, unsure of how to respond. In just 2 days, he had endured 2 slaps, and now his mother had been reduced to a swollen mess. How could he continue living like this? Yet, for reasons unknown, he still refrained from mentioning divorce. Tao Zhi sighed internally, realizing that the male lead truly had a penchant for enduring humiliation. Look, he was reluctant to part ways even now. Do you really think I wouldn't divorce you? Mo's gaze turned sharp, filled with emotions that Tao Zhi could not decipher. Then why don't you go ahead and divorce me? Tao Zhi crossed her arms defiantly. Mo remained silent, staring intently at her, while Tao Zhi, unafraid, met his gaze with indifference. They stood in opposition until, ultimately, Mo conceded first. He took a deep breath and said, I will handle things with my mother, could you refrain from resorting to violence so easily in the future? Upon hearing this, Tao Zhi dramatically raised her hand as if to slap him once more. Mo instinctively recoiled, only to see Tao Zhi merely tousling her hair before brushing past him. If you keep whining, I'll slap you again, she remarked before heading upstairs. As she ascended, Tao Zhi reveled in her newfound violent tendencies. No one could inflict even the slightest grievance upon her. Otherwise, she might have truly been taught a lesson by her so-called mother-in-law today. It seems I need to strengthen my training. One must be tough to forge iron, she mused as she returned to her room. However, upon entering, she was greeted by the sound of her phone notification chiming incessantly. Chapter 29, The Game. Tao Zhi picked up her phone, noticing messages from her 2 closest friends. Their SA race. Interested? It's exhilarating, and I believe you will enjoy it. If you decide to go, I can pick you up. Waiting for your reply. Glancing at the contact labeled flamboyant bartender, she smiled and replied, Sure, when is it? The following day. After waking and having a meal, Tao Zhi prepared to head out. She wore a loose, dark red silk shirt with an irregular collar and asymmetrical sleeves. The top 2 buttons were undone, revealing her delicate, fair collarbones, which glimmered like lethal blades against the red fabric. Below, she donned a pair of black pants that hugged her long legs, as she had opted against a skirt for easier movement during the race. Today, her makeup was notably vibrant, her long hair cascading in waves down her back, and she adorned her ears with exaggerated circular hoop earrings, the diamonds glinting in the sunlight. As she appeared ready to leave, a bodyguard stationed at the door rushed forward, asking, Madam, are you going out? Tao Zhi replied nonchalantly. The bodyguard hesitated, but Mr. O has instructed that you should not leave the house. Without lifting her head, Tao Zhi retorted, Then he can go to hell. With that, she grabbed her bag and made her way out. The bodyguard followed closely behind, stating, Then I shall go drive. Please wait a moment. Who in their right mind would dare underestimate the lady's prowess? If he were to prevent her from leaving today, he would certainly find himself in a precarious situation. However, If he accompanied her, he would likely only face a few scoldings. Even Mr. O himself would think twice before provoking her. Upon hearing this, Tao Zhi replied, "There's no need for that. I will drive myself." The bodyguard appeared troubled, but, "Madam, you have never driven before." Tao Zhi paused, contemplating whether the original owner of this body possessed a driver's license. After a moment, she recalled that the original owner had indeed obtained one during her university years, but it was about to expire in a year. However, aside from a few instances during her studies, she had never driven again, especially after marrying into the O family, where she was practically confined indoors. But Tao Zhi was unfazed by these considerations. "You need not concern yourself with that," she declared, making her way to the garage. Halfway there, she remembered a crucial detail: she did not have the car keys. So, she turned back and requested the keys from the bodyguard, who promptly obliged, demonstrating his keen understanding of her needs. Clutching the keys, Tao Zhi hastened to the garage, only to find herself taken aback. 8 luxury vehicles stood before her: a stretch Lincoln, 2 Rolls-Royces, a Bentley, a Maybach, a Maserati, a Porsche 911, and a Lamborghini. She clicked her tongue in dismay. She had wandered into the wrong place. This was the garage for Mr. O's day-to-day vehicles, not where the bodyguards parked their cars. Even if she had the keys, she wouldn't dare drive any of these. Revealing her identity while operating such vehicles was out of the question, and they were hardly suitable for a racetrack. If Tao Zhi were to be seen driving one of these cars, she would be met with disdainful glances before she even stepped out. With a heavy heart, she turned back, while the bodyguard who had given her the keys scratched his head and asked his companion, "What do you think the lady is doing in the boss's garage?" "I don't know. Is she planning to drive one of those cars?" "But my keys aren't for that garage," his partner replied, equally perplexed. Just then, they spotted Tao Zhi returning. They straightened up as she inquired of the bodyguard who had given her the keys, "Where is your car?" The bodyguard stifled a laugh, realizing she was unaware. Yet, he refrained from laughing, pointing towards the place where the bodyguards parked their vehicles. Tao Zhi handed back the keys, saying, "Go fetch me a car, something more discreet." The bodyguard did not question her and nodded before departing. Shortly, he returned driving a Mercedes G-Class, parking it beside her. He intended to accompany her for her safety, but before he could voice this, Tao Zhi had already entered the vehicle, shut the door, and started the engine, leaving the bodyguard inhaling exhaust fumes in disbelief. If the boss found out we let the lady leave on her own, he would surely be furious. As he finished that thought, he noticed his companion remained silent. Turning around, he received a punch from his partner. "What was that for?" "Now you can't be blamed. The car was taken by the lady," his companion replied, causing the bodyguard to fall silent. "Hey, throw a punch my way too," he suggested, but his partner rolled his eyes. "There are cameras here." "But you just hit me."
You wanted me to lie.
"It's fine. The boss won't investigate."
You.
As they bantered, they returned to their posts and reported the incident. Meanwhile, Tao Zhi had driven to the estate's gates, repeatedly honking the horn, but no one came to open the door. Frowning, she noticed a head poking out from the security booth, grinning as he said, "Apologies, madam, but sir has instructed that you are not to leave." He had just received a command over the intercom directly from Mr. O, forbidding Tao Zhi from going out. Initially, he intended to open the gate,
But now he could not.
Upon hearing this, Tao Zhi scoffed, reversed a few meters, and then suddenly pressed the gas pedal, accelerating. The guard's face paled in fear. He never anticipated her reckless behavior. In a panic, he hastily pressed the button to open the gate, which swung open just as her car was about to crash through. Like an arrow released from a bow, Tao Zhi's vehicle shot out, and she even raised her middle finger at the guard as she sped away. The guard rushed outside to check, his forehead glistening with sweat, revealing how flustered he had been. Once he confirmed that both the lady and her car were unharmed, he sighed in relief and picked up the intercom, saying, "Butler, I was unable to stop the lady. She was determined to drive through the gate. And I feared." There was a brief pause on the other end before Mr. O's voice responded, "I understand. It is not your fault." Hearing this, the guard broke into a smile. "Thank you, sir." Mr. O hung up the intercom and observed the security footage as the guard closed the gate, his expression remaining impassive. He had witnessed all of Tao Zhi's actions. As soon as he received word that she had driven off, he had reviewed the surveillance and notified the guard. Intuitively aware that he could not stop her, Mr. O still wished to see whether Tao Zhi would relent. It was clear now that she would not. Reclining in his chair, he unconsciously touched his face. The bruises at the corners of his eyes and mouth had faded considerably. Yet his pale skin still bore the imprint of a hand. Reflecting on Tao Zhi's reckless actions earlier, he mused that she had indeed undergone a significant transformation. Could it be that she possessed a dual personality? Was this current persona now firmly in control? He felt compelled to inquire with Tao Qiangchuan, seeking clarity on whether Tao Zhi had exhibited any peculiarities in the past. With this thought in mind, he took out his phone to arrange for someone to follow Tao Zhi while he instructed his secretary to contact Tao Qiangchuan for further information.
Min Wei Hin, Su Su.
Having encountered Tao Zhi the other day, had sent someone to search for her, but upon failing to locate her, he had forgotten about it. After all, he was preoccupied with numerous daily affairs, and an unexpected romantic encounter was hardly noteworthy. However, that day he received news from the head of his bodyguards, stating they had tracked down the vehicle from that day. Could you repeat that?
Whose car was it?
Boss, it belongs to Mr. O.
Umo. Yes.
The O family's Mr. O. Su furrowed his brow, perplexed as to why that woman would be traveling in a car from the O family. We traced the license plate for 2 days. The information was classified, just like yours, but we managed to pull some strings and uncover the name attached to the vehicle. Boss. Su snapped back to attention, asking, has any relative from the O family recently come to visit? The bodyguard shook his head, not that I know of. Su waved his hand for the bodyguard to leave, then pressed the intercom for his assistant to enter. The assistant, Chen-Li, dressed in a black suit, bore faint dark circles under his eyes, a clear sign of a weary worker. Mr. Su, he greeted. Has there been any recent banquet at the O family? Chen-Li flipped through the work schedule. None. Investigate whether any relatives from the O family have come to visit recently. The assistant hesitated briefly before asking, what age range are you looking for, Mr. Su? Su shot him a glare before specifying, someone around 25 or 26 female. The assistant smiled, understood Mr. Su. Before exiting, Su swiveled in his office chair to gaze out at the expansive view through the floor-to-ceiling windows, pondering. The woman was clearly not O Niao and certainly not a member of the O family. If the O family had a relative who looked that stunning, they would have flaunted her long ago. Yet, the fact that she had the privilege to drive Mr. O's car indicated a significant connection between her and OMO. Su was well acquainted with OMO, having known him since childhood and maintained a close relationship into adulthood. He could be considered a brother. Proud and somewhat arrogant, OMO would not permit just anyone to touch his belongings, reserving such privileges for those with whom he shared a very close bond. Could it be that OMO's marriage is unsatisfactory, prompting him to seek companionship elsewhere? The notion of keeping a mistress is surely one of OMO's specialties.
Is it not?
It is hardly conceivable that the woman in question could possibly be his long-unseen wife. If she truly possessed such beauty, OMO would never neglect his home. He is certainly not the sort to remain unperturbed in the presence of temptation. One might fear that, even if he harbored no affection for her, he has long since exhausted her charms. This thought inevitably conjures the image of that woman's face, a captivating smile and beguiling allure, her red lips parting and closing in a tantalizing dance. Lost in contemplation, Su turned to open a nearby drawer, where a business card lay quietly, adorned with a pink lip print. As he gazed at it, a smile crept across his face. If that woman were indeed merely a plaything of OMO, then he found the situation rather uninteresting. At most, should OMO tire of her, he would not mind extending a helping hand, but beyond that, a mere object of desire hardly warrants further attention. With that thought, he tossed the card aside, and it slid smoothly across the polished floor, disappearing beneath the sofa. Su paid it no mind and returned to his work. Time was too precious to squander on trifles. Chapter 30. Temptation. Meanwhile, Tao Zhi drove to the location sent by Yu Gui. Situated on a mountain at the outskirts of the city, a bit of a trek but well worth it, as the area was well developed, far surpassing the suburban qualities of other locales. Surrounding the mountain was a sprawling estate belonging to the same family, with the mountain itself transformed into a racing circuit, the path winding thrillingly along the slopes. Tao Zhi ascended via the usual route, but perhaps due to the impending race, the area had been cleared, resulting in a noticeable lack of people. Upon reaching the summit, she beheld a structure that was both minimalist and luxurious. The building, 3 stories high, was adorned with graffiti at its entrance, and through the extensive tempered glass, one could glimpse an array of race cars within. After a cursory glance, she found a parking spot. The area was spacious, already accommodating dozens of vehicles, indicating a considerable turnout. After securing her car, she stepped out and, after a few paces, spotted Yu Gui standing at the entrance. He wore a royal blue shirt with buttons carelessly fastened, paired with black trousers and custom leather boots. A silver watch adorned his wrist. Tao Zhi, indifferent to such accessories, nonetheless perceived its likely high value. His hair was styled with evident care, slicked back with two strands framing his forehead, exuding an air of casual elegance. Upon seeing Tao Zhi, his smile widened, and he approached her with outstretched arms. At last. You've arrived, my dear. I've been waiting for you quite some time. Come, let me steal a kiss. He leaned in, eager to embrace her.
Tao Zhi,
Sensing his playful intent, responded with a captivating smile. Of course. With that, she reached up, wrapping her arms around his neck, pulling him closer, while simultaneously pushing down on his head, rising on her toes to meet him. Yu Yun-gui, initially jesting, was taken aback by her boldness. His hands froze mid-embrace, his pupils dilating slightly, momentarily forgetting how to react. Noticing his stunned expression, Tao Zhi's smile broadened, her lips hovering just a finger's breadth from his. Their breaths mingled, and Yu Yun-gui was enveloped in the scent of roses, his mind growing increasingly foggy, heart racing. Gazing at Tao Zhi's flawless face so near, he felt an irresistible urge to kiss her. Yet, the moment of hesitation passed swiftly. Recovering, he grinned wider, wrapping his arms around her waist to draw her even closer, his lips descending toward hers. How delightfully forward you are. I quite like it. He anticipated her retreat, yet found her merely smiling, her hands still resting on his neck. However, just as their lips were about to meet, he halted, brushing against her cheek instead. You are quite the forward one as well, Tao Zhi teased lightly. Lifting her foot, Yu Yun-gui felt a sudden rush of air and instinctively raised his hands to shield himself. With a firm grip on her knee, he straightened up, one arm encircling her, his eyes sparkling with amusement.
Gast ayest, medir.
No need to be so flustered. What if I accidentally compromised your future happiness? Tao Zhi chuckled lightly. Have you heard the saying? There are plenty of three-legged men out there. Besides, I have a husband. The matter of happiness is not yours to ponder at present. Though their actions appeared intimate, the reality was far less so. At that moment, a man emerged from the racing club, a man in his 30s, slightly portly, dressed in the classic attire of a wealthy heir, his ensemble likely worth millions. He scanned the surroundings and soon noticed Tao Zhi and Yu Yun-gui. Yu Xiao, how lively you are today. Yu Yun-gui, hearing the voice, released Tao Zhi and turned to stand side by side with her. What brings you out, Boss Gu? Gu Ping, the owner of the club and a businessman, had cleared the area knowing Yu Yun-gui was coming. Earlier, Yu Yun-gui had seemed distracted, engrossed in his phone, chuckling quietly before stepping out. The others present had been puzzled, unsure what had caused his sudden departure, for Yu Yun-gui was renowned alongside the four great dragons. This man was even more formidable, his temperament unpredictable, and his family was notorious for their dealings in the gray market. To provoke a dragon was to risk financial ruin. To provoke this gentleman was to court death, or worse. The others were apprehensive, thus Gu Ping had ventured outside to investigate, only to stumble upon the scene. His gaze swept over Tao Zhi, and upon recognizing her beauty, a flicker of astonishment passed through his eyes, though he quickly averted them. If he wasn't mistaken, these two had just been embracing. He dared not linger on the woman of a powerful figure. Haha, I thought Yu Xiao had been gone too long. They sent me out to check on you. Yu Yun-gui smiled, nothing urgent, just here to greet a friend. He gestured to Tao Zhi. This is Gu Xiao, the owner of the club. Gu Ping, upon hearing this, hurriedly replied, Oh, I am unworthy of such praise. Tao Zhi returned his smile, introducing herself, I am Tao Zhi. Gu Ping paused, the name sounding vaguely familiar, yet he could not place it. Typically, the clientele at his establishment consisted of the affluent young heirs and heiresses of North City, making it unsurprising that he could not recall. However, sensing a hint of familiarity, he concluded that Tao Zhi was likely not just any ordinary woman but rather Yu Yun-gui's lover, prompting him to adopt a more courteous demeanor. Miss Tao Yu Xiao, shall we head inside?
Indeed.
Gu Ping led the way, with Yu Yun-gui and Tao Zhi following closely behind. After a few steps, Tao Zhi noticed a large hand suddenly reaching out, smoothing a stray lock of hair behind her ear, as if nothing had happened, before continuing forward. Gu Ping caught this moment in the reflection of the glass, his mind racing with thoughts, though his expression remained impassive. Meanwhile, Yu Yun-gui, though moving ahead, found his thoughts lingering. The instinctive act of helping Tao Zhi with her hair had surprised him. He chuckled to himself, pondering when he had become so impulsive. He recalled the sensation of her waist in his grasp, a perfect fit, and the lingering fragrance that clung to him, seemingly tightening around his breath with every passing moment. A subtle sensation of belated realization prompted Yu Yungue to inhale deeply twice. However, with each breath, the alluring fragrance of roses wafted into his nostrils. He rubbed his thumb and forefinger together, his Adam's apple bobbing as if savoring a prior moment. The group traversed a corridor and arrived at a parlor-like space, which was now devoid of any occupants. Through the glass, Tao Zhi observed a vast expanse beneath the structure, where several vividly colored racing cars were parked. At this moment, a throng had gathered, comprising both glamorous women and exuberant second-generation elites. Had it commenced? Not yet. They were all awaiting young Master Yu. Yu Yungue, upon hearing this, flashed a mischievous grin and extended his hand toward Tao Zhi, suggesting, "Shall we descend to take a look?" Tao Zhi merely glanced at his outstretched hand before deftly sidestepping him. Yu Yungue, unperturbed by the empty grasp, chuckled softly, his interest in Tao Zhi's retreating figure intensifying. Gu Ping, wary of the master's superficial demeanor, hurriedly interjected, "Haha, Miss Tao is quite the personality." Yu Yungue replied, "Indeed, she possesses character, which I find appealing." With that, he quickened his pace to catch up with Tao Zhi. As they passed through a door, an open-air staircase revealed the racetrack below. Just as Gu Ping was about to join them, his phone rang abruptly. Glancing at the caller ID, he excused himself, saying, "Pardon me, I must take this call." Tao Zhi nodded, while Yu Yungue disregarded him, and the pair continued their descent. Once Gu Ping observed their departure, he answered the call. "Hello? Young Master Cheng." Chapter 31. Inspection. Gu Ping returned to the lobby, igniting a cigarette while holding the phone in the other hand. What a coincidence, young Master Cheng. The club has been booked for today. Isn't that rather unfortunate? Perhaps we could arrange for another time? When you come next, I would be happy to host you, and you may choose any car you desire. On the other end, Cheng Yuan lounged with his legs crossed, replying, "Oh, which prominent figure has reserved your venue? I happen to have the day free, but I won't be available another time." He continued, "I must inform you, it's not just me visiting today. Your major shareholder will also be present." Upon hearing this, Gu Ping understood the implication with clarity. He feigned difficulty, contemplating before finally mustering the courage to ask, "Young Master Cheng, do you happen to know who else is coming today?" Cheng Yuan reclined further back, resting his legs on the coffee table, and retorted, "You ask as if you don't already know." Gu Ping started to perspire. He could not afford to offend anyone on that end and found himself at a loss. "Very well, I only wanted to give you a heads up so you might prepare yourself. The major shareholder is coming for an inspection, and you certainly can't obstruct that. Can you? That's all." He ended the call promptly. Seated across from Cheng Yuan was a man clad in a black suit, impeccably dressed, with his hair slicked back, even fastening his shirt collar to the topmost button. A dark red pattern tie adorned his neck, and his polished leather boots reflected the ceiling's illumination. His features were chiseled and pronounced, with a notably high nose and a hint of European characteristics in his eyes. Even his hair possessed a slight brown hue rather than being pitch black. He was a quarter foreign descent with a Swiss grandmother, which bestowed him with a more pronounced facial structure and a fairer complexion than the average individual. Yet, his handsome visage bore no expression, resembling a classic mask of indifference. This man was Zhao Jingli, the current patriarch of the Zhao family, aged 30. He was notoriously rigid and exacting, known for his cold and unapproachable demeanor. If an aloof tycoon epitomized the archetype, then Zhao Jingli embodied a frigid automaton fixated solely on work. After hanging up, Cheng Yuan remarked, "Young Master Yu certainly has an inflated sense of self-importance. How long has he been in North City? About half a month? He has postponed our meetings several times, claiming he was unavailable, yet here he is, free to indulge in racing. He clearly has no desire to collaborate with us." He sighed, "It's a win-win situation. It would not only help us penetrate the market in Port City, but also allow him to carve out more territory there. Why is he refusing? He probably finds our offer insufficient," Zhao Jingli replied as he stood, preparing to depart. Cheng Yuan grabbed the phone and car keys from the coffee table, saying, "Why the rush? Wait for me." As they drove to the club, the sound of roaring engines became audible from afar, and Gu Ping was already waiting outside. Upon seeing Zhao Jingli, he approached with a smile. "Director Zhao, young Master Cheng." Cheng Yuan closed the car door, grinning with a hint of swagger. "Looks like the races have already begun." Gu Ping chuckled. "Indeed, they've completed 2 rounds already. Has young Master Yu participated?" "Not yet. He has brought along a female companion and has been attending to her." At this revelation, Cheng Yuan and Zhao Jingli exchanged glances. A female companion? Which family does she hail from? Gu Ping regretted his hasty words, but felt compelled to respond to Cheng Yuan's inquiry, braving it out. Oh, I'm not sure which family. I only know her surname is Tao.
Tao.
That name sounds familiar. Cheng Yuan pondered aloud, just as Zhao Jingli interjected. The one from President O's family bears the surname Tao. Cheng Yuan's lips twitched. How could one compare? Yet even Gu Ping, who had mingled in affluent circles for years, was unaware of her identity, suggesting she might not belong to a prominent family, thus he dismissed it from his mind. Shall we proceed inside? The two stepped forward. And Gu Ping hurriedly added, Director Zhao, young Master Cheng, considering young Master Yu has reserved the venue today, if he discovers I brought you two along, he will surely hold me accountable. Perhaps it would be best for you to observe from above, and we can discuss matters once young Master Yu has finished enjoying himself? Zhao Jingli remained silent, while Cheng Yuan chuckled. What? Afraid of offending him? Indeed, young Master Yu is not someone to be trifled with. He is known to be quite ruthless. Although firearms are prohibited in mainland Huagua, this gentleman had quite the reputation abroad. Cheng Yuan remained quiet, glancing at Zhao Jingli, who subtly nodded in acknowledgement. Then what are we waiting for? Let us proceed. Lead me to your finest vantage point. Upon hearing their acquiescence, Gu Ping breathed a sigh of relief and promptly escorted them to the third floor. The building's protruding corner featured a viewing room constructed from bulletproof, one-way glass, equipped with comprehensive surveillance of the racetrack and the most advanced telescopes, offering an unobstructed view. Here, not only could they witness the happenings on the ground below, but they could also observe the entirety of the race. Typically, Gu Ping was the only one allowed here. Of course, a few shareholders might come, but they hardly visited more than once a year. Gu Ping ensured the best tea and coffee were served, along with his prized collection of liquor. While drinking and driving is discouraged, the club had an abundance of drivers. Cheng Yuan poured himself a glass of wine, while Zhao Jingli opted for tea. And the two moved to the window to gaze below. From their vantage point, they could only see the crowd surrounding Yu Yungue and the dark red figure beside him. Her seaweed-like long hair gleamed under the sunlight, obscuring her face as she was turned away, yet Cheng Yuan sensed that the woman must possess a captivating fragrance. Amidst the throng, only she and Yu Yungue stood out distinctly. The engine roared as the first racer arrived, followed by a succession of drivers crossing the finish line. At that moment, Yu Yungue leaned in to whisper something to the woman, who brushed her hair aside, eliciting a radiant smile from him. Cheng Yuan, witnessing this, exclaimed, Wow. It seems young Master Yu may indeed be falling in love. I wonder who this enchanting woman is. Zhao Jingli chuckled lightly, seemingly puzzled, to which Cheng Yuan turned. What? Is something amiss? He gazed downwards, stating, That is Yu Yungue, not you. His implication was that while Cheng Yuan might fall in love, Yu Yungue would not. Yu Yungue had encountered countless women. Having navigated the gray areas of life, could he truly believe in love? Such individuals only engage playfully when they have an interest in a woman. If one were to claim they have truly fallen in love, no one would believe it. Cheng Yuan pondered this and nodded in agreement, affirming, Indeed, Yu Yungue is nothing more than a philanderer. Zhao Jingli cast a glance at him, remaining silent. Look. Yu Yungue is about to take the stage. As Cheng Yuan spoke, they saw Yu Yungue take the driver's seat of a car. And the woman in a dark red shirt beside him surprisingly entered another car's driver's seat. Goodness, are these two about to compete? Chapter 32, The Race. 10 minutes earlier, Yu Yungue and Tao Zhi had witnessed the conclusion of the second race, where the first-place driver led the second by 3 seconds. Those two were the racers favored by Yu Yungue and Tao Zhi. What a pity, the person you had your eye on almost won. Alas. It seems you are destined to dine with me tonight, lamented Yu Yungue. Tao Zhi also felt the disappointment. This is only the second round. There is still one more, isn't there? Indeed, but even if you win the final round, it will be of no consequence, he replied. Yu Yungue's chosen racer had already won 2 consecutive races. At least I can choose the venue, he added. Moreover, if he hadn't made an error while turning, he would have won. Hearing this, Yu Yungue turned to Tao Zhi, curiosity evident in his gaze. You understand racing? Tao Zhi smiled. I've watched a few races. Yu Yungue appeared incredulous. Ever since Tao Zhi arrived at the venue, he felt she had a remarkable grasp of racing. Understanding the performance and flaws of various vehicles with keen insight, her critiques always hitting the mark. My dear, you are becoming increasingly captivating, Yu Yungue remarked with a grin. Tao Zhi tossed her hair playfully. That is what I deserve. Ha ha ha. Yu Yungue laughed heartily. Observing the drivers disembarking, Tao Zhi suddenly suggested to Yu Yungue, shall we race? Yu Yungue halted his laughter, looking intently at her. What? In the final round, if you win, I will accompany you to dinner. If I win, you will follow my arrangements. The amusement in Yu Yungue's eyes deepened as he gazed steadily at Tao Zhi. The racetrack is no laughing matter. It could lead to tragic consequences. Tao Zhi shrugged nonchalantly. If you're afraid, then let it be. Yu Yungue chuckled softly. All right, let us race, but my terms have changed. State them, she urged. If you lose, you'll be my girlfriend for 3 months. Tao Zhi laughed, raising an eyebrow as she assessed Yu Yungue, but I am already married. Yu Yungue responded lightly, that is of no concern. I can be the other man.
Deal.
Thus, the two reached an agreement and each entered their respective cars. In Yu Yungue's vehicle, his co-pilot was a man in his 30s, exuding experience. Which was indeed the case. In contrast, the co-pilot in Tao Zhi's car was a young and attractive woman, clad in a revealing short skirt and a snug t-shirt. Her figure alluring. She had a helmet resting on her lap, beads of sweat glistening on her face. Upon seeing Tao Zhi settle into the driver's seat, her eyes widened in surprise. Are you racing? Tao Zhi smiled and donned her helmet, replying, pleasure to collaborate. The young woman smiled back, donning her helmet as well. Yu Yungue's car occupied the pole position while Tao Zhi lagged slightly behind. As they prepared, the flag dropped, and the two cars surged forward like arrows released from a bow. The spectators were electrified, captivated by the race displayed on the large screens. The two vehicles were merely 5 meters apart, with Tao Zhi momentarily trailing but closing the gap tenaciously. Yu Yungue was astonished by Tao Zhi's adeptness. Realizing he could not afford to be careless, he maintained control of the steering wheel, denying her the opportunity to overtake while continually accelerating. He is blocking the way. We cannot pass, remarked the co-pilot. Tao Zhi calmly replied, no worries, there will be an opportunity. With that, she pressed the accelerator, her speed climbing to 260. What the hell? Is she insane? 260 on this track? Chung Yuan exclaimed. Zhao Jingli frowned. As a stakeholder in the club, any incident would be a significant loss for him. The crowd erupted in gasps and shouts. No way. This woman is reckless. Her rear tires are smoking. The tension was palpable. Even the co-pilot was on edge. Yu Yungue noticed the surge in Tao Zhi's speed. Frowning as they approached a bend, she was still accelerating. At that moment, her vehicle drew perilously close to his, prompting him to press down on the accelerator once more, determined to prevent her from overtaking. However, as they reached the bend, Tao Zhi's car pushed forward, and Yu Yungue occupied the center of the road, making it impossible for her to pass. Yet, Tao Zhi's bold maneuvering was audacious. She sharply turned the steering wheel, her car deviating dramatically from the track as it tilted precariously.
Ah!
The co-pilot gasped. Yet, contrary to expectations of a crash, Tao Zhi accelerated while correcting her trajectory, swiftly regaining control after a jarring bump, and then sped away once more. Gleefully observing the white car left in her wake, Tao Zhi slammed the steering wheel, her face alight with exuberance. Oh yeah, that felt exhilarating. The co-pilot gave her a thumbs up. Impressive. They exchanged smiles as Tao Zhi continued to accelerate. In the spectator area, cheers erupted. Yes. Incredible. Amazing. Chung Yuan and Zhao Jingli were equally astonished by her daring maneuver. How on earth did she manage to avoid flipping the car? At such speed, even the slightest unevenness on the track could cause a rollover, yet she didn't. Her mastery over the vehicle was evident. Zhao Jingli silently contemplated that such skill could compete in F1 events. Who exactly was this woman? Yu Yungue also took note of Tao Zhi's audacity. Feeling a mix of alarm and thrill, the enigmatic allure she exuded grew stronger. Watching her car race ahead after landing, he chuckled, truly, she is a little madwoman. The two cars nearly crossed the finish line simultaneously, but it was undoubtedly Tao Zhi's black car that arrived first. As the vehicle came to a halt, a throng of people rushed forward, surrounding it in a frenzy of excitement, their cheers echoing in the air. Tao Zhi opened the door and, amidst the crowd, removed her helmet. The heat from wearing it had made her sweat, and as she shook her hair free, she revealed a breathtakingly beautiful face. Clad in red attire with striking red lips and flowing black hair, many affluent young men were left utterly mesmerized. In the viewing room on the 3rd floor, Chung Yuan felt his heart momentarily stop before it began racing uncontrollably. The sensation was reminiscent of the afternoon he nearly got caught by his mother while watching an explicit film for the first time. She. Zhao Jingli turned to him. noticing Cheng Yuan as stammering and flushed face, struggling to articulate his thoughts. What's the matter with you? After regaining his composure, Cheng Yuan gulped down a drink, nearly choking. What are you trying to say? Don't you think she looks somewhat familiar?
Cheng Yuan asked.
Zhao Jingli, his expression impassive, turned to glance at Tao Zhi, surrounded by the crowd below. The flash of red struck his eyes as glaringly bright, but nothing else seemed particularly noteworthy, let alone familiar. Seeing Cheng Yuan lost in thought, Zhao Jingli felt he had asked an unnecessary question. It appeared that Cheng Yuan had fallen prey to his old habit of mistaking beautiful women for familiar faces. I'm serious. She looks familiar. I'm certain I've seen her before. Zhao Jingli disregarded him, turning to walk away. If he had indeed encountered her, would his character allow him to forget? Surely, he is merely attempting to charm her. That woman belongs to you, Yungue. No, that is not what I meant. Hey, I truly am not that kind of person. Zhao Ge, I genuinely feel that she looks familiar. Zhao Jingli halted his steps. Shall I inquire on your behalf later? Cheng Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Is that appropriate? A rare expression of exasperation crossed Zhao Jingli's usually expressionless face, and he quickened his pace to leave, inwardly lamenting Cheng Yuan's character. Cheng Yuan finally realized that Zhao Jingli was teasing him, and he was so incensed he felt like jumping up and down. Chapter 33. Discussing Cooperation. The 3 matches on the field had concluded, and Yu Yungue suggested another match, offering a prize of 10 million, along with a week of food, drink, and entertainment in Hong Kong City, all on him. The individuals present were not lacking in wealth, yet 10 million was still a considerable sum for them. Especially with the opportunity to showcase themselves before Yu Yungue, they were more than willing to participate. Tao Zhi had added the beautiful navigator's WeChat and learned her name was Song Ling. Are you tired? Would you like to take a break? Tao Zhi nodded. It was indeed a bit sunny in the afternoon. He glanced around but did not see Gu Ping, saying, Boss Gu is not here. Yu Yungue handed her a bottle of open water. He hasn't come down. Not come down? Tao Zhi recalled that he mentioned taking a phone call and then had not appeared. It turned out he had not come down at all. Yu Yungue responded with a simple then led Tao Zhi upstairs. As they entered the club, the refreshing cold air of the air conditioning enveloped Tao Zhi, making her feel revitalized. She smiled, saying, Someone will have to heed my arrangements today. Yu Yungue chuckled and bent down, saying, As you command, my master. His gesture, combined with his flirtatious and teasing gaze, made Tao Zhi feel quite captivated. She playfully ruffled his hair, akin to petting a dog, saying, So obedient. Yu Yungue's expression stiffened for a moment before he straightened up. Meanwhile, Tao Zhi was in high spirits, wearing a smile throughout. They arrived at the reception room they had left earlier, and upon entering, they saw 2 individuals seated inside. One was dressed in a black suit, although handsome. His expression was serious as he crossed his legs, perusing the documents in his hands. The other wore a gray suit with a white shirt. His light brown hair styled casually, the collar of his shirt wide open, with his gray coat draped over a single sofa, legs crossed, fingers rhythmically tapping on the backrest. Upon hearing their footsteps, both men turned to look. The man in the white shirt stood up with a smile, exclaiming, Oh, isn't this young master you? What a coincidence to meet you here. Yu Yungue's gaze swept over the 2, maintaining his smile, yet his expression was far from pleased. He boldly approached and sat down, ignoring Cheng Yuan, even offering a seat to Tao Zhi and handing her some fruit from the table. Tao Zhi casually took a bite of watermelon and stood up. I need to use the restroom. Do you want me to accompany you? No need, she replied, and left. Cheng Yuan watched as Tao Zhi turned the corner and disappeared before retracting his gaze. Once she had left, Yu Yungue tossed the fruit he was holding back into the fruit bowl, the juice splattering fortuitously onto Cheng Yuan. Yu Yungue smirked, leaning back against the sofa and nonchalantly stating, It is quite a coincidence. Your northern city is rather small. From the moment Gu Ping mentioned taking a phone call and then did not return, Yu Yungue had anticipated something was amiss. But he did not expect these 2 to show up. He was well aware that they had come to confront him because they knew he was there. If Yu Yungue were to believe in such coincidences, he would have perished long ago. Young master you're being rather inconsiderate. Now that you're in Northern City, as your host, I should at least entertain you. We have known each other for so many years. Had I known you were coming to this club, I would have had Zhao Go arrange everything clearly for you. No need for you to book the place. Yu Yungue scoffed. No need. I'm not lacking that bit of money. He had booked the venue solely to meet Tao Zhi, and these 2's intrusion was indeed vexatious. Chung Yuan could sense Yu Yungui's displeasure and irritation. However, he had never liked Yu Yungui, and Yu Yungui's discomfort only pleased him. Indeed, your Hong Kong city has more lenient laws. Making money is much easier for you than for us. Yu Yungui lifted his gaze slightly to glance at Chung Yuan. All my money is earned with my life on the line. If you, Cheng Xiao, are envious, you may also exchange your life for mine. Chung Yuan's expression stiffened at his words, and before he could respond, Zhao Jingli interrupted. Young Master Yu, it was our fault for coming uninvited. We are here to discuss a business deal with you. Yu Yunggui tugged at his loose collar and raised his hand to roll up his sleeves. I am aware of the business that Boss Zhao mentioned, and I have already stated my disinterest. Boss Zhao, please seek someone else. Zhao Jingli frowned. If young Master Yu finds the price unsatisfactory, we can negotiate further. Yu Yunggui had no desire to engage in their back and forth. The failure of his visit to this place had already left him somewhat irritable, and now these two were incessantly trying to speak with him, which only added to his annoyance. However, Yu Yunggui was adept at masking his feelings. He smiled at Zhao Jingli, saying, It's not about the price. Do you think, Boss Zhao, that I can afford to offend so many people just to collaborate with you? The politicians in Hong Kong City are not comparable to those in your northern city, especially since you intend to encroach upon the interests of Hong Kong City as businessmen. This matter is beyond my capabilities. Zhao Jingli's expression darkened. Their family was involved in mining and maritime ventures, and the rare mineral they had discovered was located not far from Hong Kong City. However, merely relying on the Zhao family to fully exploit and transport it back was somewhat challenging, hence the desire to collaborate with the businessmen in Hong Kong City. Yet, if they failed to find a suitable partner, they could very well end up with nothing to show for their efforts. Thus, he needed someone who had minimal ties to the mining industry, yet held sway in Hong Kong City and could assist him in accomplishing this task, someone who could only be Yu Yunggui. Yu Yunggui was undoubtedly a figure to be feared and respected in Hong Kong City, as the Yu family controlled a third of the city's economic lifeblood. All gambling and related entertainment industries in Hong Kong City were under their purview. Moreover, the Yu family had no involvement in heavy industries, yet in Hong Kong City, everyone had to give them some measure of deference, which was why he sought out Yu Yunggui. However, he never anticipated that Yu Yunggui would refuse to earn money, claiming it would offend the miners in Hong Kong City. Did Yu Yunggui truly fear offending anyone? Young Master Yu, with such substantial benefits at stake, are you truly not the least bit tempted? Chung Yuan inquired. Yu Yunggui chuckled. There are rules in Hong Kong City. Everyone has their own business. If I were to meddle in someone else's trade, they would surely come seeking their share of the pie. Who will compensate for the losses incurred? You, Cheng Xiao. Or you, Director Zhao? Both men fell silent at his words, and the lounge was suddenly enveloped in an awkward silence. At that moment, Tao Zhi returned, and upon hearing footsteps, the four turned to look. Noticing the tense atmosphere, Tao Zhi frowned. She was not fond of trouble. Thus, she directly addressed Yu Yunggui. Shall we go? Upon her words, Yu Yunggui immediately stood up. I apologize, my lady has an engagement. I must take my leave. Tao Zhi cast a casual glance at the two seated on the sofa, who also stood up after Yu Yunggui rose. Just as Yu Yunggui was about to lead Tao Zhi away, Chung Yuan stepped forward. Young Master Yu, since you have come all this way, why not allow me to host dinner for you tonight? Yu Yunggui was about to decline when he heard Tao Zhi say, I'll take my leave first. She had no interest in hearing these individuals discuss matters of strategy or projects over dinner. First, she did not understand, and second, she believed the dining table should be reserved for eating rather than business discussions. Thirdly, she sensed that these individuals might end up in a quarrel, and she had no desire to involve herself, especially since her acquaintance with Yu Yunggui was rather superficial. Oh, come on, let us go together, she suggested with a feigned smile, glancing at Chung Yuan before turning away. Chung Yuan's gaze lingered on Tao Zhi's retreating figure, oblivious to the fact that Yu Yunggui's expression had turned somber. It was only when Zhao Jingli nudged his arm that he snapped out of his reverie. Yu Yunggui turned to Chung Yuan, inquiring, Has Cheng Xiao never encountered a woman before? Chung Yuan quickly clarified, Don't misunderstand. I merely thought she looked somewhat familiar. Yu Yunggui scoffed, Is that so? Without waiting for Chung Yuan's defense, he departed. Zhao Jingli cast a knowing look at Chung Yuan, one that clearly conveyed his disapproval. Chung Yuan scratched his head, admitting, I couldn't help myself. By the time they dashed outside, Yu Yunggui had already departed in Tao Zhi's vehicle. Inside the car, Tao Zhi asked, Why didn't you join them? I thought they had something important to discuss with you. I'm simply not interested, he replied. Oh. What, pray tell, does our Yu Xiao find interesting then? Undoubtedly, It is you, my dear. You have utterly captivated me. Tao Zhi smiled softly as she drove, her expression radiant and alluring. That is your privilege. Indeed, you are correct. Now let us go, for your sweet tongue has earned you a sumptuous meal. How can you assert my tongue is sweet when you have yet to taste it? Yu Yungue chuckled. Tao Zhi nearly rolled her eyes, finding Yu Yungue rather unrefined at times. Chapter 34. Not spicy. Meanwhile, Zhao Jingli and Cheng Yuan had also departed, with Cheng Yuan at the wheel initially. But now that he had consumed alcohol, Zhao Jingli took the reins. I observe that Yu Yungue's demeanor toward that woman does not resemble that of a lover. Who is she really? Zhao Jingli remained silent. Ever since he laid eyes on that woman, Cheng Yuan's conversation had been consumed by her. If one were to claim he felt no stirrings of affection, Zhao Jingli would hardly believe it. Do you think she is from our Beicheng? I have never seen her before. Didn't you just say she looked familiar? Cheng Yuan faltered, then added, She does look familiar, but I cannot recall where I have seen her. If I had, I would certainly remember. Could it be that she is someone Yu Yungue brought from Gangcheng? Zhao Jingli, unable to tolerate the sudden break, nearly sent Cheng Yuan flying from the passenger seat. What are you doing? Get out! Cheng Yuan realized he had perhaps spoken too freely and made a gesture to silence himself. Satisfied with his newfound obedience, Zhao Jingli resumed driving. After a while, Cheng Yuan spoke again. Her surname is Tao. Could she possibly be from the Tao family I know? Zhao Jingli let out a cold laugh. Yes, indeed. She belongs to that Tao family and she is also Omo's wife. Are you satisfied now? No way. Old Zhao, have you taken to jesting? I was merely speculating. No need to berate me so. By the way, I haven't seen old O in several days. I visited his assistant the other day and was told he was on a business trip. We haven't gathered in a while. When shall we do so? When your grandfather turns 80. But my grandfather just celebrated his 80th birthday. Once Cheng Yuan realized his error, he laughed in exasperation. Old Zhao, I have come to see that you possess quite a sharp tongue, and it's directed at me. Zhao Jingli fell silent, suddenly accelerating, which startled Cheng Yuan, making him grasp the overhead handle tightly. Meanwhile, Tao Zhi drove Yu Yungue to a bustling snack street behind the university town. As he surveyed the myriad food stalls and the overwhelming array of dishes accompanied by an assortment of chaotic aromas, he frowned. Is this where you claim the good food is? Tao Zhi nodded. Indeed. Did you think I would take you to a French restaurant? Come on. We must hurry before the lines grow too long. Although Yu Yungue had frequented street vendors, this particular street in Beicheng was a first for him. Typically, he wouldn't have ventured here, so he felt somewhat out of place. Tao Zhi led him to a shop specializing in spicy chicken. She inquired, if I recall correctly. You from Gangcheng do not eat spicy food, correct? Yu Yungue nodded. We do eat it, but not frequently. And what about you? I cannot tolerate spice. Tao Zhi nodded. That's good. Turning to the proprietor, she instructed, just make it as usual.
Certainly.
Ladies, please take a seat inside. There is still some room. Tao Zhi guided Yu Yungue into the narrow little shop, where 5 or 6 tables were nearly full, and the outdoor seating was also packed. Only a table in the corner remained vacant, evidently just vacated. As they entered, the patrons turned to scrutinize the pair. They were undeniably strikingly attractive, especially as a couple, and their presence in such a humble eatery led many to speculate they were celebrities or influencers. Situated near a university, the clientele mostly comprised students, and as they observed the beads of sweat on everyone's foreheads, Yu Yungue sensed an ominous premonition. The sharp, pungent scent wafting through the air further convinced him that Tao Zhi was deliberately setting him up, possibly due to their previous exchange. He timidly asked a nearby girl, Excuse me, is this spicy? The girl initially blushed in embarrassment, glancing at him before her gaze darted to Tao Zhi, her face reddening further. She hurriedly shook her head, responding in a thick Sichuan accent, Not spicy at all, not spicy. Although Yu Yungue struggled to grasp the entirety of her words, he caught the essential phrase, not spicy. Noticing the pot was filled with green peppers and devoid of any red chilies, he relaxed somewhat. Tao Zhi chuckled at his expression. Soon their spicy chicken arrived, accompanied by 2 bowls of steaming white rice. Tao Zhi lifted her bowl, extracted disposable chopsticks, and began eating. Yu Yungue, watching her relish the food, hesitated to pick up his own chopsticks. Is it truly not spicy? But I can already smell it, he thought. Why aren't you eating? Is it not to your liking? Tao Zhi questioned. He shook his head. Not hungry yet. Tao Zhi laughed lightly. Really?
I thought you were simply too timid to try.
Taste it. It's genuinely delicious. I've been eager to try this for quite some time, she encouraged. Eager to try? Yu Yungue echoed. Finally, he picked up a piece of chicken with his chopsticks and placed it in his mouth. As he chewed, his expression shifted dramatically, and he contemplated spitting it out, but deemed such an action undignified. Tao Zhi burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Yu Yungue forced himself to swallow the meat and set down his chopsticks. Tao Zhi paid him no mind, continuing to enjoy her meal. When they finished eating, she took a deep breath and exclaimed, "Ah, that was delightful." Yu Yungue, observing the effervescent Tao Zhi, couldn't he help but smile. He realized that she possessed many facets, charming, radiant, endearing, and refreshingly candid, just as she was now. The more he interacted with her, the more he found Tao Zhi to be extraordinary and increasingly captivating. Tao Zhi looked at him. Shall we go? Let me take you to the next event. The next event is your arrangement for me? He inquired. Indeed, clever one, she replied. As they strolled about, Tao Zhi perused the various shops without making any purchases, driven by curiosity rather than necessity. She had never attended university in her home country and was genuinely intrigued by what domestic university life entailed. When she was sent away, the resentment and sorrow that engulfed her nearly drowned her spirit. Her experience studying abroad was far from fulfilling. She had initially imagined herself leading an ordinary life, taking the college entrance examination, entering a university in her homeland, forging friendships with people from all walks of life. Perhaps even experiencing a romance and spending time with friends or a boyfriend on weekends, sampling delicious foods. All she had truly desired was a simple, unremarkable life. Why, then, did it seem to be fraught with regrets? She now yearns to experience a different world, believing that once she has done so, any lingering regrets will fade away. In a setting utterly unlike her own, she envisions a life transformed. Chapter 35. The Wolf Cub. As night fell, Tao Zhi accompanied Yu Yun to a bar. The moment they entered, they were enveloped by pulsating music and a throng of people. The bartender approached them, inquiring about their desires, but Tao Zhi opted to indulge, leading Yu Yun upstairs to a private room. Before long, they were seated, with Yu Yun silently following, refraining from revealing that he was a stakeholder in this establishment, allowing Tao Zhi to take the lead. Once settled, Tao Zhi ordered a bottle of wine and instructed the manager to procure a few items. The manager momentarily hesitated, casting a glance at Yu Yun, and then discreetly retreated. In a short while, the drinks arrived, along with the items Tao Zhi had requested. Observing the tray adorned with wolf tails and ears, Yu Yun chuckled. So, my dear, you enjoy playing with these? Had I known, I would have ensured your satisfaction. With a playful smile, Tao Zhi pointed towards the restroom. Go change into them. I'd like to see. Yu Yun stepped forward, his fingers gliding over the garments. A flicker of danger in his gaze, before finally picking up the outfit and retreating to the restroom. Wait for me, darling. Tao Zhi waved him off with a smile as he closed the door. Earlier that day, upon catching a glimpse of the subtle contours of Yu Yun's abs beneath his clothing, she had fantasized about the sight of him, clad in an open shirt, swaying before her with a blindfold. After winning the competition, when Yu Yun had declared her free to do as she wished, the thought had taken root. And now it was time to manifest it. Not long after, the restroom door swung open, revealing Yu Yun adorned with a pair of black wolf ears, with a hint of pink in the center and a fluffy tail swaying as he walked. His shirt had transformed into a black, buttonless garment, exposing his chiseled chest and abs, the sides modestly obscured, teasingly revealing just enough. His trousers remained unchanged, also black, yet the ensemble exuded a blend of seduction and allure. Tao Zhi swallowed hard at the sight of him, long hair swept back, wolf ears and tail, sculpted muscles, and that devil-may-care expression. Any woman would find herself softened by his charm. Come here, Tao Zhi beckoned. Yu Yun's lips curled into a smile as he approached her, willing to play along, curious to see if she could afford the price of her desires. As he drew near, Tao Zhi produced a red lace ribbon.
Squat down.
Instead of complying, Yu Yun remained standing, his gaze fixed intently upon her as he slowly knelt on one knee. His eyes glinted with mischief as he asked, Are you pleased? Tao Zhi chuckled softly, her finger curling beneath his chin as she leaned closer. It suits you perfectly, my little wolf cub. With that, she tied the lace ribbon around him. Amidst the dim lighting and the vibrant music, Yu Yun inhaled the familiar scent of roses. As he leaned in closer, he sensed warmth and a subtle rise in the air, realizing where that warmth emanated from, causing him to pause, his throat tightening. Tao Zhi pulled away, observing Yu Yun's shallow breaths, as if he were enticing her. She smiled, her fingertip brushing against his lips, causing him to falter. His gaze piercing through the red lace at her. Could it be that she truly intended to do something with him here? In an instant, such thoughts ignited a mix of revulsion and intrigue within him. He had never been slapped before, and though he held some interest in her, her audacity was infuriating. Seeing his annoyance, Tao Zhi laughed lightly. Yu Yun approached her, fully aware of her marital status, yet still attempting to seduce her. He clearly had ulterior motives. Since he had willingly come to entertain her, she would not hold back. What? Are you upset? Upon saying this, Tao Zhi suddenly crouched down, embracing Yu Yun. Her voice trembling softly, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. When you opened your mouth so suddenly, I thought you might bite me, and it startled me. Yu Yun hesitated, unsure if she was genuinely apologizing or merely toying with him. He was no fool. Witnessing her swift change of demeanor only fueled his excitement. He had a peculiar disposition, masking his own volatility, but he sensed a kindred spirit in Tao Zhi. Calming his anger, he tilted his head back. I'm not angry. You agreed to let me take the reins today. Even being slapped by you, I accepted. Tao Zhi's laughter rang out. Really? Of course. Then, would you be willing to dance for me?
Certainly.
Tao Zhi straightened, her smile radiant. Excellent. Let us begin. She grabbed a remote and played the music. You should know how to dance, right? The kind that's trending online. Yu Yun rose, grinning, of course. Just because I've never seen a pig run doesn't mean I haven't eaten pork. It must be said, Yu Yun possessed a natural talent for this. Not only did he dance with flair, but he also instinctively teased his clothing, drawing near to Tao Zhi, his breaths becoming shallow. How delightfully provocative you are. Tao Zhi teased. Yu Yun stepped back, twisting his waist. As the music halted, he too came to a standstill. What do you think? Are you satisfied? Tao Zhi clapped her hands. Beautiful. Truly beautiful. Far better than those male models. If this video were posted online, it would surely go viral. Upon hearing her words, Yu Yun swiftly removed the lace from his eyes, his gaze narrowing dangerously at her. Video? What video? Tao Zhi, still smiling, pointed to a phone hidden in the shadows behind her, indicating it was recording. Yu Yun approached her, lifting her chin with a smile. Darling, what need is there to record? Is it not sufficient for you to enjoy it alone? Tao Zhi replied playfully, such a gem must be shared with everyone. Don't you think, Yu Yun? At that moment, Yu Yun sensed that Tao Zhi had uncovered something, and he straightened, attempting to seize the phone. Unfortunately for him, even if she recorded it, it would not be in his possession. Just as he took 2 steps, he was suddenly embraced from behind, enveloped in warmth and fragrance, leaving him momentarily dazed. Is that so? Yu Yun, are you so sure? Tao Zhi murmured softly. With a swift motion, she thrust him back onto the sofa, taking hold of the phone and tapping at the screen. I've sent you a copy. This way, you can observe your dancing prowess anytime. Yu Yun straightened, his eyes sparkling with amusement as he gazed at Tao Zhi. He had been discovered. Chapter 36. Little Brother. Tao Zhi tossed her hair. Now, tell me, what is your true intention in getting close to me? In this world, Tao Zhi possessed nothing. So it was illogical for someone like Yu Yun to harbor any interest in her. There must be something she was unaware of. Yu Yun sat up, looking at her earnestly. Could it not simply be that I genuinely like you? Tao Zhi chuckled lightly. While I am indeed quite exceptional, your intentions are rather transparent. Yu Yun fell silent for a moment before bursting into laughter. All right, I do have a purpose for approaching you, but that is no longer significant, as I've realized you are truly intriguing. I find myself genuinely liking you, Tao Zhi. Tao Zhi tossed her hair again, standing atop the sofa, looking down at him. Now tell me, what do you intend to do by getting close to me? Yao Yungui's eyes flickered slightly as he said, The day I encountered you, a man fled from my bar, someone of great significance to me. At the time, he was incapacitated and could not escape far. My subordinates reported that a woman had rescued him, and I suspect that woman is you. Tao Zhi raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. So that is the case. Yao Yungui continued. Then, was it you who thwarted my plans? My dear. Tao Zhi attempted to rise, but the strap of her shirt was caught by Yao Yungui. With a firm tug, she found herself falling into his embrace, and he instinctively wrapped his arms tightly around her waist. You have disrupted my grand scheme.
How shall you compensate me?
Tao Zhi playfully slid her finger across his nose and lips, suggesting, how about 30 million? Yao Yungui raised an eyebrow in intrigue. That night, your 2 bodyguards caused me a bit of discomfort. 30 million from you would suffice to make amends, and I shall overlook the past. At this, Yao Yungue burst into laughter, his mirth causing his body to shake, and even Tao Zhi felt the rhythm of his heartbeat. When Yao Yungue finally ceased his laughter, he suddenly flipped over, pinning Tao Zhi beneath him, one hand gripping her wrist while the other braced against her head. "My dear, I must confess, I have grown quite fond of you." Tao Zhi smiled at his words, but then, with a sudden effort, she attempted to break free. Yao Yungue had anticipated this move, firmly restraining her. The two found themselves in an intimate, suggestive position on the sofa, and Tao Zhi was taken aback by Yao Yungue's prowess, realizing he was not easily outmatched. As she contemplated how to make him pay, the door to the private room was violently kicked open. A figure entered, clad in a floral Dior shirt and LV shoes, with tousled blonde hair. His appearance was not unhandsome, but his face was contorted with rage. Following him were two accomplices, and upon witnessing the scene within, he let out a derisive laugh. I was right.
It is indeed you, Tao Zhi.
How dare you come to this nightclub for leisure and even engage with such a lowly gigolo? If your brother-in-law finds out, do you comprehend the consequences you will face? Tao Zhi and Yao Yungue exchanged glances before sitting up, Yao Yungue still adorned with wolf ears and a tail, his outfit lending itself to misinterpretation. The newcomer, upon seeing this, pointed an accusatory finger at Yao Yungue. "You shameless pretty boy. Do you not realize she is married? If her husband discovers your existence, you will not be able to show your face in the entire northern city, let alone Huagua." Yao Yungue chuckled lightly in response. "And who might you be?" Tao Zhi pondered the face before her and eventually recalled that this was her original self's brother. "I do not know you." Hearing Tao Zhi claim ignorance of him sent Tao Yu into a rage. "You do not recognize me? Damn it, Tao Zhi, have you grown wings? I am Tao Yu. I heard from Dad that you asked him for 10 million. Where is the money?" Tao Zhi raised an eyebrow. "What does that have to do with you?"
Give it to me.
"The family fortune belongs to me. What right do you have to ask for it? Moreover, you wish to seek it for the sake of a gigolo? You dare not take money from the O family, yet you still have the audacity to ask from our family? Tao Zhi, you have truly forgotten your place." Tao Zhi felt a surge of irritation as he barged in, especially as he revealed her connection to OMO. She beckoned with her finger at the blathering Tao Yu.
Come here.
Tao Yu remained cautious. "What for?" "To give you money, of course. Is that not what you want?" Tao Zhi twirled her phone, a glimmer of mischief in her eyes. Seeing this, Tao Yu approached cautiously. "I am only saying this for your own good. You should return home and behave like Mrs. O. Why come out to stir trouble? Do you not understand that our family relies on the O family to survive? Today, I was fortunate enough to encounter this situation. If it had been someone else or members of the O family, it would have been disastrous." Ultimately, he was more concerned about losing his lavish lifestyle than about Tao Zhi's well-being. Tao Zhi remained silent, but as Tao Yu drew nearer, she suddenly seized him, executing a swift maneuver that dislocated his arm. Tao Yu, taken aback by her sudden aggression, cried out in pain, "Ah, you wretched woman! What are you doing?" With a cold laugh, Tao Zhi picked up a glass bottle from the table and smashed it over his head, blood immediately streaming down his face as he crumpled to the floor. "What a wretched man! Have you lost your mind? I am Tao Yu. I am your brother." Tao Zhi paid no heed to his identity and unleashed a flurry of strikes upon him, her fists and kicks landing without mercy. Having never experienced such treatment, the groveling Tao Yu begged, "Sister, I was wrong. I should not have insulted you, or brought people to provoke you. Please let me go. We're siblings." Tao Zhi chuckled darkly. "Siblings, indeed. Killing you would merely be a family matter, would it not?" Tao Yu's face paled at her words. "Sister, I was wrong. I realize my mistake." Unmoved, Tao Zhi picked up another bottle, and Tao Yu screamed, "No, no, no." The bottle did not fall. Instead, Tao Zhi gazed at him with a sly smile. "Who was it that called whom a wretch?" I was the wretch. You wish to seek money from me? And not anymore. Sister, I do not want it. Are you not a wretched person? Wretches do not require money. Very well, then you can give me some." As she spoke, she discarded the bottle. What a... Tao Yu, having failed to secure the funds, ended up handing over 3 million instead. As Tao Zhi glanced at the incoming transaction notification on her phone, her mood lifted considerably. "Sister, can you let me go now? I promise I will not tell brother-in-law about today." Upon hearing this, Tao Zhi pocketed her phone, smiled at Tao Yu, and then grasped his collar, delivering a punch squarely to his nose, causing him to lose consciousness. The two companions who had accompanied Tao Yu were mere spectators, initially intending to enjoy the drama and perhaps gain something from it. However, they were met with a scene of violence and, upon attempting to assist Tao Yu, found themselves restrained by Yao Yungue, now nursing bruises as they lay sprawled by the door. Yao Yungue stood at the entrance, watching Tao Zhi with a smile in his eyes. The Tao Zhi from moments ago had been utterly enchanting, captivating to the point that he could hardly avert his gaze. And his heart raced uncontrollably. Tao Zhi rose to her feet, a small cut from the shattered bottle gracing her face, a trickle of blood evident. Noticing Yao Yungue's amused expression, she ignored him and made to exit. He intercepted her, saying, "My dear, you were truly magnificent just now. When have I not been beautiful?" Indeed, which is why I have fallen for you." Tao Zhi pushed him away. "That is your good fortune." With that, she departed. Yao Yungue chuckled at the trio on the floor before turning his gaze toward Tao Zhi's retreating figure. "How intriguing. I find myself quite fond of you." Chapter 37, The Police Station. Tao Zhi was unable to leave the nightclub and was taken to the police station, as the manager had witnessed the altercation in their private room and discreetly called the authorities. Just as she reached the staircase, the arriving officers apprehended her.
Coincidentally,
Yao Yungue had stepped out to look for someone, thus evading capture. Upon his return, he discovered that the individuals who had been lying there were all gone. Upon learning that Tao Zhi had been taken to the police station, he sought out the bar owner for a vehicle and hurried after her. Inside the police station, two bruised young men and the composed Tao Zhi sat together. The officer taking their statements was a junior officer, known for his integrity, and a female officer offered Tao Zhi a glass of water with a friendly smile. The two young men had been incessantly apologizing to Tao Zhi since entering, leading everyone to believe they had harassed her and were subsequently punished. Following a thorough inquiry, the officers provided Tao Zhi with a stern lecture. Even if it is one's own brother, one should not resort to such violence. Your method could lead to a fatal outcome. Tao Zhi, with a smile, addressed the officer. "I acknowledge my wrongdoing, officer. I shall refrain from such impulsive actions in the future. The injured party has been sent to the hospital. Return home and sincerely apologize to your parents. Avoid such recklessness henceforth." "Understood." Tao Zhi responded obediently, her beauty eliciting a certain reluctance in the officer to speak sternly. After all, what sister would beat her brother so mercilessly if he were not at fault? "Very well, as long as you recognize your mistake. Have your family come to sign the necessary papers and you may leave." Tao Zhi hesitated. Her family? Would the original parents of this body come to sign after knowing she had beaten Tao Yu so severely? They would likely prefer her to remain in the police station for eternity. As for OMO, she thought it best to avoid involving him. "Officer, would a friend suffice?" The officer considered her request and replied, "It is preferable to have a family member, given that this incident should have been reported to them." Upon hearing this, Tao Zhi furrowed her brow. She had never been to a police station before and was unaware that one could leave as long as someone signed as a guarantor. Thus, reluctantly, she called the housekeeper. She did not possess Omo's number, nor did she wish to. The housekeeper, noticing their employer's displeasure due to his wife's absence at this hour, answered Tao Zhi's call. Seeing the caller ID, he quickly showed the phone to OMO. OMO gestured for him to answer on speakerphone, and the housekeeper complied. "Hello, madam." "What? The police station?" "Very well." After hanging up, the housekeeper was about to speak when he noticed OMO already standing and heading toward the door. Meanwhile, Tao Zhi was seated, waiting, when an officer entered and announced, "Tao Zhi, you are free to go." Tao Zhi stood, inwardly lamenting how swift OMO was in his actions. However, upon exiting the waiting room, she was surprised to see someone other than OMO. "You? What are you doing here?" She hadn't involved him, yet he had come on his own accord. Yu Yun-gue smiled. "I came to pick you up." "What? Did you think it was your husband?" he teased. Tao Zhi almost rolled her eyes but didn't dwell on it. Being free was what mattered. "Let us go. I'll take you home." The two walked side by side out of the police station, only to collide with a hurried OMO dressed in casual attire. The marks of a slap had faded from his face, yet bruises lingered at the corners of his eyes and mouth. Upon seeing Tao Zhi standing with another man, a surge of anger ignited within him, prompting him to stride forward without hesitation. However, as he drew closer, he realized that the man beside Tao Zhi was, in fact, Yu Yun-gue. OMO recognized Yu Yun-gue. Although he was from the harbor city, his maternal family hailed from the northern city, and they had crossed paths in childhood. Yet, Yu Yun-gue had always been insufferable, and they had never gotten along. Now, witnessing him alongside his wife, two striking individuals resembling a couple, was an exasperating sight. Without a second thought, He seized Tao Zhi and pulled her close to his side. Well, mister. Oh, what a coincidence, Yu Yun-gui chuckled, his gaze lingering on Tao Zhi. Tao Zhi shrugged off Omo's grip, standing silently, without offering any explanation.
Umo?
Even more incensed, directed his ire at Yu Yun-gui. What are you doing here with my wife? At that moment, Tao Zhi interjected, stop being neurotic. I have no ties to you. Oh, Mo gritted his teeth. What do you mean you have no ties? ISN to your name written on the marriage certificate? Tao Zhi replied nonchalantly, you should say future ex-wife. Yu Yun-gui was already aware that Tao Zhi was Omo's wife. He had investigated her and confirmed that she was indeed married. However, he also understood Omo's disdain for Tao Zhi. Given the scandal surrounding the O family, it was evident that their union was far from straightforward. Moreover, he discovered that since marrying Omo, Tao Zhi had seemingly vanished from existence. Likely kept under strict surveillance to avoid embarrassment for the O family, reports indicated that Tao Zhi was infatuated with Omo, even attempting to end her life multiple times to garner his attention. Yet, Omo had always expressed contempt for his wife, never mentioning her outside their home. However, the current situation appeared to contradict that narrative. Observing the two, Yu Yun-gui noted the bruises on Omo's face and his smile widened.
Today?
Something transpired at the bar causing Gigi to end up at the police station, and I was just about to take her home. I didn't expect Mr.
Où tu arrives?
Omo frowned. I appreciate your concern, Yu Yun-gui, but regarding my wife, I would prefer you not to involve yourself. Yu Yun-gui laughed. How could I not? After all, Gigi and I are good friends, and I enjoy her company. Her affairs are my affairs, and assisting her is my privilege. He gazed intently at Tao Zhi, his words lingering in the air. Tao Zhi, understanding Yu Yun-gui's intentions, felt unfazed. She wasn't worried. If anything, she hoped Omo's irritation would prevent him from contemplating divorce. It was better for him to witness the situation directly, eliminating any need for excuses later. With this thought, she smiled and said, Indeed, dear. You have no idea how considerate Yu Yun-gui is. If it weren't for him, I would still be stuck at the police station. Upon hearing this, Omo's expression darkened, while Yu Yun-gui chuckled lightly. It's just a trivial matter, nothing to fret about, especially since we were in this together. Unable to endure the spectacle of their playful banter any longer, Omo interjected, Are you so idle? Yu Yun-gui? Why are you still out at this hour? Yu Yun-gui glanced at the time and then turned to Tao Zhi. It is indeed getting late. Since Mr. O has arrived, I will entrust Gigi to you. I'll take my leave. Let us keep in touch. In front of Omo, Tao Zhi made a phone gesture toward him and blew a kiss. Observing this, Omo assertively pulled Tao Zhi away, while Yu Yun-gui stood back, laughing heartily. Tao Zhi was escorted into the car by Omo, the door slamming shut with a resonant thud. Chapter 38. The Dispute. Once seated, Tao Zhi suppressed her expression and closed her eyes. After a while, she sensed the door beside her opening. Omo had entered the vehicle. After ensuring Tao Zhi was inside, he turned back to confront Yu Yun-gui. I must ask, Yu Yun-gui, to keep your distance from my wife in the future. I trust you wouldn't want to create any unpleasantness over this matter. Yu Yun-gui maintained a nonchalant demeanor, hands in his pockets.
Oh, wife.
I recall Gigi just mentioned future ex-wife. If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Oh, and Gigi are on the path to divorce? Do remember to inform me when that happens. I would certainly like to send my congratulations. As for Gigi, Mr. O knows I have a penchant for beautiful things. Omo's lips curled into a cold smile. Yu Yun-gui, being as astute as you are, surely understand that one should not covet what does not belong to them. Even if Gigi and I were to divorce, it would not concern you. Moreover, some beautiful things can be harmful. You may not be able to withstand the consequences. Yu Yun-gui laughed heartily. That only makes me more intrigued. You. The two faced off, the atmosphere charged with tension. Finally, Omo, maintaining his composure, declared, Yu Yun-gui, take care of yourself. Once in the car, Tao Zhi remained silent. The two of them locked in a standoff. Exhausted from the day's events, she felt herself drifting off to sleep. Sensing her fatigue, Omo finally broke the silence. When did you meet him? Tao Zhi remained with her eyes closed, still leaning against the chair. It was 3 days prior that Omo had grindingly remarked, after only 3 days of acquaintance, you are already so intimate? Gigi? At his words, Tao Zhi opened her eyes and retorted, what is it to you? Are you jealous? Omo, dismissing her response with a scoff, replied, jealous?
Tao Zhi.
Do not overestimate your significance. I merely wish to caution you that Yu Yun-gui is no benevolent character. He is a reckless and dangerous individual, and you would do well to keep your distance. Tao Zhi, unfazed, responded, "Oh, that is of no consequence, for I am also a dangerous entity." With that, she closed her eyes once more. As long as the conversation did not pertain to divorce, she had no desire to engage with him further. Observing her demeanor, Omo recalled the moment they had descended the stairs together, his anger flaring anew. Suddenly, he remembered Tao Zhi stating that she had only met Yu Yun-gui 3 days ago and that she had returned home quite late that evening. He had noticed suspicious red marks on her neck. Had they perhaps already? The thought clenched his fists in fury, and he turned to confront her, only to find that she had already succumbed to slumber. He exhaled sharply, puzzled by his own ire. Had he not been indifferent towards Tao Zhi? Yet, why did the sight of her with another man ignite such fury within him? Why did the realization of a possible relationship with Yu Yun-gui make him wish to harm him?
He should not feel this way.
Since when had Tao Zhi begun to tug at his emotions so? Lost in contemplation, Omo gazed out at the passing scenery, for the first time questioning his feelings toward Tao Zhi. However, the thought that her insistence on divorce might be a prelude to a liaison with Yu Yun-gui stifled him. Moreover, Tao Zhi had spent the entire day away, likely in the company of that man. What had they done together? Where had they ventured? Had they been mistaken for a couple by others? And here he was, her rightful husband, left with nothing but her indifference and disdain. What right did they have? He was indisputably her legitimate spouse. If only everyone recognized Tao Zhi as his wife, perhaps such circumstances would not have arisen. The very notion startled Omo. How could he entertain such thoughts? Had he not initially forbidden Tao Zhi from revealing their union? Now he found himself regretting that decision. Upon arriving at this state, the sound of the car's movement roused Tao Zhi from her slumber. She opened her eyes, surveyed her surroundings, and realized they had returned to the villa. Just as she was about to exit, the door beside her swung open, revealing Omo. Tao Zhi stepped out of the vehicle and tossed the keys to the bodyguard from earlier that day. "Parked at the Dream nightclub. Please retrieve it tomorrow." The bodyguard eagerly responded, "Not a trouble at all, ha." Amused by his foolish demeanor, Tao Zhi entered the house without another word. Omo followed closely behind, noticing her intention to head straight upstairs. He called out to her, "Tao Zhi, we need to talk." She halted, turning to him about what? If it's not regarding the divorce, then there is nothing to discuss. The pent-up frustration within Omo erupted at her words. He strode forward, positioning himself before her, his face bearing the remnants of bruises that only added to its fractured appearance.
Divorce?
You speak of divorce so readily, Tao Zhi. Is that truly what you desire? Tao Zhi raised her gaze, her cold eyes meeting his, sending a tremor of shock through Omo. Once, those eyes had glimmered with affection and obsession when directed at him. Now, they reflected only indifference. Despite the smile that curved her lips, he perceived an endless chill within them. In that moment, Omo comprehended the possibility that Tao Zhi had indeed ceased to love him. But how could that be? Was it merely a week ago? It seemed impossible. How could she dismiss her feelings for him so swiftly? Even with the duality of personas, some affection should remain. Should it not? Yet, Tao Zhi exhibited no trace of emotion toward him whatsoever. Seeing Omo appear dazed, and as if struck by some calamity, Tao Zhi allowed a smirk to grace her lips. Perhaps I have not been sufficiently clear? Allow me to reiterate. I wish to divorce you, Omo, and the sooner, the better, ideally tomorrow. You shall not. Omo nearly shouted, unaware that his eyes had turned red. The servants within the house quietly retreated, seeking refuge in the corners to eavesdrop. Recently, the couple had been embroiled in constant quarrels, with Omo often emerging the worse off. Today, as arguments seemed to revolve around the topic of divorce. Gossip is an inherent trait of humanity, and even the butler found himself listening intently. With reddened eyes fixed on Tao Zhi, Omo declared, "You will not escape this divorce so easily. Tao Zhi, it was you who willingly married me. Now you declare divorce at whim? Do you think me some trifling matter? You wish to openly pursue a relationship with Yu Yun-gui? I assure you, that is impossible. Since you have wed me, you can only belong to me. You live as my wife, and should you die, you shall remain my ghost." At his words, Tao Zhi scoffed, well aware that the characterizations of this man in novels often depicted him as possessing an overwhelming possessiveness, loving the original character yet remaining oblivious, even tormenting her for no legitimate reason to demonstrate his indifference. She had initially hoped for a smooth divorce, but if that proved unattainable, she would have to resort to more drastic measures. Given Omo's temperament, it was evident that only such tactics would suffice. You refuse to divorce? Why is that? What gives you the right to deny me? You do not love me, yet you are unwilling to let me go. What affliction plagues your mind? You were the one eager to end this marriage, and now you oppose it? OMO, I am merely offering you a dignified choice. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to petition the court, nor would I shy away from employing alternative methods. Chapter 39, The Other Woman. Seeing Tao Zhi's resolute demeanor, OMO, exasperated, laughed bitterly. Tao Zhi, do you believe that if your parents learned of your insistence on divorcing me, they would approve? Tao Zhi raised an eyebrow at his words. Are you attempting to leverage them against me? It seems you are unaware of why I found myself at the precinct today.
Why?
OMO inquired instinctively. Because I struck my dear younger brother, who, I hear, requires 10 stitches in his head. I cannot vouch for the truth of that. You think I would dare to strike you, and if they attempted to intimidate me with their status, would I not retaliate against them as well? A smile danced upon her lips, yet OMO felt the gravity in her tone. The current Tao Zhi was capable of anything, perhaps even solving mathematical equations. Why do you insist on divorce? Is it because I have treated you poorly? I acknowledge my past excesses, and I promise to amend my ways. To no longer overlook you or engage in actions that cause you distress. Previously, OMO would never have contemplated self-reflection.
Now.
It was Tao Zhi's profound transformation that granted her the right to confront him, compelling him to adopt a more rational approach. Or perhaps he was simply afraid of her newfound strength. Stop. Tao Zhi interrupted before he could continue. While those reasons may hold some weight, the fundamental reason for my desire to divorce you is that I do not like you, nor do I love you. I refuse to compromise my happiness or endure a relationship under the guise of your family name. Thus, regardless of your arguments, I remain steadfast in my wish to divorce. Should you agree, I am open to a constructive dialogue. Should you refuse, then I have nothing further to say. With that, she brushed past OMO and ascended the stairs. Omo stood still, his mind consumed by Tao Zhi's words, her disdain for him, her lack of affection, her unwillingness to endure any discomfort, and her insistence on divorce, wishing to sever all ties with him. The servants, hidden in the shadows, felt an overwhelming urge to embrace their boss, who appeared so fragmented and pitiable. However, when he lifted his gaze towards them, they promptly shut the doors and recoiled. Thinking how astute the lady's decision was. Who wouldn't go mad marrying such a lunatic? Omo tightened his fists as he stared at the closed door on the 3rd floor, and after a long moment, he suddenly smiled. She desires to distance herself and cut all connections? He would not grant her such a wish. Omo's heart, until death, would remain solely his. Perhaps it was due to the previous day's revelries that Tao Zhi slept soundly, but this night, it was Chung Yuan who found himself awake. Upon returning home and lying in bed, his mind was filled with images of Tao Zhi, her face glistening with sweat as she removed her helmet during a race, her hair tousled by the wind. The more he thought of her, the more familiar her face seemed, yet he could not quite recall why. His thoughts drifted to Yu Yungui's gaze upon Tao Zhi, and he grew increasingly irate, convinced that Yu Yungui was unworthy. How could he monopolize all the good fortune? A scheme formed in his mind. If Yu Yungui refused to collaborate, he would seduce his woman as a form of revenge. With that thought, he began plotting in his mind how to obtain Tao Zhi's contact information and how to woo her. He envisioned their wedding, the number of children they would have, and even their names. When he finally came to his senses, he realized the sky outside had already brightened. Chung Yuan sat up in shock. Damn. Similarly, Zhao Jingli had not enjoyed a restful night. Yu Yungui's attitude led him to believe that this collaboration was doomed to fail. If it fell through, he would need to prepare alternative plans, which would require even more effort on his part. Frustrated, he entered his room to change and shower but paused as he removed his tie. Holding the dark red tie in his hands, a fleeting image of that strikingly bold figure from the day flashed in his mind. Though their eye contact had been brief, the daring and skill displayed during the race had left a profound impression on him. Before taking over the family business, Zhao Jingli had studied abroad and had a keen interest in racing. He even formed a racing team with friends, which, while not qualified for F1 events, was quite renowned in the racing community. However, after losing a friend in an accident, he never returned to racing, and upon assuming control of the family business, his personal time dwindled. His investment in Gu Ping's club stemmed from that initial passion. Yet, Tao Zhi's wild spirit today inspired admiration and longing within him, a freedom he had never dared to embrace. Collecting his thoughts, Zhao Jingli tossed the tie into the laundry basket and turned towards the bathroom. Having enjoyed a sound sleep, Tao Zhi awoke at 10 the next morning to find unread messages on her phone. Upon checking, she discovered a message from Yu Yungue. I apologize for my previous deliberate approach. To atone, how about I treat you to a meal? After some contemplation, she replied, 30 million, perhaps I might consider it. The response came swiftly. Card number. Tao Zhi chuckled as she rolled on her bed. She had merely intended to tease Yu Yungue, never expecting him to genuinely agree. After all, she had suffered no harm that night. Yu Xiao is quite generous. To buy a beauty smile, the expense is justified. She sent him her card number, reasoning that one could never have too much money. She also pondered about Yu Yungue's considerable influence in Hong Kong. After her divorce from Omo, she likely wouldn't remain in Beijing. Perhaps Hong Kong would be a promising place for her future, where she could leverage Yu Yungue's support to establish herself. After all, despite her words, she couldn't truly afford to live off others. Thus, she messaged Yu Yungue again. This meal shall be my treat, as a gesture of gratitude for your generosity. French cuisine. As she typed that it was unnecessary for him to arrange it, Yu Yungue silently deleted the message, recalling the unforgettable meal she had taken him to the previous day. He feared she might lead him to something he couldn't tolerate again. When he saw her suggestion of French cuisine, he felt a wave of relief. Even the most formidable man would weep at the sight of spicy food. And he did not wish to embarrass himself in front of her. Once he agreed, Yu Yungue began selecting his attire from the wardrobe. This apartment, a spacious flat in the city center, served as his base during his visits to Beijing. His grandmother's family resided there, and each year he accompanied his mother to stay for a while. Although his grandmother's family, the Fu clan, did not rank among the four great families, they were a close second. As he surveyed the colorful clothing in his wardrobe, he speculated about how Tao Zhi might dress that day. Ultimately, he chose a beige shirt paired with well-tailored khaki trousers and brown leather shoes. He swapped his silver watch for a Patek Philippe with a brown strap and styled his long hair back with a bit of hairspray, instantly exuding an aura of refined leisure. Yu Yungue seldom dressed this way. While he favored vibrant hues, he preferred dark reds, blacks, and deep purples. This fresh ensemble was a first for him. Satisfied with his appearance, with his chest subtly visible and his Adam's apple exposed, he whistled as he searched for his car keys. Just then the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, he found Xinyu and his cousin standing outside, both taken aback by his attire. What's going on, big brother? They exclaimed, surprised by the sight of Yu Yungue dressed so flamboyantly, resembling a peacock, with his masculine aura palpable. Cousin, do you have a date? Yu Yungue's cousin, Fu Kun, aged 32, was unmarried but engaged. Yu Yungue flashed a mischievous smile at both of them. I'm off to be a third wheel. Chapter 40. Something's up. Xinyu's eyes lit up at this. He knew his elder brother's romantic endeavors were anything but ordinary. Fu Kun frowned. Grandma wants to see you. You haven't visited in days, and she keeps bringing it up. Yu Yungue twirled a set of keys on his finger, replying, tell her that if I don't get beaten up for being a third wheel today, I'll visit her tomorrow. If I do, I'll sneak back to Hong Kong. Fu Kun was well aware of Yu Yungue's carefree nature and cautioned, you shouldn't say such things. It's not something I can relay to her. Yu Yungue laughed heartily, cousin. You're far too timid. So, what brings you two here? At this, Xinyu's expression turned serious. The other day, we let Xing Jichuan slip away and our bars and nightclubs have been shut down over the past few days. All his doing. Yu Yungue chuckled. It's just a few establishments. If he wants to investigate, let him. We haven't done anything shameful. True, but I can't stand his arrogance. When negotiations fell through, he even threatened to undermine our business interests on the mainland. It is worth mentioning that we have yet to locate the woman who rescued Xing Jichuan that fateful night. There is no need to search any further.
Huh?
Xinyu was momentarily taken aback. Not searching anymore? Yu Yungue poured a glass of wine for each of them while he himself sipped tea. Indeed. There is no need to look for her. Oh, understood. Xinyu scratched his head, while Fu Kun turned his gaze toward Yu Yungue. Noticing the attention, Yu Yungue inquired, is it about cousin? The Zhao family wishes to collaborate with you. They have even come to your home. As you are aware, my grandmother has some acquaintance with the Zhao family, hence they wish to enlist her as a mediator. Did she agree? Do you think my grandmother is so unaware of the stakes? True enough. She declined outright, but did not express it plainly, merely stating she would inquire on your behalf and asked me to ascertain your stance. Yu Yun-gui scoffed. Zhao Jingli cornered me at the racetrack yesterday, and I declined him to his face. For the sake of his family's business, he dares to expect me to take risks? How audacious. Yet, one must not let matters deteriorate. Leaning back, Yu Yun-gui idly twisted the teacup with his long fingers. I have a plan, but I am not ready to disclose it just yet. Fu Kun nodded at this. It seems you have an engagement. I initially intended to invite you for a couple of rounds, but perhaps another day. Yu Yun-gui smiled. Sure, I'll bring someone along next time. Initially, he was merely curious about Tao Zhi, harboring anger at her for assisting Sheng Jichuan, pondering how best to punish her, which led him to investigate her. However, the more he delved, the more intriguing she became. The individual in the documents bore little resemblance to the Tao Zhi he had encountered, prompting him to approach her deliberately. Yet after yesterday, his interest in her had genuinely intensified. She was enigmatic and captivating, drawing him ever closer. Thus, he had provocatively challenged Omo yesterday. As the two rose to leave, Fu Kun asked Xinyu, who has he been associating with lately? Which girl? Xinyu shook his head. I have no idea. I never dare pry into my brother's affairs. Furrowing his brow, Fu Kun reflected on his cousin, though he appeared frivolous, with words that often blurred the line between jest and sincerity. Fu Kun felt that Yu Yun-gui might indeed entertain the notion of being a third party in a romantic entanglement. He disapproved of such conduct, but recognized that Yu Yun-gui would not heed his counsel, and no one in the family, including his grandmother, could rein him in. Thus, the elderly lady had been tirelessly orchestrating a marriage for him, hoping to find someone who could temper his wild spirit. If such a situation were to arise, he could only strategize on how to approach the female party, for it was inconceivable to allow Yu Yun-gui to become a third wheel. Unbeknownst to Tao Zhi, someone was plotting against her. She had risen early, had a normal lunch, and surprisingly, Omo did not join her for the meal. This man had been incessantly seeking her company these past few days, making this rare moment of solitude quite welcome. Upon seeing Tao Zhi descend the stairs, a round-faced maid proactively set the table and cheerfully informed her, Sir has gone to work today, and will not dine with you. Tao Zhi was slightly taken aback. Had Omo recovered so swiftly? Indeed, the injuries he sustained were nearly healed, with only a faint bruise remaining on his face. He first attended to matters at the company, for he had an overwhelming backlog of work. Upon encountering his assistant Lu, who nearly wept with joy, he felt a sense of relief. Their boss had finally returned, allowing him some respite. Oh, Mo asked his assistant, has the company been quiet these past few days? No major issues, but numerous minor ones await your resolution, sir, Lu replied. Oh, Mo nodded. Please bring me the documents. Lu acquiesced and departed. Moments later, he returned, burdened with a pile of files. Upon seeing this mountain of paperwork, Omo said nothing. Order 2 bouquets of flowers for the patient and have them delivered before the end of the day. Understood. President Cheng from Chengprung Pharmaceuticals has invited you to dinner twice. I have declined both times. Do you wish to return the call? I'll handle it. You may leave now. Also, summon the project manager. Understood. After immersing himself in work for quite some time, Omo seized a moment to call Cheng Yuan. Cheng Yuan was also at work and had not slept well the previous night. A cup of coffee in the morning had proven ineffective, and he was currently attempting to catch up on sleep in the office lounge. Awakened by the phone call, he was initially displeased, but his irritation waned upon seeing the caller ID. Hello, young master. Oh, you finally remembered to call me. I thought you had entered a monastery after being silent for so many days. Mo cleared his throat awkwardly and replied, I was abroad attending to some matters. You're back? Yes, back. So, what's the plan? Dinner tonight? Shall we invite Zhao Go and that fellow Su Su? Not convenient. Let us postpone. There's a mountain of work at the company. Cheng Yuan chuckled upon hearing this. True, even if there were no pressing matters. You would still want to return to accompany your Niao Niao, considering it's been several days since you last saw her. Upon hearing this, Mo furrowed his brow. What does she have to do with this? The others were somewhat aware of his feelings for O Niao, yet that was a thing of the past. Over the years, they had occasionally teased him without provoking much of a reaction, but for some inexplicable reason, hearing others speak of his relationship with O Niao now unsettled him. Just joking. Don't take it seriously, Cheng Yuan said, being rather cheeky. Had Mo not been a good friend, he would have certainly said more. In the future, refrain from making jokes about this. I have long ceased to harbor any feelings for her, and you all ought to know that. Cheng Yuan paused at this. For although Mo had previously shown disinterest in O Niao, he had never publicly stated it. Even Oh Niao herself believed her foster brother still held affection for her. Why the sudden clarification? What transpired in these past few days? Alright, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up.
Oh.
As Chung Yuan spoke, he was about to disconnect the call when Omo's voice came through again. By the way, I need to ask you something. What is it? How do you usually win the favor of those girls? Do I need to? Who are you trying to impress? Forget it. Disregard my question. Wait, hello? Hello? Chung Yuan cursed under his breath as he looked at the disconnected call. That bastard. He then proceeded to dial another number. Hey, I need to tell you. OMO is in a situation. Seriously, he just asked me how to win over girls. Not Oh Niao. He explicitly stated he no longer likes her. So, it must be someone else. Who could it be? I was hoping you might know. What are you joking about? His wife. Are you out of your mind?
Or am I?
After hanging up with Su Su, Chung Yuan called Zhao Jingli, who merely acknowledged with an before hanging up. Meanwhile, after disconnecting, Su Su pondered deeply. Could it be the woman he encountered that day? Chapter 41. The Thief Chao. Meanwhile, as Chung Yuan and his companions discussed Tao Zhi, another individual was preoccupied with thoughts of her, none other than Sheng Jichuan, the heir apparent of the Sheng family whom Tao Zhi had aided that night. Dressed in a simple and tidy white shirt, with his smooth hair slicked back, he bore no accessories. Presently, he sat at a mahogany desk, engrossed in his phone with a calm demeanor, though his ears were slightly flushed. Soon, there was a knock at the door. He turned off his phone and laid it face down before speaking. Come in. The door swung open, revealing an exceptionally tall man, approximately 189 centimeters in height. He was clad in casual attire with a crew cut, a scar gracing his right eyebrow, and his skin bore a sun-kissed hue. His visage was rugged and resolute, a stark contrast to the man seated at the table. Here are the materials you requested, he announced. Upon recognizing his uncle, Sheng Jichuan's expression softened slightly. He glanced at the documents and reached out to take them. Thank you. Have you found the person? Not to be blunt. But do you have any idea how many individuals named Tao Zhi reside in the entire northern city? I've sifted through them all. And the 3 profiles that match are included here. Much appreciated. I'll speak to Grandpa tonight and see if he can grant you a few extra days off. The man settled into a nearby sofa with a scoff. No need for that. I'd rather return to the army early to avoid his incessant disapproval. Sheng Jichuan did not hasten to peruse the documents, instead stating, Uncle, Grandpa is only looking out for your best interests. The man, named He Shao, was the late Sheng patriarch's sister's late-life child. Tragically, she passed away during childbirth due to complications arising from her advanced age, compounded by emotional distress. At that time, He Shao's father had an illegitimate child outside of marriage and brought the mistress home under the guise of caring for He Shao. Upon learning of this, the already elderly Sheng patriarch took He Shao in and raised him as his own. Years have elapsed, and He Shao is now 30. Having been nurtured by the Sheng family as a son, upon turning 18, He Shao discovered the truth about his biological father as actions and stormed over with a knife, intending to exact vengeance on the couple. By the time the Sheng patriarch arrived, He Shao had already severed one of his father's ears. In response, the patriarch swiftly sent He Shao into military service, where he remained for over a decade, rising from a mere soldier to the rank of major. Yet, this incident left a lingering rift between He Shao and the Sheng patriarch. You're my uncle, yet here you are reprimanding me without a hint of decorum, He Shao remarked. The age gap being only 3 years, allowing for a close bond. By the way, what is your interest in this woman named Tao Zhi? At this, Sheng Jichuan's countenance momentarily faltered, and he averted his gaze, replying, It's nothing. He Shao rose, snatching the documents from the table, prepared to leave. Not going to speak the truth? Then don't bother looking. Sheng Jichuan remained steadfast, unmoving in his seat. As anticipated, He Shao halted after a few steps, turning back. Still not going to share? Sheng Jichuan simply smiled at him, prompting He Shao to wave his hand dismissively. Fine then, don't look. Thus, Sheng Jichuan stood, retrieving the documents from He Shao's grasp and reseating himself. That night, I was set up by Yu Yungue, and she was the one who assisted me. He Shao relaxed back onto the sofa, lazily cradling his head, and quipped, So, a heroine saves a hero, how fitting. What else there to say? I promised to repay her kindness. He Shao raised an eyebrow but remained silent. Do you have nothing to say regarding Grandpa's intention to push you forward? What is there to say? It's my own choice. Serving the people is hardly a negative endeavor. He Shao chuckled lightly, such lofty rhetoric, and you actually believe it? No wonder Grandpa holds you in such high regard. Well, I must take my leave. Go fulfill your debt of gratitude, but ensure Grandpa remains oblivious. Otherwise, he might turn into a vengeful ghost and snatch your benefactor away. Sheng Jichuan's expression darkened. I understand. As the sole heir of the Sheng family, he bore the weight of his grandfather's lofty expectations, especially with the upcoming elections looming. The Sheng patriarch, having retired from politics, resolved to have Sheng Jichuan enter the representative assembly, where numerous allies of the patriarch resided. Securing a position there would significantly amplify the family's influence over major matters. Thus, the Sheng family had been preparing for this transition for the past couple of years, necessitating that Sheng Jichuan remain unblemished. While Yu Yunggui sought to exploit this situation, he was not one to be easily manipulated. After He Xiao departed, Sheng Jichuan finally opened the documents. The surveillance footage from the cake shop had been retrieved and destroyed that very night. However, he had extracted a frame wherein Tao Zhi held him closely, their bodies entwined in a seemingly passionate embrace, though Sheng Jichuan knew otherwise. In the dark of night, his senses had been heightened, and the lingering scent of her rose-like perfume, tinged with alcohol, still danced at the edge of his consciousness. Although he claimed he could afford anything, he was acutely aware that he could not take responsibility for her. Thus, he sought her out, wishing to offer recompense, be it money or reputation, whatever she desired, save for himself. With this thought, he grasped the first document, only to find that the Tao Zhi depicted bore no resemblance to his recollection. She appeared somewhat plump, and discrepancies in height and age further compounded the incongruity. The second profile, however, struck a chord, presenting a tall and slender white-collar worker, strikingly beautiful, her smiling eyes casting doubt on whether she could indeed be the one. The dim lighting of that night, coupled with his inebriated state, left him apprehensive about misidentifying her. He turned to the third document, glancing at it, only to be momentarily stunned. The face mirrored his memory, yet the expression and spirit were worlds apart. An internal debate ensued. One voice insisted it was her, while another questioned his eyesight, recalling how the previous profile seemed a truer match. He compared the two profiles, ultimately clutching Tao Zhi's in his hand. Further examination revealed she was the daughter of a third-rate merchant, a geography graduate from a university, 3 years post-graduation. Now aged 25 and married. The revelation of her marital status caused his pupils to constrict.
Married.
Married. He dialed He Xiao's number, who appeared to have just entered a vehicle, the engine rumbling audibly. What's the matter? One of the Tao Zhis is married? Do you know who her husband is? He Xiao chuckled on the other end. Do I need to investigate that too? I hadn't noticed. I'll get back to you shortly. After hanging up, He Xiao tapped a few keys on his phone, a smile creeping onto his face. Didn't he realize my nephew possessed such a penchant for intrigue? With that, he pressed the accelerator and sped away. Meanwhile, after placing the call, Sheng Jichuan arranged for further inquiries into the profile of the white-collar worker named Tao Zhi. While his instinct urged him that the individual he sought was indeed the married Tao Zhi, he remained cautious, wary of potential misunderstandings. He Xiao swiftly sent over the data regarding OMO, knowing that such information was not readily accessible to the average person. But his status in the system granted him ease in uncovering details. As he perused Omo's photograph alongside Tao Zhi's marital history over the past 2 years, a frown creased Sheng Jichuan's brow. Chapter 42. Parents. Unbeknownst to Tao Zhi, someone was advocating on her behalf. She had familiarized herself with the estate and subsequently ascended to her room to wash up and apply makeup. After all, she had an evening engagement, a French dinner, meriting a proper presentation as a sign of respect to her companion. Having completed her makeup, she donned a light gold, sleeveless evening gown. The gown, tailored to accentuate her waist while revealing a hint of her back, was fashioned from a fabric akin to velvet. The design featured a few pleats secured by a golden clasp, creating a butterfly effect that spread outwards, the skirt cascading gracefully to her ankles. Tao Zhi adorned her feet with a pair of light-colored high heels, embellished with 2 golden butterflies poised as if to take flight, harmonizing beautifully with her dress. Her cascading waves of hair flowed gracefully down her back, and she adorned her ears with a pair of irregularly shaped champagne-hued earrings, complemented by a wide golden bracelet on her wrist. Her makeup leaned slightly towards the dramatic, featuring long, curled eyelashes and alluringly upturned eyes. While her high nose required no contouring, the lipstick she chose was a subtle nude shade, imparting an air of sophistication to her overall look. Naturally stunning, Tao Zhi exuded a mysterious elegance that rendered her both captivating and perilous, akin to a rose glistening with morning dew, emanating an intoxicating fragrance that beckoned one closer.
Yet,
As you reached out to pluck her, she would reveal her thorns, leaving your palm bloodied, and afterwards, she would sway, releasing more of her enchanting scent, as if to convey that it was the rose's reward for your greed. When her smiling gaze fixed upon you, you would find yourself ensnared in the sweet trap she had meticulously crafted just for you. As Tao Zhi prepared to descend the stairs, a servant knocked at the door. Tao Zhi donned her earrings and inquired, "What is it?" The servant replied from outside, "Madam, there is a lady outside the manor claiming to be your mother." The mention of mother stirred memories of her own mother before entering this narrative, yet it was evident that the woman outside was the original character's mother. She wished for her to leave. Her impression of the original character's mother was far from favorable, a woman who could stand idly by as her daughter was sold, even aiding in the process, could hardly be deemed a good mother, according to the original character's memories. While her mother may not have showered her with love and affection like other mothers, she had not been abusive, nor had she allowed her to suffer from deprivation. And she would occasionally express concern when the original character fell ill. The original character had always believed her mother simply struggled to convey her love, thus fostering deep trust and reliance upon her. However, when the original character was on the brink of being sold, this mother offered not a single word of opposition. Even if the original character consented, a mother ought to have advised against such a decision, urging her not to undervalue herself. Yet she did not, instead using the money from the original character's sale to purchase a sports car for her son. Initially, when the original character voiced her grievances, she was told to endure, only to later be chastised for not being more understanding or compliant. Eventually, she began to pressure the original character for financial assistance from OMO, while never showing concern for her well-being or happiness. Did such a mother truly love her child? The servant hesitated momentarily upon hearing Tao Zhi's response, then acquiesced. Tao Zhi dismissed the matter from her mind. Having instructed the woman to leave, it was unlikely the manor's gatekeeper would allow her entry. She descended the stairs and spent some time on her phone, reviewing design drafts sent by her exclusive designer, to which she replied with a thumbs-up emoji. Her contact list had expanded to include several individuals: Yu Yungue, the butler, Song Ling, and the talented designer Gu Shi. Gu Shi possessed an air of aloofness, rarely speaking, except occasionally sharing her inspirations with Tao Zhi. In contrast, Song Ling had only exchanged contact information with her 2 days prior, yet had already inundated her with messages that conveyed clear admiration. More importantly, Tao Zhi learned that Song Ling was a university student, a fellow alumna from her school. This girl, though appearing cool and composed, was in truth quite warm-hearted. She had invited Tao Zhi to attend her debate competition that weekend, to which Tao Zhi had agreed. Lacking friends in this new environment, she found Song Ling's personality appealing, and she could potentially become her first friend. As Tao Zhi scrolled through videos, her thoughts drifted to what sort of business she might venture into, yet she found herself indecisive. Primarily, she lacked any innate business acumen and was, in truth, rather lazy. As the clock struck 2 in the afternoon, she searched for reputable French restaurants in North City. Most required reservations, and ultimately, she chose a quaint establishment in the city center, calling to secure a table. Just as she hung up the phone, the butler approached with a smile, which Tao Zhi found rather off-putting.
what is it?
She asked. The butler, sensing her amenability, replied hastily, "Madam, your parents are outside. They wish to see you." Tao Zhi frowned. Did I not ask them to leave? They had not departed, remaining outside, and the butler, concerned about the negative impact of their presence, sought her guidance on how to proceed. Tao Zhi scoffed. When had the butler ever consulted her before? It was merely a matter of not wanting to offend anyone. I am a woman sold. I have no parents. If they refuse to leave, then please ensure they do so. Am I expected to do it myself? The butler nodded. Understood. I will arrange it immediately. Feeling vexed, Tao Zhi had no desire to linger downstairs any longer. She ascended to her room and opened her computer, intending to play a game, only to remember that her account had been suspended for a century. Goodness, a century. She wondered if the game would even survive that long. And they truly dared to impose such a ban. For the first time, Tao Zhi felt a twinge of boredom and realized she needed to find something to occupy her time. After clearing her mind, she began to feel drowsy. But soon the clamor from downstairs jolted her awake. Where is she? Is she not coming out to see us? The butler trailed behind Tao Changchuan and his wife, having initially instructed the guests to leave, only for them to contact Ozone. It was rather unseemly for Ozong to prevent his in-laws from seeing their daughter. Hence they were allowed entry. The butler sensed impending trouble. Tao Chongquan appeared irate, typically cautious around the butler. Yet today he spoke with a sharpness that betrayed his displeasure. Mr. Tao, Madam has matters to attend to. She truly has no time to entertain you both. Tao Chongquan scoffed. Busy? Oh, butler, do not speak on behalf of that ungrateful daughter. I see she has grown wings and no longer regards her parents. I am here to inquire how she found the audacity to harm her brother so. If she is not reprimanded today, I fear she may one day strike even Ozong. The butler forced a smile, wishing to remark that he was rather late to discipline her, as Ozong had already suffered her wrath. In truth, few in this villa had escaped unscathed. Mr. Tao, surely you jest. Madam and our master share a close bond. How could they possibly fight? As for the incident with young Master Tao, perhaps there has been a misunderstanding? A misunderstanding? My son is still lying in a hospital bed. Tao Chongquan shot back. Enough, oh butler. You need not defend her. If we do not see her today, we will not leave. Oh Cheng nearly lost his composure at their audacity. Their insistence on staying was less about seeing Tao Zhi and more about seeking favor from Ozong. If Tao Zhi had indeed harmed Tao Chongquan's spoiled son, it was clear this visit was intended to extract some benefit from Ozong. Well, please have a seat. I will prepare some tea for you both. As he spoke, he left, turning his expression sour as he gestured for a nearby maid to ready refreshments. While he held no fondness for this couple, he could not allow them to perceive the O family as lacking in decorum. After exiting the villa, O Chung called Omo, thinking to himself, just wait, I will summon reinforcements to deal with you. Chapter 43. You are not my mother. Omo was in a meeting with the investment department manager when the phone rang, interrupting him. Frowning upon seeing O Cheng's name, he instinctively thought there must be a matter regarding Tao Zhi, so he answered the call. He waved his hand, signaling the investment department manager to leave first. Once the manager departed, he finally spoke. What is it? The voice of O Cheng came through the phone. Sir, Madam's parents have arrived at the house and insist on seeing her. Omo raised an eyebrow. I see. And what's the matter? Is Tao Zhi not at home? Not exactly, came the reply.
What do you mean then?
It appears that Madam is unwilling to meet them. She previously said to keep them away and not let them in, but I was a step too late, and they have already entered. Hearing this, Omo frowned. He had permitted their entry, thinking that after such a long time apart, Tao Zhi must have missed her parents. Now, it seemed he had inadvertently done a disservice. What did they come for? Did they inform you? O Chung glanced back over his shoulder and hurriedly walked a few steps closer to the phone, whispering. I heard from Mr. Tao that it seems Madam has hospitalized Mr. Tao's son. At this, Omo closed his eyes momentarily, realizing he had indeed made a grave mistake. Understood. What should we do now? Just wait for me. I'll be back shortly.
Ah?
O Chung was somewhat incredulous. In the past, if such matters arose, Omo would typically disregard them. Today, however, he was actually planning to return personally. Had the sun risen in the west? Or had the gentleman's mind been affected by the madam? Nevertheless, since the boss had stated his intention to return home, he couldn't very well refuse. Thus, he responded affirmatively, assuring he would attend to the guests properly. Omo hung up the phone and rubbed his temples. How could he not know the true motives behind the arrival of Tao Chongquan and his wife? Yet it was he who had allowed them in. If Tao Zhi chose to blame him, it would be his own mess to clean up. With that thought, he rose, grabbed his coat, and headed out. Just then, his assistant was coming in to deliver documents and paused at the sight of Omo preparing to leave. Boss, are you going out?
Yes.
The assistant glanced at the files in his hands. What about these? Omo gave a fleeting look at the documents. Leave them on my desk. I have some matters to attend to. Oh, and the flowers should be sent to the old residents.
All right.
Meanwhile, as Omo drove away, the butler returned to inquire about Tao Zhi. Madam, the two of them are waiting downstairs, insisting on seeing you. They refuse to leave. Tao Zhi frowned. How did they get in? The butler hesitated. Sir thought you missed your parents. Tao Zhi interrupted with a cold smile. Whoever let them in should be the one to deal with them. I have no time to see them. With that, she dismissed the butler. Sighing, he departed, having done his best. Tao Chongquan and his wife sat on the sofa, observing as the butler ascended to the third floor only to return shortly. They thought little of it, assuming he had business to attend to. However, beside them, Sonia began to cry. Tao Chongquan turned back, asking, What is wrong? Why are you crying? Sonia wiped her tears and said, Is Gigi refusing to see us? Is she still holding a grudge against us? Otherwise, why would she have hurt Xiaoyu so badly? He is her own brother. Tao Qiangchuan's face darkened. Holding a grudge against us? What right does she have? Everything was her choice. If it weren't for me, she wouldn't even have married into the O family to live in luxury. Old Tao, that's not quite fair. Gigi hasn't had it easy these past 2 years. We all know that. After all, she's a child I raised myself. How could I not feel heartbroken? Sonia continued, but still, she shouldn't have hurt Xiaoyu. As an older sister, if she doesn't care for her brother, that's one thing. But her hardships are of her own making. Who can she blame? Sonia's tears flowed more freely at this. All right, even if she blames me, she won't blame you. When you see her, say something nice to her. I suspect she resents us for not visiting her during that time she attempted suicide. She might be harboring some grievances. Also, mention that things have been tough at home lately. Perhaps she can persuade Mr. O to help us out. Sonia hesitated momentarily before saying, Old Tao, let us go with this plan. Tao Zhi has the softest heart. You know that. If you play the victim, she will surely assist us. Sonia's eyes reflected her inner turmoil, but in the end, she nodded in agreement. After waiting for another half hour, without a sign of Tao Zhi, Tao Qiangchuan finally lost his patience. Is anyone there? A maid approached. Sir, how may I assist you? Where is Tao Zhi? Is she at home? The maid maintained her cheerful demeanor. I'm sorry, sir, but I am not aware of the Madam's whereabouts. Tao Qiangchuan was infuriated, but waved his hand, refraining from lashing out at the maid. After all, she was not one of their household servants, and he did not wish to appear foolish in front of these people. He turned to Sonia, call her. If she doesn't answer, call again. If she still doesn't answer, call a third time. I refuse to believe this. Have you forgotten we've been blocked? Didn't you just get a new card? Use that one. Sonia opened her mouth but ultimately pulled out her phone. In the meantime, Tao Zhi was happily chatting with Songling about the many places in North City she had yet to explore. Songling offered to take her out when she had time, and the fact that she didn't pry into her personal circumstances only increased Tao Zhi's fondness for her. As they were engrossed in conversation, discussing a popular male streamer who had recently fallen from grace, an incoming call interrupted them. The unfamiliar number made Tao Zhi frown, yet she answered. Hello? Hi, is this Gigi? It's me, your mother. Tao Zhi moved the phone away slightly, glancing at the number, her expression darkening. What do you want? Sonia quickly replied, Gigi, are you home? Your father and I are in the living room of your villa, hoping to see you. I know there might be some misunderstandings between you and Xiaoyu. It's been nearly 2 years since I last saw you, and I want to know how you've been. If you're able, could you come and see your mother? Upon hearing this, Tao Zhi let out a cold laugh. I'm not free, and by the way, you're not my mother. With that, she hung up. On the other end, Sonia trembled upon hearing those words, her lips quivering. Tao Qiangchuan noticed her distress and furrowed his brow. What happened? What did she say? Sonia struggled to suppress her shock and fear, gazing at Tao Qiangchuan as tears streamed down her face. She said, I'm not her mother. Upon hearing this, Tao Qiangchuan's expression darkened severely. Nonsense. She's truly lost her mind. Sonia's mind, however, was consumed by Tao Zhi's careless words. Shivering, she asked, what should we do? Old Tao, do you think she knows something? How could she change so drastically? She's been unresponsive towards both us and Xiaoyu. How can one person undergo such a transformation unless something has happened? Tao Qiangchuan's face hardened. Stop overthinking it. If you aren't her mother, who else could be? Look at you, you're trembling at just a single phrase. If someone sees you, they suspect something is amiss. What are you so afraid of? Chapter 44, Begging. The two were startled by the sudden voice and turned around to find Omo had returned unexpectedly. Upon seeing Omo, Tao Qiangchuan immediately donned a flattering smile. Mr. Oh, you're back so early? Omo nodded and took a seat at the head of the table. Since you two are here, I naturally should entertain you.
Oh.
Mr. O, you're too kind. We merely came to see Gigi today. But it seems she has something else going on and hasn't been able to meet with us yet. Omo chuckled softly and remarked, she is likely preoccupied. If you have any matters to discuss, I can convey them on your behalf. Both Tao Qiangchuan and Sonia were momentarily taken aback. They were well aware of Omo's sentiments toward his daughter, which had always deterred Tao Qiangchuan from adopting any father-in-law heirs in his presence. Omo had previously exhibited a well-known disdain for Tao Zhi, his countenance souring at the mere mention of her name. Yet today, not only had he returned, but his demeanor suggested a surprisingly cordial relationship with Tao Zhi. Sonia exchanged glances with Tao Chengchuan. Puzzled, was this truly the same person her daughter had complained about over the phone, the one who mocked and belittled her for months?
Indeed.
Conversing with President Omo seemed akin to this. Tao Chengchuan forced a smile and explained, it was just that little you inadvertently upset Ji yesterday, and she had him beaten, landing him in the hospital. As a concerned father, I simply wish to clarify the situation, as I cannot bear to see them at odds. Omo leaned back, crossing his long legs, his expression inscrutable as he listened to Tao Chengchuan. Tao Chengchuan swallowed hard, inwardly acknowledging the formidable aura Omo exuded. And then, Omo prompted.
Ah.
Tao Chengchuan looked up, taken aback. What do you mean, and then? Is that all you wish to say about Xi? If so, I shall relay your message. But I must return to my business. Feeling the pressure of Omo's intent to dismiss them, Tao Chengchuan could no longer remain seated. He quickly rose and said, President Omo, I actually have another matter to discuss. Omo smiled, remaining silent. He had anticipated that Tao Chengchuan's visit was not merely a casual inquiry about Tao Zhi. As Tao Chengchuan pondered how to broach the subject, Sonia remained lost in thought. If she had not misheard, Omo had just referred to Tao Zhi as Gigi. When had he ever addressed her in such an affectionate manner? Previously, he had either ignored her or referred to her formally by her full name. This time, Sonia not only noted the change in Omo's address, but also sensed a shift in his attitude. Women are often sensitive to such nuances. And her heart was a tumult of emotions, uncertainty and anxiety waged war within her. If Omo had indeed developed feelings for Tao Zhi, it would signify that Tao Zhi was losing her autonomy. This current state was intolerable to her. What could be worse? The two men paid no heed to her inner turmoil. After a moment of hesitation, Tao Chengchuan finally spoke up. President Omo, as you are aware, my company operates in heavy industry. In recent years, with the advent of various new energy sources and unfavorable policies, the market has become increasingly bleak. The funds I previously invested have barely sufficed to maintain operations. With Xiao Yu's hospitalization, I have realized that our finances are nearly depleted. Recently, Gigi requested 10 million from me, and we are still indebted to the hospital for Xiao Yu's medical expenses. I find myself in a dire situation. I understand that it may be inappropriate to approach you with this, but I am left with no alternatives. Might you consider investing in us? I assure you that the project I am currently managing will yield profits. We can share the gains. Upon hearing this, Omo let out a light chuckle. How much do you desire? Tao Chengchuan's eyes sparkled with hope as he replied, 50 million. Hardly had he spoken when a melodious laugh echoed through the room. All three turned toward the source and beheld Tao Zhi languidly leaning against the railing on the third floor. Her exquisite makeup and stylish attire radiated charm and allure. Omo felt as though his heart had been struck, leaving him parched and disconcerted. Tao Chengchuan and Sonia were equally astonished by Tao Zhi's appearance, particularly Sonia, whose eyes reflected a mix of admiration and jealousy, intertwined with emotions that Tao Zhi could not decipher. Tao Chengchuan, after a moment of surprise, was consumed by anger. Previously, they had failed to notice anything amiss when the butler ascended to the third floor. It turned out that Tao Zhi had been there all along. Due to the height of the railing and the spacious corridor, they had been unable to see her room from their vantage point. Now, witnessing her emergence, Tao Chengchuan's face flushed with rage. Yet, mindful of Omo's presence, he restrained his fury and adopted a stern demeanor, saying, What are you laughing at? After all this time, you could not even bother to greet your mother and me. Tao Zhi leaned over the railing, gazing at Tao Chengchuan with a smile. What do you think I am laughing at? Naturally, it is at you. 50 million? TSK, how shameless you are. How much did you sell your daughter for? Was it 50 million or perhaps 100 million? How quickly fortunes can change. Do you understand what this signifies? What does it signify? Tao Chengchuan retorted. It signifies that you are simply not cut out for business. You would be better off selling the company and enjoying life with the proceeds, rather than risking it all and ending up with nothing. Tao Chengchuan was taken aback by her words and pointed an accusatory finger at her. You. Tao Zhi detested being pointed at unless it was in admiration of her beauty. She reached for her phone, contemplating throwing it at him, only to see Sonia gently lower Tao Chengchuan's hand.
Calm down, Lao Tao.
This child harbors no ill intentions, she said, then turned to Tao Zhi. Gigi, is it because you were upset that your mother did not visit you after your injury? Tao Zhi's expression soured as she interjected, Stop. I have told you, You're not my mother. Upon hearing this, Sonia clenched her fists, then relaxed them. This child, always speaking out of anger. If I am not your mother, then who is? Tao Zhi dismissed her and turned to descend the stairs, disregarding both her parents as she addressed Omo. President Omo, you are indeed generous. 50 million? If you find yourself with excess funds, feel free to transfer them to me. My card should accommodate it well. Omo raised an eyebrow. Is my gold card insufficient for your needs? Oh, it's not that. It just feels uneasy using something that isn't mine, she replied. Omo, seemingly unperturbed, retrieved his wallet and offered it to Tao Zhi. Take whichever card you desire. Tao Zhi accepted the wallet, flipping it open to reveal over 10 cards, 5 of which were black. Raising her eyebrow, she extracted a black card and tossed the wallet back to Omo. She kissed the card and smiled at him, saying, "Boss. How generous." Omo's heart skipped a beat, though his expression remained impassive. Tao Chengchuan and Sonia were left in astonishment. Was this truly the same Tao Zhi whom Omo had supposedly neglected? Just as she was about to turn away, Omo grasped her wrist, his brow furrowing as he scrutinized her attire. Are you going out? Where are you headed? With whom? Tao Zhi freed herself from his grasp, waving the card in her hand as she smiled at Omo, no comment. Chapter 45, Experimentation. Tao Chengchuan watched Tao Zhi depart, seething with anger as he gasped for breath, clutching his chest as though he might collapse, only to be steadied by Sonia in the nick of time. Lao Tao, are you all right? Omo remained seated on the sofa, saying nothing, his gaze fixed intently on Tao Zhi's retreating figure. After catching his breath, Tao Chengchuan fumed. That ungrateful daughter of mine. What does she think she is? He then turned to Omo, offering an apology. President Omo, I regret that my rebellious daughter has likely caused you much inconvenience. It is my failing as a parent. Omo remained silent, his brow furrowed in annoyance. Do you have any further matters to address, Tao Chengchuan? If not, I must return to the office. Tao Chengchuan hesitated that. President Omo, regarding what we discussed earlier? Omo cast a disinterested glance at him, stating, I believe what Zhi said holds merit. You might consider selling your company. Should you require assistance, I can certainly offer you a favorable deal. Without allowing Tao Chengchuan the opportunity to prolong the conversation, Omo called out, Butler, please escort Mr. Tao and Mrs. Tao out shortly. Oh Cheng entered, bowing slightly as he said, all right. Upon finishing his words, a professional smile graced his face. Meanwhile, Omo rose abruptly and began to stride towards the exit. Mr. O, please show some leniency. I truly have no other options. Help me out, after all, we are family. Despite Tao Chengchuan's desperate pleas, Omo paid him no heed. In the past, he might have offered assistance out of respect for Tao Zhi's parents, considering that if his relationship with Tao Zhi were to become public, it would be unjust for him to be overly harsh on the Yu family. However, now, those two had become inconsequential. His agreement to let them enter was not born out of empathy for Tao Zhi's longing for her parents, but rather a test to gauge whether they would notice something amiss with her. It became evident that they were of no use. Given that they had outlived their purpose and that Tao Zhi harbored a deep disdain for them, it would be foolish for him to further invest in them. The vehicle he had driven was parked outside the villa, a black top-tier Maybach. When Tao Chengchuan chased after him, all he caught a glimpse of was the car's rear end, as Omo left him no face whatsoever. Tao Chengchuan's expression darkened, while Sonia, standing beside him, nervously clutched her handbag, lost in thought. I am at least his father-in-law, and yet he shows me no respect. What should we do now? Should we just stay here and wait for a meal? With a tone laced with irritation, Tao Chengchuan turned and strode towards the estate's exit. They had arrived via a shuttle, but now, no one was there to see them off. This was a deliberate arrangement by Cheng, who held a low opinion of the couple, viewing them as nothing more than leeches after having sold their daughter. The sun was still fierce around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, and it took them half an hour to finally step outside the estate gates, both drenched in sweat. Once in the car, Tao Chengchuan barked at the driver, "Turn up the air conditioning. Do you want to roast me alive?" The driver quickly apologized and cranked the air conditioning to its maximum, turning his face away to roll his eyes in silent disdain. Tao Chengchuan's temper, already volatile, flared further under the relentless sun. He tugged at his tie, his face a mask of fury. This rebellious daughter. Had I known she'd be so disobedient, I would never have agreed to her marrying into the O family. Sonia gently tried to soothe him. All right, calm down. Don't let your anger harm your health. You know her daughter. She just has a bit of a temper. In a few days she will be fine. If you keep blaming her, it might drive her further away. Tao Zhi recognized the wisdom in Sanya's words and closed his eyes, refraining from further complaints. However, Sanya hesitated before speaking again. Actually, I heard something from Xiaoyu that I'm unsure is true. What is it? Xiaoyu said he was slapped by Zhi at the bar because he caught her in an inappropriate situation with a man. Upon hearing this, Tao Zhi's eyes snapped open, and he sat up. Did he really say that? Sanya nodded. The color drained from Tao Zhi's face once more. Nonsense. Such claims can't be made lightly. It's more likely he misinterpreted the situation. Enough. Keep this to yourself. Regardless of the truth, we must treat it as false. Do I really need to teach you this? You know what kind of family the OS are? Sanya's complexion paled as she replied, I understand. I was merely sharing my thoughts. Tao Zhi shot her a knowing glance. Zhi is our child. If she were cast aside by the O family, it would not bode well for us either. I know. As long as you understand, tell Xiaoyu to keep his mouth shut. With a mouth like that, it's no wonder his sister hit him. Sanya's expression twisted momentarily, and she fell silent, somewhat irritated. Tao Zhi noticed, but chose not to address it. You should find a chance to speak with her privately, say some kind words, and subtly remind her who has supported her through all this. I refuse to believe she has grown wings and is ready to fly high. The couple fell into silence, the atmosphere within the car turning somber. The driver, attuned to the dynamics, pretended as if nothing had transpired. Having worked for the Tao family for nearly 3 years, he understood Tao Zhi's temperament and felt a twinge of sympathy for Tao Zhi, recognizing the unfortunate plight of a child born into wealth yet burdened by such parents. Meanwhile, Tao Zhi had not driven herself, but was picked up by Yu Yungue. Just as they departed, Omo's car exited the estate. Upon reaching the gate, Omo inquired of the guard, Where is Madam? The guard, appearing bewildered, replied, Madam just left. Are you looking for her, sir? Omo found the guard's ignorance frustrating and clarified, I am aware, she just left. What I mean is, how did she leave? In which direction? The guard suddenly understood.
Oh.
Madam just got into a black Aston Martin and headed towards the city. Omo nodded and rolled up his window. As the vehicle drove away from the estate, Omo's mind was preoccupied with thoughts of whom Tao Zhi might be meeting. He pulled out his phone, intending to message her, only to discover that her previous WeChat account seemed to have fallen into disuse, as she had not reached out to him in quite some time. She used to frequently post ambiguous and melancholic captions on her moments, but those updates had also ceased. He opened their chat history. Finding it frozen on the night she had texted him goodbye. Scrolling upward revealed a barrage of messages filled with her daily greetings and inquiries about his return home, messages he had never responded to. Yet she had sent them for 3 years uninterrupted. A swell of emotions surged within him, leaving him uncertain of how to feel. He shut his phone and closed his eyes. He knew that Tao Zhi had likely abandoned that account, having even changed her phone number. He had no means of contacting her at all. After some contemplation, he finally opened his eyes and asked the housekeeper for Tao Zhi's current number, though he hesitated to dial it for a long while. Chapter 46, Divorce with Me. After Tao Zhi got into Yu Yungue's car, she remained silent, while Yu Yungue, noticing her outfit, couldn't he help but brighten up, his smile broadening. Tao Zhi also took in Yu Yungue's attire, her gaze briefly lingering on his slightly defined chest before smiling. This person is quite the strategist, she thought. Yu Yungue, aware of her appreciative look, felt his confidence swell, his demeanor exuding a roguish charm. I didn't expect Omo to be so generous, allowing you to stay here. I thought you would be living in some apartment. Tao Zhi shot him a glare. He would like that, but does he think I wouldn't he cause a scene? Yu Yungue, resting his hand on the steering wheel, chuckled. Haha, so you mean he is stingy? Why not just divorce him and come with me? Everything I have will be yours. I want to be stingy, like he is. Tao Zhi, resting her chin on her hand, gazed at Yu Yungue with sparkling eyes. Really? You would be that generous? Yu Yungue squirmed under her admiring and curious gaze, instinctively shifting to sit up straighter. Of course. Don't you know? Tao Zhi recalled the 30 million and nodded. Indeed, you are far more generous than him. Noticing Tao Zhi's lack of response regarding whether she would consider divorcing him, Yu Yungue felt an inexplicable pang of disappointment. Though he had been joking, her failure to take him seriously left him feeling awkward. So, should I say you'll think about it? He grinned mischievously, his expression suggesting he was merely commenting on the splendid weather. Tao Zhi glanced ahead and languidly remarked, Let us discuss it later. When I actually get divorced and feel inclined to pursue a romance, perhaps I might consider you, though it's not guaranteed. Yu Yun-gui tightened his grip on the steering wheel. Are you truly going to get divorced? Tao Zhi turned her gaze towards him. Do you genuinely wish to be the other woman? Yu Yun-gui swallowed hard, chuckling. If it were you, I wouldn't entirely object. Tao Zhi rolled her eyes at him, prompting Yu Yun-gui to burst into laughter. Even when rolling your eyes, you're still stunning. I adore it. Tao Zhi was at a loss for words, contemplating delivering a punch, but feared this fellow might interpret it as a reward. In the past few days spent with Yu Yun-gui, she found him rather entertaining, though at times his logic was questionable. He was far easier to deal with than that fool Omo. Perhaps Tao Zhi herself was a bit rebellious, which made her temperament resonate well with Yu Yun-gui's. The two fell into a comfortable silence, the car filled with melodious music sung with a piercing tone. Yu Yun-gui seemed to be in high spirits, occasionally humming along. Upon arriving at the dining establishment, Tao Zhi exited the vehicle first, while Yu Yun-gui handed the car keys to the doorman. The French restaurant Tao Zhi had booked was a 3-story standalone building, impressively adorned from the outside and equally splendid within. Situated in the heart of the city, surrounded by malls and towering office buildings, this quaint structure stood out significantly. The ability to lease or purchase such a property in this densely populated area and transform it into a high-end French restaurant indicated that the owner must possess considerable means. The waiter guided them into the restaurant, where Tao Zhi's reservation was in the main hall. Due to her last-minute booking and the absence of a membership requirement, the restaurant was quite popular, and only a few slots remained when she made her reservation. The hall featured a soaring ceiling of nearly 5 meters, supported by several columns. The decor leaned towards the French style, with crystal chandeliers casting a dreamy ambience. They settled at a white square table, where the waiter presented warm towels for their hands, followed by water and the menus for their orders. As Tao Zhi meticulously studied the menu, she heard Yu Yun-gui suddenly ask, "Do you need my assistance?" Assuming he meant with the ordering, she shook her head, "No, thank you," and proceeded to request a pan-seared sole and foie gras. Yu Yun-gui paused, ordering a burgundy beef dish, while leaving the rest to the waiter's discretion. Once the waiter nodded and departed, Yu Yun-gui remarked, "I was referring to the divorce." Tao Zhi blinked, resting her chin on her hand, and smiled. "So concerned? Have you truly fallen for me?" Yu Yun-gui leaned back casually, exuding an air of languor. "Indeed, didn't I tell you that earlier?" Tao Zhi chuckled, realizing that if she genuinely believed Yu Yun-gui's playful banter, it would reflect poorly on her intellect. He was a man whose words seldom held truth. With a raised eyebrow, she replied, "No need. I won't hesitate to call on you when necessary." While Yu Yun-gui could indeed help her extract more benefits from Omo if he intervened, given Omo's temper, she feared the divorce would become an impossibility. It was essential to identify Omo's weaknesses for a proper negotiation. Seeing her refusal, Yu Yun-gui chose not to press further, instead steering the conversation towards the racing event from a few days prior. They found common ground to discuss, and notably, Yu Yun-gui realized that no matter the topic, Tao Zhi seemed to grasp everything he said, provided she was willing to engage. Yu Yun-gui mentioned having plans to play billiards with someone and inquired if Tao Zhi would join. She nonchalantly responded, "We'll see. Haven't you been in North City? Aren't you returning to Port City?" Yu Yun-gui laughed. "What's the matter? Do you wish for me to leave?" Tao Zhi scoffed, "Not exactly. I just find you rather unoccupied." No sooner had she spoken than Yu Yun-gui's phone rang. He chuckled, shaking his phone at her. "I think I won't need to visit the temple anymore. I can just pray to you, as the temple can't compare to your charm." Tao Zhi smiled. "Answer it. I need to visit the restroom." They were nearly finished with their meal, and Tao Zhi intended to freshen up her lipstick. As Yu Yun-gui observed her retreating figure, he pressed the answer button. "You'd better have a good reason." On the other end, Shinyu sensed the tension in his boss's voice and nervously reported, "Boss, 2 of our venues have been shut down." Yu Yun-gui frowned. "Isn't it handled according to the usual protocol?" Shinyu hesitated this time. "It might not be feasible."
Why?
"They found something in our venues. It could lead to complications." Yu Yun-gui's tone turned grave. "What exactly did they find?" "Those items." Noticing Yu Yun-gui's silence, Shinyu cautiously suggested, "Could it be the Sheng family's doing?" "Impossible. The Sheng family wouldn't stoop to such means, and besides, their methods are too unscrupulous for Sheng Jichuan." "Then who could it be? It can't be mere coincidence, can it?" Yu Yun-gui's expression hardened. "Are you certain none of our men have touched those items?" On the other end, Shinyu assured him, "Boss, I guarantee it wasn't any of our people. Everyone knows what can and cannot be handled." Those items are bottom line. No one would dare to touch them. Yu Yun-gui replied, in that case, arrange for a self-inspection first to rule out any internal issues. I'll be there shortly. Please hurry, boss. The person who came seems to have some background, and I can't manage it alone. Understood. Yu Yun-gui hung up, his fingers drumming on the table as he contemplated. The previously relaxed atmosphere around him shifted to one of ominous tension due to the call. After a moment, a realization struck him, and he suddenly smiled. How amusing. Is someone truly that irritated? Chapter 47. A serendipitous encounter. After finishing her business in the restroom, Tao Zhi applied some lipstick while gazing into the mirror. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed a girl nearby observing her intently. She tucked away her lipstick and looked at the girl, who, upon being caught, smiled without a hint of panic. Forgive me, it's just that I've never seen someone so stunning in real life before. I couldn't help myself, I apologize. It is widely acknowledged that when a woman receives compliments from a man, it often implies ulterior motives or a desire to please. However, when a woman praises another, it carries a different weight, capable of brightening one's spirits for an entire week. Tao Zhi returned a radiant smile. Thank you, you're quite beautiful yourself. The girl's cheeks flushed slightly as she unconsciously touched her face. Tao Zhi spoke the truth. The young woman before her had fair skin and a well-proportioned figure, with cascading black hair that curled softly. Her makeup was exquisitely done, highlighting her naturally beautiful complexion. She wore a crimson dress that appeared to be from a well-known brand, though Tao Zhi couldn't recall which one. The jewelry adorning her ears was a new design from Bulgari, indicating that this woman hailed from an affluent background. Wealthy and refined, her demeanor exuded elegance. Her voice was soft and gentle, and she appeared quite bashful at the compliment. Thank you. Tao Zhi chose not to say more, smiling at her before exiting the restroom. However, as she stepped outside, she collided with someone. A sharp pain shot through her nose as she stumbled back, looking up to see a somewhat familiar face. Tao Zhi recognized him. Such a handsome visage was unforgettable, and she recalled that he was one of the two men she had seen at the racing club that day. The man's eyes widened in surprise upon seeing her, and he quickly said, "My apologies." Tao Zhi remained silent, rubbing her nose as she attempted to sidestep him. At that moment, a woman's voice echoed from behind her, belonging to the lady who had spoken with Tao Zhi earlier. However, this time her tone was unmistakably laced with joy. "Jingli, what brings you here?" The woman stepped forward, taking a handbag from the man's grasp. It was then that Tao Zhi noticed the man had been holding a white handbag, evidently belonging to this lady. Tao Zhi had no intention of engaging with the two, as she was unfamiliar with them, and stepped aside to leave. Just then, the man who had bumped into her spoke up. "I apologize, Miss Tao. Did I hurt you?" Tao Zhi halted her steps, compelled by his words, while the woman expressed surprise. "Oh, so you were indeed bumped into. No wonder I noticed your nose was a bit red. Are you alright?" she inquired gently. Tao Zhi looked up at the pair and shook her head, replying, "I'm fine," before resuming her departure. As she walked away, Zhao Jingli furrowed his brow slightly. The woman remarked, "This young lady is incredibly beautiful. I didn't expect her to be so amiable as well. Earlier, when I was lost in thought staring at her in the restroom, she noticed and complimented me instead." A smile graced her face as she casually linked her arm with Zhao Jingli's. "Let us go, Jingli. I'm feeling a bit hungry." Zhao Jingli turned back to her, saying, "You go ahead. I'll see to something first." The woman paused, asking, "See what?" He replied, "I spotted an acquaintance earlier. I'll just say hello and be right back." She set her hand down, smiling. "All right, I'll head up first then." She smiled at him and followed the attendant upstairs. Zhao Jingli, upon seeing the woman ascend, promptly pursued the direction Tao Zhi had taken. The woman, named Qini Ro, was a matchmaker's choice for Zhao Jingli, and today marked their second encounter. He held no stringent expectations regarding marriage. To him, as long as she was suitable, it mattered little who his wife would be. Qini Ro, a university professor from a scholarly family, had a mother who was a university lecturer, a father who was a researcher, and grandparents who were intellectuals. Her mother had met Zhao Jingli's mother in a supermarket, and they had known each other for 5 or 6 years. During one of their outings, they discussed their children, and upon realizing compatibility, decided to arrange a meeting. However, Qini Ro had previously taught at a university in another city and had only recently transferred to a school in Beicheng. Upon her return, their families arranged for their first meeting, and under parental urging, Zhao Jingli brought her to dinner today. Little did he expect to encounter Tao Zhi, who had left a profound impression on him from their meeting. just the day before. With Tao Zhi's presence, it was highly likely that Yu Yungui was also around. Thus, after a brief moment of contemplation, Zhao Jingli chose to follow her. Their positions were somewhat distant. Upon Tao Zhi's return, Yu Yungui was on the phone with someone, and upon noticing her, he concluded his conversation with a few words before hanging up. "You're back?" Tao Zhi sat down, sensing his mood seemed somewhat off. "What's the matter? Is something wrong?" Yu Yungui remained silent until he noticed a figure approaching from behind Tao Zhi. He let out a cold laugh, leaning back slightly. Zhao Jingli noticed Yu Yungui's attention was on him, yet he did not falter, continuing straight to stand behind Tao Zhi. "What a coincidence. Didn't he expect you to be dining here as well, young master Yu?" Yu Yungui smiled. His mischievous demeanor combined with his evident displeasure made Tao Zhi feel he might erupt with foul language at any moment. However, he refrained. Zhao Dong truly is like a ghost, appearing wherever one goes. Tao Zhi raised an eyebrow, a smile playing on her lips. If he cursed. He seemed to have done so in spirit. Zhao Jingli ignored Yu Yungui's sharp remark, as he had a request to make. "I apologize for yesterday's incident. But today is indeed a coincidence." He glanced at the food laid out before the two, having been slightly disturbed, but it was evident they had not yet dined well. "If young master Yu doesn't mind, I'd like to treat you both to this meal." Yu Yungui replied with a smile, "No need. I have someone treating me for this meal. There's no requirement for Zhao Dong to show off." Zhao Jingli, unperturbed by the continuous barbs, was about to respond when Yu Yungui's phone rang again. He glanced at it before answering. "What's the matter?" On the other end, Shun Yu's distressed voice sounded. "It's bad, boss. You need to come quickly. Someone is here to investigate, and they're taking everyone away." Yu Yungui's expression darkened. "Understood. I'll be there shortly." He turned to Tao Zhi, who had yet to finish her meal. "I have something to attend to. I may have to break my promise for the rest of the arrangements. Finish well, and I'll see you home." Tao Zhi sighed. How long had she been out? It was hardly reasonable to return after just one meal. What was the point of her meticulously dressing up today? Fortunately, she had planned to meet Gu Shi, who wanted to see her and measure her dimensions. So, upon hearing Yu Yungui mention he had matters to attend to and would send her home, she firmly declined. "You can go ahead. I'll return by myself shortly." Yu Yungui chuckled. "Even if it's urgent, there's still time for this. Let us go. I'll make it up to you next time." Tao Zhi set her fork down. "I have someone to meet. I don't wish to return just yet. Please handle your matters." She did not appreciate repeating herself, nor did she welcome others commenting on her decisions. If Yu Yungui continued to press or suggest it was unsafe for her to be out alone, she would not maintain her pleasant demeanor. Fortunately, Yu Yungui was straightforward. He merely frowned and said, "Very well, I'll take my leave then. If you need anything, call me, and I'll have someone come to pick you up. If young Master Yu is worried, I can escort Miss Tao." Chapter 48. "I'll take you." Yu Yungui scoffed. "No need for Zhao Dong. If you're so idle, you might as well help wash dishes in the kitchen." Tao Zhi remained silent, contemplating Zhao Jingli. Yu Yungui, referring to him as Zhao Dong, indicated his surname was Zhao. If she had heard correctly, the lady had called him Jingli. Thus, his full name would be Zhao Jingli. Zhao Jingli, one of the notorious friends of the scoundrel, was known for his cold demeanor. The original character had previously sought his help but was met with indifference, as he claimed he did not meddle in others' family affairs. Now that she recognized him as Zhao Jingli, Tao Zhi felt indifferent towards him. "There's no need for you, sir. We are not acquainted, and it would be inappropriate for you to escort me. Besides, as a fragile woman, what if you were to harbor ulterior motives?" Upon uttering this, even Zhao Jingli, with his stoic expression, momentarily stiffened. Yu Yungui nearly laughed. Did others not know what he did? With Tao Zhi's skills, she would likely hold her own in a confrontation, yet here she was playfully claiming to be a delicate woman? However, his smile did not linger long. As his phone rang once more, Yu Yungui understood that this time he had to leave. He looked at Tao Zhi. "I must go. The meal has already been paid for. I just activated my card, so if you want anything else, charge it to my account."
Tao Zhi nodded. "Okay."
Yu Yungui cast one last lingering glance at Zhao Jingli before turning to leave. After Yu Yungui departed, Zhao Jingli lingered, and Tao Zhi addressed him. "Mr. Zhao, will you join me for a meal? I recall you had a female companion." Zhao Jingli seemed poised to say something but ultimately remained silent and turned to exit. After both had left, Tao Zhi finished her meal and stood to leave. Just as she stepped outside, she discovered it had begun to rain. At this moment, A waiter approached and handed her an umbrella, saying, "Miss, this was entrusted to me by a gentleman before his departure." Tao Zhi accepted the umbrella with a word of thanks, marveling at Yu Yungui's thoughtfulness. The waiter smiled and added, "It is currently raining outside. You may wait in the nearby tea bar until the rain ceases." Tao Zhi nodded, about to express her gratitude, when she sensed a figure standing behind her. The figure was tall, and she had to lean slightly forward to discern who it was. "Where is Miss Tao headed?" "Allow me to escort you," Zhao Jingli offered, standing behind her with the umbrella. Tao Zhi looked at him, who was holding the umbrella above his head, and replied with a smile, "There is no need to trouble Mr. Zhao. I shall wait until the rain stops." Zhao Jingli, maintaining a stoic expression, responded, "Miss Tao knows I have a request of you, Xiao, so rest assured, I shall not impose upon you." At his words, Tao Zhi couldn't help but chuckle softly, surprised that Zhao Jingli was indeed concerned about her earlier remark. However, she offered no explanation and instead gazed outside. Zhao Jingli, momentarily distracted by her laughter, found himself captivated by the playful, sparkling glint in her eyes. As he regained his composure, he heard her say, "What will you do if you leave, Mr. Zhao? Your female companion is here." Tao Zhi raised an eyebrow, clearly noting the lady's interest in Zhao Jingli, suspecting that her invitation of friends was merely an excuse. Such behavior was hardly gentlemanly. Just then, her phone chimed. It was Gu Shi, informing her that she was coming to pick her up due to the rain. "My friend will come to collect me. There is no need to trouble Mr. Zhao," she stated. Zhao Jingli frowned slightly and, without hesitation, took the umbrella from the doorman, strode to the car, opened the door, and seated himself in the driver's position. He rolled down the window, his gaze piercing through the rain towards Tao Zhi, his intentions unmistakable. He was determined to drive her. "I have never claimed to be a gentleman. Miss Tao may have misunderstood my character." Tao Zhi let out a quiet laugh, thinking that this man was indeed akin to the characters depicted in novels, cold, obstinate, overbearing, and rather unapproachable. "Where is Miss Tao heading?" Zhao Jingli inquired. Tao Zhi remained rooted in place, bemused by the man's audacity in believing she would certainly accept his offer to ride in his car. As she stood there, holding the umbrella and smiling at him, Zhao Jingli gazed back through the car window. Their eyes met, hers sparkling with amusement and indifference, his devoid of expression yet unwavering. This standoff persisted for nearly 5 minutes, until Tao Zhi made the first move. She stepped into the rain, still holding the umbrella. Seeing her approach, Zhao Jingli's demeanor softened slightly, a hint of a smile surfacing in his eyes. Yet, this smile was short-lived as she bypassed his car and continued towards the exit. As she reached the door, a red sports car came to a halt before her. Tao Zhi opened the door and climbed inside, the car revving to life. As the window descended, Zhao Jingli caught a glimpse of her smile as she waved goodbye. "Thank you for your kind offer, Mr. Zhao, but as I mentioned, I have a friend coming to pick me up. Farewell." With that, the window rose, severing his view of her. Watching the red car speed away, Zhao Jingli suddenly chuckled softly to himself. Initially, he had merely intended to leverage this woman to facilitate a collaboration with Yu Yungui. After all, he was not blind to what Cheng Yuan could perceive. Yu Yungui held a unique regard for this woman. Yet, he had not anticipated that Yu Yungui's woman would prove as challenging to manage as the man himself. It was only when the blaring horns of other vehicles broke his reverie that Zhao Jingli collected himself. He exited the car without an umbrella, returned the keys to the doorman, and re-entered the restaurant. On the second floor, Qini Rose sat with a forlorn expression as she perused the menu. She harbored a fondness for Zhao Jingli, admiring his tall, handsome stature, youthful capability, and though he possessed a somewhat aloof demeanor, she found it appealing. Thus, when Zhao Jingli invited her to dinner, she was genuinely delighted. However, she had not anticipated his abrupt departure, leaving her alone in the restaurant. It dawned on her that perhaps Zhao Jingli did not harbor genuine feelings for her. Their interactions might merely constitute a task for him. This realization left her throat dry. Lost in thought, she suddenly noticed someone pulling out the chair across from her. Looking up, she found Zhao Jingli had returned. "Jingli, you're back so soon?" she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with surprise.
Tao Jingli nodded in acknowledgement.
Qini Ro exhaled in relief, but couldn't suppress her concern. "Has the matter been resolved?" Zhao Jingli paused, his hand still on the menu, and remained silent. Noticing his reticence, Qini Ro refrained from pressing further. She was simply glad that he had returned to accompany her for dinner. "Did you not mention that you had friends coming? I can have them switch to a more spacious table," she suggested. No need, Zhao Jingli replied promptly. Observing the confusion on his face, she felt embarrassed and added, "My friend said she doesn't have time and won't be coming." Zhao Jingli nodded, saying nothing further, casually ordering a couple of dishes while scrolling through his phone. Meanwhile, Qini Ro gazed at the focused man across from her heart swelling with sweetness. Chapter 49, Investment. Tao Zhi settled into Gu Shi's car. Her home was not far from the restaurant, a mere 10-minute drive away. Gu Shi lived alone in a 150-square-meter duplex apartment, tastefully adorned in a minimalist and understated style, predominantly in black and white. Given the property value in this area, Gu Shi's ability to afford such a spacious residence indicated that she was not financially constrained. Tao Zhi noticed some disarray in a double-doored room. With a glance at Gu Shi, she remarked as she poured a glass of water, "That is my workspace. Would you like to take a look? Is that permissible?" Tao Zhi inquired. "Of course. You are my esteemed client. It may be a bit messy, but I hope you won't mind," Gu Shi replied. "Not at all," Tao Zhi smiled. Upon entering the workspace, she found it quite spacious, occupying nearly one-third of the downstairs area. Two dress forms stood by the large floor-to-ceiling windows, one adorned with a partially completed garment, a rosy pink dress. Shelves on one side overflowed with various fabrics, while adjacent cabinets displayed an array of accessories. In the center was a generous work table cluttered with different patterns and rulers. Across from it sat a sewing machine, surrounded by spools of thread in a multitude of colors. Further inside was a computer and a desk, backed by a bookshelf filled with design-related literature. Many sheets of paper lay before the computer, some covered in various sketches, indicating that Gu Shi often sketched there. The remaining items included a clothes rack draped with several skirts, presumably newly finished or awaiting alterations. Although the workspace was somewhat untidy, it was a disorderly order, indicating that Gu Shi utilized and tidied it daily. "I see you are juggling designing garments while managing the shop. Do you find it manageable?" Tao Zhi inquired. Gu Shi's beautiful face bore little expression as she replied, "I had managed before, especially when the clothes weren't selling, but now it has become a bit overwhelming." Tao Zhi chuckled at her words. "So, are you blaming me for this?" Gu Shi shook her head. "Not at all. I have hired a shop assistant, so now I primarily focus on design and production." Tao Zhi nodded thoughtfully and added, "However, it seems like you might still be overwhelmed managing everything alone. Have you considered hiring an assistant?" Gu Shi paused, seemingly contemplating before responding, "It does seem that I should indeed hire one." Tao Zhi found her reaction amusing and chuckled softly, saying, "I actually have a question. Why don't you establish your own brand and set up a studio?" Gu Shi was taken aback for a moment before replying, "I attempted that during university, but it ended in failure." Tao Zhi had not anticipated that Gu Shi had already ventured into this territory. She genuinely admired Gu Shi's designs and was convinced that if Gu Shi were to launch a brand and cultivate it well, her creations would undoubtedly achieve remarkable success once they penetrated the market. "Are you afraid to try again after one setback? You don't strike me as someone who would back down so easily," Tao Zhi remarked. Gu Shi shook her head. "No, it's not that. I simply don't want to burden my family financially. Although my parents run a small business, they cannot withstand the strain of my entrepreneurial failures. I don't want to disappoint them again." Tao Zhi had not considered this reason. Upon hearing Gu Shi's explanation, she immediately suggested, "Have you thought about seeking investors?" Gu Shi was momentarily stunned. "Who would invest? I hardly have any friends." Upon hearing this, Tao Zhi felt invigorated. She had been looking for something to engage in, and this seemed like the perfect opportunity. "How about I invest in you?" "You?" Gu Shi asked, incredulous. "Yes, I will invest in you." Gu Shi pondered for a moment and replied, "But I can't guarantee success." Tao Zhi approached her, pointing at the clothes Gu Shi had designed. "Your designs are outstanding. I believe in you. Perhaps your previous attempts failed due to timing, but now you have gained valuable experience and fresh ideas. Who's to say you will fail this time?" Gu Shi hesitated. "Really?" Tao Zhi nodded with a smile. "Of course. But let us be clear. I provide the funds, and you put in the effort. I cannot handle the operational side." Gu Shi's face flickered with uncertainty and struggle before she finally asked, "How much can you invest?" Tao Zhi considered and said, 30 million. "If that's insufficient, I can explore additional avenues." "That's enough," Gu Shi replied. Her family's annual earnings barely reached that sum, so she was hesitant to ask her parents for more. However, merely opening a clothing store felt inadequate. She had always yearned for another chance, yet had lacked the courage. Tao Zhi had ignited a spark of bravery within her. Resolute, Gu Shi turned to Tao Zhi. "I will draft a detailed plan for you, including contracts and profit-sharing agreements, and I'll consult a lawyer." Additionally, I want to rely solely on your 30 million. I will find ways to raise another 20 million. Tao Zhi, impressed by her decisiveness and vigor, knew she had not misjudged her. All right, I believe in you. Upon hearing this, Gu Shi extended her hand toward Tao Zhi, solemnly stating, partners. Tao Zhi smiled and placed her hand over Gu Shi's, cheerfully affirming, partners. Thus, two individuals who had only met twice solidified their collaboration. Gu Shi began planning the studio's location, hiring staff, and navigating the registration process. When she finished relaying her plans to Tao Zhi, she realized it was already past 10 o'clock. It's getting late. Let me drive you home, Tao Zhi offered. I don't wish to go back, just yet. Perhaps you'd like to join me for a drink? Gu Shi quickly changed into a stylish outfit and emerged. Tao Zhi, noticing her transformation into a sophisticated lady, chuckled, sister. Come here. Saying this, she leaned against Gu Shi. Gu Shi playfully pushed Tao Zhi's head but wore a smile. Though they had only spent a few hours together, their bond had grown significantly, and with the prospect of becoming business partners, Tao Zhi was keen to cultivate their relationship. They drove to an elegant bar in the city center, where a band was performing on stage. Upon spotting Gu Shi, the bartender greeted her with a nod. Sister Shi is here. Gu Shi responded with a slight nod. Tao Zhi, astonished, asked, You've been here before? Gu Shi replied, I used to perform here. Tao Zhi gave her a thumbs up. If what she said was true, Gu Shi was undoubtedly the embodiment of a novel's heroine. With such a narrative already in play, who could deny the possibility of other extraordinary occurrences? Thus, Tao Zhi's belief in Gu Shi's potential success only grew stronger. As they settled into a seat, the striking presence of both women, devoid of male companions, inevitably attracted the attention of several men eager to initiate conversation. However, before any could act, the bar owner approached their table, exchanged pleasantries, and toasted with them before departing, causing many men to lose interest. Yet, a few oblivious souls remained undeterred. Chapter 50, A Favor. A portly, middle-aged man unsteadily rose, clutching a bottle of liquor as he staggered toward Tao Zhi and Gu Shi's table. Those who had been discreetly observing straightened up, some anticipating a spectacle, while others hoped for a moment of gallant rescue. The man arrived at their table, leaning casually against the back of Gu Shi's seat, his gaze lecherously fixed on Tao Zhi as he grinned, revealing his yellowed teeth. Ladies, how about we share a drink? Gu Shi frowned and remained silent, clearly displeased but unwilling to escalate the situation. Tao Zhi, however, was not inclined to tolerate his advances. Sorry, but we can't drink. The man, caught off guard by the rejection, felt his pride wounded and contemplated angering, yet restrained himself to maintain an air of sophistication. He leaned closer to Gu Shi and said, The beauty hasn't he refused. So how about you join me for a drink? Just as Gu Shi was about to respond, Tao Zhi interjected, She can't drink either. The man's temper flared at their unified refusal. He straightened up and snapped at Tao Zhi. Who do you think you are? I wasn't even talking to you. This is none of your business. Tao Zhi responded with a cold smile. While Gu Shi firmly stated, She's right. We can't drink with you. If you're wise, you'll leave us alone. Infuriated by their dismissal, the man smashed his glass on the ground, staggering back a step as he spat. What do you mean you can't drink? Dressed like that? Aren't you just here to entice men? Me offering you drinks is a favor. Don't think you can just reject me. He then produced a wad of red bills from his pocket, brandishing them in the air as he shouted, Is this enough? Will this suffice for one drink? Gu Shi's expression soured at his words, but her upbringing prevented her from uttering anything vulgar. The surrounding patrons cast their gazes toward the scene, yet no one intervened. Even as a mocking laugh interrupted the tension. Oh? You think inviting us for drinks is a favor? Who do you think you are? With such a grandiose sense of self? The man turned to see Tao Zhi had risen to her full height, towering over him and compelling him to look up to meet her gaze. His anger intensified, and he pointed at Tao Zhi, declaring, You're right. You two harlots are just here to catch rich men, aren't you? Gu Shi stood up, intending to assist Tao Zhi, but before she could reach her, the rotund figure of the man stumbled past her. He crashed into a nearby table, shattering glasses and bottles, clutching his belly as he struggled to rise. Amid the astonished glances of onlookers, Tao Zhi gracefully retracted her leg and sauntered over to the man, seizing his collar and removing one of her high heels to deliver a sharp slap to his face. You're quite clever, discerning our intentions to ensnare wealthy men. Consider this a reward. She continued to smile as she struck him, both sides of his face swelling and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, a clear indication of his injuries. Yet he continued to curse, You whore. Do you have any idea who I am? Do you dare strike me? Believe me, I'll make you pay. Tao Zhi laughed heartily at this. Oh, I'm so scared. So terrified that I'm prone to panic. Since you wish to threaten me, I suppose I must take the initiative and eliminate you first. With a fierce glint in her eyes, Tao Zhi swiftly donned her shoes and, seizing a liquor bottle from the table, hurled it with tremendous force towards the man's head. Gu Shi rushed forward to intervene, but Tao Zhi's movements were quick, precise, and ruthless, causing the man to sustain a grievous injury. Upon hearing the commotion, Tao Zhi turned and, with a mischievous smile, cautioned, "Step back. I fear the blood may spatter onto you." Gu Shi shook her head defiantly, instead taking a step closer, raising her foot to kick the man, landing a blow between his legs. She could not permit Tao Zhi to confront this alone. Tao Zhi's warning to keep her distance was merely a protective gesture. However, retreat was not an option for her. If she could not dissuade Tao Zhi, she would join her in the fray.
Ah!
The man, reeling from the injury and the subsequent kick, writhed on the ground in agony. Yet, Tao Zhi was relentless, gripping his hair and forcefully lifting his head. Do not disturb others' enjoyment. Since you so eagerly wish to drink with us, let me indulge you. On the table lay an unopened bottle of whiskey, while the one previously used to strike him had already been partially consumed by the group. Tao Zhi uncorked the whiskey with a decisive motion, ignoring the man's struggles as she forced the bottle to his lips, pouring the liquor down his throat. He fought desperately, but Gu Shi stepped forward to pin his leg down, while Tao Zhi maintained her grip on his hair. Ignoring his muffled protests, Tao Zhi laughed heartily, her laughter wild and wicked, sending shivers down the spines of those present. Once the bottle was emptied, the man had consumed nearly half and was too weak to resist any longer, but Tao Zhi remained unsatisfied. At that moment, Gu Shi offered her another bottle of liquor. I see he hasn't had enough, Tao Zhi remarked with a grin as she accepted the bottle from Gu Shi. She then patted the man's face, stating, "This one is on her. We both invite you to drink a bottle. Surely that is a generous gesture, no? Do you like it?"
Speak. With that.
She raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap, jolting the man from his stupor. Looking up at Tao Zhi, trembling, he began to crawl backward, stammering, "I'm sorry. I was wrong." Tao Zhi yanked him back by his leg, chuckling, "What is this? You refuse to drink? Are you turning your back on our kindness?"
No.
She retorted, pulling him closer by his hair, her gaze icy, yet her expression playful. "Do you know who I am? Do you dare to refuse me? Offering you a drink is a privilege. Do you think you are worthy?"
Drink.
With that, she forced a bottle of Hennessy VS into his mouth. His head forced back. He had no choice but to swallow, some of the liquor spilling from his nostrils as Tao Zhi remained unyielding. She feared nothing. The man's provocations and humiliations demanded retribution. She would not tolerate his insolence, especially given his apparent history of harassing women. Tao Zhi was no stranger to resolving issues with force, accustomed to such methods abroad, and she felt it was time to teach him a lesson, hoping he might find the ordeal unbearable enough to seek divorce. As long as he remained alive, it was not a grave matter. Indeed, even if he were to die, she believed she would be justified in her actions. At that moment, others attempted to approach, but Gu Shi's gaze halted them as she inquired, "Are you with him?" The would-be interloper immediately froze in his tracks. After the last bottle was emptied, the man lay motionless on the floor. Tao Zhi discarded the empty bottle and rose, surveying the scene of chaos, before delivering a swift kick that sent the man sliding towards the exit. Just then, the door swung open, and two individuals entered, nearly colliding with the fallen figure. Oh, dear. What an untimely entrance. Chapter 51. The Beautiful Miss and the Generous Mr. Su. Cheng Yuan found the silence within the bar unnervingly eerie. As his gaze shifted from the motionless figure on the ground, it met the striking presence of Tao Zhi, who stood amidst the disarray like a goddess of war. Radiant and formidable, the music had long ceased, and the lights illuminated the scene in stark clarity. Tao Zhi noticed the newcomers, her brow arching in surprise at the coincidence. Cheng Yuan paused momentarily upon seeing her, then stepped over the sprawled figure and approached Tao Zhi directly. "What a coincidence! You're here for a drink as well?" Tao Zhi raised an eyebrow in silence, prompting Cheng Yuan to believe she did not recognize him. "Have you forgotten? We met at the club that night." Despite his words, he felt a twinge of disappointment. Surely his face was not so forgettable. Finally, Tao Zhi withdrew her gaze from the door and focused on Cheng Yuan, asking, "And you are?" "I am Cheng Yuan." Tao Zhi offered a smile, though it bore an air of mockery and indifference.
Oh.
As she responded dismissively, Chung Yuan opened his mouth to speak again, but just then, the bar owner hurried over, his expression changing upon realizing the woman was acquainted with Mr. Chung. Mr. Chung. Ms. Su. Oh, what an honor to have you both here. I should have treated Mr. Chung with the utmost respect, but as you can see, there has been a minor incident, and the bar is temporarily closed. Chung Yuan, exuding an air of arrogance, replied, A minor incident? It appears someone is bullying my friend. His demeanor was that of a spoiled rich kid, yet his words exerted pressure on the bar owner. Tao Zhi was taken aback by his audacity and surprised that he would speak on her behalf, given that they were not well acquainted. The owner chuckled nervously. It's all a misunderstanding. At that moment, the man Tao Zhi had kicked began to regain consciousness, sensing the presence of others, and instinctively pleaded, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, miss.
I was wrong. I want to do it again. Please don't hit me. After uttering his apologies, he heard a light chuckle from above, but it did not belong to the fearsome woman. It came from a man who had squatted down before him. With striking long legs and a tailored khaki suit, the man's presence commanded attention. His white shirt was cinched at the waist by a vest, accentuating his tall stature. Though the man's vision was clouded with shadows, he discerned the familiar countenance of Su Su, the renowned figure from a recent gala. With a smile, Su Su inquired, What happened? How did you end up like this? The man, believing he had made a connection with Su Su, thought he would surely remember him and show concern. Clutching Su Su's leg like a lifeline, he wailed, Mr. Su. Mr. Su, save me. Someone is trying to kill me. That crazy woman wants to kill me. Please call the police. Su Su, immobilized by the man's grip, slowly withdrew his leg, smiling as he replied, Is that so? Who would dare to harm you like this? The man struggled to rise to point out Tao Zhi, but as he stood, the world spun, and he collapsed once more. Su Su observed the man crumple to the side, choosing to disregard him as he stepped forward to stand before Tao Zhi. Once again, we meet, beautiful miss. Tao Zhi caught sight of Su Su, offering a subtle smile. Indeed, what a coincidence, the magnanimous Mr. Su. Su Su, pleasantly surprised that Tao Zhi still remembered him, couldn't help but chuckle. To be remembered by such a lady is indeed an honor. However, I am yet to learn the name of this esteemed lady. Tao Zhi smiled and replied, Mr. Su will come to know it in due time. Chung Yuan, noticing their acquaintance, interjected, Old Su, you know Miss Tao?
Tao?
Su Su raised an eyebrow. She is indeed surnamed Tao, isn't she, Miss Tao? Tao Zhi remained silent, tacitly acknowledging. Yet, Su Su's gaze deepened. The surname Tao was linked to Omo. Could she truly be Omo's wife? However, he seemed to recall that Omo's wife did not resemble her. Who could she be in relation to Omo? At that moment, Tao Zhi interjected, Apologies, I have matters to attend to and cannot linger for idle chatter. Please feel free. With that, she stepped aside and dragged the unconscious man on the floor out of the bar. Gu Shi addressed the owner. I will be in touch shortly. The owner, familiar with Gu Shi, noted that the woman accompanying her was acquainted with these two prominent figures, and thus, he was unperturbed about the matter of compensation. He smiled and assured Gu Shi that he could provide the bar surveillance footage if needed. Gu Shi nodded and hurried to catch up with Tao Zhi. The two observed Tao Zhi's slender figure effortlessly dragging a man of considerable girth, their eyes widening in astonishment, while Chung Yuan felt a surge of curiosity and admiration. Indeed, every encounter with her seemed extraordinary. Su Su raised an eyebrow and inquired, Where did you last see her? At the racetrack. Her skills were impressive, even praised by Brother Zhao. Oh, is that so? And she is quite lovely as well. One must wonder how someone like her could be enamored with you, Yun Gui. Am I not more appealing? Enamored with you, Yun Gui? What do you mean? Chung Yuan, noticing Su Su's ignorance, explained, Oh, she is the woman associated with you, Yun Gui. Su Su chuckled softly, I see. And when did you meet her? How do you know her? Su Su turned to him with a smile. Take a guess. As he stepped outside, Chung Yuan called after him. Hey, tell me how you know her. Do you even know who she is? Well, considering you don't even know her name, how could you possibly know who she is? Su Su paused. Would you like to know? Chung Yuan met his gaze, his eyes wavering. Well, not particularly. Su Su, understanding Chung Yuan's subtle curiosity, teased. If you wish to know, you could always ask Omo. Chung Yuan was taken aback. Omo? What does this have to do with him?
Hey.
Clarify your words. Just then, Tao Zhi, having dragged the man outside, was approached by Gu Shi, who surveyed the unconscious figure at Tao Zhi's feet, her brow furrowing in concern. What should we do? Should we take him to the hospital? Tao Zhi flicked her hair back and smiled. Don't worry, it's nothing. He couldn't have come to the bar alone. He surely has companions who are simply waiting to witness his disgrace. As if on cue, two men came rushing out. One was a robust middle-aged man, while the other appeared frail and sickly. Upon seeing Tao Zhi, they stammered, he is our leader, Mississippi. Tao Zhi kicked the hefty man on the ground and said to the two, take him to the hospital. When he wakes up, if he seeks trouble, have him call this number. Someone will ensure he has a good time. The two accepted the note from Tao Zhi, not daring to speak further as she and Gu Shi departed. Gu Shi called for a designated driver, intending to take Tao Zhi home. But she waved him off and hopped into a nearby taxi. Before leaving, Tao Zhi reassured Gu Shi, don't be afraid. Nothing will happen. Focus on your own matters. Leave the rest to me. Gu Shi smiled. I'm not afraid, just worried about you. Why should I be worried? All right, I'm off.
Meanwhile,
the two remaining men exchanged glances at the unconscious figure on the ground, and without hesitation, began to rain down fists and kicks upon him. This rascal. He finally fell into our hands. Chapter 52. I can see through you. The driver was taken aback as Tao Zhi announced her address, a wealthy area. After a 30-minute drive, they arrived at the manor's entrance, where Tao Zhi generously tipped the driver an extra 200. The driver left in high spirits. Upon reaching the door, Tao Zhi found the butler waiting for her. Madam, you have returned. Tao Zhi, puzzled, retorted. What are you doing with that sycophantic expression? You've mistaken who to wag your tail at. O Cheng's expression stiffened for a moment before he replied, Madam, you and Mr. O are both my employers. You are the masters of this household. Tao Zhi, uninterested in his pleasantries, stated, speak plainly. What is it? She began to suspect that the O family had indeed chosen bodyguards who had not been castrated, for O Cheng exuded a sycophantic air reminiscent of a eunuch. Little did she know, this was due to O Cheng's great respect for her kick, fearing that she might strike him again if displeased. O Cheng smiled, Mr. O was worried about you not returning home at such a late hour, so he sent me to wait here. Once you returned, I was to escort you back. Tao Zhi halted. OMO is home. Yes. He usually doesn't return. Has he lost his mind today? O Cheng was at a loss for words, only managing a smile. They boarded the shuttle, and in 10 minutes, arrived back at the main building of the manor. Inside the villa, OMO had already received news of Tao Zhi's return. Uncertain of his own emotions, he had been in the study handling business affairs. Upon hearing this news, he inexplicably descended the stairs with his laptop in hand and even paused to check his reflection in the bathroom mirror to ensure his face had healed and his hair was in order. Now dressed in comfortable home attire, he sat on the sofa, looking remarkably relaxed. However, when Tao Zhi entered, she did not spare him a glance. Heading straight for the elevator. This incited a surge of frustration and a sense of defeat in OMO Tao Zhi. In a moment of desperation, he called out to her, raising his voice slightly. Tao Zhi, irritated, turned back. What do you want? Omo's face darkened, but he restrained his anger, taking a deep breath instead. Stay calm. Regain composure. Once he steadied his emotions, he said, I followed your advice and did not give Mr. Tao any money today. Upon hearing this, Tao Zhi squinted and smiled. Should I commend you? You're doing splendidly. She feigned a cheerful tone before her expression faltered. But how does that concern me? OMO was momentarily speechless, then replied, I believe you were right. Your father is indeed unsuitable for managing the Tao family business. Tao Zhi frowned in annoyance, pouring herself a glass of water.
And?
OMO, noting her willingness to listen, straightened up. So, I was wondering, would you be interested in managing the Tao Corporation? At this, Tao Zhi burst into laughter, leaning against the table as she regarded OMO. What if I say I am interested? What then? You claim you can assist me? I can indeed help you. Tao Zhi set her cup down. No need. Mr. O is quite calculating. You know I intend to divorce you, yet you say such things. What does it mean? It seems it is not about whether I want to manage the Tao Corporation, but rather you, OMO, wish to swallow it whole, correct? Upon hearing this, OMO paused. I never thought of it that way. He interjected. Even if you didn't think so, your family certainly does. Do I appear to be a fool to you? OMO, spare me the trivialities. Divorce is the matter we should be discussing at present. Oh, by the way, I have already instructed a lawyer to draft the divorce agreement. It seems your family's lawyer is rather incompetent, considering they haven't managed this simple task in such a long time. Tomorrow, someone will deliver the agreement to you. Take a look, and if you have no objections, just sign it. Once the cooling-off period is over, we can register our divorce. Seeing Tao Zhi's clear and expectant demeanor regarding their divorce, Omo felt an unrelenting pressure building in his chest. In his utmost frustration, he let out a laugh. When did I ever agree to a divorce? Zhi, you should know that as long as I do not consent to the divorce, we shall remain married forever. Even if you are throwing a tantrum, there should be limits, don't you think? Tao Zhi smiled at Omo. You are unwilling to divorce? Of course, it would tarnish my reputation. Tao Zhi nodded. Very well. Then the actions of your family towards me over the past 2 years, along with your affair with Xiao Niao, will soon become common knowledge. I have no affair with Niao Niao. These are merely your fabrications. Whether or not it's true and solely up to you. There will be others to defend my stance. Omo's smile faltered, his gaze darkening as he addressed Tao Zhi, enunciating each word. Are you threatening me? Tao Zhi raised an eyebrow. And if I am? Omo, suddenly smiling again, replied. It's all right, Gigi. The O family has a public relations team at its disposal. Even if you spread this, we have means to clear our name. Tao Zhi, undaunted, maintained her smile and seductively countered. Is that so? Can the O family's reach extend abroad? Can it reach Hong Kong? Can it encompass all of Huagua? Upon hearing her words, Omo's expression darkened. What do you mean? Just what the words convey. Are you seeking assistance from Yu Yinggue? Why not? As long as the goal is achieved, I care not for the means employed. Sometimes, men are the best ladder to climb. One should not adhere to the outdated notion that independent women cannot rely on men. Rather, they should embrace the idea that independent women can leverage everything at their disposal to achieve their ends, for the process is often of little consequence. Omo tightened his grip on the computer, unable to discern whether his feelings were rooted in anger or frustration. The realization that Tao Zhi was genuinely intent on divorce, without delay stirred a profound vexation within him. Tao Zhi, if you remain steadfast in your refusal, I shall have no choice but to pay a visit to your family home. I recall that, aside from Grandma, none of your family particularly welcomes me. Upon learning of our divorce, they would likely be more than willing to assist. Omo's expression darkened. Tao Zhi was correct. Should his family discover that she intended to divorce him, no one would oppose it, save for his grandmother. His father might hesitate for the sake of the O family's image, but he would undoubtedly consent and would promptly arrange for a suitable new wife for Omo post-divorce. He found this utterly distasteful. Moreover, if Tao Zhi were to release the video, it would significantly tarnish the family's reputation, leading to repercussions that were far from a worthwhile trade. Contemplating this, Omo's expression grew increasingly inscrutable. He gazed at Tao Zhi and inquired, Why? What do you mean?
Why?
Why the sudden determination to divorce me? Because I no longer love you. Is that not evident? At her words, Omo felt as though the air had been sucked from his lungs. Tao Zhi, you voluntarily married me. At the time I was blind. You now claim to no longer love me. What then of the declarations of love you made back then, professing an all-consuming passion and willingness to sacrifice everything for me? Consider that I was merely jesting.
You.
Omo fell silent for a moment before suddenly laughing. Tao Zhi, did you truly think I wouldn't consider a divorce? Tao Zhi crossed her arms. No, I believe that you are a rather decisive person, and divorcing me would certainly present you with better options, allowing the O family to advance further. Upon hearing this, Omo crossed his legs, his demeanor shifting from confusion and a hint of stubborn melancholy to one of lofty superiority in a heartbeat. He seemed to revert to the proud and esteemed Omo, shedding the persona he had recently struggled to maintain. You are quite correct, and thus, I consent to what you propose. Tao Zhi's eyes sparkled. You agree? To the divorce? Indeed, I consent, but I have one stipulation. Tao Zhi's alarm bells rang. This was a man who had previously agreed only to later retract his consent. What stipulation? Noticing her apprehension, Omo reassured her. It is nothing too difficult. Next month marks my grandmother's 75th birthday. She has always cherished you. I wish to delay the divorce until after her celebration. Tao Zhi pondered this. From her memories, the elderly lady had been rather kind to her, although her illness had rendered her unable to manage many affairs. She passed away not long after. All right, but we must sign the agreement first. After all, it was merely a month away. The cooling-off period lasted a month. They could sign the divorce agreement now and obtain the certificate later. Omo's gaze flickered as he replied, Agreed. Hearing his agreement, Tao Zhi felt reassured. She retrieved her phone from her bag and declared in front of OMO. Okay. I'm recording this. If you backtrack, I will make this recording public. OMO paused, then chuckled. Rest assured, I, OMO, am not so dependent on you. My previous reluctance was merely to protect my image. Did you truly think I had fallen for you? Tao Zhi smiled. I never claimed that, but it would be quite normal for someone to fall for me. However, you are not worthy. Omo's gaze sharpened, his smile nonchalant. Do not overestimate your own worth.
Tao Zhi.
A woman as cunning, skilled at disguise, and prone to violence as you would not even warrant a second glance from me. My previous refusal to divorce was simply to see what tricks you would employ, whether it was a retreat to advance. I must admit, your tactics have improved considerably this time, but Tao Zhi, I have seen through you. Rest assured, I will indeed divorce you. If you think you can manipulate me with such crude tactics, you are gravely mistaken. I, OMO, have never been one to yield to such underhanded methods. If you believe you can coerce me into divorce, you have succeeded. I shall fulfill your wish. Seated on the sofa, OMO had regained his composure entirely. Initially, he had harbored doubts, suspecting everything to be Tao Zhi's machination, but he had since dispelled those uncertainties. However, as he found himself increasingly preoccupied with thoughts of Tao Zhi, even during work, he felt as though he had transformed entirely. He had once been indifferent to her. Yet following that confrontation, he sensed a shift within himself. When he heard Tao Zhi express her eagerness for divorce, his first instinct was not to suspect her of trickery, but rather to grapple with the unsettling realization that she might indeed no longer love him and intended to leave. Anger and betrayal surged within him. But how was that possible? No matter how Tao Zhi changed, she would always remain Tao Zhi. That was when he suddenly realized perhaps it was all a cunning ploy on her part. It seemed that this time, Tao Zhi had advanced her strategy. She wanted not just his presence, but also his heart. How absurd, he almost allowed himself to be deceived. Upon hearing this, Tao Zhi refrained from engaging in an argument. Instead, she smiled and said, Very well, you are quite astute. Since you have discerned my intentions, it truly unsettles me. Nevertheless, the agreement will be delivered tomorrow.
Good night.
With that, Tao Zhi swayed her waist and walked briskly into the elevator, while below, her cheerful humming could still be faintly heard, indicating her buoyant mood. OMO momentarily felt flustered, then smirked derisively. He hoped she was genuinely so carefree and would not end up at the Civil Affairs Bureau, weeping and begging him. Contemplating this, he remained seated on the sofa, lost in thought, his expression far from relaxed. Chapter 53. Your number left by Madam. That night, Tao Zhi slept exceedingly well. Upon waking, she sought Gu Shi's recommendation for a lawyer. Gu Shi was taken aback to learn that Tao Zhi was seeking a divorce. It was surprising to see someone who appeared so youthful already married. Tao Zhi did not elaborate much. She simply paid the lawyer to draft the divorce agreement and have it delivered to the manor. Upon reviewing it, she found it aligned with her requests. She did not demand much in terms of assets, merely 5% of the O Corporation's shares or 2 billion yuan, as well as 3 properties under Omo's name, 2 villas in the city center and a 400-square-meter riverside flat. As for the cars, she only requested 2. For OMO, these demands were but trifles. She did not pursue any funds or various securities, firstly because she lacked understanding and secondly, because asking for too much might lead to Omo's refusal, potentially complicating their divorce further. Once everything was in order, Tao Zhi received a message from Song Ling, stating that the school debate competition would take place in the afternoon and inquiring when she would arrive to explore the campus and relive old memories. After some contemplation, Tao Zhi arranged to meet her at 1 o'clock, ensuring it would not interfere with Song Ling's afternoon nap or be too late. Checking the time, she realized it was already past 11. After having a meal and preparing herself, she drove to the school just in time. On this occasion, Tao Zhi drove Omo's car. Ever since he learned that she had been using the bodyguard's vehicle, he had, for reasons of pride or otherwise, placed all the car keys in the key cabinet of the villa. Tao Zhi wore a dark blue, wide-sleeved dress, which had a slight Eastern flair. A belt cinched her waist, accentuating her figure gracefully. The crossed neckline allowed for a subtle glimpse of her décolletage, her fair skin appearing almost ethereal against the fabric's hue. The hem of the dress grazed the tops of her feet, moving like a blossoming flower with each step. Her long hair, slightly curled and gathered at the back, was held up by a simple clip, However, due to its abundance, some strands slipped free, cascading over her shoulders, while two tendrils framed her face. This seemingly disheveled look only enhanced her charm, creating a striking contrast to her poised demeanor at the racetrack. Dangling from her ears were long, tassel earrings that reached her collarbone, yet the allure of her graceful neck captured more attention. A pair of high-heeled shoes, matching in color and adorned with subtle sparkles, elevated her already statuesque height of over 1.7 meters, giving her a figure rivaling that of a supermodel. The dress was designed by Gu Shi, and she planned to visit her if time permitted after meeting Song Ling. Tao Zhi retrieved the key to a Porsche 911 from the cabinet and descended to the garage via the elevator. Shortly thereafter, a silver car glided onto the manor's driveway. Noticing her departure, the butler at the entrance spoke into the phone. "Sir, Madam has left the house again." Omo was busy at work. Upon hearing his phone vibrate, he initially ignored it until a call came through. Frowning, he glanced at the screen and saw it was from Butler O. Instinctively, he presumed it was about something concerning Tao Zhi, so he answered, only to be met with Oh Cheng's voice. "Sir, what is it?" Oh Cheng hesitated, unsure how to broach the subject, but mindful not to delay OMO for too long. After a moment's thought, he said, "I just received a call. The person on the other end claimed that Madam assaulted him at a bar last night. He is currently in the hospital and insists that Madam provide an explanation, or he will report her to the authorities." OMO closed his eyes, taken aback by Tao Zhi's penchant for trouble. Could she truly believe that the law was non-existent? Who was the individual? He was informed it was Mr. Li from Genio Building Materials. OMO pondered briefly, having never heard of Genio Building Materials, and deduced it likely held little influence in Beijing. "Understood. I will arrange for someone to handle it. Should we consult Madam regarding this matter?" "No need." "All right. I shall not disturb you further." With that, Oh Cheng awaited OMO to end the call. However, after a brief silence, OMO still did not hang up, prompting Oh Cheng to wonder what was on his mind. Finally, OMO inquired, "Why did the other party contact you?" Oh Cheng was taken aback, responding, "He said it was the number Madam left for him."
Umoskoft, understood.
With that, he hung up. How ironic that she claimed she would keep their relationship a secret, yet she had left a contact number for the O family.
Ah.
She was indeed putting on a facade, OMO mused internally. He did not wish to deal with this situation, but felt compelled to do so. Should the other party stubbornly pursue legal action against Tao Zhi, the O family would inevitably be embroiled in the ensuing storm. Furthermore, if this escalated, it would expose their relationship to the public. Although he was no longer entirely opposed to others knowing about their connection, he certainly did not want any complications arising at this critical juncture. With these thoughts in mind, he picked up the landline and dialed the direct line, requesting his assistant Lu to come in. Assistant Lu arrived promptly, holding a file.
"Boss.
Tao Zhi injured someone named Mr. Li yesterday. He is currently in the hospital. Arrange for someone to deal with it." Assistant Lu's jaw dropped. Madam struck someone again? Is she out of her mind? What do you have there? Realizing he had not yet explained, Assistant Lu quickly handed over the document, saying, "This was just delivered by a courier. They insisted it was an important document that required your personal signature. I managed to sign for it, as it seemed quite significant, so I didn't dare to open it. Here it is for your review." OMO took the document without giving it much thought, but upon reading the two words on the top, he slammed it down onto the table. Assistant Lu jumped in surprise. "What's wrong, boss? Is there something hazardous inside?" OMO's expression darkened. "No." Assistant Lu breathed a sigh of relief, internally lamenting OMO's dramatic display. If one didn't know better, they might think it was some scandalous material. Of course, he kept this thought to himself, maintaining a smile on his face. Seeing Assistant Lu's demeanor only heightened OMO's irritation, so he asked, "Do you have anything else? If not, leave." Assistant Lu smacked his forehead. "Mr. Cheng is here, waiting outside to see you." OMO furrowed his brow. "What does he want?" I'm not sure." OMO had not expected him to know, merely asking, "Can you still see the bruises on my face?" Assistant Lu scrutinized OMO and shook his head. "No, not at all. You look as handsome as ever, even more so than Mr. Cheng." OMO was disdainful of such flattery from a grown man, yet he could not deny it brought him a modicum of satisfaction. So, he was inclined to show Assistant Lu a more amiable demeanor. "Go out and let Mr. Cheng in. Prepare some tea." "Understood." Assistant Lu smiled as he exited, only to grumble to himself once outside. He truly did not want to be here another day. Whoever wanted to work could do so. Yet, upon contemplating his monthly salary of 80,000, he couldn't help but chuckle. thinking to himself, work is simply work, it's in my nature to toil. While others may refrain, I shall press on. After mentally bolstering his spirits, he strolled into the reception room, greeting Chung Yuan with a smile. Mr. Chung, our boss has concluded his tasks. Chung Yuan, putting away his phone, rose and tidied his hair, remarking, I didn't expect to be queued up just to see you. Is Mr. O that occupied? The assistant chuckled lightly. Mr. O has been on a business trip for the past few days, and matters have accumulated quite significantly. Chung Yuan remained silent as he stepped outside. Upon spotting a figure behind the desk, he playfully remarked, finally managed to catch Mr. O during a break. Huh? Chapter 54. A cousin of the Tao clan? Today, he was clad in a blue suit, effortlessly stylish and handsome. With his light brown hair, he resembled a character straight out of a comic book. Pushing open the door to Omo's office, he found Omo sitting there with a stern expression. He immediately broke into a grin. What's the matter? Have I upset you by not visiting for a few days? Omo glanced at him coolly, subtly pushing some documents aside. What brings you here? Chung Yuan raised an eyebrow, jesting. Can I visit? Are you hiding someone in your office? Afraid I might catch you in a scandal? Omo shot him a disapproving look, clearly unamused by the banter. Chung Yuan, seemingly oblivious to Omo's mood, plopped onto the sofa, casually picking up a magazine from the table. You mentioned wanting to win over a girl the other day. Who is she? Do I know her? Omo paused momentarily. I was just speaking offhandedly. There is no girl. Chung Yuan was evidently skeptical, questioning, really?
Yes.
Unable to extract any more information from Omo, Chung Yuan shifted topics. Is there someone visiting your family recently? Omo frowned. What kind of person? Chung Yuan replied, Why are you asking me? I thought you might have some relatives staying over or visiting. By the way, I ascend to your lovely wife surnamed Tao. I recently met a girl with the same surname, but I don't know her name. Su knows her too and suggested I ask you if she has some distant cousin of yours. Omo furrowed his brows. There is no one. Chung Yuan urged, Don't be secretive. Is she not a good friend of yours? You could at least introduce her to everyone. Omo's frown deepened. There are plenty of people with the surname Tao. Why assume they are related to my family? She has no cousins, let alone distant relatives. Chung Yuan frowned. That's strange. Why would old Su tell me to ask you? Omo harbored a suspicion, but kept it to himself. To confirm his hunch, he inquired, what kind of woman with the surname Tao could possibly capture the attention of the illustrious Chung family heir, known for his charming exploits with countless women? How did you come to know her? Chung Yuan straightened up. Well, it's quite a tale. Initially, Zhao and I were seeking to negotiate with Yu Yungue, but he was mysteriously absent. We learned he was headed to a racing club that day, so we decided to confront him. Guess what? Omo raised an eyebrow. What happened? She was right there beside Yu Yungue racing. Her skills were astounding. She left him in the dust with just a few drifts, reaching the finish line with such finesse that I almost wanted to worship her. Omo's brows knitted tighter. He couldn't shake the feeling that Chung Yuan was not referring to Tao Zhi, who rarely even touched a car. After they got off the track, I realized not only was her driving exceptional, but she was also stunning. Simply breathtaking. At that moment, I thought Yu Yungue was quite the fortunate fellow. His attitude towards her was anything but casual. Omo clenched his fists, his voice low, and then the collaboration fell through, and Yu Yungue took her away. Chung Yuan's demeanor shifted slightly as he asked, So why are you inquiring about her now? Chung Yuan, slightly embarrassed yet maintaining a nonchalant facade, replied, I was merely curious, wanting to see the extraordinary figure who seems to have captured Yu Yungue's attention. Now that you know, what's next? Omo's gaze turned perilous, but Chung Yuan remained blissfully unaware. Honestly, I was just hoping to trip Yu Yungue up a bit. I didn't think much of it, but it seems I have a connection with her.
Oh?
Do elaborate. Chung Yuan idly flipped through the magazine, his gaze drifting. Well, I ran into her again last night at a bar. She was in the midst of a brawl. Why is it that every time I see her, she is so remarkably different? Upon hearing this, Omo became convinced that the woman Chung Yuan referred to was indeed Tao Zhi. He gritted his teeth, realizing that it was not just Yu Yungue. In merely a few days, she had entangled herself with Chung Yuan and even acquainted herself with Su. Yet, given that Su had prompted Chung Yuan to inquire, he might just be aware of Tao Zhi's identity. Meanwhile, Chung Yuan appeared rather naive. Seeing Chung Yuan lost in thought, Omo could no longer contain his irritation. Enough. If you have nothing else to discuss, I suggest you leave. I have pressing matters to attend to and cannot indulge in your ramblings. Chung Yuan halted his daydreaming, frowning at Omo. You seem off today. Did you eat something explosive? He stood up. Do you truly not have any relatives with the surname Tao visiting? With a darkened expression, Omo replied, no. Chung Yuan, still dubious, perched himself on Omo's desk. That's peculiar. What does old Sue mean by that? You're not deceiving me, are you? Why would I deceive you? I do have a relative with the surname Tao, that being Tao Zhi. If you're interested, I could arrange an introduction. Chung Yuan, upon hearing this, leaped up in shock, inadvertently knocking some files off Omo's desk. As the documents tumbled to the floor, Omo's heart raced as he reached out to catch them, but he was a moment too late. The files lay scattered on the ground, and if he stood up to retrieve them, it would seem overly deliberate. Resentful, he glared at Chung Yuan, who, oblivious to the tension, exclaimed, Enough already, old O. How can you be so disgusting? Are you unaware of what's at stake in your own home? Keep your issues to yourself, and don't drag me into this. Besides, she is infatuated with you, devoted heart and soul. Don't involve me in your mess. It's revolting. Upon hearing this, a slight smirk crept onto Omo's lips. Is that so? Chung Yuan quickly retorted, absolutely. Even if you offered her to me, I wouldn't accept. Even if you were to sacrifice the entire O family for her, I'd still decline. Omo chuckled. I was merely jesting. Only then did Chung Yuan breathe a sigh of relief, yet an unshakable sense of unease lingered regarding Omo's unusual demeanor today. However, he dismissed it, returning his focus only to realize he had knocked over Omo's documents in his excitement. He bent down to pick them up. What is this? A divorce agreement? Old O, are you getting divorced? Omo's face darkened as he snatched the documents from Chung Yuan's grasp and shoved them into a drawer. Yet, Chung Yuan was rather animated. So you've finally decided to part ways with that crazy woman? I always said she's not worthy of you. The sooner you cut ties, the better. It'll make it easier for you to find someone else later on. To Chung Yuan's surprise, Omo's expression was not as bright as he had anticipated. Instead, it grew darker. That's none of your concern. Just leave. Chung Yuan laughed. Haha. I'm just looking out for you, brother. But I really must be going. I need to drop my cousin off at school. He has been pestering me to watch his basketball game. What a nuisance. Omo shifted his gaze back to the computer, urging him, hurry and leave. Chung Yuan smiled, exuding a playful charm as he said, aren't you going to give me a farewell kiss? Omo, in response, hurled a nearby document at him with determination. Chung Yuan laughed heartily as he exited, his spirits soaring. Meanwhile, Omo, seated in his office, found himself in a rather gloomy mood. He once again retrieved the divorce agreement, gazing at it until a sudden smile crept onto his face. Truly, he thought, one is asking for quite a lot. Chapter 55, University. When Tao Zhi arrived at the school gate, Song Ling was already waiting for her. She invited Song Ling into the car and drove them to park beneath the teaching building. Comparing the current university to the memories of the original owner, Tao Zhi noted the considerable changes and remarked, the school has transformed quite a bit. Song Ling chuckled in response, of course. Our university receives substantial investments every year. Tao Zhi smiled back, acknowledging that a university is the finest institution in Beijing, though it is also filled with many affluent students. The world is not entirely fair. Exceptions abound wherever money flows freely, especially considering a university's preferential policies for local residents. Observing the significantly expanded campus map, Tao Zhi inquired, where is your debate competition? Song Ling replied with a smile, not far, just a 10-minute walk from here. Then let us go. Song Ling, still smiling, linked her arm with Tao Zhi's. Although they had only met twice, Song Ling, who admired Tao Zhi immensely, felt quite at ease with her. Can I call you Zhi? What do your close friends call you? Song Ling asked. Tao Zhi replied with a smile, I don't have any close friends. What? Song Ling exclaimed, turning to look at her in disbelief. How is that possible? Tao Zhi explained, the truth is, I have no sisters, no close friends. And I've lost touch with my former classmates, so there's no one I am particularly close to. Song Ling found this hard to believe. Although her temperament isn't particularly amiable, she has two good friends, one from high school and another from university. Hearing Tao Zhi say she had no close friends made her feel a pang of sympathy. Despite Tao Zhi's nonchalant demeanor while speaking, Song Ling wished to become her friend. With this thought in mind, she playfully shook Tao Zhi's arm, saying, then I must be lucky to be the first person to be close to Zhi. Tao Zhi laughed, just call me Zhi. Sister makes me feel old. Upon hearing this, Song Ling giggled, all right, Zhi. Song Ling was in her third year of university, while Tao Zhi had graduated 2 years prior. They were merely 3 years apart in age. Additionally, since Tao Zhi was only in her 20s in her previous life, there was no noticeable generational gap between them. Song Ling's family background was straightforward. Her brother was a doctor, her mother worked for a foreign company, and her father, a retired race car driver, now owned a repair shop. While Song Ling's family was not affluent, they were comfortably middle class, but it was insufficient to support her racing aspirations. Possibly influenced by her father, Song Ling had a keen interest in racing. However, since her father had been injured during his career, her family held reservations about the sport, especially as she was a girl. Thus, she participated in competitions as a navigator without her parents' or brother's knowledge. She was studying chemistry but was attending a sociology debate competition today. Upon learning this, Tao Zhi raised an eyebrow and remarked with a smile, "That's quite a leap." Song Ling laughed, "Haha, I just wanted to join in on the fun." She led Tao Zhi to the multifunctional classroom for the debate, where the audience was already filled to capacity. Tao Zhi was escorted to the front row, drawing the attention of many.
Who is that?
Some celebrity? I haven't seen her before, but she is stunning. I saw her with that girl from the chemistry department, Song Ling. Are they friends? Or perhaps sisters? Why don't you go ask? No way. She is so beautiful. I think I'm going to nosebleed. What do you think our kids would be named? Get lost. As whispers filled the air, Song Ling settled Tao Zhi in the second row and said, "I'll be going on stage now. I'll take you out to explore afterward." Tao Zhi smiled, "All right, good luck." Song Ling returned her smile and dashed to the backstage. Before long, she emerged in a sleek black suit, exuding confidence. On stage, two opposing teams faced off, with 8 debaters each playing their roles. The topic of their debate was whether gender equality has been achieved in contemporary society. Song Ling represented the opposing side, arguing against equality. Tao Zhi found this topic intriguing and listened intently as the two sides engaged in a heated debate. Song Ling transformed entirely on stage, her logic impeccable and her arguments irrefutable. Tao Zhi observed her confidence, her smile unwavering throughout. Youth is indeed a wonderful thing, brimming with vitality. After an hour-long debate, the opposing side emerged victorious, and Song Ling, as a key contributor, was invited to celebrate with her teammates. "No, I have a friend here, so it's not convenient. Let us do it another day." The invitation came from a male student, the president of the debate club. He was handsome, with a fair complexion and a sunny demeanor. Yet his youthful appearance betrayed his inexperience, causing him to blush when he inadvertently glanced at Tao Zhi. Noticing his gaze, Tao Zhi smiled but paid it no mind. She held little interest in younger men unless they were particularly bold. The debate club president, Heroine, had actually noticed Tao Zhi when she entered with Song Ling. Her beauty and poise stirred something within him, prompting his invitation as a means to strike up a conversation with her. However, Song Ling promptly declined. Unfamiliar with these students, Tao Zhi felt it inappropriate for her to join such a gathering. Heroine, slightly disheartened, replied, "All right then, I just wanted to reward our star today." Song Ling eyed him skeptically. "I've never seen you so considerate before." She was well aware of Heroine's intentions, as his flushed face and ears had already betrayed his less than pure motives. Would she let him have his way so easily? With that, she descended the stage, taking Tao Zhi with her. "I'm going to change backstage." Tao Zhi smiled, "Sure." She then produced a box from her bag and handed it to Song Ling. "What is this?" "Just a little reward for your stellar debate performance." Song Ling happily accepted the box and opened it, exclaiming, "Oh, I can't accept this. By the way, I didn't prepare anything for you." Tao Zhi shrugged. "I don't lack for anything." Though she spoke nonchalantly, Song Ling decided to make it up to her later. Inside the box was a bracelet, a piece from a reputable brand that she recalled cost over 20,000 yuan. One of her dorm mates had received a similar gift from her boyfriend, and she had envied it immensely. "This is beautiful, Zhi. Is this too extravagant?" "I can't accept it." Tao Zhi replied, "It's nothing. I have plenty of money. Now go change." Flustered yet delighted, Song Ling hurriedly made her way backstage, glancing back every few steps. Meanwhile, Zhou Wan, who had been attending to other matters, approached. Chapter 56. The Young Man's Trap. Seeing the tall boy before her, unsure of where to place his hands and feet, Tao Zhi couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Excuse me, do you need something?" Zhou Wan mustered his courage. His cheeks flushed and addressed Tao Zhi. "Hello, I am Zhou Wan, a senior in the physics department, 24 years old. I am the president of the debate club." Tao Zhi chuckled and replied, I am not here to recruit anyone, my apologies, classmate. Upon hearing her words, Zhou Wan's face turned an even deeper shade of red, his ears practically ablaze. He hurriedly exclaimed, No, that's not what I meant. I merely wish to inquire if you and Song Ling would like to join us for a dinner gathering this evening. Tao Zhi raised an eyebrow, recalling that Song Ling had already informed her of her refusal. How audacious of him to approach her again, sitting in the audience with a seat between them. She smiled and said, I'm sorry, but we have other plans tonight. Thank you for your kind invitation, young one. Zhou Wan, taken aback, lifted his head and retorted, I am not a child. After uttering this, he found himself at a loss for words, his shyness rendering him nearly speechless. May I have your contact information? Tao Zhi smiled just as Song Ling emerged at that moment. Let us go, I'm ready. Upon hearing this, Tao Zhi flashed a smile toward Zhou Wan and said, Goodbye, young one, while waving her hand. Zhou Wan was momentarily entranced by her smile, only to realize once she had departed that he had failed to obtain her contact details, leading him to scold himself for being so ineffectual. Despite being the eloquent president of the debate club, he had stumbled over his words in her presence. I just saw our president speaking with you. What did he say? Song Ling inquired. Nothing much, he wanted to add me on social media, Zhou Wan replied. Song Ling chuckled. It seems Gigi has quite the charm. Our president usually has numerous admirers, but never manages to win any over. Always claiming he is focused on his studies and career and has no time for romance. Clearly, he was bluffing. The moment he saw you, his facade crumbled. Tao Zhi laughed, with my beauty, it's only natural that a young lad would be smitten. Song Ling joined her in laughter, acknowledging the truth in her words. Indeed. By the way, I heard there are some basketball games from several colleges today, but I'm not particularly interested. Tao Zhi paid little heed to the conversation about basketball. During her time studying in the United States, she had watched her fair share, but she wouldn't classify herself as a fan. I'm not interested either. Shall we stroll around the campus and then go out for dinner? Tao Zhi glanced at the time. Her primary plan was to watch Song Ling's match, and everything else seemed less significant. Primarily, she was feeling a bit bored at the mansion. Her gaming account had been suspended, leaving her unable to play. So, a leisurely outing was in order. As they wandered the campus, they inevitably arrived at a location filled with exuberant cheers. Tao Zhi, glancing in that direction, paid it no mind. At that moment, Song Ling's phone rang. I'll take this call. It's from a friend, she said. Tao Zhi nodded, and Song Ling stepped away, returning shortly with an anxious expression. Gigi, there's an issue in my lab. I need to go check it out. Would you like to join me or wait here? I wouldn't be of any help, and I'm rather tired. I'll just rest here and wait for you, Tao Zhi replied. Song Ling expressed her apologies. Okay. Don't worry, I'll be back quickly. Sure, go ahead. With that, Tao Zhi entered a small garden and settled onto a bench. The afternoon sun was fierce, but the garden surrounding vines and trees cast a pleasant shade, allowing beautiful rays of sunlight to filter through, creating a serene ambience. The vines twisted around the columns, adorned with crimson flowers, emitting a scent reminiscent of roses, yet distinct. Tao Zhi adored this place. After walking in high heels for nearly an hour, she was indeed fatigued. Confirming Tao Zhi's location, Song Ling rode off on a small cart. Tao Zhi leisurely scrolled through her phone, the occasional cheers and whistles from the nearby court punctuating the air. Unbeknownst to her, just a short distance away was a basketball court where players were energetically sweating it out. Suddenly, a minor altercation broke out between two groups, resulting in one player slamming the basketball against the backboard, only for it to ricochet into the garden where Tao Zhi sat. Engrossed in her video, she instinctively turned her head to evade the impending danger. The ball zipped past her ear, crashing against the column opposite her before bouncing a few times and rolling away. Frowning, Tao Zhi felt a pang of annoyance. At that moment, a figure dashed from the side of the garden, clad in a loose white tank top and gray shorts, his long hair damp with sweat. Gasping for breath, he picked up the fallen basketball. These players are ridiculous. If they're angry, they shouldn't take it out on the ball, she muttered. As the boy lifted his gaze, he froze upon seeing Tao Zhi. A gentle breeze stirred, causing her cascading hair to flutter, and though they were separated by a distance, he felt as if her hair was brushing against his heart, sending tingles through him. Initially irritated, Tao Zhi's mood brightened when she noticed the boy standing a few meters away, utterly captivated.
See?
I told you, with looks like these. The original owner is undeniably a heartthrob, now with an added charm of a youthful magnet, she thought. With a hint of amusement, she gazed at the boy. who finally regained his composure and scratched his head. It wasn't me who threw the ball. Tao Zhi crossed her arms. How can you prove that? His irritation was evident, yet his ears turned crimson. I assure you it wasn't me. Tao Zhi raised an eyebrow. Very well, not you. With that, she sat down, ignoring him and returning to her phone. However, the boy did not leave. Instead, he took a few steps closer, fixing his gaze on her. Excuse me, which department are you in? What's your name? Why haven't I seen you before? Tao Zhi continued her silence. I'm Hua Mingyue from the 3rd year of the finance department. Hua Mingyue was tall and handsome, standing at 187 centimeters, perhaps due to his athletic activities. His toned abs were subtly visible beneath his tank top. His round eyes lent him an air of innocence, complemented by a straight nose with a slight bump, and full lips that formed a charming dimple when he smiled. His skin was a healthy tan, clearly a result of frequent outdoor activities. Tao Zhi nonchalantly replied, Oh, and what does that have to do with me, classmate? Noticing her smile, yet refusal to divulge her name, Hua Mingyue felt a spark of annoyance. Hey, Mingyue. What's going on? A melodious voice, somewhat familiar, echoed nearby. Tao Zhi instinctively turned to see someone she found rather disagreeable, Cheng Yuan. In this sweltering heat, Cheng Yuan was dressed in a white shirt, several buttons undone, paired with black slacks, his slicked-back hair giving him a dashing yet composed appearance. He had initially come to drop off his cousin at school and, after being roped into watching the game, found himself seated when the conflict erupted. His cousin, who had gone to retrieve the basketball, had yet to return, prompting him to check on the situation, only to unexpectedly encounter the very person he had been inquiring about that morning. Tao Zhi was completely unprepared for Cheng Yuan's appearance. If she were to rank the characters she loads in her novels, Mo would undoubtedly be at the top, with Cheng Yuan following closely behind. Despite having never met the original owner during her 3 years of confinement, he had inflicted the most harm upon her. Subsequently, he never displayed any kindness towards the original owner, subjecting them to ridicule, derision, humiliation, and scolding. In an effort to protect Niao, he even went so far as to publicly push the original owner into the water. However, these events belong to the narrative that unfolds later, and there is no opportunity for a repeat performance now. While reading, Tao Zhi perceived this individual as the most immature and one of the most detestable among the 4. Thus, during their previous encounter, she had not afforded him any semblance of courtesy. Yet, for reasons unknown, Tao Zhi felt an inexplicable connection to him. Having seen him just yesterday, she was astonished to encounter him again today. Wishing to avoid any interaction with him, she stood to leave. However, as soon as Cheng Yuan approached, he spotted her. Initially taken aback, he soon felt a surge of joy, but before he could greet her, he noticed the person who had been seated was now getting up to depart upon seeing him. Stop! Tao Zhi did not respond and continued onward. Cheng Yuan, in a surprising turn of events, began to run. Hua Mingyue observed as his cousin, who had come looking for him, darted past like a gust of wind and then seized the wrist of the girl he had just tried to engage in conversation. Why are you running when you see me? Cheng Yuan was perplexed. He had chased after Tao Zhi without a second thought upon seeing her attempt to leave. The delicate warmth of her touch enveloped him, leaving him in a state of euphoria. Tao Zhi, having his wrist firmly grasped, swiftly twisted it, securing his hand.
Hey,
Miss Tao, you are being rather ruthless, aren't you? I merely wish to say hello. Tao Zhi smiled, though her expression held little goodwill. It's you? Young Master Cheng. My apologies, but your method of greeting is quite unconventional, and my reaction was merely instinctive. With that,
she released Cheng Yuan.
He turned back, rubbing his hand, yet his gaze remained fixed on Tao Zhi. I was simply surprised to see you here. What brings you to this place? Who are you looking for? Tao Zhi regarded him with a smile that was neither warm nor cold, her eyes calm. What you inquire about has no relevance to you. Cheng Yuan was momentarily taken aback. I was merely asking. Why should I tell you? Tao Zhi retorted with a grin. Cheng Yuan, incensed by her response, shot back. Humph. Seeing you yesterday and again today, one might think you're following me. Is it too much to ask a question? If you were not feeling guilty,
what would it matter to you if I asked?
Tao Zhi shot him a disdainful glance, then bent down to rummage through her bag, retrieving a card which she handed to Cheng Yuan. Confused, he accepted it. What is this? There's an address on it. You should go there shortly. Taken aback by her words, Cheng Yuan looked up at her, puzzled by her intentions. Was she inviting him? Or was it Yu Yun Gui who had summoned him? His mind conjured strange images, prompting him to exclaim, What are you doing? Why are you asking me to go there? I assure you, I am not that kind of person. I won't go. Tao Zhi, upon hearing this, found his reaction amusing, erupting into laughter that grew louder, almost clutching her stomach. What are you laughing at? Chung Yuan inquired. Although he thought the woman before him was undeniably beautiful when she laughed with such abandon, he suppressed the frantic beating of his heart, wondering if she were mocking his words. What do you think I am inviting you to do? Tao Zhi articulated with a lightness in her tone, leaning slightly closer to him. Chung Yuan instinctively took a step back, swallowing hard, though the lingering fragrance of roses still clung to the air from her sudden proximity. I don't know. I want you to take a look at this place, Tao Zhi said, gesturing to her head with an expression that seemed to convey both amusement and mockery, a sentiment too complex to articulate succinctly. Hua Mingyu, observing the scene unfold, pondered deeply, glancing between his cousin and Tao Zhi. It was only when Chung Yuan finally looked down at the card that he noticed the last two words, hospital, and his expression darkened immediately. This was a card given to Tao Zhi earlier when someone had handed it to her at the school gate, which she had carelessly tossed into her bag after seeing Song Ling, noting merely that it was a hospital. Now, she presented it to Chung Yuan, considering it a means of disposing of trash. Chung Yuan's face darkened, about to voice his thoughts, but at that moment, Hua Mingyu approached. Cousin, so you two are acquainted? Who is acquainted with her? I don't know her, they both exclaimed in unison. Chung Yuan was vexed. He had not anticipated such a disdainful attitude from Tao Zhi. He believed he had never wronged her, recalling that he had always been cordial during their meetings. Why then did she treat him with such contempt? Not only did she ignore him and attempt to flee, she even insulted him, suggesting he was mentally unstable. It was precisely because he felt unhinged that he had sought her out, only to be rebuffed. Reflecting on her demeanor towards Su Su and Yu Yingui, a sense of discomfort washed over him. When Hua Mingyu asked, he angrily replied that he did not know her. Yet, hearing Tao Zhi's declaration of ignorance stirred within him a mix of defiance and the realization that she was correct. He did not even know her name, rendering their acquaintance dubious at best. Upon hearing their responses, Hua Mingyu chuckled. It seems you are acquainted. Are you from our school? Are you a senior? Senior? Could you tell me which department you are from? Zhi. Hua Mingyu's inquiry was interrupted by an urgent female voice, causing all eyes to turn. They beheld Song Ling hurrying towards them. Upon seeing Tao Zhi, Song Ling exhaled in relief. So, you are here. I couldn't find you over there, and thought you had left. After speaking, she noticed the two young men beside Tao Zhi. One she recognized as the charismatic figure from a university, Hua Mingyu, while the other was unfamiliar to her, though he bore a striking resemblance to Hua Mingyu, albeit dressed in a manner that suggested he was not a student. Observing the way they regarded Tao Zhi, she couldn't help but wonder, could it be? I only stepped away for a moment, and two exceptionally handsome men have come to engage with her? Yet, considering Tao Zhi's nearly unparalleled beauty, even she found herself captivated by her charm, leading her to conclude that it was entirely natural for men to be drawn to Tao Zhi. Zhi? So that is your name. What is your full name? Is it Tao Zhi? Chapter 58. I have invested in this project. Tao Zhi turned back to Chung Yuan, suddenly smiling. Surely, he had heard her name at some point, had he not? Nevertheless, she had no intention of clarifying, as her relationship with Chung Yuan was tenuous at best. Upon seeing Song Ling, Hua Mingyu scrutinized her, finding her somewhat familiar, yet unable to place her. He rarely frequented the school and only returned for events or classes, thus he was not well acquainted with most students. Moreover, he had little interest in the female student body, which explained his ignorance of Song Ling, who was quite renowned in the chemistry department. Song Ling, perceiving the situation, approached Tao Zhi and whispered, "What is going on?" Tao Zhi replied, "It's nothing important. Are you finished with your tasks?" "Yes, I am done. Shall we go?"
Oh, sure.
The two exited the garden, leaving Chung Yuan and Hua Mingyu standing in place. Chung Yuan's mind was consumed by the memory of Tao Zhi smiling at him. It felt as though his thoughts had exploded. She smiled at me. Does that mean she doesn't truly dislike me? Her poor attitude must be a result of Yu Yingui. He must have spoken ill of me. What did her smile signify? Was it an apology? A gesture of goodwill? Perhaps I shall forgive her, considering she is still involved with Yu Yingui. It would be unwise to grow too close to her. At long last, she discovered her name, Tao Zhi, or perhaps it was Zhi Tao. There was something oddly familiar about it, as if she had encountered it before. Chung Yuan was still lost in her thoughts when Hua Mingyu had already diverted his gaze from the two figures retreating before them. Cousin! What's the matter? Chung Yuan snapped back to reality. Hua Mingyu, with a mix of curiosity and intent, inquired, "Who is that girl just now? How do you know her? How could you possibly know someone from our school?" Chung Yuan retorted with a hint of irritation. "Who said she's from your school? She's long since graduated. And how do you know that? She looked around my age." Chung Yuan was momentarily speechless. He truly had no idea of her age or whether she was still in school. "Why are you asking so many questions? Why don't you go play your basketball? Aren't you going to watch me play? I have business at the company. I must leave." Hua Mingyu clearly found this hard to believe. His uncle would entrust significant matters to his cousin? Unlikely. Yet, he refrained from voicing his skepticism. His mind still lingering on the moment he had locked eyes with Tao Zhi in the garden. In that fleeting instant, he felt an electric current surging through him, leaving him in a daze. Determined to uncover Tao Zhi's identity, he reasoned that if she was indeed at their school and he recognized her companions, it was highly probable that she was a student there as well. Perhaps he had simply overlooked her in the past. With this thought in mind, he tossed the basketball in his hand and executed a shooting motion, letting out an excited shout as it landed. Meanwhile, Tao Zhi's encounter with Chung Yuan had diminished her previously radiant mood to a mere 8 out of 10. Yet, she noticed that Song Ling seemed even more perturbed. The girl who had been so spirited earlier returned from her brief excursion transformed. Clearly something had transpired. Considering that Song Ling was, after all, the second person she had conversed with since her arrival, Tao Zhi hesitated before asking, "What's wrong? Has something happened? You seem rather downcast." Song Ling snapped back to reality at the question, looking at Tao Zhi with a smile.
Oh,
"It's nothing. I just zoned out for a moment. I'm sorry, Zhi. I should be by your side in the best of spirits." Tao Zhi chose not to press further, and the two strolled leisurely across the campus. Classmates they encountered along the way often paused to watch, taken aback by Tao Zhi's striking beauty. Given that Song Ling was already known as the flower of their department, her presence only amplified their interest. However, Tao Zhi felt no discomfort. Beauty was meant to be showcased, after all. She had no qualms about flaunting her allure. She yearned to proclaim to the world, "I am the most beautiful." As they walked together, they reached a quaint path. And Tao Zhi suddenly laughed. "What's so amusing?" Song Ling inquired. Tao Zhi shook her head. "I just think this is wonderful. I've never truly explored the campus before." She mused that had her previous life unfolded normally, she would likely have made a few good friends, wandered the campus, and participated in various activities. "It's nothing. Despite having been here for 3 years, there are still many places in our school I haven't visited." "Is that so? Then we truly are alike." Tao Zhi fell silent, yet Song Ling suddenly sighed. "I fear there may not be many more opportunities to wander around." Tao Zhi raised an eyebrow. "Not inclined to share?" Song Ling shook her head and sat down on a stone bench by the roadside. "Actually, I was recently collaborating with some seniors in the lab on a project. The school supported us and helped secure investment, but we were just informed that the investors have decided against funding us and will instead invest in another department's project." Tao Zhi frowned. "Does that have a significant impact on you?" Song Ling nodded. "Very much so. We had already invested considerable resources, believing the funds were assured. So we ordered a lot of materials. Now we're just waiting for payment." "What kind of project are you working on?" "Skincare products. I discovered a substance that is very skin-friendly and can delay the aging of facial cells, making it an excellent anti-aging material. However, it's relatively difficult to obtain, and we haven't successfully cultivated it yet. My seniors and I thought we'd create a few products for promotion and see how the market responds." The response was positive, and the school was supportive, but then Tao Zhi raised an eyebrow. "Anti-aging skincare? That has a considerable market, especially since there aren't many good products available domestically. How much investment do you need?" Song Ling shook her head. 20 million. Tao Zhi frowned, contemplating the sum. She indeed had the amount, but if she were to allocate it, she would be left without funds for herself, necessitating careful consideration. Moreover, success was not guaranteed. "Perhaps it's simply not meant to be for us." After a moment of silence, Tao Zhi asked, "Have you applied for a patent?" "Yes. But there's been no outcome yet." "In that case, check the patent status first, and discuss with your seniors about registering a trademark. Once those matters are settled, I can assist with the funding." Song Ling gazed at Tao Zhi in astonishment. "Zhi, that's not what I meant." She quickly clarified, fearing Tao Zhi might misunderstand and think she was seeking investment. The situation had arisen unexpectedly. Tao Zhi smiled reassuringly. Don't overthink it. I'm simply interested in venturing into a business. However, I'm willing to invest, but I have one condition. Chapter 59. Achieving the 4 billion divorce achievement. After a brief conversation, Song Ling was elated at the prospect of a breakthrough and expressed her intention to discuss it with her seniors. They later shared a meal together. And when Tao Zhi messaged Gu Shi, she learned he was busy and unavailable at home. Thus, she and Song Ling strolled a bit longer before returning home. To her surprise, OMO, who typically vanished for days or weeks, was inexplicably at home again, leading Tao Zhi to question his sanity. Upon seeing her, his gaze instinctively roamed over her, and she noticed his attention, raising an eyebrow in response. Seeing her like this reminded OMO of how Chen Yuan had inquired about her earlier in the office. He had never realized before that Tao Zhi had a knack for attracting attention. Contemplating this, his expression darkened.
Out again?
Tao Zhi, can you not stay at home for even a day? Tao Zhi shot him a glance, silently wondering what his issue was this time. Do you really not understand why I want to leave? Try being cooped up for years yourself. OMO was momentarily at a loss for words, unable to counter her argument. Initially, Tao Zhi intended to ignore him and walk away, but recalling that she was still awaiting the divorce settlement, she refrained from arguing and instead sat down before him, naturally asking, "Have you received the documents? They should be signed by now. Bring them here." She extended her hand expectantly. OMO's expression darkened further at her request. Sign? Ha, what would I be signing? At this, Tao Zhi retracted her hand, fixing him with a scrutinizing glare. Are you having second thoughts? Leaning back against the sofa, OMO replied, I stand by my word. Then why haven't you signed? Tao Zhi questioned, bewildered. OMO regarded her face, noting her impatience and frown. He leaned back, propping his head on one hand, crossing his legs with a scoff. 20 billion? Do you truly think you're worth that much? Tao Zhi couldn't help but smirk inwardly. It seemed he deemed her request excessive. Are you really going to determine asset division based on my worth? OMO raised an eyebrow, uncertain. As Tao Zhi observed him leaning back with a smile and crossed arms, she mirrored his posture, raising her leg with an air of nonchalance. Her brows were slightly furrowed. Her lips curled into a smile, yet her gaze remained cold and mocking. Possessing a beauty that was strikingly aggressive, her demeanor surged in intensity, transforming the atmosphere. Even OMO, who frequently mingled with powerful tycoons in negotiations, felt as if he were confronting a rival in the business arena rather than his wife discussing divorce. Well then, if we are to measure my worth, I shall demand the entirety of the O Corporation. OMO was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Are you dreaming? I fail to comprehend how you possess the audacity to utter such a statement. Unfazed by his ridicule, Tao Zhi retorted, because I am a priceless treasure. Not merely an object you can appraise. If you fail to grasp this, I wouldn't mind enlightening you further. Tao Zhi was uncertain of the total worth of the O Corporation, and perhaps even OMO himself was unaware. She had never seriously considered that a divorce would genuinely entitle her to half of his assets. However, given that OMO deemed 20 billion excessive, it seemed there was room for negotiation. OMO chuckled enigmatically, remaining silent as Tao Zhi gazed at him. Since my proposed price does not satisfy you, there is still room for discussion. Raising an eyebrow, OMO inquired, Oh, how much do you intend to demand? Tao Zhi straightened and leaned toward him, playfully extending 4 fingers. OMO's eyes widened in surprise. 400 million? He had not anticipated such a significant reduction. Yet, Tao Zhi suddenly laughed lightly. President, oh, how bold you are. 40 billion, not a penny less. At her words, OMO clenched his teeth. You must be dreaming. I possess several videos. Not only of your family bullying me, but also of your sister and mother being struck. 40 billion to silence this. A bargain, wouldn't you agree? His gaze darkened as he fixed it on Tao Zhi. 40 billion is impossible. The O Corporation cannot muster such liquidity at a moment's notice. That is your concern. She replied. I've said it's impossible. Then 50 billion. You. 60.
Fine.
40 it is. Decisive. Tao Zhi smiled at OMO. OMO's teeth nearly ground to dust. What could have been settled for 20 billion had turned into a vexatious ordeal. However, the O Corporation could not produce such a substantial sum in cash. 20 billion could be arranged, but the additional 20 billion would need to be compensated through shares in the O Corporation. In truth, according to the law, Tao Zhi was entitled to a portion of his shares upon divorce, but She initially had no intention of claiming any, and naturally, he would not concede them. Unexpectedly, her attempt to negotiate had taken a turn. Tao Zhi smiled, pleasantly surprised. Very well, let us draft the contract immediately.
Frau Ned.
Why the rush? Tao Zhi cast a nonchalant glance at him, her meaning unmistakable. I fear you might change your mind. The lawyers have already clocked out. Oh, my lawyer is still available. You. An hour later, the legal teams from the O Corporation and the two attorneys Tao Zhi had engaged convened in the Manor's reception room. Her legal team consisted of a man and a woman. The male lawyer was well regarded in the industry, particularly skilled in divorce cases, while the female lawyer, surnamed Hu, was known for her unwavering commitment to defending women's rights, having assisted numerous victims of domestic violence in winning their divorce battles. The attorneys swiftly drafted the divorce agreement through discussion, and after Tao Zhi meticulously reviewed it and lawyer, who confirmed its accuracy, she signed without hesitation. However, when the agreement was presented to OMO, he hesitated to affix his signature. Tao Zhi found herself exasperated with this man, who seemed to waver at every turn. If he were to retract now, she would undoubtedly make him regret it in front of everyone present. Sensing the tension in the air, the 7 or 8 individuals present fell silent, particularly the O family's legal team, who bowed their heads in quietude. Who could understand the plight of the family? Receiving a call from the boss at night to work overtime, only to find it was for drafting a divorce contract. It was common knowledge that the boss was married, yet no one had ever laid eyes on the boss's wife until now, and their first encounter was in the context of a divorce. One lawyer discreetly raised his eyes to glance at the others, then lowered his head, thinking that wealth and beauty did not necessarily secure a wife's heart. However, he was taken aback by the boss's wife's stunning appearance, having assumed she would be unattractive or unremarkable, which was why the boss had never taken her out and was opting for divorce. Moreover, observing OMO's hesitation, it was evident that the divorce was being initiated by Tao Zhi. They served the O Corporation and were aware of certain rumors, but regarding the intricacies of wealthy families, they dared not pry. What's the matter? Tao Zhi asked, gazing at OMO. He lifted his gaze to meet hers, feeling inexplicably anxious at the moment he was to sign. His intuition, as always keen, warned him that signing would result in the loss of something of great significance. Thus, he hesitated. Yet, upon meeting Tao Zhi's gaze, which held a semblance of amusement, he quickly suppressed his unease. Ridiculous. Tao Zhi was important? That was simply impossible. Her audacious demands suggested she did not genuinely wish to divorce. If he were to retract now, it would play right into her hands. With a cold smirk, he thought that a divorce would not be a setback for him, as he harbored no affection for her. Parting ways would be for the best. With a few swift strokes, he affixed his name to the document, and Tao Zhi promptly retrieved the agreement. The contract consisted of 3 copies, one for each party and one to be filed with the Civil Affairs Bureau. As she gazed at the signed agreement, a genuine smile graced her features, the most heartfelt she had worn since her arrival in this narrative. Please, President O, make time tomorrow for us to register at the Civil Affairs Bureau. OMO coldly capped his pen and returned it to the lawyer, his face taut with tension. I have no time. The subsequent matters will be handled by my lawyer. His attorney nodded in agreement, and Tao Zhi was indifferent, reveling in her newfound singlehood, her spirit soaring. All right, that's settled. She handed the divorce agreement to lawyer, who, with a smile, lawyer who approached OMO as attorney, stating, "We will be in touch regarding future matters." Then, she and her colleague departed. As Tao Zhi's lawyers exited, so too did OMO's legal team. And she strode out with a lightness in her step. OMO followed, noticing that Tao Zhi exhibited no signs of sorrow or regret. Instead, she appeared jubilant. A pang struck his heart, as if it had been struck by a hammer. Ah, so pleased, are we? Without turning her head, Tao Zhi replied, of course. Who wouldn't he be happy to regain their single status? Aren't you pleased? OMO's expression darkened. I am indeed happy, but do not celebrate too soon. Do not forget the promises you made to me. In recent days, Tao Zhi had met many people, including Yu Yungue, and now Chen Yuan had approached her as well. Should she inadvertently cause a scandal, all his prior words would be rendered meaningless. Tao Zhi waved her hand dismissively. I understand. I won't disclose anything for now, at least until Grandma's birthday has passed. Moreover, Yu Yungue is not a good person. Keep your distance from him. Tao Zhi shot him a sidelong glance. Are you a good person? Besides, who I associate with is of no concern to you.
Uma es faz darken.
You are ungrateful. Tao Zhi smiled. Thank you for the compliment. Omo was momentarily at a loss for words, eventually stating, you should be cautious while out and about. After all, we have yet to make this public. I don't want the O Corporation's image tarnished because of you. Be prudent and avoid causing trouble. Tao Zhi understood that he was referring to that obnoxious man, yet she felt no guilt. And what if they flirt with me? Am I not allowed to retaliate? If I didn't put him in his place, that would be a blessing. Do you wish to engage in a debate with me as well? Upon hearing her words, Omo's expression hardened. He dared to flirt with you? Tao Zhi turned to look back. Indeed, hence I felt compelled to impart a small lesson. Omo fell silent, his expression inscrutable as he pondered something unknown. Once Tao Zhi ascended the stairs, he retrieved his phone and messaged his assistant Lu. Ensure that the one lying in the hospital, that so-called CEO, does not have it too easy. Upon receiving this message, assistant Lu initially assumed it was a call for overtime, only to be met with that singular line, prompting him to inquire, what would you like me to do? Omo's eyes flickered as he typed his response. Teach him a lesson. Understood. Concluding the conversation, assistant Lu found himself in contemplation over those two lines, considering the chill in the air and the impending bankruptcy of CEO Li. Chapter 60. The Wealthy Lady Zhi. Tao Zhi returned to her bedroom in high spirits, picking up her phone to text Song Ling. I invested in that project, sister. She had now become a woman of considerable means, a wealthy lady, with a cash flow of 2 billion plus shares in the O Corporation, an unimaginable fortune. Although 2 billion might only account for approximately 5% of the O Corporation, the annual dividends were substantial. A 5% stake could yield dividends exceeding 20 billion a year. She couldn't help but think Omo had lost his mind. This transaction was indeed a loss for Omo. Tao Zhi surmised he might be sacrificing himself for her benefit. After all, a man as astute as Omo would not genuinely lack the capability to produce 40 billion and would opt to use his shares as collateral, suggesting he might have ulterior motives for this course of action. Tao Zhi's suspicions were not unfounded. Omo would never part with his shares without a greater gain in mind. The O family comprised 3 branches. Omo's father was the eldest, with 2 uncles below him. The second uncle had 2 sons and a daughter, while the third uncle had 2 daughters. Excluding the younger children from both uncles' families who were still in school, the remaining members had all assumed management roles in various companies. Each branch held 30% of the O Corporation's shares, with the remaining 10% retained solely by Omo's grandmother after the passing of Omo's grandfather. From the moment Tao Zhi entered the family, Omo's grandmother favored her, aware that the O family held reservations about her. And she served as a shield against gossip directed at the family. Feeling a sense of guilt, Omo's grandmother had early on informed him that the shares she held would ultimately be divided, with 4% allocated to Tao Zhi and the remainder to his uncles. Of course, this arrangement hinged on their marital status remaining intact. By now, he had given Tao Zhi 5%, and when he later broached the topic of divorce, mentioning the shares he had bestowed upon her, his grandmother would likely compensate him with an equivalent 5% to maintain balance. By proactively giving Tao Zhi shares, reclaiming them from her would be significantly easier than obtaining them from his uncles, thereby ensuring he retained a 2% advantage in shares over them, thus maintaining control over the O Corporation. Otherwise, once his grandmother passed, neither his uncles nor his cousins would acquiesce to his authority, and his cousins were far from inept. He harbored no concerns about Tao Zhi using her shares to oppose him, as he had already secured control over the entire Tao family. Over the past 2 years, he had discreetly infiltrated the Tao Corporation under the guise of investment, with only the dim-witted Tao Qiangchuan remaining oblivious. Tao Zhi was correct. Tao Qiangchuan was indeed ill-suited for business, and Omo often found himself questioning how he ever established the Tao Corporation. After discussing investment matters with Song Ling, Gushi also messaged to inform her that the studio had been registered and was now awaiting a suitable location to commence renovations and recruitment. Tao Zhi commended her decisiveness, only to receive a flurry of emojis and gratitude from Song Ling, who promised to expedite the arrangements and bring the contract. Gigi, the team leader, my senior, is responsible for these matters. Shall I pass your contact information to him for future correspondence? Tao Zhi responded with curiosity. And what about you? Haha, to be honest, I'm not particularly knowledgeable in this area. I mainly handle a portion of the research. Reflecting on the need for expertise, she replied with an okay. Before long, a green bubble from a contact named Kame appeared, and she casually accepted it, choosing not to engage further. At that moment, Yun Gui also sent a message. Has something good happened? Tao Zhi raised an eyebrow. How do you know? The O family's legal team has entered O Mo's estate. I suspect it pertains to your divorce. Tao Zhi smiled at the message. Yu Xiao not only possesses great foresight, but also an uncanny ability to predict. On the other end, Yu Yun-gui sat in a traditional Chinese armchair, laughing heartily, while an elderly lady across from him cast a sidelong glance. A joyous occasion. Shall we celebrate tomorrow? Tao Zhi contemplated before deciding to go out rather than stay in. I crave barbecue. Simple enough. After confirming the time and place for their meeting, Tao Zhi ended the conversation, only to find a message from the newly added contact. Hello, Miss Tao, I am Xie Eugene, Song Ling Sr. and the project leader of the laboratory. Tao Zhi raised an eyebrow, her pale fingers tapping into his profile, which was devoid of content. Merely a blank canvas. Failing to glean any information, she exited and replied, Hello, Xie classmate. Seeing her response, he seemed to deliberate for a moment before saying, I heard from Song that you are interested in providing funding for our research. Might we arrange a meeting to discuss this in detail? Tao Zhi chuckled at his message. It's not merely funding. It's an investment and, of course, investments come with conditions. As you mentioned, we can schedule a time for a detailed discussion. Would tomorrow work for you? I have prior commitments. How about the day after tomorrow at 2 o'clock? After considering, she agreed. On the other end of the line, Xie Eugene, seeing her affirmative reply, suppressed a smile. Clad in a white lab coat and donning half-rimmed glasses, he possessed a strikingly handsome visage and an aloof demeanor, yet with a touch of youthful exuberance. Setting down his phone, several colleagues in the lab eagerly inquired. How did it go, senior? What did Miss Tao say? She agreed to meet and discuss. That's excellent. Our research won TB in jeopardy of being retracted by the school, and we won TB unable to cover our material costs.
Indeed.
Those from the Technical Academy have been a nuisance, stealing our investment, a female colleague lamented. Thank goodness for Song Ling. Without her, we might not have resolved this significant issue. The group engaged in animated discussion while Xie Eugene remained silent, resuming his work of preparing the solution before him. Chapter 61. You must devise a way to facilitate her divorce. Yu Yun-gui had been overwhelmed these past few days, managing matters related to the bar. And after finally getting everything sorted, he was summoned back by the matriarch of the Fu family. For the past few days, he had been under the watchful eye of his grandmother, akin to the Monkey King trapped beneath the Five-Finger Mountain, unable to escape. Finally, Tao Zhi agreed to dine out with him, prompting him to hastily prepare to leave. The Fu family regarded this young master with a mixture of fear and admiration. They feared his unpredictable temperament while admiring his exceptional abilities, as he had already taken charge of a significant portion of the family business at such a young age.
Additionally,
the Yu family of Hong Kong was not one to be trifled with, and the matriarch dotes on her grandson, leaving no one in the household daring to show him any disrespect. Yu Yun-gui has two uncles, both of whom are already married. The elder uncle, Fu Hongtao, has even remarried. Fu Kun, the son of his elder uncle, is virtually the heir apparent to the Fu family. Fu Hongtao is a man of considerable capability and astuteness, yet he is notoriously unfaithful. His marriage to Fu Kun's mother was a business alliance, albeit one that bore some emotional connection. Tragically, Fu Kun's mother passed away during childbirth, resulting in both her and the child's demise. The following year, Fu Hongtao wed again, and now he has a pair of twin daughters. Yet he continues to keep numerous women on the side and seldom resides at the Fu family estate. In stark contrast, Fu Kun was raised almost exclusively by the matriarch. The old lady Fu, Yun-gui's second uncle, Fu Hanshan, lacks any business acumen. His wife is an artist, while he harbors a passion for photography. The couple has chosen to remain childless, adhering to the DINK, double income no kids, lifestyle. Thus, Fu family has only one male descendant, Fu Kun. And the twin sisters are not particularly favored by the old lady Fu, as their father's second wife is a celebrity. And the two vain young ladies often irritate her with their frivolous behavior. However, with Yun-gui present, both families have returned to stay for a few days. And the two uncles show considerable concern for Yun-gui, stemming from their long-standing relationship with his mother and acknowledging his own formidable capabilities. As Yun-gui descended the stairs, he found the old lady Fu seated on the sofa, flanked by Fu Hongtao and Fu Kun, who were evidently engaged in conversation with her. Upon noticing Yun-gui's arrival, they all donned smiles. Yun-gui is home. Are you heading out? Fu Hongtao inquired. Yun-gui replied affirmatively and then addressed the old lady Fu. Grandmother, I'm stepping out for a while and want to be back for dinner. Though nearing 70, The old lady Fu maintained herself well, appearing vibrant despite her silver hair and the wrinkles adorning her face. Upon hearing Yun Gui's statement, she chuckled lightly. You've hardly spent any time at home since your arrival in Beijing. Who is coming for dinner tonight? Where could you possibly be going? Yun Gui was well aware of the identity of the evening's visitors, his cousin's fiancée and her family. It was absurd that they had already promised their elder daughter to his cousin, and now sought to betroth their younger daughter to him as well. Such avarice was quite unfathomable. With a mischievous grin, he twirled the car keys in his hand and quipped, Of course, I'm going out for a date, grandmother. You should know that for us young people, a day apart feels like an eternity. The old lady shot him a disapproving glance. Spare me your banter. Be honest with me, or you shall not step foot out of this house today. Seeing her skepticism, Yun Gui insisted, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. I truly have someone special, and am indeed going out for a date. If you thwart me, you might lose your future granddaughter-in-law. At this, the old lady Fu's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Is that true? Yun Gui settled into a chair, crossing his legs. Of course it is. I have no reason to mislead you. Curious, Fu Hongtao interjected. Yun Gui, is it true that you fancy a girl? Is she from Beijing? Which family does she belong to? Yun Gui chuckled at his uncle's inquisitiveness. You're quite the gossip, uncle. Pray tell. What sort of girl have you set your sights on? What are her qualities? When will you bring her home for me to assess? The old lady Fu chimed in. Indeed, let us know who she is. Suddenly, Yun Gui recalled Tao Zhi's visage and replied with a playful smirk. That's not possible. I fear her husband wouldn't approve. The old lady's expression turned incredulous, as did Fu Hongtao's. What did you say? Her husband wouldn't approve?
Indeed.
I'm currently playing the role of the other man. However, I shall strive to elevate my status, and when the time comes, I will introduce her to you, grandmother. Stunned by Yun Gui's revelation, the old lady was momentarily speechless, while Fu Hongtao quickly regained his composure and admonished, Yun Gui, how could you engage in such behavior? Even if she were a celestial being, you must not debase yourself by being the other man. Who is this woman with such sway over you? He was aware that the Yu family was inclined to marry their younger daughter to Yun Gui, and hearing him speak in such a manner was nothing short of shocking. He perceived it as an act of seduction by Tao Zhi, thus forming a negative impression of her without having met her. The old lady Fu, recovering her wits, remarked, You're merely jesting, are you not? You must be trying to scare me away from arranging a match for you. Yun Gui chuckled heartily. I'm not joking. Hasn't my cousin mentioned it to you? He turned his gaze toward Fu Kun, who remained impassive, merely casting a fleeting glance his way. The old lady Fu looked puzzled. Kun, do you know about this? Fu Kun replied, I thought he was joking. I didn't take him seriously. I assure you, I am sincere. I truly like her. Being the other man is entirely my choice. I desire no one else, so please, grandmother, do not concern yourself with my romantic affairs. With that, Yun Gui stood and made to leave, but the old lady called after him, Wait. Whose wife have you taken a liking to? No matter how much you like her, you cannot be the other man. It sounds so disreputable. Yun Gui looked at the old lady, a bit taken aback. Grandmother, you ought to find a way to help her divorce, rather than contemplate being the other man. That's quite lacking in ambition.
Goodness. Fu Hongtao exclaimed in disbelief.
Yun Gui chuckled awkwardly, having yet to even assume the role of the other man. He intended to say such things merely to alleviate the old lady's worries regarding his marital prospects, and he was surprised by her open-mindedness. I'll do my best. You can rest easy, grandmother. Yet, the old lady was still unconvinced. A glint of determination flickered in her eyes as she turned to Fu Kun. You're free today. Why not accompany your cousin? If her husband comes looking for trouble, you can be his backup. Fu Kun's lips twitched, and Yun Gui was caught off guard by his grandmother's unexpected suggestion. He wished to refuse, but was momentarily at a loss for words. Thus, Fu Kun joined Yun Gui as they both set out in the car. Chapter 62. Couple's Attire. The venue chosen by Yun Gui for their barbecue outing was nestled within a resort in the mountains. The resort features 2 peaks, with the lodge situated halfway up the slope. This establishment is an asset of his grandmother's family, boasting an upscale and tranquil environment. They drove Fu Kun's silver Maserati Quattroporte, which came to a halt at the entrance of the Ouden Manor. Fu Kun's expression shifted as he gazed at Yun Gui. Don't tell me you're interested in Omuo's wife? Yun Gui set his phone down, clever. If Fu Kun were not well-mannered, he would have rolled his eyes at Yun Gui. With a chuckle, he remarked, So you're trying to steal Omuo's thunder. No wonder he is out to get you. Yun Gui dismissed him. With his limited skills, I hardly regard him as a threat. Should he attempt to undermine me, he shall learn the cost of his actions. Let him discover what it means to lose both his wife and his soldiers. Ha ha ha. As they spoke, Tao Zhi emerged from the manor. Originally intending to drive herself, she had grown accustomed to Yun Gui picking her up daily, anxious not to provoke Omuo. On this occasion, Yun Gui donned a purple shirt with an open collar, adorned with a luxurious black watch on his wrist. His long hair was slicked back, giving him an alluring yet dangerously captivating appearance. Fu Kun, in contrast, wore a conventional black shirt paired with a vest and black trousers. His shiny leather shoes gleamed, and the veins in his hands were prominent as he gripped the steering wheel, his wrist adorned with a custom Vacheron Constantine timepiece. Upon seeing Tao Zhi, Fu Kun maintained an air of composure, displaying no extraneous emotion as he watched Yun Gui step out of the car to greet her. Tao Zhi donned a pair of high-waisted black wide-leg trousers, complemented by a pair of leopard print stiletto sandals. She wore a dark purple silk blouse, adorned with 2 black roses embroidered on one shoulder. Her hair cascaded in voluminous waves, elegantly styled, while a pair of golden hoop earrings adorned her ears. And a matching bracelet graced her wrist, presenting a strikingly chic and alluring appearance. Ah, truly stunning, Yun Gui remarked, his smile laced with a hint of envy. He deliberately leaned closer to Tao Zhi, inhaling her fragrance, his fingers playfully entwining a strand of her hair. Could this be considered a couple's outfit? I never anticipated our synergy would be this strong. Have you missed me during these past 2 days, Gigi? I have secretly accomplished something significant, darling. You have given me quite the surprise, you know? Tao Zhi chuckled and swatted his hand away. Is that so? Then how shall young master you reciprocate? Yun Gui inched closer, suggesting, how about treating me as your return gift? Tao Zhi scrutinized him before playfully tracing her fingertip across his chest. But I prefer not to be too forward. With that, she turned to open the car door. A low chuckle escaped Yun Gui's throat as he swiftly assisted her by opening the rear door of the car. Upon receiving a message from Yun Gui, Tao Zhi learned that his cousin was also joining them, so she was prepared. Once seated, Fu Kun glanced at Tao Zhi through the rearview mirror, and she coincidentally met his gaze. Miss Tao, he greeted. Tao Zhi smiled and nodded hello. Yun Gui then settled into the back seat beside her, addressing Fu Kun. Let us go, cousin. Fu Kun furrowed his brow, remaining still. Am I your chauffeur? Yun Gui clicked his tongue lightly and then slid into the front passenger seat. Tao Zhi found amusement in this dynamic, realizing that Yun Gui interacted with his family in a similarly light-hearted manner. Her understanding of Yun Gui was limited to brief descriptions in novels, yet she found him quite intriguing through their interactions, which explained their numerous encounters. Moreover, being new to this environment, she needed someone familiar with his circle to guide her, which led to her entanglement with Yun Gui. As for Omo and his companions, she preferred not to dwell on them, as her impressions were less than favorable and opportunities for interaction were rare. By the time the trio arrived at the villa, it was already afternoon. With ample time before dinner, they decided to play a round of golf before their meal. The preparations for the meal were already underway, so they merely awaited the dining experience. On the private golf course, after finishing a round against Fu Kun, Yun Gui turned to Tao Zhi and asked, "Would you care to join us for a round?" Tao Zhi shook her head. I don't know how to play. Indeed, she had never played golf. Having only observed it, the last time she held a club was when she was smashing things in the villa's living room. Yun Gui's eyes lit up at her admission. That's perfect. I'll teach you. Since meeting Tao Zhi, he had not encountered her saying she couldn't do something. She even knew how to race cars. The fact that she couldn't play golf piqued his interest, prompting him to take on the role of instructor. Tao Zhi waved her hand dismissively. It doesn't sound interesting. I don't wish to learn. How could it not be interesting? Here's the deal. If you learn, I will grant you a favor. Tao Zhi's eyes sparkled with interest. Really? The cunning and excitement reflected in her fox-like eyes prompted Yun Gui to nod. Of course.
All right.
It's a deal. Standing up, Tao Zhi accepted the golf club handed to her by the caddy, and Yun Gui instinctively moved behind her, wrapping his arms around her. Fu Kun, observing this, felt a complex mix of emotions, silently mocking his cousin for his calculated approach. Just then, his phone rang unexpectedly. Glancing at the caller ID, he frowned and gestured for the two to continue as he answered the call. A melodious female voice inquired about his whereabouts, mentioning that she hadn't seen him at the Fu residence. Fu Kun replied, his expression impassive. Do you need something? The girl paused before responding. I heard from Grandma that Yungue has a girl he likes. Are you two together now? Is it convenient for me to come over? Initially inclined to refuse, Fu Kun reconsidered, realizing that if she was calling, it must have been at his grandmother's behest, likely intending for him to spend more time with his fiancée. Thus, he acquiesced.
All right.
The girl's tone brightened upon hearing his agreement. Then, I will see you soon. After ending the call, Fu Kun deliberated for a moment before approaching. Someone will be joining us shortly. Yu Yungue halted his teaching and inquired, Who? Fu Kun glanced at Tao Zhi before replying, My fiancé. Yu Yungue frowned and turned to Tao Zhi, uncertain how she would react to this unexpected addition, especially since today was supposed to be their outing. Miss Tao. She ignored the two, focusing on her shot as she lined up, raised the club, and swung, sending the ball soaring. Beautiful, Yu Yungue exclaimed, as the caddies and staff erupted in applause, praising her remarkable shot. Achieving a hole-in-one on her first attempt was a rarity, and they had never witnessed such an occurrence during their years working at the resort's golf course. Tao Zhi felt a surge of pride. She typically excelled in new activities. But golf was unfamiliar territory, making this achievement all the more gratifying. What were you two discussing? She inquired. Fu Kun returned his gaze to the course. While Yu Yungue explained, cousin mentioned that his fiancée is coming, and he asked if you minded. Tao Zhi smiled and looked at Fu Kun. Why would I mind? The more, the merrier. With that, she handed the golf club back to the caddy, and Yu Yungue waved for the organizer to come over, generously tipping each caddy 5,000. At that moment, someone approached to announce that the meal was ready, prompting Yu Yungue to lead Tao Zhi out of the golf course. You were incredible, Zhi, a hole-in-one. With a playful grin, Tao Zhi remarked, You promised me a favor. Of course, I keep my word. With Yu Yungue's assurance, she felt unafraid of any fallout from the O family regarding her divorce from OMO and the substantial assets she retained. As the group boarded the shuttle to the villa, Fu Kun's fiancée was also setting out in her car. As she ignited the engine, a petite girl donned in a pink dress and sporting platinum blonde hair hurriedly emerged. Sister, where are you going? Jiang Yun frowned. I'm stepping out for a bit. The girl, with a disbelieving expression, pouted. Are you off to find my brother-in-law? Is Yungue with him? I want to go too. Sister, take me along. Jiang Wan had eavesdropped during a conversation between Jiang Yun and the matriarch, learning that Yu Yungue had feelings for someone. Today, she was determined to confront this new rival. Feeling betrayed after having harbored feelings for him since their first encounter at the age of 15. Seeing her sister's determination, Jiang Yun felt torn, caught between familial loyalty and the potential for embarrassment should her sister cause a scene. Reluctantly, she acquiesced. You can come, but you must promise me not to make a fuss. Jiang Wan nodded immediately, saying, Sister, rest assured. I promise to behave and will not cause any trouble for you and brother-in-law. Jiang Yun, seeing her assurance, chose not to comment further and pressed the accelerator. Departing from the Fu family's ancestral home, the Jiang family operates in the media industry, boasting 2 entertainment companies that represent numerous artists. The 2 sisters are quite attractive. Jiang Yun possesses a delicate beauty and a gentle disposition, while Jiang Wan, with a more spoiled temperament, is the darling of her family. Jiang Yun was born before her parents established their successful business, enduring some hardships in her youth, whereas Jiang Wan was born into affluence. Raised as a little princess by her indulgent parents, resulting in her somewhat willful nature. The Jiang family is considered a third-tier merchant family, roughly on par with the Tao family, and their alliance with the Fu family is largely attributed to Fu Hongtao's current wife. Fu Hongtao's wife, Xia Qianqian, was a star prior to her marriage. Xia Qianqian was initially promoted by Zhang's company, with Jiang Yun's mother serving as her manager. The two supported one another and eventually became the best of friends. After Xia Qianqian wed Fu Hongtao, the two families naturally became intertwined, leading Jiang Yun's parents to entertain the idea of marrying their daughter to Fu Kun. Although Xia Qianqian had no authority, she nonetheless whispered many suggestions into Fu Hongtao's ear. Fu Hongtao, believing he had the right to arrange his son Fu Kun's marriage as the father, directly discussed the match with the matriarch of the Fu family. She expressed no objections, affirming that as long as Fu Kun was content, she would approve of any choice. Thus, Fu Hongtao bypassed Fu Kun and secured the engagement, subsequently establishing a business partnership with the Jiang family. Fu Kun wished to refuse, but the interests of both families had become inextricably linked. It was clear to all that this union was a strategic move by the Jiang family to ascend socially, yet Fu Hongtao willingly accepted this dependency, sacrificing his son's happiness in the process. He felt unable to refuse or resist. Although the engagement ceremony had yet to take place, those in the circle were well aware of the betrothal between Fu Kun and Jiang Yun. The car journeyed for over 40 minutes before arriving at the resort area, where Fu Kun awaited them outside the villa hotel. Upon seeing Fu Kun, Jiang Yun's face lit up with joy as she hurried towards him. "Hey Kun," she called. Jiang Yun wore a sleeveless lilac dress, elegantly tailored with a cinched waist, complemented by nude high heels. Her shoulder-length black hair had gentle waves, and she carried a Dior handbag. Following her, Jiang Wan donned a pink dress, her hair dyed a platinum hue and her makeup reflecting an Asian aesthetic, holding the latest white Chanel bag. Upon seeing Fu Kun, she flashed a charming smile, exclaiming, "Brother-in-law." Fu Kun nodded at the two, his demeanor neither warm nor cold, causing Jiang Yun's smile to wane slightly. She then naturally stepped forward to link her arm with Fu Kun's. "I heard from Grandma that Yu Xiao is also here. Little Wan." Fu Kun furrowed his brow, subtly detaching Jiang Yun's hand from his arm. "Brother-in-law, it has been ages since I last saw brother Yun Gui. So I came along with sister to visit. You would not welcome me, would you?" Jiang Yun frowned at Jiang Wan's words, casting an unhappy glance at her sister, while Jiang Wan merely stuck out her tongue in response. Fu Kun replied, frowning, "What does that have to do with me?" He was well aware of Jiang Wan's intentions for being there. Allowing her to meet him was perhaps better than letting her remain stubbornly hopeful. Jiang Wan, upon hearing this, pouted but chose not to speak further. She found Fu Kun generally agreeable, yet found his demeanor overly pretentious, perpetually maintaining an air of superiority that she disliked. And she could not fathom why her sister was enamored with him. In contrast, Yu Yun Gui exuded a mysterious charm, possessing a dangerously alluring aura that captivated her completely. The group traversed the hotel lobby and winding corridors, ultimately arriving at a serene villa. The villas in the resort were ingeniously constructed to follow the slope of the hill, ensuring that each one offered the finest views. Naturally, in addition to the villas, there were also two 10-story hotel buildings, exuding a sense of high-end luxury. However, since Yu Yun Gui and Fu Kun were present, the best arrangements were made for them. As Fu Kun escorted the two Jiang sisters to the villa, a barbecue grill had already been set up in the scenic courtyard outside, with dedicated staff to assist in grilling meat. Although guests were welcome to try their hand at it as well. However, the trio found no sign of Yu Yun Gui or Tao Zhi, prompting Jiang Wan to frequently glance toward the villa. "Where's brother Yun Gui? Why isn't he here?" Just as she spoke, two figures emerged from the villa. Yu Yun Gui, wearing a broad smile, conversing with Tao Zhi, who wore a slight grin, having seemingly heard something amusing, playfully glaring at Yu Yun Gui. Upon witnessing their intimate exchange, Jiang Wan gritted her teeth and, after a brief moment, broke into a charming smile as she dashed toward them. "Brother Yun Gui." Yu Yun Gui had just exited the restroom with Tao Zhi, intending to prepare a dipping sauce for her, but accidentally splattered some oil on her hand, leading him to accompany her to wash up. As he chatted with Tao Zhi, he heard a sweet, overly saccharine voice calling him, lifting his gaze. He initially failed to recognize the figure, only catching sight of a pink silhouette charging toward him, seemingly intent on tackling him. Without a second thought, Yu Yun Gui sidestepped, causing Jiang Wan to miss her target entirely. Turning around, she sported a look of feigned indignation, pouting and stamping her foot. "Brother Yun Gui, how could you dodge me?" Yu Yun Gui frowned, instinctively responding, "I'm a normal person. If someone suddenly attacks, of course, I have to evade. But who are you?" Jiang Wan was taken aback by his response, incredulous that brother Yun Gui did not remember her. "How could you forget? I'm Wan Wan. We met a few years back. Jiang Yun is my sister." Yu Yun Gui glanced at Tao Zhi, who had leaned against the glass door with arms crossed. Observing the interaction with an amused expression, her gaze a mixture of mockery and teasing. Chapter 64. Unrequited Love. Yu Yun Gui raised an eyebrow, then turned to Jiang Wan, saying, "Oh, I don't recall. However, next time, please refrain from tackling strangers. Given your stature, you might very well crush me." Jiang Wan was not overweight, yet Yu Yun Gui's remark was deliberately exaggerated, aimed at keeping her at bay. Jiang Wan felt a mix of embarrassment and anger at his words, ready to retort. But she soon noticed Yu Yun Gui approaching the woman by the door, his demeanor markedly warm and attentive, in stark contrast to how he had treated her. Jiang Wan's heart seethed with resentment, especially upon seeing Tao Zhi's appearance, and she clenched her jaw. She had suspected it all along. This woman must be a seductress, which explained why brother Yun Gui maintained his distance from her. Thus, she stepped forward, blocking Tao Zhi's path, and cheerfully extended her hand, saying, "Hello, sister. My name is Jiangwan. A friend of Brother Yungue is a friend of mine. Let's get to know each other. If you ever want to hang out, feel free to invite me." Tao Zhi regarded the outstretched hand, glancing between Yu Yungue and Jiangwan with a knowing smile, ultimately choosing not to shake Jiangwan's hand. If she could not perceive the wariness and hostility in the girl's eyes, then she had truly lived in vain. She had no interest in someone who harbored ill feelings toward her. "I believe your sister is over there," she remarked, gesturing slightly toward Fu Kuan and Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun offered an awkward smile, while Jiangwan's eyes flickered with anger before she naturally withdrew her hand. "I apologize. I mistook your attire for that of someone older, hence I called you sister. If I have offended you, I sincerely apologize. I merely wish to make a friend." Tao Zhi let out a derisive laugh, slowly approaching Jiangwan for a moment. She was taller than Jiangwan, exuding an aura that was undeniably intimidating, causing Jiangwan to instinctively take a step back, nearly tripping over the threshold. As Tao Zhi pulled her closer just as she leaned back, Jiangwan's heart raced, and she soon heard a hauntingly soft voice beside her ear. "Really? I cannot say I believe that. I currently have no interest in playing the role of two women vying for one man. Do refrain from displaying your claws in my presence. The consequences could be quite severe, little sister." Jiangwan gritted her teeth, feeling humiliated. She turned to look at Tao Zhi, who bore a smile that belied the danger lurking in her eyes. Instinctively, Jiangwan withdrew her hand and stepped aside. She turned to Yu Yungue, a hint of grievance in her gaze. "Brother Yungue, does your friend here dislike me?" At her words, Tao Zhi chuckled softly and then turned to walk towards the terrace. Yu Yungue gave Jiangwan a bemused glance and replied with a smile, "What a coincidence. I also find you unlikable." Jiangwan was so enraged, she felt tears welling up. How could this be? Clearly, Brother Yungue had not treated her this way before. He used to smile and tease her about crying like a little kitten. How could he possibly not like her now? "The meat is ready," Fu Kun announced. Just as Tao Zhi took her seat, Yu Yungue circumvented Jiangwan, who was blocking his way, and boldly sat beside Tao Zhi. Noticing her impassive expression, he leaned in with a grin. "Are you upset?" Tao Zhi turned to him, playfully resting her chopsticks against his face as she replied, "I am not angry. I simply detest trouble. You would do well not to become one." Sensing Tao Zhi's displeasure, Yu Yungue immediately adopted a serious tone. "I truly do not know her. Rest assured, I will not cause you any trouble. I will handle it." Tao Zhi raised an eyebrow. "I am not very familiar with you either. Your affairs are of no concern to me, as long as they do not affect me." Yu Yungue, grinding his teeth at her indifferent attitude, suddenly smiled. "You make me so sad, Gigi." As soon as Tao Zhi sat down, Yu Yungue leaned in to whisper to her, causing Jiangwan's face to darken with fury. Noticing her sister's state, Jiang Yun interjected, "Xiaowan, come over and eat. Weren't you just saying you were hungry?" Jiangwan shot a fierce glare at Tao Zhi before reluctantly moving to sit on the sofa. Being outdoors, they were unbothered by the smoke, and the sun was setting beautifully in the distance, around 5 in the afternoon. Jiang Yun sat beside Fu Kun, while Jiangwan settled next to her, with Yu Yungue and Tao Zhi across from them, as he attentively selected meat for Tao Zhi. "Try this. It's beef I had specially brought in from country R," he said. However, Tao Zhi did not eat that piece, but instead chose another for herself. Jiang Yun noted their interaction and sensed that Yu Yungue had an interest in Tao Zhi, rather than her sister being the one to entice him. Worry crept into her heart for her sister, yet she could not voice it, sighing instead as she served some meat to Fu Kun. Fu Kun frowned slightly, but did not touch the piece in his bowl. Observing Yu Yungue's attentiveness to Tao Zhi, Jiangwan's chopsticks nearly pierced the plate with frustration. An idea struck her, and she stood, placing a piece of meat into Yu Yungue's bowl. "Brother Yungue, you should eat too." She then sat closely beside him. Yu Yungue glanced at the meat in his bowl, first smiling, then setting down his chopsticks to look at Jiangwan. "You are? Who exactly? Jiang something?" Jiangwan was momentarily taken aback. She thought he was joking when he claimed not to know her, but it seemed he genuinely did not remember her. A wave of sadness washed over her, yet she forced a smile and replied, "I'm Jiangwan, Brother Yungue. We've met before, at Grandma Fu's. How could you forget me? It's truly frustrating." Yu Yungue, leaning back slightly, casually placed his arm behind her, creating an illusion of embracing Tao Zhi. He regarded Jiangwan with a lazy expression and remarked nonchalantly, "Oh, I see we've met. What a pity. I only tend to remember beautiful girls. You seem rather ordinary. Jiang Wan's face turned pale, and she was left at a loss for words. Brother Yun Gui, Yun Gui raised a hand. Wait. I do not know you. Calling me Brother Yun Gui with that voice makes me quite uncomfortable. At this, Jiang Wan's face turned completely white. My grandma Fu. Do not bring my grandmother into this. Even she cannot dictate my affairs. Were it not for you being the sister of the future young mistress of the Fu family, you would not have even entered here today. So refrain from speaking and acting in ways that are bothersome. Do you understand? Jiang Wan bit her lip, her expression one of distress, her eyes glistening with unshed tears.
I
understand. She bowed her head and resumed her seat, gripping her hands tightly, a wave of resentment surging through her. She had harbored feelings for Yu Yun-gui for 5 years, and now that she seemed on the brink of becoming his fiancée, how could she possibly give up? Yet she also knew that continuing in this manner would only push Yu Yun-gui further away, so she resolved to adopt a more subtle approach. Throughout, Tao Zhi remained silent. Although Yu Yun-gui clearly showed interest in her, it had not reached the level of genuine affection. She suspected Yu Yun-gui had deliberately invited the two sisters today, perhaps using her as a shield. After all, she was well aware of his true nature, cunning, deceitful, hypocritical, and ruthless, with not a single truth in his words. He often spoke with a mix of truth and deception, so when he cornered her in the restroom, professing his feelings and asking if she would consider being with him, she had promptly kicked him away, regretting only that she hadn't rendered him incapacitated. Tao Zhi felt no displeasure. Her interest in Yu Yun-gui stemmed from the thrill and challenge he presented. However, should someone else compete for his attention and he appeared to relish it, she would swiftly set him aside, for there were plenty of men to choose from. Jiang Wan ceased her antics, quietly eating while occasionally casting envious glances at Yu Yun-gui and Tao Zhi. Each time Tao Zhi caught her exhibiting such jealousy, she would shrug playfully and taunt, "Your brother Yun-gui doesn't want you anymore." Jiang Wan was nearly driven to tears by her provocations, while Tao Zhi, in high spirits, devoured 2 large pieces of meat, her eyes narrowing in bliss like a satiated little fox. Yu Yun-gui observed her with amusement, occasionally attempting to ruffle her hair, only to be met with a swift swat from her hand.
Jiang Yun, fokusedentieralu on Tu Kouen.
Seized the rare opportunity to spend time with him, while Fu Kuan, both impatient and intrigued, observed the playful exchanges between Yu Yun-gui and Tao Zhi. The drama unfolding among the three entertained him. Meanwhile, Tao Zhi, after teasing Jiang Wan, appeared utterly unfazed, watching her sister fume with a delightfully mischievous attitude. Perhaps sensing the scrutiny of Fu Kuan, she met his gaze and raised an eyebrow with a smile, as if to say, "Do you have something to say?" Fu Kuan averted his eyes just as Jiang Yun approached, subtly shifting away. Jiang Yun continued to heap food onto his plate, piling it high until Fu Kuan frowned and set down his chopsticks. At that moment, Tao Zhi stood up, declaring, "I'm finished. You all take your time. I'm going out for a stroll." Without waiting for a response, she turned and walked towards the villa. Yu Yun-gui, seeing Tao Zhi rise, promptly followed suit, not forgetting to address Fu Kuan. "Take good care of your sister-in-law and your little sister. I'll accompany my Zhi for a walk." Upon witnessing the two depart, Jiang Wan seized the pretext of needing the restroom to stealthily follow them outside. However, after only a few steps, she lost her way and ultimately had to be escorted back by the staff. With everyone gone, Fu Kuan also lost his appetite for further dining and set down his chopsticks. Observing this, Jiang Yun hurriedly placed her own chopsticks aside, eager to speak with Fu Kuan, but was interrupted as he stood up and pulled out his phone, saying, "I need to make a call." Chapter 65, The Stakes. As the sun dipped below the horizon and the night gradually enveloped the sky, the city's clamor failed to disrupt the tranquility of the resort area. Tao Zhi and Yu Yun returned to the villa, finding only a handful of people present. After searching briefly, they finally located the others in the entertainment room. Fu Kuan held a cue stick, meticulously aiming at the black 8-ball on the table, his posture impeccable and expression serious, with the sleeves of his shirt rolled up, revealing his robust forearms adorned with prominent veins. Jiang Yun sat on a nearby sofa, her gaze fixed intently on Fu Kuan, her eyes brimming with admiration and affection. Jiang Wan's whereabouts were unknown, leaving only the two of them in the room. With a resonant thud, the black 8-ball was smoothly pocketed after being struck by the cue ball. Yu Yun clapped his hands, and Fu Kuan lowered his cue stick, lifting his gaze. "Back already? Care for a couple of rounds?" Fu Kuan initiated the conversation. Yu Yun chuckled. "Have you forgotten the last time you lost to me?" Fu Kun raised an eyebrow. That was merely a deliberate concession on my part. Yu Yun approached, picking up a ball and weighing it in his hand. Perhaps next time. I need to escort Gigi back home. After all, her family is quite strict. Fu Kun paused in his cleaning of the cue stick, offering a half-hearted laugh. His cousin seemed eager to play the role of a third wheel. He found the notion rather amusing. Just as he was about to set down the cue stick, Jiang Yun stood up and interjected with a smile. It's not every day we get out like this. Yu Yun, you and Fu Kun haven't played together in ages.
Just a few rounds won't take long.
Miss Tao shouldn't mind waiting for that little bit of time. The smile on Tao Zhi's face remained unchanged as she strolled over to pick up a cue stick, her gaze inadvertently sweeping over Jiang Yun, causing Jiang Yun's smile to falter slightly, revealing a hint of discomfort. In her attempt to please Fu Kun, she disregarded the feelings of others. Yu Yun also regarded Jiang Yun with an amused expression, casually remarking, Miss Jiang seems quite adept at making decisions for others. Jiang Yun's smile froze completely, her eyes darting in a panic as she instinctively sought Fu Kun's support. However, Fu Kun remained silent, placing the cue stick down. At that moment, Jiang Wan appeared from an unknown direction and overheard the conversation, exclaiming in a somewhat spoiled manner, Yu Yun, why are you speaking about my sister? What she said isn't wrong. If Miss Tao can't wait, she is free to leave. We wouldn't stop her. Yu Yun's smile vanished as he turned his gaze toward the suddenly materialized Jiang Wan, his expression light, yet causing her to shrink back. At that instant, a light laugh emerged from Tao Zhi as she approached the pool table, skillfully potting the white ball. Standing upright, she smiled. When did I say I was leaving? I haven't played in a while, and today I feel the urge to play. If I don't, I might just resort to doing something else. Her gaze then shifted to Jiang Yun and Jiang Wan, both of whom felt a chill under her scrutiny. Fu Kun, observing Tao Zhi's poised stance, was slightly taken aback. Miss Tao plays as well? Is this a particularly challenging endeavor? At his words, he glanced at Yu Yun, who was entirely captivated by Tao Zhi. Allowing a soft chuckle to escape him, it appeared that Miss Tao possessed quite the confidence. Tao Zhi arched an eyebrow and tilted her head, her expression unmistakable. Yu Yun, enamored with her audacious self-assurance, stepped forward, picking up a cue stick. How fortuitous. We can have a match. I lost to you in the last car race. But this time, I refuse to believe you can best me again. Fu Kun raised an eyebrow at Yu Yun's admission of defeat in the car race, surprised. Miss Tao can also race? Not that I excel at it. Yu Yun replied with a chuckle, moving beside Tao Zhi, attempting to place a hand on her shoulder, only to have it ruthlessly swatted away. He raised an eyebrow at Fu Kun, who merely smiled in response. Jiang Wan, observing the interaction, felt her teeth clench in frustration, wishing she could bore holes into Tao Zhi's face with her glare. Since Miss Tao is so confident, brother-in-law, you mustn't go easy on her. Fu Kun, however, remained silent, harboring doubts about Tao Zhi's prowess. Tao Zhi, brushing her hair aside, shot a playful smile at Jiang Wan. If your brother-in-law loses to me,
don't come crying to me.
Fu Kun chuckled softly at her words. Billiards was one of his lifelong passions, and he excelled at it, rarely encountering worthy opponents. His only rival was likely Yu Yun, with their matches often resulting in a mix of victories and defeats. Yet, Tao Zhi's bold declaration amused him. Since meeting Tao Zhi, his impression of her was that of a beautiful yet capricious ornament, lacking any true skill. He doubted such a woman could genuinely capture his playful cousin's heart, suspecting Yu Yun was merely infatuated with her looks. Thus, he opted not to voice his thoughts. As Fu Kun laughed at her comment, his gaze remained fixed on Tao Zhi, causing Jiang Yun to feel an inexplicable sense of unease. Instinctively, she stepped forward and linked her arm through Fu Kun's. Jiang Wan, momentarily dazzled by Tao Zhi's playful hair toss, snapped back to reality upon noticing Yu Yun's unwavering gaze on Tao Zhi, muttering venomously, "Vixen." At that moment, Jiang Yun broke the subtle tension. Since this is a competition, there should be stakes, right? Hearing this, Fu Kun withdrew his hand from Jiang Yun's grasp, feigning to reach for the balls in the net. A while back, I acquired a rose heart. Today, whoever of you two manages to win against me shall claim it. Yu Yun announced. At these words, Jiang Yun's hand instinctively clenched as she turned to Fu Kun, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. The rose heart, a stunning red gemstone exceeding 30 carats, was a dazzling choice for setting in a ring or necklace. Its value, a staggering 50 million Hong Kong dollars, had caused countless socialites to yearn for it, only for it to end up in Yu Yun's possession. Jiang Yun, a member of that elite circle, had long desired a unique gem for her wedding ring or an engagement ring from Fu Kun, often fantasizing about him procuring it for her. However, upon sensing Fu Kun's indifferent demeanor, she had relinquished her hopes. Now, with an opportunity to win the gemstone, she believed Fu Kun would surely present it to her. Her gaze was so fervent that Fu Kun noticed, catching the glimmer of affection and excitement in her eyes, yet he merely frowned, offering no promises. Tao Zhi, unaware of the significance of the rose heart, presumed it to be a type of jewelry and paid it little mind. Seeing Yu Yun propose a prize, Fu Kun promptly added, "There's a newly furnished apartment in Binjiang. Let us use that as the wager." Binjiang, nestled within the first ring of the city, is backed by the most elegant park in North City, surrounded by ancient architecture, making it one of the most coveted areas. Upon hearing Fu Kun propose the apartment in Binjiang as a stake, Jiang Yun's expression stiffened. She had initially thought that apartment was intended for their future home. Yet, even though discomfort churned within her, she felt she had no right to object. The apartment wasn't hers, and she could only suppress her displeasure. As the two exchanged words, their gazes turned towards Tao Zhi, who, with utmost seriousness, declared, "Do not look at me. I cannot possibly present such a treasure." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yun couldn't help but scoff, having initially assumed this vixen had some remarkable background. It turned out she was merely a destitute remnant of a once prosperous household, perhaps attempting to seduce brother Yun Gui in hopes of soaring to greater heights. With this thought in mind, her eyes towards Tao Zhi became increasingly disdainful and loathsome. Just as she was about to utter a derisive remark, she heard Yun Gui's languid yet amused voice say, "If you lose, you must kiss me." The moment those words escaped his lips, the others present were taken aback. Jiang Yun, her teeth clenched in irritation, immediately interjected, "I want to join too." Yun Gui shot her a glare, retorting, "You should stay where it's comfortable for you." Tao Zhi let out a soft laugh and looked at Yun Gui, saying, "So eager for a kiss from me? Then you'd better put in some effort." Understanding her consent, Yun Gui's smile broadened. While the stakes had been established, it was inconceivable that Fu Kun would also demand a kiss from Tao Zhi. After a moment's contemplation, he proposed, "In that case, if I win, Miss Tao will agree to one condition of my choosing." Tao Zhi raised an eyebrow, recognizing this as similar to what she had discussed with Yun Gui on the golf course. "What condition?" she inquired. Fu Kun replied nonchalantly, "I haven't decided yet. But rest assured, it will not require you to do anything illegal or immoral." Tao Zhi nodded in agreement, indicating her acceptance. Jiang Yun's gaze lingered on Tao Zhi, her eyes filled with unspoken thoughts. At that moment, Jiang Yun approached her, angrily complaining, "Sister, this Tao Zhi is nothing but a vixen. I should have known better than to let her stay." Jiang Yun, casting her eyes toward Fu Kun, who was preparing to take a shot, smiled faintly and said, "All right, don't overthink it." Jiang Yun, disregarding her sister's words, stomped her foot and plopped onto a nearby sofa, her gaze fixated on Tao Zhi with a look of resentment. Chapter 66, Showcasing Skills. The trio chose to play American billiards, with the first round featuring a match between Yun Gui and Fu Kun. Both displayed equally impressive skills, with Fu Kun striking the solid balls while Yun Gui aimed for the striped ones. As it was Fu Kun's turn to break, he successfully pocketed the 5-ball. Observing from the sidelines, Yun Gui watched as Fu Kun sank 2 more balls, unfazed and even casting flirtatious glances at Tao Zhi. Fu Kun aimed for the 7-ball, calculating the angle and force before making his shot. However, the 7-ball skimmed the edge of the pocket, spinning back onto the table. Yun Gui, amused, gripped his cue and remarked lazily, "Is this a gift from you, cousin? How generous." He approached the table, rolling up his shirt sleeves to reveal his well-toned forearms. The contrast of his fair skin accentuated the prominent veins in his hands. As he bent down to aim, he faced Tao Zhi directly, giving her a glimpse of his sculpted chest and the subtle definition of his abs that appeared with each breath. Tao Zhi couldn't help but chuckle softly, uncertain if his display was intentional or accidental. With a deft stroke, he pocketed the 10-ball, followed by the 12, 11, and 14 balls. Only the 9 and 15 balls remained. Yun Gui lined up for the 9-ball and struck, resulting in a satisfying clink as it sank.
Now,
Only the 15-ball was left. He glanced at Fu Kun, a wicked smile gracing his lips, thinking that the house would soon be his. Fu Kun, unperturbed, replied, "There are still 2 balls left. Let's see if you can pocket them first." Yun Gui raised an eyebrow and proceeded with a shot. However, What should have been a guaranteed pocket turned awry, striking Fu Kuen's ball instead and sending it into a pocket. Fu Kuen smirked as Yu Yun-gui stood up with a TSK, realizing he had inadvertently gifted his opponent a free ball. With a smile, Fu Kuen set the cue ball in place, restoring his own ball to its original position without even glancing at Yu Yun-gui, stating, "Next round. Let us pop the champagne." With that, he skillfully pocketed the ball Yu Yun-gui had just sunk. In no time, Fu Kuen had cleared the table, leaving only the black 8 ball in play. Now, it was just Yu Yun-gui's 15 ball and the black 8. Fu Kuen needed only to pocket the black 8 to win. Yet, Yu Yun-gui's 15 ball obstructed the way, blocking Fu Kuen from aiming at the black 8 from any angle. After considering several possibilities, Fu Kuen finally settled on a spot, aimed, and struck. With a perfect force and a cunning angle, the black 8 grazed past the 15 ball and sank into the bottom right pocket. Observing the successful shot, Fu Kuen smiled, and Jiang Yun, who had been watching, also smiled in approval. I was a bit careless this time, thought Fu Kuen silently. Without uttering a word, Fu Kuen's gaze shifted to Tao Zhi, signaling that it was her turn. Rising from the nearby sofa, Tao Zhi grasped the cue stick in one hand while casually adjusting her attire with the other. Approaching the table, she set down the cue and casually gathered her long, seaweed-like hair into an effortless updo. A few rebellious strands fell to the side, softening her striking beauty with an added touch of allure. Fu Kuen's expression was inscrutable, while a flicker of fascination danced in Yu Yun-gui's eyes. The balls were arranged, and the winner of the previous round took the first shot. Fu Kuen bent down, his long legs encased in tailored trousers, having to lower himself significantly to align with the table. With a resounding crack, the balls collided, scattering across the green felt, and he pocketed both the 10 and 13 balls. "This round, I'll take the striped balls," Fu Kuen remarked with a hint of amusement. Tao Zhi nodded, indifferent to which balls were in play. Fu Kuen bent down again to take aim, executing a swift and precise shot, sinking yet another ball. Jiang Wan, observing, scoffed, "Ha! With a brother-in-law this skilled, she dares to compete? She truly doesn't know her place. I can't wait to see how she embarrasses herself when she loses." Although Jiang Yun refrained from responding, her relaxed demeanor and subtly proud expression betrayed her thoughts. While Fu Kuen believed there was no way Tao Zhi could surpass him, he remained diligent, treating each shot with seriousness. The 9 and 12 balls fell into the pockets in succession, and Fu Kuen set his sights on the 15 ball. If he could pocket it, the outcome of this round would be virtually assured. With a piercing gaze, Fu Kuen adjusted his aim after calculating the angle and force, his long fingers pressing against the green surface as he tested the cue's grip before launching into the shot. The white ball traveled along the trajectory he envisioned, striking the 15 ball, which headed straight for the center pocket. As the onlookers held their breath, the 15 ball sped toward the pocket, only to hit the edge and ricochet. Yu Yun-gui, noticing the slight furrow of Fu Kuen's brow, relaxed his own expression, allowing a carefree smile to return. Despite sensing that Tao Zhi's billiard skills might be commendable, he was acutely aware of Fu Kuen's prowess, leaving him somewhat apprehensive for Tao Zhi's sake. While he anticipated her loss, he hoped she wouldn't falter too embarrassingly. In stark contrast to Yu Yun-gui's concern, Tao Zhi raised an eyebrow. Her interest piqued at Fu Kuen's display. What a show-off! As the 15 ball failed to sink, Fu Kuen exhibited not a hint of disappointment. His expression remained unchanged as he watched the ball roll, following its path along the table's edge until it finally hovered by the pocket. At this sight, Yu Yun-gui stood, prompting Jiang Yun and Jiang Wan to rise as well. The 15th ball, seemingly on the verge of coming to a halt, wobbled precariously before finally dropping into the pocket. A deeper smile graced Yu Yun-gui's face as he let out a soft chuckle, then turned his gaze towards Tao Zhi. There, Tao Zhi remained as serene as before, her expression unchanged. She merely shrugged at Fu Kuen after his successful shot. A mere 5 seconds had passed, yet it was indeed unfortunate. Yu Yun-gui, with his tongue gently brushing against his molars, approached the table and smiled at Fu Kuen, saying, "TSK. You're bullying our Zhi." Fu Kuen, unfazed, grinned while aiming for the 8 ball. "This is merely showing respect to my opponent." Before Yu Yun-gui could retort, Jiang Wan interjected, "Young master Yu, it was Miss Tao who suggested playing, so you mustn't let your brother-in-law go easy on her. That would be rather dull. In a competition, fairness is paramount, is it not?" Yu Yun-gui turned his gaze toward her, his smile still present, yet his eyes brimmed with palpable disdain. "Oh, is that so? And who do you think you are? Do you really think you can instruct me on how to conduct myself? Chapter 67. The Heart of Roses. At Yu Yungui's words, the atmosphere turned icy, with Jiang Wan paling, biting her lip in distress as tears welled in her eyes. Yu Yungui, noticing her attempt to speak again, scoffed coldly. If you wish to avoid being thrown out of here, I suggest you keep that foul mouth of yours shut. Lest I can't guarantee your tongue will remain affixed to your pig's head by tomorrow. Though Yu Yungui's words carried a lightness, those present were acutely aware of his capacity for action. He had not shied away from severing ears or limbs in the past. However, currently on the mainland of Huagua, he had to adhere to the law to avoid unnecessary trouble, though this did not imply he was devoid of danger. Humiliated before the one she admired, Jiang Wan's tears spilled forth uncontrollably. Feeling both wronged and frightened, she noted that Yu Yungui's mischievous smile had faded, indicating his growing displeasure. Fu Kun, observing this, frowned and cast an irritated glance at Jiang Wan, who was weeping in Jiang Yun's arms. Sensing Fu Kun's gaze, Jiang Yun stiffened, forcing a smile as she said, I apologize, young master Yu. My sister is rather thoughtless. Please do not hold it against her. Yu Yungui diverted his gaze, replying with a smile. It seems the one who ought to apologize is not me. Jiang Yun's eyes then turned toward Tao Zhi, feeling embarrassed as she said, I am sorry, Miss Tao. I apologize on behalf of my sister. Tao Zhi glanced at Jiang Yun and then at Jiang Wan, who, despite her tears, stubbornly glared back. Ignoring Jiang Yun, she shifted her focus to the game. She had no desire to quarrel with someone so emotionally immature, but this was the second time it had occurred. Should there be a third, she would ensure Jiang Wan left horizontally. Jiang Yun's expression nearly faltered, her body stiffening for a moment before she quickly regained her composure, awkwardly attempting to comfort Jiang Wan. In truth, she felt some resentment toward Jiang Wan. Had it not been for her sister constantly stirring trouble because of young Master Yu, she would not have faced Fu Kun's disdain twice in one evening. Seeing that Yu Yungui's mood had yet to improve, Fu Kun cheerfully suggested, All right, why get upset? If it comes to it, I can let Miss Tao take the shot. At this, both Yu Yungui and Tao Zhi's expression soured. Yu Yungui glanced at Tao Zhi and promptly declared, Do you really need to do that? Tao Zhi replied with a smile. Oh, Mr. Fu, perhaps you should give it your all. After all, she paused slightly, her smile becoming increasingly enchanting. You might not even succeed in sinking this ball, Mr. Fu. Upon hearing Tao Zhi's remark, Fu Kun's competitive spirit ignited. He chuckled, fixing his gaze on her. Is that so? Tao Zhi raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. Yet her intent was unmistakable. With this, Fu Kun withdrew his gaze, once more aiming for the 8-ball. Could he really not sink it? Impossible. The cue struck with near-perfect force and angle against the white ball, sending it to collide with the black ball, both racing toward the right pocket. However, what should have been a flawless shot went awry. The white ball veered off course and brushed against one of Tao Zhi's solid balls, causing it to deflect and strike the 8-ball. Though it was merely a glancing touch, it altered the black ball's trajectory. Seeing this, Fu Kun tightened his grip on the cue momentarily, before slowly, allowing a smile to emerge. Well, I didn't expect Miss Tao to be quite so astute.
Tao Zhi,
undeterred, lifted her cue, aiming with precision. With a single stroke, the 3 and 5 balls sank into the middle and bottom pockets respectively. Her gaze was steely and fierce. Each ball she aimed at fell prey to her impeccable calculations. With another stroke, she similarly pocketed 2 more balls. At this juncture, both Fu Kun and Yu Yungui were fully attentive to the table. Tao Zhi prepared for her third shot, hardly needing to aim. It seemed she bent down, and moments later, she stroked the cue. Yet again, the white balls struck 2 balls in succession, both falling into pockets.
Now,
only the 1 ball and the 8-ball remained on the table. Should Tao Zhi sink both, victory would be hers. At this point, Fu Kun's expression turned serious as he observed her movements. Tao Zhi's actions were crisp and decisive, devoid of hesitation, as she swung the cue once more, striking the yellow 1 ball, sending it toward the pocket containing the black ball. Yu Yungui felt a bead of sweat form. The 8-ball was obstructing that pocket. If Tao Zhi hit that ball, she would surely lose. Fu Kun, too, was perplexed by her strategy. She had such a favorable position. Why would she play it this way? Yet, Tao Zhi remained calm and unhurried, watching the 1 ball roll, even taking a moment to dust the cue tip. With a gentle puff, the yellow ball collided with the 8-ball, and contrary to everyone's expectations, the black ball did not enter the pocket. Instead, it veered away, while the 1 ball circled the pocket before falling in. All present, except for Tao Zhi, were momentarily stunned. Yungue turned to her, only to find Tao Zhi already poised to take her final shot. With a decisive click, the 8-ball effortlessly sank into the middle pocket, while the white ball spun on the table for several moments before coming to rest. Tao Zhi retracted her cue and met Fu Kun's gaze. He, recovering from his astonishment, immediately broke into laughter. I never anticipated Miss Tao to be so formidable. It appears I have lost. The house will be transferred to your name in a few days. Tao Zhi smiled. I owe it to Mr. Fu for clearing the obstacles for me. At her words, Yu Yungue burst into hearty laughter, his mirth unabashed as he looked at Fu Kun, exclaiming, "Ha ha, cousin, it seems you've been playing all this time just to clear the way for our Zhi." Tao Zhi's assertion held truth. Had Fu Kun's ball still been on the table, she wouldn't have had such an easy time sinking hers. The absence of Fu Kun's balls allowed her to play freely, as they were all her own. Fu Kun, wearing a resigned expression, chuckled. I never anticipated that all my calculations would instead serve to benefit the mantis. Tao Zhi chuckled at Fu Kun's just before turning her attention to the smiling Yu Yungue. It's your turn. Yu Yungue stood, casting a flirtatious glance at Tao Zhi. Darling,
Please go easy on me.
Tao Zhi smiled back. Rest assured, I am quite gentle. As the two exchanged playful banter, Fu Kun chuckled and stepped aside, observing them. Meanwhile, Jiang Wan, forcibly seated on the couch by Jiang Yun, was grinding her teeth in frustration. That insufferable vixen. She must be lucky. Otherwise, there's no way she could have defeated my brother-in-law. Sister, you must tell brother-in-law that the house should not be given to that vixen. Jiang Yun turned her head, displeased, and reprimanded her softly. Enough. Be quiet. Had she been capable of mastering Fu Kun, she would not now be seated here, merely observing the three of them engaged in their game of billiards. Jiang Wan cast a glance at her sister, disbelief flickering in her eyes, swiftly followed by a surge of irritation that crept into her heart. With a huff, she turned her head away, refusing to converse with Jiang Yun. Yet her gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon the two players on the table. Fu Kun, perched on the opposite sofa, casually grasped a nearby bottle of water and took a sip. In that fleeting moment, the victor of the previous match, Tao Zhi, had already executed the first break shot. As the cue struck, Tao Zhi withdrew her hand, and a dozen balls cascaded across the table, rolling away in a chaotic dance akin to a frenzied chase, colliding with one another like headless flies. Soon one ball sank, then 2, 3, and 4 followed suit. By the time the final black 8-ball dropped into the corner pocket, astonishment rippled through the spectators. This all transpired within a matter of seconds. Jiang Yun gazed at Tao Zhi with a mixture of admiration and a hint of jealousy. As for Jiang Wan, her feelings were even more palpable. Were her eyes capable of emitting flames, she would have incinerated Tao Zhi on the spot. Fu Kun's gaze shifted towards the pristine table, where only the white ball continued to spin, before finally landing on Tao Zhi, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. Yu Yungue, holding the cue, remained motionless for an extended moment, while Tao Zhi stood there, clutching her cue, smiling at him. He raised his head, his eyes ablaze with a mixture of incredulity, pride, and admiration, exclaiming, "A clean shot, my darling. My heart of roses belongs to you now." Chapter 68, The O Family. Tao Zhi was escorted home by Yu Yungue, while Fu Kun departed in the vehicle of the Jiang sisters. As they left, Jiang Wan shot a scathing look at Tao Zhi, as if wishing to consume her whole. However, Tao Zhi merely arched an eyebrow and smiled at her, blowing a kiss to the two sisters as she took her leave. Jiang Wan, fuming, stomped her foot in frustration. To her, Tao Zhi's actions were nothing short of provocation.
Ah,
This vixen infuriates me. She fumed, repeating the same insult, oblivious to the fact that, to Tao Zhi, such a term was the highest form of flattery. Jiang Yun withdrew her gaze, her eyes betraying an enigmatic emotion, before stepping closer to Fu Kun, asking, Kun, shall we return to your home first? Fu Kun extracted his hand from her embrace, nonchalantly opening the rear car door and seating himself inside. Take me to the company. I have matters to attend to, he instructed. Jiang Yun was taken aback, then sighed in resignation as she took the driver's seat. During the drive, Jiang Wan made subtle inquiries about Tao Zhi's identity, but Fu Kun deflected with a simple, I'm not sure. The Jiang and Tao families had little interaction, and Tao Zhi's relationship with Omo was somewhat clandestine after their marriage. Omo had shielded her information, leaving outsiders largely unaware of her identity. The likes of Yu Yungue and Sheng Jichuan could uncover the truth, as they were not of the same social strata as the Jiang family. Even if the sisters were aware that the Tao family had a daughter, they would have no reason to connect her to Tao Zhi. By the time Tao Zhi returned home, it was already 10 in the evening, and with Omo absent, she paid little heed to it. Her attitude towards her unfaithful husband was akin to that of a stranger. After freshening up, she reclined on her bed, and Xiao Jin sent her a message to arrange a meeting. Applying a facial mask, she indulged in a bit of video scrolling and chatted with Song Ling and Gu Shi for a while before washing her face and drifting off to a lovely sleep. Meanwhile, Omo, who had not returned home, had actually gone back to the O family's ancestral residence. The old O residence, located in the city center, spanned over 20 acres and was a traditional Chinese mansion. This estate had been passed down through generations of the O family, originally a prince's residence, later granted to their ancestors for their esteemed service. The O family had endured hardship during the turmoil in Hua country, losing their wealth and even the mansion itself. They fell into decline until a little over a century ago, when Omo's great-grandfather amassed fortune abroad and repurchased the estate, instituting the rule that the mansion could never be mortgaged or sold, regardless of the family's future tribulations. The estate's value now exceeds several billion, and outsiders cannot easily gain entry. The old mansion was inhabited by Omo's grandmother and her 3 sons' families, while the younger generation resided in their own homes, only occasionally returning for family gatherings. Each family occupied different courtyards, separated by considerable distances. Omo's grandmother resided in an area known as Jingyuan, while his parents lived in Songyuan. The courtyards had been modernized in many aspects, yet still retained elements of traditional aesthetics, including numerous rockeries. The staff comprised over 100 workers, with several dozen bodyguards, and including drivers and housekeepers, the total population of the estate exceeded 200. Among the staff, there were 3 housekeepers, one of whom was the chief steward serving the matriarch, earning a monthly salary exceeding 10,000. Omo had been summoned back today. Upon his arrival, he first visited his grandmother in Jingyuan and spent the evening dining with her. The matriarch was a benevolent-looking elder, clad in a light brown brocade dress with a distinctly Chinese style. Adorning her wrist was an exquisite imperial green jade bracelet, so finely crafted that it could purchase a luxurious villa in the city center. Her hair, white and neatly cropped to her ears, framed a face that, though frail, was brightened by sharp, clear eyes. Noticing Omo had come alone, her smile dimmed slightly. "Why did you come back alone? Where is your wife?" she inquired. Omo hesitated before responding. "She went out with friends. I'll bring her to meet you next time." His grandmother nodded, saying, "Since you are married, treat her well. Although Zhi can be a bit headstrong, she is truly a good girl." Having lived a long life and weathered numerous storms, she had been a formidable companion to Omo's grandfather in their endeavors and possessed a discernment that surpassed that of many younger individuals. Recalling Tao Zhi's recent behaviors, Omo remained silent. The matriarch, noticing his reticence, smiled and remarked, "I'm merely reminding you that neglecting your wife can lead to financial ruin. Besides, that girl is quite decent. You are destined to lead the entire O family. Don't let your mother's words cloud your judgment. Nor wait until it's too late to appreciate what you have." Having experienced her own share of love and strife with Lao Zi, she had come to view the relationship between Tao Zhi and Omo with a more open mind. Omo, unwilling to prolong this topic, thought it was no longer merely about whether he wished to foster a good relationship. "Grandmother, did you summon me back for a specific reason?" he inquired. The matriarch, recognizing his avoidance, did not press further. Instead, she served him a bowl of soup, saying, "I have no particular matters. It's your parents who are causing a stir. Your mother has been recovering somewhat and has been insisting on having you divorce Gigi. And your sister. Well, you can go see for yourself later." The matriarch chose not to elaborate, recalling how she had previously urged haste in marriage to cover up scandals, and now she was the one advocating for divorce. Omo nodded in acknowledgement, his mind heavy with contemplation. After finishing his meal, he made his way to the Songyuan where his parents resided. His father, Zhen, had returned home from work, having delayed his return to the study, knowing Omo would be coming back. As Omo entered through the ornate wooden door, intricately carved and inlaid with glass, he spotted his father seated on a traditional Chinese sofa, engrossed in a book. Zhen is approaching his 48th year, and despite being in the prime of his life, he remains remarkably well-groomed, unlike many other men who have succumbed to the comforts of middle age. Instead, he exudes an air of dignified authority. His countenance bears a striking resemblance to that of Omo, suggesting that Zhan himself possesses an impressive appearance. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable that He Ting has been enamored with him for so many years.
Dad.
Sensing Mo's arrival, Zhan set aside the book in his hands and poured a cup of tea. Mo took a seat before him, and Zhan inquired, "Have you eaten?" "Yes. I had lunch at Grandma's." "What about Mom and Niao Niao?" At the mention of He Ting, a flicker of impatience crossed Zhan's brow. Sipping his tea, he replied, "Since that day she was brought back, she has been in the small courtyard, along with your sister." In truth, neither had suffered severe injuries. Mo's wounds were far worse. However, both were accustomed to a life of luxury and, after such a fright, fell ill for several days. "I'm sorry, Dad. It's my failure to discipline Tao Zhi that caused Mom and my sister to be hurt." Zhan placed his teacup down nonchalantly, saying, "It's about time they learned a lesson. Otherwise, they always think they can bully others. Frankly, I find your wife's actions this time commendable. It has given me a new perspective." Mo fell silent, taken aback by his father's attitude, which was contrary to his expectations of anger. Yet, Zhan had been groomed by the matriarch of the family, possessing virtues and wisdom that allowed him to discern right from wrong. Were he the type to wield power indiscriminately, the family would likely have begun its decline under his stewardship. His only shortcoming lay in marrying He Ting. But that was a commitment sealed by a pact made by Mo's grandfather, one he could not renege on. "Very well, you should go and check on them. As for other matters, we can discuss them later." After a brief acknowledgement, Mo rose and swiftly made his way outside. Zhan watched his retreating figure, momentarily lost in thought, before resuming his reading. Chapter 69, soothing. After approximately 10 minutes, Mo arrived at the small courtyard, which housed the medical wing of the Pine Courtyard, a 3-story building designed in traditional Chinese style, exquisitely crafted. The medical team was composed of doctors from the family. Due to the matriarch's health concerns, the family maintained a 20-member medical team at the ancestral home. As he approached, he could hear voices from within, specifically that of Niao. Her tone was tentative, laced with a hint of apprehension. "Mom, do you really think my brother will come back?" He Ting's voice followed, reassuring, "I begged your grandmother for quite some time. She personally called him, so he will surely return." Niao's voice was tinged with a sense of grievance. "Brother said he was going on a business trip, but when he returned, he didn't even come to see Mom and me first. Does he not care about us anymore?" "Impossible. He is my son. How could a son not care for his mother?" "It must be that wretched Tao Zhi, who has employed some trick to prevent Mo heir from returning. When he comes back, I will ensure he divorces that insane woman." Upon hearing Tao Zhi's name, Niao's eyes filled with hatred. She touched her still-healing forehead, painfully reminded of the day Tao Zhi had slapped her, causing swelling. The wounds on her legs had scabbed over, but the itching was unbearable, adding to her frustration. Yet, she feared confronting Tao Zhi again. Hadn't her mother been hospitalized after being beaten? That day, He Ting had encouraged her to confront Tao Zhi, only for her to be carried back in shock. And the second time, she had brought 10 bodyguards, yet still returned in a similar state. As if that wasn't enough, He Ting, a woman of refinement, had been reduced to a frantic shrew, screaming in terror, haunted by nightmares of being killed. Her injuries were still fresh, and the person who had stood up for her had fallen ill and been hospitalized. She felt a burning desire for vengeance, but was also terrified. The memory of being so frightened by Tao Zhi that she wet her pants was etched in her mind, as was the image of that devilish woman smiling while delivering her airy threats. Yet, how could she accept this? As a proud daughter of the family, being schooled by a woman she had always looked down upon? How could she swallow this humiliation? She had been waiting for Mo to arrive, hoping he would see her plight and feel pity for her. With He Ting's support, she believed she could persuade Mo to cast Tao Zhi out. However, brother and Tao Zhi are married. Perhaps we should let it go, Mom. It's possible that Tao Zhi didn't mean it. She was just too angry, right? Let it go. How dare she lay a hand on me? Our family cannot harbor such a lunatic. Mo never liked that madwoman. I was wrong to force him to marry that wretched girl. Now, if I have him divorce her, he will surely be overjoyed. At this, He Ting's tone faltered, her gaze turning scrutinizingly toward Niao. However, Niao, even if your brother gets divorced, he will always be your brother. Understand? Niao clenched her fists tightly, forcing a smile as she nodded. Mom, you don't believe those rumors outside, do you? Brother is indeed just my brother. I've never harbored such thoughts about him. It's those people who have filthy minds. He Ting, convinced by her words, chuckled, though her laughter was soon followed by sharp pain from her injuries. Mo composed himself and entered the room. Upon hearing the commotion, the two women in the hospital beds turned to look at him. Xiao Mo, brother. Two exclamations of surprise rang out in unison. Mo nodded and took a seat on the chair position between them. Mom, how is your recovery? He Ting's expression darkened at his question. How dare you ask how I am recovering? You haven't even come to see me in all these days. I truly wasted my efforts raising you. Mo's face remained impassive. The company has been busy these past few days. You know, I just returned from a business trip. He Ting furrowed her brow at this. She recalled the day Mo had unexpectedly appeared at home while supposedly on a business trip abroad, indicating he had returned earlier than she had realized. How did you happen to be home that day? Mo, knowing exactly which day she referred to, shifted his gaze momentarily before responding. I returned that very day, unaware that I would stumble upon that scene. I apologize for not intervening in time. He Ting, upon hearing this, did not doubt him. Angrily, she retorted, since you witnessed it, there is no need for me to elaborate. Our family cannot afford to have a daughter-in-law like her. You must divorce her immediately. Keeping a madwoman like that around is a threat to your safety. Mo frowned. Mom, haven't I told you not to seek her out anymore? Why don't you listen? He Ting raised an eyebrow. Are you blaming me? Look at what she has done to Niao Niao. How can I not act? If I don't, she will turn the world upside down. At that moment, Niao spoke up, gently tugging at Mo's sleeve. Her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at him with a mix of grievance and determination. Brother, the moment she uttered those words, tears streamed down her cheeks in large droplets. Brother, I'm sorry. I never expected Tao Zhi to suddenly change like that and treat me so poorly. I only wanted to bring her something, but she seemed to misunderstand our relationship and started yelling at me as soon as I entered, and then she just attacked me. Seeing Niao in such distress stirred He Ting's heart. After all, she was her own daughter, raised with care. Enough. You don't need to explain. Regardless, that madwoman's violence is inexcusable. If it weren't for fearing it would implicate you, I would definitely have her locked away. Mo furrowed his brow tightly, saying nothing. Upon witnessing her cry so sorrowfully, Mo exhibited an unsettling indifference, causing a jolt of dismay within her. In the past, whenever she faced even the slightest grievance, Mo would be profoundly pained and offer her comfort. Yet now, why did he remain utterly unresponsive? Was her visage truly so unappealing? But she had just glanced in the mirror moments ago and found no significant flaw. Seeing Mo's silence, He Ting, unable to contain her displeasure, bluntly stated, just tell me, what do you intend to do about this? Mo's tone was inscrutable as he inquired, according to your wishes. Mother, what do you propose I do? Divorce. Send that crazy woman back to the Tao family, let their family go bankrupt, and drive them out of the country. Ideally, they should come crawling back to apologize before leaving. I want to ensure they can no longer survive in Hua country. He Ting's eyes brimmed with evident hatred as she spoke. With a sigh, Mo replied, very well. Since you insist on my divorce, I shall heed your wishes. Both He Ting and Niao displayed expressions of delight at his words. However, Mo continued, But what? But we did not sign a prenuptial agreement, and if we divorce, she could claim half of my assets. At this revelation, He Ting shot upright from her spacious hospital bed. What? No way. How could someone who sold herself to our family have the right to take half of your fortune? Mo sighed again, but that is how the law operates. He Ting's teeth clenched in frustration. She lamented being deceived by Tao Zhi's gentle and kind facade, and since she was essentially sold to Mo, she had never thought to sign any prenuptial contract. Now, the gravity of the situation was far beyond her expectations. Then we will sue her, take her to court. I am not afraid that our family's lawyers will lose. I will make sure she doesn't take a single cent from the family. Mo sighed, Mother. On what grounds do we plan to sue her? For assault? But that falls under domestic violence, which the law cannot address. He Ting's vision darkened. Is there truly no way? Mo continued. Furthermore, you know Grandma will never approve of my divorce, so we must contemplate this matter carefully. What should we do? He Ting inquired. Brother, whatever you decide, Mother and I will support you. If you do not wish to part with Tao Zhi, I can pretend nothing has happened and will no longer appear before her. Niao bit her lip, presenting herself as exceedingly understanding and obedient, her expression a portrait of grievance and sorrow. Seeing her like this, He Ting could hardly bear it and exclaimed, You are the eldest daughter of the family. far more noble than that fallen woman's insanity. Your brother will not allow you to suffer indignities. I will ensure that woman does not have it easy. My son, such a woman is a calamity. She disrupts our family peace. They say one should marry wisely. After your divorce, I will find you a gentle and understanding partner. Mo frowned at her words. Though inwardly displeased, he refrained from contradicting He Ting. He understood that if he showed too much care for Tao Zhi, it would only embolden her further, so he chose to comply with her for the time being. I do not have a specific plan yet, but I will attempt to find a solution. In the meantime, do not provoke her again. Otherwise, I fear. He left the statement hanging, and both women instinctively trembled. He Ting feigned composure and scoffed. Humph, I disdain dealing with such a barbarian, and do not wish to see her. Onyao added, brother, do not worry. I know Tao Zhi dislikes me. I will not approach her again. Her words were laden with false sorrow, as if she were deeply heartbroken.
Umo,
reassured by their promises, stood to leave, saying, I will resolve this matter. Until then, please remain calm, mother, Niao Niao. He Ting nodded, and Onyao bit her lip in agreement. Mo smiled and chatted with them for a while longer before rising to depart. I have matters to discuss with father. I will visit again soon. Upon hearing that Zhan was involved, He Ting urged, then go quickly. And please inform your father that I will return to the main residence tomorrow. Mo nodded, and though Onyao's eyes brimmed with reluctance, she refrained from voicing any objections. After all, in front of He Ting, she could not act beyond the confines of their sibling relationship. However, shortly after Mo left, she excused herself to the restroom and stealthily slipped out through a side door. Chapter 70, Ambition. Mo had not walked far when a delicate voice called out from behind, brother. He halted and turned to see Niao running toward him in a white nightgown, her complexion pale, yet flushed from exertion. She was about to leap into his arms. In the past, Mo would not have recoiled. Even though he had long ceased to harbor any romantic feelings for Niao, he always perceived her as his sister, deserving of his protection and affection. However, this care and affection, as perceived by others, seemed to suggest he held other intentions towards her. He had previously dismissed such thoughts as the product of others' corrupt minds, but upon witnessing Tao Zhi's expression of disdain mixed with revulsion that day, he suddenly realized he had perhaps lacked boundaries. With this reflection, as Niao lunged towards him, he instinctively sidestepped, allowing her to miss him completely. Niao, startled by this, quickly displayed a look of grievance, tears streaming down her cheeks. Brother, do you dislike Niao Niao? Frowning, Mo gazed at her tears, feeling a wave of irritation. He instinctively replied, no. But you have never treated me so coldly before. And you would never avoid me. Did Tao Zhi say something to you? I truly never intended to upset her. Mo averted his gaze, speaking softly, no. We have simply grown up. This is no longer appropriate. Confusion flickered in Onyao's eyes. But haven't we always been like this? Struggling to swallow, Mo replied, that was wrong. I believe you have heard the rumors about us. Although that incident was accidental, Niao Niao, we must maintain a distance. Onyao looked incredulous. Why? Mo could not articulate the reasons behind his feelings. He simply did not want to perpetuate misunderstandings that painted him as a disgraceful beast. No reason. You are my sister, and I will continue to care for you, but we must uphold the necessary boundaries between genders. Now, you are not fully recovered. Hurry back. Hearing this, Onyao forced a smile, her voice soft. So that is how it is? I am sorry, brother. I just depend on you too much. You have always treated me the best, and I never realized that this was inappropriate. It seems Tao Zhi misunderstood us because of this. Mo remained silent. He could not definitively say whether it was a misunderstanding. Noticing his lack of rebuttal, Onyao's fingernails dug into her palms, yet she continued to smile. Just now, Mother mentioned you should divorce Tao Zhi. I came out to tell you that if you have feelings for her, you can confide in me. I will speak to Mother. I do not blame Tao Zhi for how she has treated me, as it was I who created the misunderstanding.
Umo regardait Onyao.
Recalling how she had always been fragile, innocent, kind, and heavily reliant on him. Now, seeing her in such a pitiful state, his heart softened. There is nothing to worry about. I will never develop feelings for her. Now, hurry back. Do not catch a chill. At his words, Onyao smiled and nodded, then wished him good night before turning to leave. Once her back was turned, the tender and pitiful expression vanished, replaced by a palpable sense of resentment and bitterness. At the tender age of 6, she became aware that an important figure was coming to the orphanage to select candidates. With great cunning, She locked away her fiercest competitor in a storage room, thus seizing the opportunity bestowed upon her by fate. She was chosen to become the adopted daughter of the O family. And how could she not become enamored with the transition from the depths of despair to the heights of fortune? From a young age, she employed various charms, feigning innocence and kindness to win the affection of those around her. Understanding that OMO would eventually become the decision-maker of the entire O family, she learned to ingratiate herself with him. Initially, she pretended to be terrified of him, but later she orchestrated a scenario where he would witness her being ridiculed by the household servants. Deep down, OMO was a person of integrity and kindness, a trait she knew to be common among the wealthy. As expected, he stood up for her, drying her tears and vowing to protect her, declaring he was her brother. She cried and threw herself into his embrace, calling him brother, expressing her fears, and recounting half-true tales from the orphanage.
Umo, addict.
Felt a surge of compassion for her and began to treat her with increasing kindness. However, she remained skeptical of his promise of lifelong protection, as they shared no blood relation. Thus, she resolved to plan for her own future. Initially, she contemplated marrying into a family of equal standing to the O family to maintain her elevated lifestyle. Yet, upon overhearing the matriarch's plans for her, she learned that families of comparable status would look down upon her as merely an adopted daughter, relegating her to a marriage with a collateral branch of a lesser family. She vehemently rejected this notion. She was destined to rise above mediocrity. She thought, if she could make the heirs of several prominent families fall in love with her, wouldn't that grant her the freedom to choose? She would not settle for anything less than the best. At first, she did not view OMO as a target. However, after several encounters, she realized that the heirs who had a close relationship with OMO regarded her merely as a sister, showing no romantic interest and, in fact, secretly belittling her.
Then,
one fateful day, after getting caught in the rain, she found herself alone with OMO in a carriage. He was visibly uncomfortable, avoiding her gaze and blushing slightly, revealing his fundamentally conservative and rigid nature. Such a character was the easiest to conquer, and she recognized that she need not seek affection elsewhere, especially since they were not truly siblings. Thus, she began to subtly entice OMO, feigning ignorance and deliberately leaning towards him, creating opportunities for close contact. On stormy nights, she would falsely claim fear and rush into his room, pleading to sleep beside him, and even when joyous, she would deliberately kiss his cheek. Initially, OMO was resistant and uneasy, but under her relentless advances, he gradually became accustomed to her behavior, allowing her to manipulate his feelings towards her. At that time, OMO was 16, and she was merely 12. No one would suspect a 12-year-old girl of harboring such intentions. They merely remarked on her attachment to her brother, praising their sibling bond. However, she soon sensed a growing distance from OMO, suspecting that his friends were influencing him, particularly Chung Yuan, who often joked about her relationship with OMO. Realizing this, OMO began to withdraw, but she was unperturbed, having mastered the art of manipulation. She would often remind him that she was not his biological sister, expressing her insecurities and her reliance on him. During this phase of adolescence, for OMO, she too began to mature, and as the misunderstandings she had crafted began to unravel, their relationship grew increasingly intimate. By the time OMO reached 18, it appeared he was finally confronting his feelings. She noted a shift in his demeanor towards her, no longer perceiving her merely as a sister, but with a different, deeper sentiment. Yet, OMO concealed his feelings well, and she did not dare to breach the subject, continuing to treat him with trust, dependence, affection, and obedience, roles she could effortlessly embody. She believed that as long as she maintained this facade, she would eventually become the true matriarch of the O family. The objections of her family, the criticisms of society, and the scornful glances of onlookers mattered little, as long as OMO loved her and remained captivated by her. Temporary setbacks and tolerances were inconsequential. She was convinced that OMO's enduring favoritism was a sign of his love. However, she did not anticipate that Tao Zhi would suddenly alter the dynamics, seemingly causing OMO to develop different sentiments. After all her efforts to blur the lines between them, she found herself confronted with the reality that, due to Tao Zhi, OMO was now keeping his distance. This could not continue. She could not allow events to unfold in this manner. Within the O family, others looked down upon her, viewing her as nothing more than an adopted daughter. The matriarch's attitude towards her was lukewarm, and while Ozhan had previously treated her decently, he now regarded her as a stranger since that incident. As for He Ting, Her seemingly kind demeanor was predicated on not touching upon her husband and son. Moreover, He Ting was now wary of her, evident in the distance between her quarters and Omo's. The only person she could rely on was Omo, if she could secure his loyalty. She could ensure her continued existence within the O family, forever under his protection. With this thought, a flicker of emotion crossed her eyes, and she returned to the ward through a side door. Chapter 71, Reflection. Despite her meticulous calculations, she had failed to foresee that Omo had already slipped beyond her expectations and control. Although Omo had once felt a shift in his emotions towards her, he quickly redirected his feelings, especially after marrying Tao Zhi. While he did not harbor affection for Tao Zhi, he had never contemplated divorce. In their social circle, most couples were not in love, thus he saw nothing wrong in marrying her. His indulgence towards Onyao stemmed from the experiences she had shared with him since childhood and the image she had crafted. He believed it was his duty as a brother to support her. His disdain for Tao Zhi arose from her incessant probing into a matter he refused to acknowledge, and her frequent outbursts made him feel repulsed. Furthermore, he viewed Tao Zhi as a testament to his misguided feelings. Her presence served as a constant reminder of how wrong his deviations had been. Unable to resent Onyao, he directed his frustrations towards Tao Zhi, who had become the shield he had purchased. Yet, Omo did not anticipate that one day, when this shield, whom he had never regarded highly, began to defy him, he would be compelled to examine his past behaviors and emotions. In moments of self-doubt and introspection, he began to question whether his feelings for Onyao were truly romantic or merely pity for her tragic past and a protective instinct towards his sister. As he pondered these thoughts on his way back to the main courtyard, Ojean remained seated, accompanied by a figure, the estate steward. The steward, in his 50s, was well established within the household, and they appeared to be discussing matters of significance. Upon seeing Omo return, Ojean spoke. "You're back?" The steward chimed in. "Young master, Omo nodded and took a seat, neither party broaching the subject of his mother, nor did he volunteer any information. In truth, he had known from a young age that his father harbored a dislike for his mother, even a faint sense of aversion. What his mother mistook for affection and fondness, in his eyes, was merely his father's indifference. This is precisely why he harbors an aversion towards Tao Zhi yet tolerates her existence. As he matures, his understanding of his father deepens. Consequently, when he first discovered that his family was far from a harmonious one, he felt a sense of grievance and confusion. It was only with the arrival of Onyao that he found a semblance of emotional solace, leading to the developments that followed. Noticing that Omo had drifted into thought, Ojean lightly coughed and said, "Xiao Mo." Omo snapped back to attention. "What?" "Apologies, I was lost in contemplation." Ojean continued, "Next month marks your grandmother's birthday. You must instruct someone to handle the invitations for our partners and relatives well in advance. Additionally, all specific arrangements will fall to you and your cousin. Contact him shortly." "Understood, father." Ojean nodded and added, "Many in our circle have heard rumors about your marriage. Your wife cannot remain hidden indefinitely. It's not appropriate. She will have to be introduced eventually. Your grandmother is quite fond of her. Bring her along to the birthday banquet to make an appearance." Omo hesitated, considering that he and Tao Zhi were on the verge of divorce, and making an appearance at this juncture could prove rather awkward. Sensing Omo's reluctance, Ojean inquired, "What is it? Are you feeling troubled?" Omo smiled lightly. "Not at all. I understand, and I will bring her." Ojean nodded approvingly. Omo lifted his teacup and took a sip, his gaze falling as he pondered. Perhaps there was no harm in bringing her? They had agreed to wait until after the birthday banquet to finalize their divorce. And this way, he could gently inform his grandmother, reassured that with Tao Zhi present, she would likely not be excessively upset with him. With this thought, he resolved to take Tao Zhi along. "By the way, I heard reports that you are targeting the Yu family's enterprises in Beijing. What has transpired?" Omo was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated his father would be aware of this matter. He then shifted his expression and replied, "It's nothing. Old Zhao wanted to negotiate a partnership with the Yu family but failed to reach an agreement. It was merely a matter of applying pressure."
Uzen frowned disapprovingly.
"The Yu family is unlike our own. We cannot afford to antagonize them. Your actions have been rather indiscreet." Omo lowered his head. "I understand. The young man from the Yu family is likely already aware of the situation and may not let it slide easily. Here's what we shall do. Send him an invitation to the birthday banquet, and you shall personally deliver it to clarify matters." Omo was taken aback. Thinking to himself, He had to personally deliver an invitation to his rival? Was his father out of his mind? However, he could not voice such thoughts in front of his father, and merely nodded in agreement. This year's business symposium is scheduled for next week. I must travel to M country in a couple of days to inspect a local enterprise. One of our partners is experiencing some issues, and I suspect they're attempting to inflate prices. They have invited me for a discussion, so I must attend. You will represent us at the symposium. As he spoke, he retrieved a gold-embossed invitation from a drawer of the coffee table and handed it to OMO, who was momentarily stunned before accepting it.
Traditionally,
Ojun would attend such symposiums, but this time he clearly intended to empower OMO, allowing him to take a more significant role in managing the company. This meeting will still be led by our 4 families. I suspect the Chung and Su families will also attend. As for Jingli, a few years back, Zhao's family was represented by him. When the time comes, you 4 should discuss the general direction, which should align with our previous plans. OMO nodded. Understood. Meanwhile, since their last encounter at the bar, Su had ceased to keep tabs on Tao Zhi. Surrounded by an array of beautiful women, his interest waned significantly upon learning that Tao Zhi was likely Omo's wife. After all, her reputation was not particularly favorable. However, when his bodyguard presented Tao Zhi's information before him, he could not resist taking a look. He had instructed the bodyguard to continue the investigation but had forgotten to call it off, and to his surprise, they had indeed managed to track her down. Gazing at the photograph of the woman in close proximity to Yu Yungue, Su's charming almond-shaped eyes curved into a smile.
Ah.
So she truly is Omo's wife. How intriguing. Chapter 72. Collaboration. Xie Eugene had arranged to meet Tao Zhi at a bookstore located on a small slope behind a university, which also served coffee, offering a serene atmosphere steeped in the fragrance of books. The bookstore was expansive, spanning 3 floors, with a lofty atrium at the center featuring a cylindrical bookshelf that reached from floor to ceiling, surrounded by a spiral staircase for easy access. The walls were lined with massive bookshelves brimming with a multitude of tomes. Each window on the 3 floors led to a small protruding terrace, furnished with tables and sofas of various designs and colors. Some patrons were engrossed in reading, while others engaged in light conversation. By the time Tao Zhi arrived, Xie Eugene was already waiting, having secured a table on a terrace near a large tree. The terrace, situated on the 2nd floor, offered a splendid view. Fortunately, the sun was shining brightly that day. Xie Eugene wore a white shirt, buttoned up to the 2nd button, paired with gray casual trousers and the most ordinary of sneakers. He was perusing a book, and as his black half-frame glasses slipped down his nose, he lifted his long, clean fingers to adjust them. Upon receiving a message from Tao Zhi, he set down his book and stepped out onto the terrace, peering down to catch a glimpse of the striking figure entering the bookstore. In an instant, he recognized her as the woman he had invited to meet. On the 2nd floor, table 33, Tao Zhi acknowledged the service staff and followed their direction upstairs. As she ascended the staircase, she instinctively felt a gaze upon her. She looked up and met the eyes of a man across the way, who appeared somewhat surprised to see her and smiled, nodding in acknowledgement. Tao Zhi raised an eyebrow and returned the smile before continuing on her way. Today, she wore a water blue dress, cinched at the waist with a metallic buckle, dividing the garment into 2 sections. The neckline featured cascading layers, and the skirt fell just above her knees, slightly form-fitting yet allowing for movement, accentuating her figure in a most alluring manner. Her feet were adorned with low-heeled shoes, and she wore no excessive accessories. Her hair tied back with a silk scarf of the same hue, exuding both elegance and charm. As Tao Zhi approached, Xie Eugene caught a whiff of the subtle rose fragrance she carried, delicate yet lingering. Being a researcher, with a more refined sense of smell than most, he discerned that her scent was not a synthetic perfume, but rather a genuine essence of rose emanating from her being. He found himself curious. Could this enchanting woman before him truly be a rose fairy? Tao Zhi was no rose fairy. She simply had a fondness for the scent of roses, which she incorporated into her daily skincare routine with rose essential oil and body lotion, and even her hair oil was rose-scented. Over time, she had absorbed this fragrance. Although she did use perfume, she felt that today's occasion did not warrant such formality, so she had left it behind. Tao Zhi stepped closer and regarded him for a moment before speaking. Xie Eugene? Xie Eugene nodded slightly and gestured for her to take a seat. Indeed. It is I, Miss Tao. As Tao Zhi settled in, Xie Eugene offered his phone to her, smiling as he said, I'm not sure what you prefer to drink, so please have a look. Tao Zhi casually ordered a coconut Americano and then began to appraise the man before her. He had a glass of plain water in front of him, and his tall stature and elegant features exuded an intellectual charm, unmistakably the demeanor of a diligent scholar. His high nose bridge and prominent brow, coupled with full, rosy lips, perhaps a lingering effect from a recent sip of water, rendered his appearance quite appetizing.
His eyes,
When cast upon others, bore a tranquil demeanor, while an air of coldness enveloped him, accompanied by the faint scent of alcohol, suggesting he had recently indulged in a disinfection ritual. The strands of his hair, gently cascading to the sides, softened his otherwise austere aura, infusing him with a touch of gentleness. Noticing Tao Zhi's unwavering gaze, Xie Eugene felt no embarrassment. He met her eyes with a steady calm and inquired, "Miss Tao, is there something amiss with my appearance that has captured your attention?" Tao Zhi shook her head, smiling as she replied, "I was merely pondering whether all researchers are as handsome as you." At this, Xie Eugene momentarily faltered before responding with a chuckle, "Miss Tao, you flatter me. I am but an ordinary individual." Tao Zhi chose not to contest his modesty, for she genuinely found him quite appealing. As she remained silent, Xie Eugene retrieved a document from his bag and presented it to her. "This is the material our team is currently researching, detailing our progress, the prospects of the substance, and its applications. I kindly ask you to review it." Tao Zhi accepted the document and perused it for a while. While she grasped the general concept, the technical jargon and molecular structures eluded her comprehension. Setting the file aside, she lifted the coffee just delivered by the waiter. Taking a sip before stating, "I don't fully understand this, but I have a question. I heard from Ling Ling that this substance can be used in skincare products with remarkable effects." Xie Eugene adjusted his glasses, resting his hand on his thigh as he replied, "If our research hypotheses hold true, then this substance indeed possesses reparative and anti-aging properties for human skin and cells. However, due to certain circumstances, we have yet to conduct specific experiments post-production, so I apologize for not being able to provide you with a definitive answer." Tao Zhi nodded. "I see. Has she mentioned my conditions to you?" Xie Eugene affirmed, as this was indeed the primary reason for their meeting today. "My junior informed me that according to Miss Tao's stipulations, should we accept this investment, it would mean my team and I would be working for you. I must respectfully decline this proposal." Tao Zhi raised an eyebrow. "Oh, declining? Indeed. While we are in dire need of these funds, relinquishing the fruits of our labor to others is unacceptable to me. Moreover, it would be fundamentally unfair. I shall establish a company, and you all will be shareholders. Even so, under your conditions, the company would merely become your personal fiefdom." Tao Zhi smiled. "Your terms? My team and I would collaborate with you, providing our expertise while you supply the capital, dividing the profits 50-50. Tao Zhi chuckled. "You must understand that the purpose of investing in you is to capitalize on the potential. According to your assertion, the patents remain with you. What if you and your team were to abscond with them in the future? Or if profit distribution becomes inequitable and you decide to oust me? Wouldn't I then be left with nothing? My team and I would never do such a thing." "Xie, may I call you that?" Xie Eugene nodded, and she continued, "Verbal assurances are not binding. We can formalize this with a contract." Tao Zhi smiled but fell silent, her gaze drifting to the scenery outside and the lively crowd below. After a moment, she returned her attention to him. "So, you have made up your mind to be the one in charge?" Xie Eugene nodded. Tao Zhi smiled. 4060 is my final bottom line, and I will not pry into your affairs. However, should there be any losses, I will withdraw my investment promptly." Xie Eugene fell silent. Compared to the prospect of only receiving 20%, 4060 was quite favorable. Tao Zhi was not a ruthless businesswoman, nor did she intend to corner them completely. Otherwise, in line with typical business practices, the highest she would agree to would be a 70-30 split. After a lengthy pause, Xie Eugene gritted his teeth. "Very well, 4060. When shall we sign the contract?" Tao Zhi produced a card and handed it to him. "There's 10 million within. It should suffice to alleviate your immediate predicament. The remainder will be available once the trademark is registered." Xie Eugene hesitated for 2 seconds before accepting the card. Raising his gaze to meet hers, "Aren't you afraid I might change my mind after receiving the money?" Tao Zhi looked at him quizzically. "Are you unfamiliar with the existence of the police?" Xie Eugene was momentarily taken aback, feeling somewhat awkward as he adjusted his glasses. With the agreement settled, Tao Zhi rose and extended her hand. "Then let us hope for a pleasant collaboration." Xie Eugene also stood, gazing at her fair, slender hand, hesitating for a moment before shaking it. "Pleasant collaboration." Tao Zhi smiled broadly, then added, "All right, I have other matters to attend to." So I shall not keep you any longer. I will take my leave. Xiaoyu Jin accompanied her to the door, only retracting his gaze once her figure had descended the stairs. Coming to his senses and feeling the lingering warmth in his palm, he stood in a daze. Strangely enough, he had not felt any aversion just moments ago. Why was that? Instinctively clenching his hand, he wished to retain that fleeting fragrance, but after a moment, he suddenly released it, his expression turning serious as he pulled out a disinfectant wipe from his bag to cleanse his palm. Chapter 73. Sister, my name is Hua Mingyu. Hua Mingyu had just returned to school with friends after a gaming session at his apartment. Due to the upcoming afternoon class on economic history, which he found rather tedious, he was in a somewhat irritable mood. His companions were animatedly discussing their recent game when one of them leaped up, plucking a leaf from a tree and placing it in his mouth. Hey Lao Hua, look at my jumping skills. I can leap this high. Next time, I'll dunk on those sports department jocks. The boy speaking was tall and athletic, with curly hair and a dark complexion, clearly the type of a sportsman. However, in reality, he was a computer science major. Hua Mingyu scoffed inwardly, recalling who always ended up being dunked on. His gaze shifted toward the tree from which his friend had plucked the leaf, and he noticed two individuals standing on a nearby terrace. Hua Mingyu froze. The woman's face was strikingly familiar. She was the sister he had been dreaming about lately, the one known to his cousin. Realizing he was staring, the boy who had picked the leaf approached, following his line of sight. Hey, isn't that the renowned senior from the biology department? The one who is always in contention for the school heartthrob title alongside our Lao Hua? What's his name again? Xiaoyu Jin, yes, that's it. What's he doing here? Wow, that girl with him is stunning, like a fairy. I wonder if she's his girlfriend? As the conversation continued, Tao Zhi exited the terrace with her bag, and Xiaoyu Jin, wearing a broad smile, bid her farewell. Without a moment's hesitation, Hua Mingyu dashed toward the bookstore, leaving his friends bewildered. Hey, where are you going?
Lao Hua.
As Tao Zhi stepped out of the bookstore, she nearly collided with someone rushing past. Reacting quickly, she sidestepped, but the figure halted abruptly, blocking her view. Tao Zhi looked up to see a somewhat familiar face.
Sister.
After a moment of contemplation, she finally recognized him. He was the boy who had picked up the basketball the other day, also Cheng Yuan's cousin. Realizing this, she smiled and raised her eyes slightly, asking, Oh, it's you? Do you need something? Hua Mingyu, delighted that she remembered him, beamed. So you do remember me, sister? I have no business. I just happened to see you and wanted to come over to say hello. Last time, you left so suddenly that I didn't get the chance to speak with you properly. Tao Zhi gazed at the tall, sunlit young man before her, nearly reaching 6 feet 3 inches, finding his casual demeanor quite amusing. What is there to discuss between two strangers? However, Hua Mingyu smiled and remarked, the more we converse, the more we get to know each other. By the way, sister, what brings you here? This is the second time I've seen you at school. Tao Zhi shifted slightly to the side and replied, I came to see someone. Is it your sister's friend? Before she could respond, Hua Mingyu's classmate came rushing over. Upon seeing Tao Zhi, with her captivating presence, the curly-haired boy's eyes lit up as he jogged towards them. Wow, Lao Hua, you actually know this beautiful sister? He exclaimed. Hey there, sister. I'm Zhang Yang, a classmate of Lao Hua's. You can call me Xiao Zhang or Xiao Yang. Tao Zhi smiled and nodded. Hello, classmate Zhang. Hua Mingyu, feeling somewhat exasperated by his sudden appearance, grew even more displeased when he noticed Tao Zhi's attention being diverted. What are you doing here? Zhang Yang scratched his head, appearing rather silly. I just wanted to meet the sister. Hua Mingyu gritted his teeth. Who's your sister? Move aside. Oh, don't be so stingy. We're practically friends now. Hua Mingyu, in a fit of annoyance, playfully kicked Zhang Yang a few steps away, then turned back to Tao Zhi and smiled. Sister. Don't mind him. This guy is quite a character. Tao Zhi chuckled. He.S. rather interesting. Hua Mingyu immediately protested, feigning a look of grievance. I am far more interesting than him. Why don't you praise me? Hearing this, Tao Zhi complimented him as well. You're quite interesting too. Hua Mingyu beamed with delight, then quickly added, since you're here, would you like me to accompany you for a stroll around the school? There's a little market nearby that's quite fun. Tao Zhi shook her head in refusal. No, I have matters to attend to. It seems you're also heading to class, so I won't disturb you. Hua Mingyu, undeterred by her rejection, smiled and took out his phone, offering it to her. Then let me add your contact information. If you happen to come by again, I can show you around. Of course, if you don't come, I can always come find you. Upon hearing this, Tao Zhi couldn't help but chuckle at the straightforwardness of the young man. She appreciated his directness. She then retrieved her phone from her bag and handed it to him with a smile. Sure. Upon receiving her contact details, Hua Mingyu grinned widely, his eyes narrowing into crescent moons, revealing his charmingly sharp canine teeth. Tao Zhi took back her phone and said, I have things to attend to. So, I won't keep you any longer. Hua Mingyu stepped aside with a smile. Goodbye, sister. Tao Zhi nodded back at him with a smile. Goodbye. She then walked towards a silver Porsche 911 parked by the roadside. As the car roared to life, Hua Mingyu's voice suddenly called out, Sister. Amidst the engine's growl, Tao Zhi turned her head to see him hastily approaching her vehicle, bending down with his hand resting on the window, half of his body leaning in as he flashed her a bright smile. Sister, I'm Hua Mingyu. Please remember my name. Tao Zhi laughed softly and nodded. All right. Classmate Hua. Satisfied that she had indeed remembered his name, Hua Mingyu straightened up and waved at her as she smiled and drove away. While she didn't have a particularly strong impression of Hua Mingyu, he was merely mentioned a couple of times in the novel as the pampered only child of Cheng Yuan's aunt. She recalled that the Hua family, while not as affluent as the Cheng family, certainly enjoyed advantages due to their connection. Furthermore, Cheng Yuan's aunt held shares in the Cheng family business. From memory, she recalled that Cheng Yuan's cousin seemed to have a penchant for gaming and wasn't particularly academic, eventually going abroad, but beyond that, there was little mention of any intersection with the original character's life. Yet now, due to her presence, it seemed as though everything was shifting, with events unfolding differently than those depicted in the novel, granting her a sense of truly living in this world and exercising her own will. Hua Mingyu watched the silver car disappear, while Zhang Yang, trailing behind, gazed in the same direction. Wow, what a beauty! That figure has me drooling. Lao Hua, where did you meet such a stunning older sister? Hua Mingyu retracted his gaze to look at him. Thanks to you.
Huh?
Zhang Yang appeared puzzled. How is it thanks to me? What do you mean? Explain. The others nearby were equally curious, but Hua Mingyu simply smiled and remained silent. In truth, it was Zhang Yang who had caused the incident with the ball that day, leading to their encounter. Sensing a gaze upon him, Hua Mingyu turned to glance back at the bookstore, where a figure stood in the same spot they had occupied. Their eyes met, and Xia Yujin casually averted his gaze, shouldering his backpack as he walked in another direction. Hua Mingyu, observing Xia Yujin's retreating figure, scoffed disdainfully. What a show-off. With that, he turned and headed back towards the school. Chapter 74. The Invitation. Tao Zhi had initially not intended to invest in this research project. Even though she had become financially stable post-divorce, she could not afford to simply idle away her days. While asking a man for money posed no burden for her, it was not a wise strategy. True wisdom lies in using a man's resources to generate her own wealth. Although Tao Zhi did not harbor grand ambitions, she understood this principle. Professional matters should be entrusted to professionals. She found Xia Yujin to be quite capable, and it seemed reasonable to invest now, as he might indeed accomplish something significant in the future. 30 million, with the option to withdraw at any time, made this venture a sound investment. Xia Yujin moved more swiftly than Tao Zhi had anticipated, completing the company registration in just 3 days, securing a location and equipment, and preparing to launch the product once results were ready for trial and promotion. Tao Zhi was aware of the urgency behind their actions. Firstly, the school was cognizant of this project. If they did not establish independence soon, it was likely that the project would become the school's property upon generating revenue, potentially falling into the hands of less scrupulous leaders and teachers. Secondly, there was the fear of others eyeing this lucrative opportunity, making it even more challenging for them to proceed. With Tao Zhi providing the funds, they could fully take charge, which explained their eagerness to register the company and trademark. Meanwhile, Song Ling swiftly submitted the patent application, and everything was in place as they began contacting factories for mass production. The next steps involved designing packaging and formulating a marketing strategy, tasks in which Tao Zhi did not participate. She merely awaited the share agreement to be delivered to her. While she had not intervened with Song Ling's side of things, she did involve herself with Gu Shi's project. Gu Shi had rented a Western-style house near the edge of the city and was in the process of renovating it. The two conducted a site visit and devised a plan, hiring a construction team to commence work. Standing in the open space in front of the house, each held a cigarette. Gu Shi was clad in a dark green suit that accentuated her slender figure, paired with leopard print stiletto heels. Underneath her suit, she wore a leopard print ruffled blouse, the sleeves extending beyond the suit jacket. The golden cuffs sparkled in the sunlight, and her bobbed hair framed her face elegantly, complemented by matching leopard print glasses perched on her nose. The buttons of the suit were connected by a golden chain. and the tailored trousers enveloped her slender legs in a straight line. Were it not for Tao Zhi's unequivocal declaration of her preference for men, she might have indeed fallen for Gu Shi, who exuded an alluring and mature charm. Adorned in a vibrant crimson shirt with the sleeves rolled halfway up, she paired it with straight black trousers made of suit fabric, completing her look with a pair of black high heels. Large circular earrings dangled from her ears, while her lustrous, raven hair cascaded into a low ponytail. Her makeup was striking, highlighted by a bold red lipstick, making her dark hair and eyes all the more captivating. Sporting sunglasses atop her head, she stood beside Gu Shi, their contrasting energies, one cool and aloof, the other sensuously enchanting, rendering them a remarkable sight. "How did you find this place?" "The ambience is quite pleasant," Gu Shi remarked as she took a puff from her cigarette and extinguished it underfoot. "A friend recommended it," she replied. "I visited and found it satisfactory, so I thought I'd bring you along. There are several startups nearby, and the facilities are quite comprehensive." This complex was originally an abandoned building, but it was later acquired and rented out to those starting studios. Currently, only this building remains, so we are fortunate. Tao Zhi glanced around, observing the 5-story Western-style buildings, each with unique layouts and numerous windows, predominantly floor-to-ceiling. "Indeed, this place is quite impressive. Have all the necessary procedures been completed?" she inquired. Gu Shi nodded. "I pulled a few strings to get everything in order. We're just waiting for the renovations and equipment installation to commence." A sudden smile brightened Tao Zhi's face as she crossed her arms and raised her cigarette towards Gu Shi. "Then we must host a grand opening celebration to toast to our studio's bright future and impending success." Gu Shi returned the smile, looking at Tao Zhi. "Certainly. I'll have you, the major shareholder, give a speech on stage so everyone can witness my muse and benefactor." Tao Zhi chuckled at the thought, her laughter a delightful tremor. After a moment, she asked, "Have all the recruits been gathered?" "Almost. I've secured 2 assistants. One is a seamstress with 10 years of experience at a garment factory, and the other previously worked in marketing for a large corporation." "And the others?" At this, Gu Shi sighed softly. "In a small studio, not many are willing to join. Most applicants are fresh graduates or young enthusiasts returning from abroad." Tao Zhi, instead of expressing concern, comforted Gu Shi. "That's wonderful. Youth signifies creativity and innovation. I believe this is advantageous." Gu Shi nodded in agreement. The two monitored the construction for a while longer before deciding to leave. "Let us strive to showcase our designs on the runway and establish ourselves as a globally renowned brand." "I have faith in you," Gu Shi said. Tao Zhi cast a glance at her, her expression suggesting disbelief, yet her words were, "Thank you." As her phone rang, Tao Zhi answered with a smile. Gu Shi drove them towards the city. Upon seeing the caller ID, she raised an eyebrow. "Darling, you better have a good reason for calling. Otherwise, disturbing my date with this beauty could have serious consequences." On the other end, Yu Yungue burst into laughter. "What consequences? Are you going to slap me?" Tao Zhi retorted. "Of course not. Why not? Wouldn't he want to give you too much pleasure?" Yu Yungue's laughter grew more boisterous, nearly doubling over with amusement. "I knew it. You understand me." Not wishing to engage in idle banter, Tao Zhi directly asked, "What do you want by calling me?" Yu Yungue, now more serious, leaned back in his chair. "Join me for a business dinner the night after tomorrow as my companion." Tao Zhi frowned. "What kind of dinner?" "A business dinner."
"Oh.
"Who knows, your husband might be there too, how thrilling." Tao Zhi, however, was unfazed. After all, she had signed a divorce agreement with OMO, and they had mutually agreed to avoid interference in each other's lives. What was there for her to worry about? Primarily, her investments in cosmetics and clothing were soon to be launched, which meant she needed to seize market opportunities and expand her network. Thus, attending such a business dinner was indeed essential. Seeing that Tao Zhi had not responded for a while, Yu Yungue assumed she was reluctant and was about to retract his invitation when he heard her agree. "All right, I'm fine with it." Yu Yungue's expression brightened instantly. "I'll arrange for someone to handle your styling and come pick you up." Tao Zhi chuckled lightly. "You're quite something. If you're not afraid, then come on. Just remember to bring a few bodyguards. I'd hate for you to be outmatched by OMO." Yu Yungue waved her concern away. "Sweetheart, I'm not that weak. See you the night after tomorrow. I'm looking forward to your stunning entrance." After hanging up, Yu Yungue twirled his phone with a smirk.
Umu.
He chuckled. This was going to be entertaining. Noticing Tao Zhi lost in thought after ending the call, Gu Shi asked, "What else on your mind?" Snapping back to reality, Tao Zhi replied, "Nothing much, just attending a dinner the day after tomorrow. It should help us garner some business for our upcoming studio launch." Gu Shi nodded, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Chapter 75. The First Kiss. Upon arriving at her home with Gu Shi, Tao Zhi didn't linger long before heading downstairs to drive into the city. As she exited the building, a discreet black Audi A4 began to follow her. Initially, she paid no mind to the vehicle, but as her route veered towards the manor, she noticed it was tailing her persistently. The road back to the manor deviated from the bustling city, and few ventured this way, given the opulent villas and estates lining the area. It was then that Tao Zhi became convinced the two cars behind her were indeed following her. It was implausible that they coincidentally shared her route. Those living nearby wouldn't drive an A4. Realizing the intentions of her pursuers were anything but benign, Tao Zhi's demeanor hardened. She sharply turned the steering wheel and pressed the accelerator to the floor. Watching the Porsche ahead suddenly accelerate, the occupants of the car behind cursed vehemently, "Damn it, bitch. Let us see how far you can run." With that, they too surged forward. Noticing the car behind her gaining ground, Tao Zhi gradually slowed her speed until they drew closer. Then, she swiftly turned into a side road. The Audi followed suit, blocking the narrow path to prevent her escape. As she opened her car door, the back door of the Audi swung open as well, revealing a man, grotesquely overweight and with his head wrapped in bandages. He brandished a long knife, shaking it menacingly at Tao Zhi while grinning with a sinister glee. "Run, you filthy bitch. Why aren't you running now?" Tao Zhi recognized him immediately. He was the foul man she had dealt with at the bar, the one who had harassed her and Gu Shi. It was unexpected that OMO, such a worthless individual, would allow this man to confront her again so soon. Seeing that Tao Zhi was not afraid and wore an expression that was hard to decipher, Li Qi's fury surged. Limping towards her with the knife in hand, he growled, "You think I'd be scared just because you ruined my business? You've made my life hell, and I will have my revenge. If I don't settle this score, I won't be able to live with myself." His eyes were bloodshot with rage, and the fat on his face jiggled with his agitation. His gaze locked onto Tao Zhi, as if he were poised to leap forward and stab her at any moment. He recognized that the woman before him was the wife of OMO from the O family, one of the 4 prominent families in Beijing. After all, it was the O family that orchestrated his company's bankruptcy. Only he understood the hellish days he had endured in recent times. First, he learned that the woman he had casually flirted with was the partner of a powerful figure. Following that revelation, his company began to face insurmountable issues. Major clients returned their orders, and business partners swiftly terminated contracts, leaving him with debts exceeding 100 million to the bank. As if that were not enough, he had previously embezzled company funds and, when faced with an audit, resorted to high-interest loans to cover his tracks. He had believed that he could repay the loans once his clients settled their accounts, but unexpectedly, the clients fled, and the only remaining cash was stolen by the mistress who had foreseen his downfall. This left him unable to even pay for medical expenses in the hospital. The loan sharks, aware of his inability to repay, stormed the hospital demanding money, even sending people to threaten his wife and child, vowing to sever his limbs if he could not repay, and threatening to sell his son abroad. His son was his sole heir, and he had been rendered powerless by those 2 wretched women. In just a few days, he lost everything, and OMO was openly targeting him, almost as if he wanted to publicly humiliate him in front of the O family, clearly intent on leaving him no path to survive in Beijing. He blamed this wretched woman before him for his downfall. How could he not harbor hate? Having evaded the loan sharks, he spent the last of his money at the bar where he had encountered the 2 women, gathering information until he finally spotted the mastermind lurking beneath one of their apartments. Of course, he had no intention of letting either woman escape, but he needed to deal with this difficult one first. At this point, he had nothing left to lose. He dared not confront the O family, yet he was not afraid to face these 2 women. He planned to first assault and then eliminate them before fleeing. As for that night when he had been overpowered, he firmly believed it was his own drunkenness that had allowed the 2 women to take advantage of him. Besides, he lacked the funds to hire a hitman, so he resolved to take revenge on his own. Upon hearing Li Qi's news of his bankruptcy and witnessing his desperate demeanor, Tao Zhi understood that he must have gone through significant turmoil, pushing him to the brink of despair. Yet, did he truly believe that brandishing a watermelon knife could intimidate her? Li Qi grinned menacingly, and before he could approach, he saw Tao Zhi, who had previously stood expressionless, suddenly twist her neck and charge at him. Li Qi was momentarily taken aback, then raised the knife to strike. "Wretched scum, die." Tao Zhi deftly sidestepped the knife, raised her knee, and landed an elbow strike to Li Qi's back. He hunched over in pain, and she swiftly delivered a kick to his face, knocking him down. The overweight man tried to rise and attack her, but his hand was firmly pinned down by her foot.
Ah!
Li Qi's eyes bulged, sweat beading on his forehead, but his gaze was filled with rage as he glared at Tao Zhi. She pressed down harder, eliciting a pained scream from him as he released the knife. Seizing the opportunity, Tao Zhi bent down to pick up the watermelon knife and struck it across his face, leaving a gash. You wish to take revenge on me? Have you considered whether your fate is truly favorable? The man, pinned beneath her, felt both pain and resentment. If you have the ability, kill me. Tao Zhi smiled and released her foot. This is Huagua. Murder is a crime. I am a law-abiding citizen. Why would I kill anyone? I only strike. With that, she discarded the watermelon knife, clenched her fist, and began to rain blows upon Li Qi's face, targeting his wounds. He initially shouted threats, then cried out in agony, and finally begged for mercy. However, Tao Zhi had no intention of letting him off easily. She would ensure he would never have another opportunity like this again. After pummeling him into near immobility, she stood and walked back to her car, turning off the dashcam before starting the engine. As Li Qi witnessed her rev the engine, it roared towards him like a beast ready to pounce. Only then did he realize the gravity of his situation. He looked up through the windshield and saw the woman inside wearing a maniacal grin as she pressed the accelerator.
No, please.
I was wrong. He attempted to crawl away, but his foot, having been stomped on repeatedly by Tao Zhi, rendered him incapable of standing. He was certain that this insane woman would indeed drive over him. While she might not kill him outright, he could easily die from an accident. For those at the top, purchasing his life was merely a matter of millions. When faced with the prospect of death, he discovered an unexpected fear. He did not wish to die as he had once imagined. The roar of the engine filled the air, and the blinding headlights left Li Qi disoriented as he scrambled to escape. But the car surged towards him like an arrow released from a bow.
No. Ah!
The screech of the brakes echoed, accompanied by a chilling scream piercing the night. And then silence fell. The man before the car remained motionless for an extended time. Tao Zhi lit a cigarette and dialed a number. Hello. I need assistance with a personal matter. With the cigarette dangling from her lips, she exited the vehicle and found the man lying motionless on the ground, his lower body soaked and devoid of life, one of his toes pinned beneath the tire. Tao Zhi walked aside, picked up the watermelon knife, wiped it with a corner of her red shirt, and tossed it back near the man's feet. Initially, she had contemplated crushing him under her car, but reconsidered, not wanting to deal with troublesome investigations. She had never liked complications and would not place herself in a predicament. After waiting for over 20 minutes, Yu Yun arrived, looking disheveled, with Shen Yu in tow. Upon seeing Tao Zhi, Shen Yu greeted her, but before he could finish his sentence, he noticed the lifeless body on the ground, instantly jolted awake. Yu Yun also spotted the man and did not ask questions, instinctively scanning for nearby surveillance cameras. Don't bother searching, Tao Zhi interjected. There are no cameras in this vicinity. I checked when I arrived. Yu Yun turned his gaze back to the man on the ground. Is he dead? Tao Zhi straightened up, not dead. Yu Yun approached for a closer look. What do you intend to do with him? Tao Zhi inquired. Is it difficult to leave the country? Yu Yun smiled knowingly. Of course, you know how strict the regulations are in Huagua. Tao Zhi frowned, and Yu Yun, noticing her expression, grinned wickedly. But you've come to the right person. It's a minor issue. Upon hearing this, Tao Zhi relaxed her frown and raised her eyebrows. I knew you were reliable, far better than that useless OMO. Yu Yun raised an eyebrow at the mention of the overweight man on the ground, then laughed. However, leaving the country might not be the best choice. Let's discuss the details of the situation. Tao Zhi briefly outlined what had transpired, and Yu Yun picked up the watermelon knife, examining it before a flicker of malice crossed his eyes. He lifted his head and smiled at Tao Zhi. Rest assured, I'll handle the rest. By now, darling, it's time for your beauty sleep. Go home, rest, and by the time you wake up, everything will be resolved. Tao Zhi glanced at the man on the ground and nodded. Consider it a favor owed to you. Yu Yun moved closer to Tao Zhi, then casually smiled and leaned in. Then kiss me. Tao Zhi chuckled softly before seizing Yu Yun by the collar and pushing him against the hood of her car, kissing him passionately. Yu Yun Gui's eyes widened in astonishment as he felt the soft warmth of lips upon his own, causing his mind to momentarily short-circuit for 2 seconds. Once he regained his composure, he instinctively grasped Tao Zhi's waist and the back of her head, soon becoming entangled in a passionate embrace. Shen Yu, having merely made a phone call, turned around to witness this steamy scene and instantly flushed, covering his eyes. Internally, he couldn't help but scoff. Seriously? The boss is already locked in a kiss. How embarrassing. Should I step aside? The kiss was fervent and prolonged. It took merely a few seconds for Yu Yun-gui to transition from bashful passivity to assertive dominance. After Tao Zhi playfully nipped at this fervent suitor, she withdrew. Yet Yu Yun-gui, eyes closed and breathless, instinctively pursued her, only to be halted by a delicate finger against his lips. Opening his eyes, he was met with an insatiable desire reflected in them, while Tao Zhi's lips appeared swollen and glistening, her eyes sparkling with playful mischief as she declared, "This is a reward for a well-behaved little pup, but the reward ends here." With that, she stepped back. In truth, Tao Zhi's inclination to kiss him stemmed from the irresistible allure of his striking visage before her, making it hard for her to resist. Additionally, her earlier emotions had been somewhat tempestuous, and Yu Yun-gui had unwittingly provided a means of release. As Yu Yun-gui's breath had yet to steady, the warmth of the rose-scented air abruptly vanished, replaced by a cool breeze that scattered the sweet fragrance, leaving only a lingering chill. Xinyu, having discreetly witnessed their separation, emerged from behind the car, nonchalantly clearing his throat. Boss, I've already arranged for the person to come." Yu Yun-gui adjusted his attire, standing up awkwardly, and hoarsely replied, "Yeah, got it." At that moment, Tao Zhi opened the car door to get in. Yu Yun-gui quickly turned to inquire, "Where are you going?" Tao Zhi raised an eyebrow and replied, "Home to get some beauty sleep." Upon hearing this, Yu Yun-gui immediately chuckled. "Should I keep you company? You seemed startled earlier. Will you be afraid at night?" Tao Zhi shot him a glare before entering the car and shutting the door. She rolled down the window and remarked, "The favor I mentioned still stands." It was all a grand illusion, as extravagant as it could be. The more credible, the better. If Yu Yun-gui ever sought her out to cash in on this favor, she would simply deny its existence. Really? Did that happen? You must be mistaken.
What? No mistake?
Then produce your evidence. The obstructing vehicle had already been moved by Xinyu, the perceptive young man, as Tao Zhi started the engine, turning the steering wheel with one hand while the other playfully tapped her lips twice. Smiling at Yu Yun-gui, she said, "Good night," and without waiting for his response, she drove off into the night. Yu Yun-gui watched the taillights fade into the distance, his fingers grazing his lips as he savored the lingering sensation from the moment, then suddenly broke into a smile. His first kiss had proven to be quite a delightful experience.